This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. The Genius by Theodore Dreiser. Spring, summer, and fall came and went, with Eugene and Angela first in Alexandria and then in Blackwood. In suffering this nervous breakdown and being compelled to leave New York, Eugene missed some of the finest fruits of his artistic efforts. For Monsieur Charles, as well as a number of other people, were interested in him and were prepared to entertain him in an interesting and conspicuous way. He could have gone out a great deal, but his mental state was such that he was poor company for anyone. He was exceedingly morbid, inclined to discuss gloomy subjects, to look on life as exceedingly sad, and to believe that people generally were evil. Lust, dishonesty, selfishness, envy, hypocrisy, slander, hate, theft, adultery, murder, dementia, insanity, inanity, these and death and decay occupied his thoughts. There was no light anywhere, only a storm of evil and death. These ideas, coupled with his troubles with Angela, the fact that he could not work, the fact that he felt he had made a matrimonial mistake, the fact that he feared he might die or go crazy, made a terrible and agonizing winter for him. Angela's attitude, while sympathetic enough, once the first storm of feeling was over, was nevertheless involved with a substratum of criticism. While she said nothing, agreed that she would forget, Eugene had the consciousness all the while that she wasn't forgetting, that she was secretly reproaching him, and that she was looking for new manifestations of weakness in this direction, expecting them, and on the alert to prevent them. The springtime in Alexandria, opening as it did shortly after they reached there, was in a way a source of relief to Eugene. He had decided for the time being to give up trying to work, to give up his idea of going either to London or Chicago, and merely rest. Perhaps it was true that he was tired. He didn't feel that way. He couldn't sleep and he couldn't work, but he felt brisk enough. It was only because he couldn't work that he was miserable. Still, he decided to try sheer idleness. Perhaps that would revive his wonderful art for him. Meantime, he speculated ceaselessly on the time he was losing, the celebrities he was missing, the places he was not seeing. Oh, London, London! If he could only do that! Mr. and Mrs. Witla were immensely pleased to have their boy back with them again. Being in their way simple, unsophisticated people, they could not understand how their son's health could have undergone such a sudden reverse. "I never saw Gene looking so bad in all his life," observed Witla père to his wife the day Eugene arrived. "His eyes are so sunken. What in the world do you suppose is ailing him?" "How should I know?" replied his wife, who was greatly distressed over her boy. "I suppose he's just tired out, that's all. He'll probably be all right after he rests a while. Don't let on that you think he's looking out of sorts. Just pretend that he's all right. What do you think of his wife?" "She appears to be a very nice little woman," replied Witla. "She's certainly devoted to him. I never thought Eugene would marry just that type, but he's the judge. I suppose people thought that I would never marry anybody like you either," he added jokingly. "Yes, you did make a terrible mistake," jested his wife in return. "You worked awfully hard to make it." I was young. You want to remember that," retorted Witla. "I didn't know much in those days." "You don't appear to know much better yet," she replied, "do you?" He smiled and patted her on the back. "Well, anyhow, I'll have to make the best of it, won't I? It's too late now." "It certainly is," replied his wife. Eugene and Angela were given his old room on the second floor, commanding a nice view of the yard and the street corner, and they settled down to spend what Witla's parents hoped would be months of peaceful days. It was a curious sensation to Eugene to find himself back here in Alexandria, looking out upon the peaceful neighborhood in which he had been raised. The trees, the lawn, the hammock replaced several times since he had left, but still in its accustomed place. The thought of the little lakes and the small creek winding about the town were a comfort to him. He could go fishing now and boating, and there were some interesting walks here and there. He began to amuse himself by going fishing the first week, but it was still a little cold, and he decided for the time being to confine himself to walking. Days of this kind grow, as a rule, quickly monotonous. To a man of Eugene's turn of mind, there was so little in Alexandria to entertain him. After London and Paris, Chicago and New York, the quiet streets of his old home town were a joke. He visited the office of the Appeal, but both Jonas Lyle and Caleb Williams had gone, the former to St. Louis, the latter to Bloomington. Old Benjamin Burgess, his sister's husband's father, was unchanged except in the matter of years. He told Eugene that he was thinking of running for Congress in the next campaign. The Republican organization owed it to him. His son Henry, Sylvia's husband, had become a treasurer of the local bank. He was working as patiently and quietly as ever, going to church Sundays, going to Chicago occasionally on business, consulting with farmers and businessmen about small loans. He was a close student of the several banking journals of the country, and seemed to be doing very well financially. Sylvia had little to say of how he was getting along. Having lived with him for 11 years, she had become somewhat closed-mouthed like himself. Eugene could not help smiling at the lean, slippered subtlety of the man, young as he was. He was so quiet, so conservative, so intent on all the little things which make a conventionally successful life. Like a cabinet maker, he was busy inlaying the little pieces which would eventually make the perfect whole. Angela took up the household work, which Mrs. Witla grudgingly consented to share with her with a will. She liked to work, and would put the house in order while Mrs. Witla was washing the dishes after breakfast. She would make special pies and cakes for Eugene when she could without giving offense, and she tried to conduct herself so that Mrs. Witla would like her. She did not think so much of the Witla household. It wasn't so much better than her own, hardly as good. Still, it was Eugene's birthplace, and for that reason important. There was a slight divergence of viewpoint, though, between his mother and herself over the nature of life and how to live it. Mrs. Witla was of an easier, more friendly outlook on life than Angela. She liked to take things as they came without much worry, while Angela was of a naturally worrying disposition. The two had one very human failing in common. They could not work with anyone else at anything. Each preferred to do all that was to be done rather than share it at all. Both being so anxious to be conciliatory for Eugene's sake and for permanent peace in the family, there was small chance for any disagreement, for neither was without tact. But there was just a vague hint of something in the air, that Angela was a little hard and selfish on Mrs. Witla's part, that Mrs. Witla was just the least bit secretive or shy or distant from Angela's point of view. All was serene and lovely on the surface, however, with many "won't you let me's" and "please do now's" on both sides. Mrs. Witla, being so much older, was of course calmer, and in the family seat of dignity and peace. To be able to sit about in a chair, lie in a hammock, stroll in the woods and country fields, and be perfectly happy in idle contemplation and loneliness, requires an exceptional talent for just that sort of thing. Eugene once fancied he had it, as did his parents, but since he had heard the call of fame, he could never be still any more. And just at this time he was not in need of solitude and idle contemplation, but of diversion and entertainment. He needed companionship of the right sort, gaiety, sympathy, enthusiasm. Angela had some of this when she was not troubled about anything. His parents, his sister, his old acquaintances had a little more to offer. They could not, however, be forever talking to him or paying him attention, and beyond them there was nothing. The town had no resources. Eugene would walk the long country roads with Angela, or go boating or fishing sometimes, but still he was lonely. He would sit on the porch or in the hammock and think of what he had seen in London and Paris. How he might be at work. St. Paul's in a mist, the Thames Embankment, Piccadilly, Blackfriars Bridge, the muck of Whitechapel and the East End. How he wished he was out of all this and painting them. If he could only paint. He rigged up a studio in his father's barn, using a north loft door for light, and essayed certain things from memory, but there was no making anything come out right. He had this fixed belief, which was a notion purely, that there was always something wrong. Angela, his mother, his father, whom he occasionally asked for an opinion, might protest that it was beautiful or wonderful, but he did not believe it. After a few altering ideas of this kind, under the influences of which he would change and change and change things, he would find himself becoming wild in his feelings, enraged at his condition, intensely despondent and sorry for himself. "Well," he would say, throwing down his brush, "I shall simply have to wait until I come out of this. I can't do anything this way." Then he would walk or read or row on the lakes or play solitaire or listen to Angela playing on the piano that his father had installed for Myrtle long since. All the time, though, he was thinking of his condition, what he was missing, how the gay world was surging on rapidly elsewhere, how long it would be before he got well, if ever. He talked of going to Chicago and trying his hand at scenes there, but Angela persuaded him to rest for a while longer. In June she promised him they would go to Blackwood for the summer, coming back here in the fall if he wished, or going on to New York or staying in Chicago, just as he felt about it. Now he needed rest. "Eugene will probably be all right by then," Angela volunteered to his mother, "and he can make up his mind whether he wants to go to Chicago or London." She was very proud of her ability to talk of where they would go and what they would do. If it had not been for the lurking hope of some fresh exciting experience with a woman, he would have been unconscionably lonely. As it was, this thought with him, quite as a confirmed drunkard's thought of whiskey, buoyed him up, kept him from despairing utterly, gave his mind the only diversion it had from the ever-present thought of failure. If by chance he should meet some truly beautiful girl, gay, enticing, who would fall in love with him, that would be happiness. Only Angela was constantly watching him these days, and besides, more girls would simply mean that his condition would be aggravated. Yet so powerful was the illusion of desire, the sheer animal magnetism of beauty, that when it came near him in the form of a lovely girl of his own temperamental inclinations, he could not resist it. One look into an inviting eye, one glance at a face whose outlines were soft and delicate, full of that subtle suggestion of youth and health which is so characteristic of girlhood, and the spell was cast. It was as though the very form of the face, without will or intention on the part of the possessor, acted hypnotically upon its beholder. The Arabians believed in the magic power of the word abracadabra to cast a spell. For Eugene, the form of a woman's face and body was quite as powerful. While he and Angela were in Alexandria from February to May, he met one night at his sister's house a girl who, from the point of view of the beauty which he admired and to which he was so susceptible, was extremely hypnotic, and who, for the ease and convenience of a flirtation, was very favorably situated. She was the daughter of a traveling man, George Roth by name, whose wife, the child's mother, was dead, but who lived with his sister in an old tree-shaded house on the edge of Green Lake, not far from the spot where Eugene had once attempted to caress his first love, Stella Appleton. Frieda was the girl's name. She was extremely attractive, not more than 18 years of age, with large, clear blue eyes, a wealth of yellowish-brown hair, and a plump but shapely figure. She was a graduate of the local high school, well developed for her years, bright, rosy-cheeked, vivacious, and with a great deal of natural intelligence which attracted the attention of Eugene at once. Normally, he was extremely fond of a natural, cheerful, laughing disposition. In his present state he was abnormally so. The girl and her foster mother had heard of him a long time since, through his parents and his sister, whom they knew well and whom they visited frequently. George Roth had moved here since Eugene had first left for Chicago, and because he was so much on the road, he had not seen him since. Frieda, on all his previous visits, had been too young to take an interest in men, but now at this age, when she was just blossoming into womanhood, her mind was fixed on them. She did not expect to be interested in Eugene because she knew he was married, but because of his reputation as an artist, she was curious about him. Everybody knew who he was. The local papers had written up his success and published his portrait. Frieda expected to see a man of about 40, stern and sober. Instead, she met a smiling youth of 29, rather gaunt and hollow-eyed, but none the less attractive for that. Eugene, with Angela's approval, still affected a loose flowing tie, a soft turn-down collar, brown corduroy suits as a rule, the coat cut with a belt, shooting jacket fashion, a black iron ring of very curious design upon one of his fingers, and a soft hat. His hands were very thin and white, his skin pale. Frieda, rosy, as thoughtless as a butterfly, charmingly clothed in a dress of blue linen, laughing, afraid of him because of his reputation, attracted his attention at once. She was like all the young, healthy, laughing girls he had ever known, delightful. He wished he were single again, that he might fall into a jesting conversation with her. She seemed inclined to be friendly from the first. Angela being present, however, and Frieda's foster mother, it was necessary for him to be circumspect and distant. The latter, Sylvia and Angela, talked of art and listened to Angela's descriptions of Eugene's eccentricities, idiosyncrasies, and experiences, which were a never-failing source of interest to the common run of mortals whom they met. Eugene would sit by in a comfortable chair with a weary, genial, or indifferent look on his face, as his mood happened to be. Tonight he was bored and a little indifferent in his manner. No one here interested him save this girl, the beauty of whose face nourished his secret dreams. He longed to have such spirit of youth near him always. Why could not women remain young? While they were laughing and talking, Eugene picked up a copy of Howard Pyle's Knights of the Round Table, with its warm, heavy illustrations of Arthurian heroes and heroines, and began to study the stately and exaggerated characteristics of the various characters. Sylvia had purchased it for her 7-year-old boy, Jack, asleep upstairs, but Frieda had read it in her girlhood a few years before. She had been moving restlessly about, conscious of an interest in Eugene, but not knowing how to find an opportunity for conversation. His smile, which he sometimes directed toward her, was to her entrancing. "Oh, I read that," she said, when she saw him looking at it. She had drifted to a position not far behind his chair and near one of the windows. She pretended to be looking out at first, but now began to talk to him. "I used to be crazy about every one of the knights and ladies, Sir Lancelot, Sir Galahad, Sir Tristram, Sir Gawaine, Queen Guinevere." "Did you ever hear of Sir Bluff?" he asked teasingly, "or Sir Snuff, or Sir Dub?" He looked at her with a mocking light of humor in his eyes. "Oh, there aren't such people," laughed Frieda, surprised at the titles, but tickled at the thought of them. "Don't let him mock you, Frieda," put in Angela, who was pleased at the girl's gaiety and glad that Eugene had found someone in whom he could take an interest. She did not fear the simple Western type of girl like Frieda and her own sister Marietta. They were franker, more kindly, better intentioned than the Eastern studio type, and besides, they did not consider themselves superior. She was playing the role of the condescending leader here. "Certainly there are," replied Eugene solemnly, addressing Frieda. They are the new Knights of the Round Table. Haven't you ever heard of that book?" "No, I haven't," answered Frieda gaily. "And there isn't any such. You're just teasing me." "Teasing you? Why, I wouldn't think of such a thing. And there is such a book. It's published by Harper & Brothers and is called The New Knights of the Round Table. You simply haven't heard of it, that's all." Frieda was impressed. She did not know whether to believe him or not. She opened her eyes in a curiously inquiring, girlish way, which appealed to Eugene strongly. He wished he were free to kiss her pretty red, thoughtlessly parted lips. Angela herself was faintly doubtful as to whether he was speaking of a real book or not. "Sir Stuff is a very famous knight," he went on, "and so is Sir Bluff. They are inseparable companions in the book. As for Sir Dub and Sir Hack and the Lady Dope—" "Oh, hush, Eugene," called Angela gaily. "Just listen to what he's telling Frieda," she remarked to Miss Roth. "You mustn't mind him, though. He's always teasing someone. Why didn't you raise him better, Sylvia?" she asked of Eugene's sister. "Oh, don't ask me. We never could do anything with Gene. I never knew he had much jesting in him until he came back this time." "They're very wonderful," they heard him telling Frieda. "All fine, rosy gentlemen and ladies." Frieda was impressed by this charming, good-natured man. His spirit was evidently as youthful and gay as her own. She sat before him, looking into his smiling eyes, while he teased her about this, that, and the other foible of youth. Who were her sweethearts? How did she make love? How many boys lined up to see her come out of church on Sunday? He knew. "I bet they look like a line of soldiers on dress parade," he volunteered, "all with nice new ties and clean pocket handkerchiefs and their shoes polished and—" "Oh, ha, ha!" laughed Frieda. The idea appealed to her immensely. She started giggling and bantering with him, and their friendship was definitely sealed. She thought he was delightful. The opportunity for further meetings seemed to come about quite naturally. The Witla boathouse, where the family kept one small boat, was at the foot of the Roth lawn, reached by a slightly used lane which came down that side of the house, and also by a grape arbor which concealed the lake from the lower end of the house and made a sheltered walk to the waterside, at the end of which was a weather-beaten wooden bench. Eugene came here sometimes to get the boat to row or to fish. On several occasions Angela accompanied him, but she did not care much for rowing or fishing, and was perfectly willing that he should go alone if he wanted to. There was also the friendship of Miss Roth for Mr. and Mrs. Witla, which occasionally brought her and Frieda to the house. And Frieda came from time to time to his studio in the barn to see him paint. Because of her youth and innocence, Angela thought very little of her presence there, which struck Eugene as extremely fortunate. He was interested in her charms, anxious to make love to her in a philandering sort of way, without intending to do her any harm. It struck him as a little curious that he should find her living so near the spot where once, upon a winter's night, he had made love to Stella. There was something not unlike Stella about her, though she was softer, more whole, soulfully genial, and pliable to his moods. He saw her one day, when he went for his boat, standing out in the yard, and she came down to the waterside to greet him. "Well," he said, smiling at her fresh morning appearance, and addressing her with that easy familiarity which he knew how to take youth and life generally, "we're looking bright as a butterfly. I don't suppose we butterflies have to work very hard, do we?" "Oh, don't we?" replied Frieda. "That's all you know." "Well, I don't know, that's true. But perhaps one of these butterflies will tell me. Now you, for instance." Frieda smiled. She scarcely knew how to take him, but she thought he was delightful. She hadn't the faintest conception either of the depth or subtlety of his nature, or of the genial, kindly inconstancy of it. She only saw him as a handsome, smiling man, not at all too old, witty, good-natured, here by the bright green waters of this lake, pulling out his boat. He looked so cheerful to her, so carefree. She had him indissolubly mixed in her impressions with the freshness of the ground, the newness of the grass, the brightness of the sky, the chirping of the birds, and even the little scintillating ripples on the water. "Butterflies never work, that I know," he said, refusing to take her seriously. "They just dance around in the sunlight and have a good time. Did you ever talk to a butterfly about that?" Frieda merely smiled at him. He pushed his boat into the water, holding it lightly by a rope, got down a pair of oars from the rack, and stepped into it. Then he stood there looking at her. "Have you lived in Alexandria long?" he asked. "About 8 years now." "Do you like it?" "Sometimes. Not always. I wish we lived in Chicago." "Oh," she sniffed, turning up her pretty nose. "Isn't that lovely?" She was smelling some odor of flowers blown from the garden. "Yes, I get it too. Geraniums, isn't it? They're blooming here, I see. A day like this sets me crazy." He sat down in his boat and put his oars in place. "Well, I have to go and try my luck for whales. Wouldn't you like to go fishing?" "I would, all right," said Frieda, "only Aunt wouldn't let me. I think I'd just love to go. It's lots of fun catching fish." "Yes, catching fish," laughed Eugene. "Well, I'll bring you a nice little shark, one that bites. Would you like that? Down in the Atlantic Ocean they have sharks that bite and bark. They come up out of the water at night and bark like a dog." "Oh, dear, how funny," giggled Frieda, and Eugene began slowly rolling his boat lakeward. "Be sure you bring me a nice fish," she called. "Be sure you're here to get it when I come back," he answered. He saw her with the lattice of spring leaves behind her, the old house showing pleasantly on its rise of ground, some house martins turning in the morning sky. "What a lovely girl," he thought. "She's beautiful, as fresh as a flower. That is the one great thing in this world, the beauty of girlhood." He came back after a time, expecting to find her, but her foster mother had sent her on an errand. He felt a keen sense of disappointment. There were other meetings after this. Once on a day when he came back practically fishless, and she laughed at him. Once when he saw her sunning her hair on the back porch after she had washed it, and she came down to stand under the trees near the water, looking like a naiad. He wished then he could take her in his arms, but he was a little uncertain of her and of himself. Once she came to his studio in the barn to bring him a piece of leftover dough which his mother had turned on the top of the stove. "Eugene used to be crazy about that when he was a boy," his mother had remarked. "Oh, let me take it to him," said Frieda gaily, gleeful over the idea of the adventure. "That's a good idea," said Angela innocently. "Wait, I'll put it on this saucer." Frieda took it and ran. She found Eugene staring oddly at his canvas, his face curiously dark. When her head came above the loft floor, his expression changed immediately. His guileless, kindly smile returned. "Guess what?" she said, pulling a little white apron she had on over the dish. "Strawberries?" They were in season. "Oh, no." "Peaches and cream?" "Where would we get peaches now?" "At the grocery store." "I'll give you one more guess." "Angel cake." He was fond of that, and Angela occasionally made it. "Your guesses are all gone. You can't have any." He reached out his hand, but she drew back. He followed, and she laughed. "No, no, you can't have any now." He caught her soft arm and drew her close to him. "Sure I can't?" Their faces were close together. She looked into his eyes for a moment, then dropped her lashes. Eugene's brain swirled with the sense of her beauty. It was the old talesman. He covered her sweet lips with his own, and she yielded feverishly. "There now, eat your dough," she exclaimed when he let her go, pushing it shamefacedly toward him. She was flustered, so much so that she failed to jest about it. "What would Mrs. Witla think," she added, "if she could see us?" Eugene paused solemnly and listened. He was afraid of Angela. "I've always liked this stuff ever since I was a boy," he said in an offhand way. "So your mother said," replied Frieda, somewhat recovered. "Let me see what you're painting." She came round to his side, and he took her hand.
"I'll have to go now," she said wisely. "They'll be expecting me back." Eugene speculated on the intelligence of girls, at least on that of those he liked. Somehow they were all wise under these circumstances, cautious. He could see that instinctively Frieda was prepared to protect him and herself. She did not appear to be suffering from any shock from this revelation. Rather, she was inclined to make the best of it. He folded her in his arms again. "You're the angel cake and the strawberries and the peaches and cream," he said. "Don't," she pleaded. "Don't. I have to go now." When he released her, she ran quickly down the stairs, giving him a swift parting smile. So Frieda was added to the list of his conquests, and he pondered over it gravely. If Angela could have seen this scene, what a storm there would have been! If she ever became conscious of what was going on, what a period of wrath there would be! It would be terrible. After her recent discovery of his letters, he hated to think of that. Still, this bliss of caressing youth, was it not worth any price? To have a bright, joyous girl of 18 put her arms about you, could you risk too much for it? The world said one life, one love. Could he accede to that? Could any one woman satisfy him? Could Frieda, if he had her? He did not know. He did not care to think about it. Only this walking in a garden of flowers, how delicious it was. This having a rose to your lips. Angela saw nothing of this attraction for some time. She was not prepared yet to believe, poor little depender on the conventions as she understood them, that the world was full of plots and counterplots, snares, pitfalls, and gins. The way of the faithful and well-meaning woman in marriage should be simple and easy. She should not be harassed by the uncertainty of affection, infelicities of temper, indifference, or infidelity. If she worked hard, as Angela was trying to do, trying to be a good wife, saving, serving, making a sacrifice of her time and services and moods and wishes for her husband's sake, why shouldn't he do the same for her? She knew of no double standard of virtue. If she had, she would not have believed in it. Her parents had raised her to see marriage in a different light. Her father was faithful to her mother. Eugene's father was faithful to his wife. That was perfectly plain. Her brothers-in-law were faithful to her sisters. Eugene's brothers-in-law were faithful to his sisters. Why should not Eugene be faithful to her? So far, of course, she had no evidence to the contrary. He probably was faithful and would remain so. He had said so. But this pre-matrimonial philandering of his looked very curious. It was an astonishing thing that he could have deceived her so. She would never forget it. He was a genius, to be sure. The world was waiting to hear what he had to say. He was a great man and should associate with great men, or failing that, should not want to associate with anyone at all. It was ridiculous for him to be running around after silly women. She thought of this and decided to do her best to prevent it. The seat of the mighty was in her estimation the place for Eugene, with her in the foreground as a faithful and conspicuous acolyte, swinging the censer of praise and delight. The days went on, and various little meetings, some accidental, some premeditated, took place between Eugene and Frieda. There was one afternoon when he was at his sister's, and she came there to get a pattern for her foster mother from Sylvia. She lingered for over an hour, during which time Eugene had opportunities to kiss her a dozen times. The beauty of her eyes and her smile haunted him after she was gone. There was another time when he saw her at dusk near his boathouse, and kissed her in the shadow of the sheltering grape arbor. In his own home there were clandestine moments, and in his studio, the barn loft, for Frieda made occasion a few times to come to him, a promise to make a sketch of her being the excuse. Angela resented this, but she could not prevent it. In the main, Frieda exhibited the curious patience and love which women so customarily exhibit and which a man can never understand. She could wait for her own to come to her, for him to find her, while he, with that curious avidness of the male in love, burned as a fed fire to see her. He was jealous of the little innocent walks she took with boys she knew. The fact that it was necessary for her to be away from him was a great deprivation. The fact that he was married to Angela was a horrible disaster. He would look at Angela when she was with him, preventing him from his freedom in love, with almost calculated hate in his eyes. Why had he married her? As for Frieda, when she was near, and he could not draw near her, his eyes followed her movements with a yearning, devouring glance. He was fairly beside himself with anguish under the spell of her beauty. Frieda had no notion of the consuming flame she had engendered. It was a simple thing to walk home with her from the post office, quite accidentally, on several occasions. It was a fortuitous thing that Anna Roth should invite Angela and himself, as well as his father and mother, to her house to dinner. On one occasion, when Frieda was visiting at the Witla homestead, Angela thought Frieda stepped away from Eugene in a curiously disturbed manner when she came into the parlor. She was not sure. Frieda hung round him in a good-natured way most of the time when various members of the family were present. She wondered if by any chance he was making love to her, but she could not prove it. She tried to watch them from then on, but Eugene was so subtle, Frieda so circumspect, that she never did obtain any direct testimony. Nevertheless, before they left Alexandria, there was a weeping scene over this, hysterical, tempestuous, in which she accused him of making love to Frieda, he denying it stoutly. "If it wasn't for your relative's sake," she declared, "I would accuse her to her face, here before your eyes. She couldn't dare deny it." "Oh, you're crazy," said Eugene. "You're the most suspicious woman I ever knew. Good Lord, can't I look at a woman any more? This little girl, can't I even be nice to her?" "Nice to her? Nice to her? I know how you're nice to her. I can see, I can feel. Oh, God, why can't you give me a faithful husband?" "Oh, cut it out," demanded Eugene defiantly. "You're always watching. I can't turn around but you have your eye on me. I can tell. Well, you go ahead and watch. That's all the good it will do you. I'll give you some real reason for watching one of these days. You make me tired." "Oh, hear how he talks to me," moaned Angela. "And we're only married 1 year. Oh, Eugene, how can you? Have you no pity, no shame, here in your own home, too? Oh, oh, oh." To Eugene, such hysterics were maddening. He could not understand how anyone should want or find it possible to carry on in this fashion. He was lying out of the whole cloth about Frieda, but Angela didn't know, and he knew she didn't know. All these tantrums were based on suspicion. If she would do this on a mere suspicion, what would she not do when she had a proved cause? Still, by her tears, she as yet had the power of rousing his sympathies and awakening his sense of shame. Her sorrow made him slightly ashamed of his conduct, or rather sorry, for the tougher nature was constantly presenting itself. Her suspicions made the further pursuit of his love quest practically impossible. Secretly, he had already cursed the day he had married her, for Frieda's face was ever before him, a haunting lure to love and desire. In this hour life looked terribly sad to him. He couldn't help feeling that all the perfect things one might seek or find were doomed to the searing breath of an inimical fate. Ashes of roses, that was all life had to offer. Dead Sea fruit turning to ashes upon the lips. Oh, Frieda, Frieda! Oh, youth, youth! That there should dance before him for evermore an unattainable desire, the holy grail of beauty. Oh, life! Oh, death! Which was really better, waking or sleeping? If he could only have Frieda now, it would be worth living. But without her... The weakness of Eugene was that he was prone in each of these new conquests to see for the time being the sum and substance of bliss, to rise rapidly in the scale of uncontrollable exaggerated affection, until he felt that here and nowhere else, now and in this particular form, was ideal happiness. He had been in love with Stella, with Margaret, with Ruby, with Angela, with Christina, and now with Frieda. quite in this way, and it had taught him nothing as yet concerning love except that it was utterly delightful. He wondered at times how it was that the formation of a particular face could work this spell. There was plain magic in the curl of a lock of hair, the whiteness or roundness of a forehead, the shapeliness of a nose or ear, the arched redness of full-blown petal lips, the cheek, the chin, the eye. In combination with these things, how did they work this witchery? The tragedies to which he laid himself open by yielding to these spells, he never stopped to think of them. It is a question whether the human will of itself alone ever has cured or ever can cure any human weakness. Tendencies are subtle things. They are involved in the chemistry of one's being, and those who delve in the mysteries of biology frequently find that curious anomaly, a form of minute animal life, born to be the prey of another form of animal life, chemically and physically attracted to its own disaster. Thus, to quote Calkin, some protozoa are apparently limited to special kinds of food. The slipper animal, Paramecium, and the bell animal, Vorticella, live on certain kinds of bacteria, and many others which live upon smaller protozoa seem to have a marked affinity for certain kinds. I have watched one of these creatures, Actinobolus, lie perfectly quiet while hundreds of bacteria and smaller kinds of protozoa bumped against it, until a certain variety, Halteria grandinella, came near, when a minute dart or trochocyst attached to a relatively long thread was launched. The victim was invariably hit, and after a short struggle was drawn in and devoured. The results of many experiments indicate that apparently willful selection in these cases is the inevitable action of definite chemical and physical laws which the individual organism can no more change than it can change the course of gravitation. The killing dart mentioned above is called out by the particular kind of prey with the irresistible attraction of an iron filing for a magnet. Eugene did not know of these curious biological experiments at this time, but he suspected that these attractions were deeper than human will. He thought at times that he ought to resist his impulses. At other times he asked himself why. If his treasure was in this and he lost it by resistance, what had he? A sense of personal purity? It did not appeal to him. The respect of his fellow citizens? He believed that most of his fellow citizens were whited sepulchres. What good did their hypocritical respect do him? Justice to others? Others were not concerned, or should not be, in the natural affinity which might manifest itself between two people. That was for them to settle. Besides, there was very little justice in the world. As for his wife, well, he had given her his word, but he had not done so willingly. Might one swear eternal fealty and abide by it when the very essence of nature was lack of fealty, inconsiderateness, destruction, change? A gloomy Hamlet, to be sure, asking, "Can honor set a leg?" A subtle Machiavelli, believing that might made right, sure that it was a matter of careful planning, not ethics, which brought success in this world, and yet one of the poorest planners in it. An anarchistic manifestation of selfishness, surely. But his additional plea was that he did not make his own mind, nor his emotions, nor anything else. And worst of all, he counseled himself that he was not seizing anything ruthlessly. He was merely accepting that which was thrust temptingly before him by fate. Hypnotic spells of this character, like contagion and fever, have their period of duration, their beginning, climax, and end. It is written that love is deathless, but this was not written of the body, nor does it concern the fevers of desire. The marriage of true minds, to which Shakespeare would admit no impediment, is of a different texture and has little sex in it. The friendship of Damon and Pythias was a marriage in the best sense, though it concerned two men. The possibilities of intellectual union between a man and a woman are quite the same. This is deathless in so far as it reflects the spiritual ideas of the universe, not more so. All else is illusion of short duration and vanishes in thin air. When the time came for Eugene to leave Alexandria, as he had originally wanted to do, he was not at all anxious to depart. Rather, it was an occasion of great suffering for him. He could not see any solution to the problem which confronted him in connection with Frieda's love for him. As a matter of fact, when he thought about it at all, he was quite sure that she did not understand or appreciate the nature of her affection for him or his for her. It had no basis in responsibility. It was one of those things born of thin air, sunlight, bright waters, the reflection of a bright room, things which are intangible and insubstantial. Eugene was not one who, if he thought anything at all about it, would persuade a girl to immorality for the mere sake of indulgence. His feelings were invariably compounded of finer things, love of companionship, love of beauty, a variable sense of the consequences which must ensue, not so much to him as to her, though he took himself into consideration. If she were not already experienced, and he had no method of protecting her, if he could not take her as his wife or give her the advantages of his presence and financial support, secretly or openly, if he could not keep all their transactions a secret from the world, he was inclined to hesitate. He did not want to do anything rash, as much as for her sake as for his. In this case, the fact that he could not marry her, that he could not reasonably run away with her, seeing that he was mentally sick and of uncertain financial condition, the fact that he was surrounded by home conditions which made it of the greatest importance that he should conduct himself circumspectly, weighed greatly with him. Nevertheless, a tragedy could easily have resulted here. If Frieda had been of a headstrong, unthinking nature, if Angela had been less watchful, morbid, appealing in her mood, if the family and town conditions had been less weighty, if Eugene had had health and ample means, he would probably have deserted Angela, taken Frieda to some European city. He dreamed of Paris in this connection, and found himself confronted later by an angry father or a growing realization that Frieda's personal charms were not the sum and substance of his existence, or both. George Roth, for all he was a traveling salesman, was a man of considerable determination. He might readily have ended the life of his daughter's betrayer, art, reputation, or no. He worshipped Frieda as the living image of his dead wife, and at best he would have been heartbroken. As it was, there was not much chance of this, for Eugene was not rash. He was too philosophic. Conditions might have arisen in which he would have shown the most foolhardy bravado, but not in his present state. There was not sufficient anguish in his own existence to drive him to action. He saw no clear way. So, in June, with Angela, he took his departure for Blackwood, pretending to her outward indifference as to his departure, but inwardly feeling that his whole life were coming to nothing. When he reached Blackwood, he was now naturally disgusted with the whole atmosphere of it. Frieda was not there. Alexandria, from having been the most wearisome side pool of aimless inactivity, had suddenly taken on all the characteristics of paradise. The little lakes, the quiet streets, the courthouse square, his sister's home, Frieda's home, his own home, had been once more invested for him with the radiance of romance, that intangible glory of feeling which can have no existence outside the illusion of love. Frieda's face was everywhere in it, her form, the look of her eyes. He could see nothing there now save the glory of Frieda. It was as though the hard, weary face of a barren landscape were suddenly bathed in the soft effulgence of a midnight moon. As for Blackwood, it was as lovely as ever, but he could not see it. The fact that his attitude had changed toward Angela for the time being made all the difference. He did not really hate her. He told himself that. She was not any different from that she had been. That was perfectly plain. The difference was in him. He really could not be madly in love with two people at once. He had entertained joint affections for Angela and Ruby, and Angela and Christina, but those were not the dominating fevers which this seemed to be. He could not for the time get the face of this girl out of his mind. He was sorry for Angela at moments, then, because of her insistence on his presence with her, on her being in his company, following him around as he put it, he hated her. Dear heaven, if he could only be free without injuring her. If he could only get loose. Think, at this moment he might be with Frieda, walking in the sun somewhere, rowing on the lake at Alexandria, holding her in his arms. He would never forget how she looked that first morning she came into his barn studio at home. How enticing she was the first night he saw her at Sylvia's. What a rotten mess living was, anyhow. And so he sat about in the hammock at the Blue homestead, or swung in a swing that old Jotham had since put up for Marietta's beau, or dreamed in a chair in the shade of the house, reading. He was dreary and lonely, with just one ambition in the world, Frieda. Meanwhile, as might be expected, his health was not getting any better. Instead of curing himself of those purely carnal expressions of passion which characterized his life with Angela, the latter went on unbroken. One would have thought that his passion for Frieda would have interrupted this, but for the presence of Angela, the comparatively enforced contact, her insistence on his attentions, broke down again and again the protecting barrier of distaste. Had he been alone, he would have led a chaste life until some new and available infatuation seized him. As it was, there was no refuge either from himself or Angela, and the at times almost nauseating relationship went on and on. Those of the Blue family who were in home or near it were delighted to see him. The fact that he had achieved such a great success as the papers had reported with his first exhibition and had not lost ground with the second, a very interesting letter had come from M. Charles saying that the Paris pictures would be shown in Paris in July, gave them a great estimate of him. Angela was a veritable queen in this home atmosphere. And as for Eugene, he was given the privilege of all geniuses to do as he pleased. On this occasion Eugene was the center of interest, though he appeared not to be, for his 4 solid Western brothers-in-law gave no indication that they thought he was unusual. He was not their type, banker, lawyer, grain merchant, and real estate dealer, but they felt proud of him just the same. He was different and at the same time natural, genial, modest, inclined to appear far more interested in their affairs than he really was. He would listen by the hour to the details of their affairs, political, financial, agricultural, social. The world was a curious compost to Eugene, and he was always anxious to find out how other people lived. He loved a good story, and while he rarely told one, he made a splendid audience for those who did. His eyes would sparkle, and his whole face light with the joy of the humor he felt. Through all this, the attention he was receiving, the welcome he was made to feel, the fact that his art interests were not yet dead, the Paris exhibition being the expiring breath of his original burst of force, he was nevertheless feeling the downward trend of his affairs most keenly. His mind was not right. That was surely true. His money affairs were getting worse, not better, for while he could hope for a few sales yet, the Paris pictures did not sell in New York. He was not certain that this would be the case. This homeward trip had cost him $200 of his $1,700, and there would be additional expenses if he went to Chicago as he planned in the fall. He could not live a single year on $1,500, scarcely more than 6 months, and he could not paint or illustrate anything new in his present state. Additional sales of the pictures of the 2 original exhibitions must be effected in a reasonable length of time, or he would find himself in hard straits. Meanwhile, Angela, who had obtained such a high estimate of his future by her experience in New York and Paris, was beginning to enjoy herself again, for after all, in her judgment, She seemed to be able to manage Eugene very well. He might have had some slight understanding with Frieda Roth. It couldn't have been much or she would have seen it, she thought. But she had managed to break it up. Eugene was cross, naturally, but that was due more to her quarreling than anything else. These storms of feeling on her part, not always premeditated, seemed very essential. Eugene must be made to understand that he was married now, that he could not look upon or run after girls as he had in the old days. She was well aware that he was considerably younger than she was in temperament, inclined to be exceedingly boyish, and this was apt to cause trouble anywhere. But if she watched over him, kept his attention fixed on her, everything would come out all right. And then there were all these other delightful qualities. His looks, his genial manner, his reputation, his talent. What a delightful thing it had become to announce herself as Mrs. Eugene Witla, and how those who knew about him sat up. Big people were his friends. Artists admired him. Common, homely, everyday people thought he was nice and considerate and able and very worth while. He was generally liked everywhere. What more could one want? Angela knew nothing of his real thoughts, for because of sympathy, a secret sense of injustice toward her on his part, a vigorous, morbid impression of the injustice of life as a whole, a desire to do things in a kindly, or at least secret and not brutal way, he was led to pretend at all times that he really cared for her, to pose as being comfortable and happy, to lay all his moods to his inability to work. Angela, who could not read him clearly, saw nothing of this. He was too subtle for her understanding at times. She was living in a fool's paradise, playing over a sleeping volcano. He grew no better, and by fall began to get the notion that he could do better by living in Chicago. His health would come back to him there, perhaps. He was terribly tired of Blackwood. The long tree-shaded lawn was nothing to him now. The little lake, the stream, the fields that he had rejoiced in at first were, to a great extent, a commonplace. Old Jotham was a perpetual source of delight to him, with his kindly, stable, enduring attitude toward things and his interesting comment on life. And Marietta entertained him with her wit, her good nature, her intuitive understanding. But he could not be happy just talking to everyday, normal, stable people, interesting and worthwhile as they might be. The doing of simple things, living a simple life, was just now becoming irritating. He must go to London, Paris, do things. He couldn't loaf this way. It mattered little that he could not work. He must try. This isolation was terrible. There followed 6 months spent in Chicago, in which he painted not one picture that was satisfactory to him, that was not messed into nothingness by changes and changes and changes. There were then 3 months in the mountains of Tennessee, because someone told him of a wonderful, curative spring in a delightful valley, where the spring came as a dream of color, and the expense of living was next to nothing. There were 4 months of summer in southern Kentucky on a ridge where the air was cool, and after that 5 months on the Gulf of Mexico at Biloxi in Mississippi, because some comfortable people in Kentucky and Tennessee told Angela of this delightful winter resort further south. All this time Eugene's money, the $1,500 when he had left Blackwood, several sums of $200, $150, and $250 realized from pictures sold in New York and Paris during the fall and winter following his Paris exhibition, and $200 which had come some months afterwards from a fortuitous sale by Monsieur Charles of one of his old New York views, had been largely dissipated. He still had $500, but with no pictures being sold and none painted, he was in a bad way financially in so far as the future was concerned. He could possibly return to Alexandria with Angela and live cheaply there for another 6 months, but because of the Frieda incident, both he and she objected to it. Angela was afraid of Frieda and was resolved that she would not go there so long as Frieda was in the town. and Eugene was ashamed because of the light a return would throw on his fading art prospects. Blackwood was out of the question to him. They had lived on her parents long enough. If he did not get better, he must soon give up this art idea entirely, for he could not live on trying to paint. He began to think that he was possessed, obsessed of a devil, and that some people were pursued by evil spirits, fated by stars, doomed from their birth to failure or accident. How did the astrologer in New York know that he was to have 4 years of bad luck? He had seen 3 of them already. Why did a man who read his palm in Chicago once say that his hand showed 2 periods of disaster, just as the New York astrologer had, and that he was likely to alter the course of his life radically in the middle portion of it? Were there any fixed laws of being? Did any of the so-called naturalistic school of philosophers and scientists whom he had read know anything at all? They were always talking about the fixed laws of the universe, the unalterable laws of chemistry and physics. Why didn't chemistry or physics throw some light on his peculiar physical condition, on the truthful prediction of the astrologer, on the signs and portents which he had come to observe for himself as foretelling trouble or good fortune for himself? If his left eye twitched, he had observed of late, he was going to have a quarrel with someone, invariably Angela. If he found a penny or any money, he was going to get money, for every notification of the sale of a picture with the accompanying check had been preceded by the discovery of a coin somewhere. Once a penny in State Street, Chicago, on a rainy day. Monsieur Charles wrote that a picture had been sold in Paris for $200. Once a 3-cent piece of the old American issue in the dust of a road in Tennessee. Monsieur Charles wrote that one of his old American views had brought $150. Once a penny in the sands by the Gulf in Biloxi. Another notification of a sale. So it went. He found that when doors squeaked, people were apt to get sick in the houses where they were, and a black dog howling in front of a house was a sure sign of death. He had seen this with his own eyes. This sign, which his mother had once told him of, as having been verified in her experience, in connection with a case of a man who was sick in Biloxi. He was sick, and a dog came running along the street and stopped in front of this place, a black dog, and the man died. Eugene saw this with his own eyes. That is, the dog and the sick man's death notice. The dog howled at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the next morning the man was dead. He saw the crape on the door. Angela mocked at his superstition, but he was convinced. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Eugene was reaching the point where he had no more money and was compelled to think by what process he would continue to make a living in the future. Worry and a hypochondriacal despair had reduced his body to a comparatively gaunt condition. His eyes had a nervous, apprehensive look. He would walk about speculating upon the mysteries of nature, wondering how he was to get out of this, what was to become of him, how soon, if ever, another picture would be sold, when. And Angela, having fancied that his illness was a mere temporary indisposition, had come to feel that he might be seriously affected for some time. He was not sick physically. He could walk and eat and talk vigorously enough, but he could not work, and he was worrying. Angela was quite as well aware as Eugene that their finances were in a bad way or threatening to become so, though he said nothing at all about them. He was ashamed to confess at this day, after their very conspicuous beginning in New York, that he was in fear of not doing well. How silly! He with all his ability. Surely he would get over this, and soon. Angela's economical upbringing and naturally saving instinct stood her in good stead now, for she could market with the greatest care, purchase to the best advantage, make every scrap and penny count. She knew how to make her own clothes, as Eugene had found out when he first visited Blackwood, and was good at designing hats. Although she had thought in New York, when Eugene first began to make money, that now she would indulge in tailor-made garments and the art of an excellent dressmaker, she had never done so. With true frugality, she had decided to wait a little while, and then Eugene's health having failed, she had not the chance any more. Fearing the possible long duration of this storm, she had begun to mend and clean and press and make over whatever seemed to require it. Even when Eugene suggested that she get something new, she would not do it. Her consideration for their future, the difficulty he might have in making a living, deterred her. Eugene noted this, though he said nothing. He was not unaware of the fear that she felt, the patience she exhibited, the sacrifice she made of her own whims and desires to his, and he was not entirely unappreciative. It was becoming very apparent to him that she had no life outside his own, no interests. She was his shadow, his alter ego, his servant, his anything he wanted her to be. Little Pigtail was one of his jesting pet names for her, because in the West as a boy they had always called anyone who ran errands for others pigtailers. In playing one old cat, if one wanted another to chase the struck balls, he would say, "You pigtail for me, Willie, will you?" And Angela was his little pigtail. There were no further grounds for jealousy during the time, almost 2 years, in which they were wandering around together, for the reason that she was always with him, almost his sole companion, and that they did not stay long enough in any one place, under sufficiently free social conditions, to permit him to form those intimacies which might have resulted disastrously. Some girls did take his eye. The exceptional in youth and physical perfection were always doing that, but he had no chance or very little of meeting them socially. They were not living with people they knew, were not introduced into local social worlds, which they visited. Eugene could only look at these maidens, whom he chanced to spy from time to time, and wish that he might know them better. It was hard to be tied down to a conventional acceptance of matrimony, to pretend that he was interested in beauty only in a sociological way. He had to do it before Angela, though, and all conventional people for that matter, for she objected strenuously to the least interest he might manifest in any particular woman. All his remarks had to be general and guarded in their character. At the least show of feeling or admiration, Angela would begin to criticize his choice and show him where his admiration was ill-founded. If he were especially interested, she would attempt to tear his latest idea to pieces. She had no mercy, and he could see plainly enough on what her criticism was based. It made him smile, but he said nothing. He even admired her for her heroic efforts to hold her own, though every victory she seemed to win served only to strengthen the bars of his own cage. It was during this time that he could not help learning and appreciating just how eager, patient, and genuine was her regard for his material welfare. To her he was obviously the greatest man in the world, a great painter, a great thinker, a great lover, a great personality every way. It didn't make so much difference to her at this time that he wasn't making any money. He would sometime, surely, and wasn't she getting it all in fame anyhow, now? Why, to be Miss Eugene Witla, after what she had seen of him in New York and Paris, what more could she want? Wasn't it all right for her to rake and scrape now, to make her own clothes and hats, save, mend, press, and patch? He would come out of all this silly feeling about other women once he became a little older, and then he would be all right. Anyhow, he appeared to love her now, and that was something. Because he was lonely, fearsome, uncertain of himself, uncertain of the future, he welcomed these unsparing attentions on her part, and this deceived her. Who else would give them to him? He thought, who else would be so faithful in times like these? He almost came to believe that he could love her again, be faithful to her, if he could keep out of the range of these other enticing personalities. If he could only stamp out this eager desire for other women, their praise and their beauty. But this was more because he was sick and lonely than anything else. If he had been restored to health then and there, if prosperity had descended upon him, as he so eagerly dreamed, it would have been the same as ever. He was as subtle as nature itself, as changeable as a chameleon. But two things were significant and real, two things to which he was true and unvarying as the needle to the pole: his love of the beauty of life, which was coupled with his desire to express it in color, and his love of beauty in the form of the face of a woman, or rather that of a girl of 18. That blossoming of life in womanhood at 18. There was no other thing under the sun like it to him. It was like the budding of the trees in the spring, the blossoming of flowers in the early morning, the odor of roses and dew, the color of bright waters and clear jewels. He could not be faithless to that. He could not get away from it. It haunted him like a joyous vision, and the fact that the charms of Stella and Ruby and Angela and Christina and Frieda, in whom it had been partially or wholly shadowed forth at one time or another, had come and gone, made little difference. It remained clear and demanding. He could not escape it. The thought, he could not deny it. He was haunted by this day after day, hour after hour, and when he said to himself that he was a fool, and that it would lure him as a will-o'-the-wisp to his destruction, and that he could find no profit in it ultimately, still it would not down. The beauty of youth, the beauty of 18. To him life without it was a joke, a shabby scramble, a workhorse job, with only silly material details like furniture and houses and steel cars and stores, all involved in a struggle for what? To make a habitation for more shabby humanity? Never. To make a habitation for beauty? Certainly. What beauty? The beauty of old age? How silly. The beauty of middle age? Nonsense. The beauty of maturity? No. The beauty of youth? Yes. The beauty of 18, no more and no less. That was the standard, and the history of the world proved it. Art, literature, romance, history, poetry, if they did not turn on this, and the lure of this, and the wars and sins because of this, what did they turn on? He was for beauty. The history of the world justified him. Who could deny it? From Biloxi, because of the approach of summer, when it would be unbearably warm there, and because his funds were so low that it was necessary to make a decisive move of some kind, whether it led to complete disaster or not, he decided to return to New York. In storage with Kellners, M. Charles had kindly volunteered to take care of them for him, were a number of the pictures left over from the original show, and nearly all the paintings of the Paris exhibition. The latter had not sold well. Eugene's idea was that he could slip into New York quietly, take a room in some side street or in Jersey City or Brooklyn, where he would not be seen, have the pictures in the possession of M. Charles returned to him, and see if he could not get some of the minor art dealers or speculators of whom he had heard to come and look at them and buy them outright. Failing that, he might take them himself one by one to different dealers here and there, and dispose of them. He remembered now that Eberhard Zang had, through Norma Whitmore, asked him to come and see him. He fancied that, as Kellners had been so interested, and the newspaper critics had spoken of him so kindly, that smaller dealers would be eager to take up with him. Surely they would buy this material. It was exceptional. Very. Why not? Eugene forgot or did not know the metaphysical side of prosperity and failure. He did not realize that, as a man thinketh, so is he, and so also is the estimate of the whole world at the time he is thinking of himself thus, not as he is, but as he thinks he is. The sense of it is abroad, by what process we know not, but so it is. Eugene's mental state, so depressed, so helpless, so fearsome, a rudderless boat in the dark, transmitted itself as an impression, a wireless message to all those who knew him or knew of him. His breakdown, which had first astonished M. Charles, depressed, then weakened the latter's interest in him. Like all other capable, successful men in the commercial world, M. Charles was for strong men in the heyday of their success, the zenith of their ability. The least variation from this standard of force and interest was noticeable to him. If a man was going to fail, going to get sick and lose his interest in life, or have his viewpoint affected, it might be very sad, but there was just one thing to do under such circumstances: get away from him. Failures of any kind were dangerous things to countenance. One must not have anything to do with them. They were very unprofitable. Such people as Temple Boyle and Vincent Beers, who had been his instructors in the past and who had heard of him in Chicago at the time of his success, Luke Severus, William McConnell, Orrin Benedict, Hudson Dula, and others wondered what had become of him. Why did he not paint any more? He was never seen in the New York haunts of art. It was rumored at the time of the Paris exhibition that he was going to London to do a similar group of views. But the London exhibition never came off. He had told Smite and McHugh the spring he left he might do Chicago next, but that came to nothing. There was no evidence of it. There were rumors that he was very rich, that his art had failed him, that he had lost his mind even. So the art world that knew him and was so interested in him no longer cared very much. It was too bad, but, so thought the rival artists, there was one less difficult star to contend with. As for his friends, they were very sorry, but such was life. He might recover. If not, well. As time went on, 1 year, another year, another year, the strangeness of a suddenly brilliant burst and disappearance became to the talented in this field a form of classic memory. He was a man of such promise. Why did he not go on painting? There was an occasional mention in conversation or in print, but Eugene, to all intents and purposes, was dead. When he came to New York, it was after his capital had been reduced to $300, and he had given Angela $125 of this to take her back to Blackwood and keep her there until he could make such arrangements as would permit her to join him. After a long discussion, they had finally agreed that this would be best, for, seeing that he could neither paint nor illustrate, there was no certainty as to what he would do. To come here on so little money with her was not advisable. She had her home, where she was welcome to stay for a while, anyhow. Meanwhile, he figured he could weather any storm alone. The appearance of the metropolis, after somewhat over 2 years of absence, during which he had wandered everywhere, was most impressive to Eugene. It was a relief after the mountains of Kentucky and Tennessee, and the loneliness of the Biloxi coast, to get back to this swarming city where millions were hurrying to and fro, and where one's misery, as well as one's prosperity, was apparently swallowed up in an inconceivable mass of life. The subway was being built. The automobile, which only a few years before was having a vague, uncertain beginning, was now attaining a tremendous vogue. Magnificent cars of new design were everywhere. From the ferry house in Jersey City, he could see notable changes in the skyline, and a single walk across 23rd Street and up 7th Avenue showed him a changing world. Great hotels, great apartment houses, a tremendous crush of vainglorious life which was molding the city to its desires. It depressed him greatly, for he had always hoped to be an integral part of this magnificence and display. Now he was not, might never be again. It was still raw cold, for the spring was just beginning to break, and Eugene was compelled to buy a light overcoat. His own imperishable greatcoat having been left behind, and he had no other fit to wear. Appearances, he thought, demanded this. He had spent $40 of his closely guarded $175 coming from Biloxi to New York, and now an additional $15 was required for this coat, leaving him $125 with which to begin his career anew. He was greatly worried as to the outcome, but curiously also he had an abiding subconscious feeling that it could not be utterly destructive to him. He rented a cheap room in a semi-respectable neighborhood in West 24th Street, near 11th Avenue, solely because he wanted to keep out of the run of intellectual life and hide until he could get on his feet. It was an old and shabby residence, in an old and shabby red brick neighborhood, such as he had drawn in one of his views, but it was not utterly bad. The people were poor, but fairly intellectual. He chose this particular neighborhood with all its poverty because it was near the North River, where the great river traffic could be seen, and where, because of some open lots in which were stored wagons, his one single west window gave him a view of all this life. About the corner in 23rd Street, in another somewhat decayed residence, was a moderate-priced restaurant and boarding house. Here he could get a meal for 25 cents. He cared nothing for the life that was about him. It was cheap, poor, and from a money point of view, dingy. But he would not be here forever, he hoped. These people did not know him. Besides, the number 552 West 24th Street did not sound so bad. It might be one of the old neighborhoods with which New York was dotted, and which artists were inclined to find and occupy. After he had secured this room from a semi-respectable Irish landlady, a dock weigher's wife, he decided to call upon Monsieur Charles. He knew that he looked quite respectable as yet, despite his poverty and decline. His clothes were good, his overcoat new, his manner brisk and determined. But what he could not see was that his face, in its thin sallowness, and his eyes with their semi-feverish luster, bespoke a mind that was harassed by trouble of some kind. He stood outside the office of Kellner & Son in Fifth Avenue, half a block from the door, wondering whether he should go in, and just what he should say. He had written to Monsieur Charles from time to time that his health was bad and that he couldn't work. Always he had hoped to be better soon. He had always hoped that a reply would come that another of his pictures had been sold. 1 year had gone, and then 2, and now a third was under way, and still he was not any better. Monsieur Charles would look at him searchingly. He would have to bear his gaze unflinchingly. In his present nervous state, this was difficult, and yet he was not without a kind of defiance even now. He would force himself back into favor with life sometime. He finally mustered up his courage and entered, and Monsieur Charles greeted him warmly. "This certainly is good to see you again. I had almost given up hope that you would ever come back to New York. How is your health now? And how is Mrs. Witla? It doesn't seem as though it has been 3 years. You're looking excellent. And how is painting going now? Getting to the point where you can do something again?" Eugene felt for the moment as though Monsieur Charles believed him to be in excellent condition, whereas that shrewd observer of men was wondering what could have worked so great a change. Eugene appeared to be 8 years older. There were marked wrinkles between his eyes, and an air of lassitude and weariness. He thought to himself, "Why, this man may possibly be done for artistically. Something has gone from him which I noted the first time I met him, that fire and intense enthusiasm which radiated force after the fashion of an arc light. Now he seems to be seeking to draw something in, to save himself from drowning, as it were. He is making a voiceless appeal for consideration. What a pity!" The worst of it all was that in his estimation nothing could be done in such a case. You couldn't do anything for an artist who could do nothing for himself. His art was gone. The sanest thing for him to do would be to quit trying, go at some other form of labor, and forget all about it. It might be that he would recover, but it was a question. Nervous breakdowns were not infrequently permanent. Eugene noticed something of this in his manner. He couldn't tell exactly what it was, but Monsieur Charles seemed more than ordinarily preoccupied, careful and distant. He wasn't exactly chilly in his manner, but reserved, as though he were afraid he might be asked to do something which he could not very well do. "I noticed that the Paris scenes did not do very well either here or in Paris," observed Eugene, with an air of nonchalance, as though it were a matter of small importance, at the same time hoping that he would have some favorable word. "I had the idea that they would take better than they did. Still, I don't suppose I ought to expect everything to sell. The New York ones did all right." "They did very well indeed, much better than I expected. I didn't think as many would be sold as were. They were very new and considerably outside the lines of current interests. The Paris pictures, on the other hand, were foreign to Americans in the wrong sense. By that I mean they weren't to be included in that genre art which comes from abroad, but is not based on any locality and is universal in its appeal, thematically speaking. Your Paris pictures were, of course, pictures in the best sense to those who see art as color and composition and idea. But to the ordinary lay mind they were, I take it, merely Paris scenes. You get what I mean? In that sense they were foreign, and Paris has been done illustratively anyhow. You might have done better with London or Chicago. Still, you have every reason to congratulate yourself. Your work has made a distinct impression both here and in France. When you feel able to return to it, I have no doubt you will find that time has done you no harm. He tried to be polite and entertaining, but he was glad when Eugene went away again. The latter turned out into the street disconsolate. He could see how things were. He was down and out for the present, and would have to wait. The next thing was to see what could be done with the other art dealers and the paintings that were left. There were quite a number of them. If he could get any reasonable price at all, he ought to be able to live quite a while, long enough anyhow to get on his feet again. When they came to his quiet room and were unpacked by him in a rather shamefaced and disturbed manner and distributed about, they seemed wonderful things. Why, if the critics had raved over them, and Monsieur Charles had thought they were so fine, could they not be sold? Art dealers would surely buy them. Still, now that he was on the ground again, and could see the distinctive art shops from the sidewalks, his courage failed him. They were not running after pictures. Exceptional as he might be, there were artists in plenty, good ones. He could not run to other well-known art dealers very well, for his work had become identified with the house of Kellner and Son. Some of the small dealers might buy them, but they would not buy them all, probably one or two at the most, and that at a sacrifice. What a pass to come to! He, Eugene Witla, who 3 years before had been in the heyday of his approaching prosperity, wondering as he stood in the room of a gloomy side street house how he was going to raise money to live through the summer, and how he was going to sell the paintings which had seemed the substance of his fortune but 2 years before. He decided that he would ask several of the middle-class dealers whether they would not come and look at what he had to show. To a number of the smaller dealers in 4th, 6th, 8th Avenues and elsewhere he would offer to sell several outright when necessity pinched. Still, he had to raise money soon. Angela could not be left at Blackwood indefinitely. He went to Jacob Bergman, Henry LaRue, Pottle Faries, and asked if they would be interested to see what he had. Henry Bergman, who was his own manager, recalled his name at once. He had seen the exhibition but was not eager. He asked curiously how the pictures of the first and second exhibitions had sold, how many there were of them, what prices they brought. Eugene told him. "You might bring one or two here and leave them on sale. You know how that is. Someone might take a fancy to them. You never can tell." He explained that his commission was 25%, and that he would report when a sale was made. He was not interested to come and see them. Eugene could select any 2 pictures he pleased. It was the same with Henry LaRue and Pottle Faries, though the latter had never heard of him. They asked him to show them one of his pictures. Eugene's pride was touched the least bit by this lack of knowledge on their part, though seeing how things were going with him, he felt as though he might expect as much and more. Other art dealers he did not care to trust with his paintings on sale, and he was now ashamed to start carrying them about to the magazines, where at least 125 to 150 per picture might be expected for them, if they were sold at all. He did not want the magazine art world to think that he had come to this. His best friend was Hudson Dula, and he might no longer be art director of Truth. As a matter of fact, Dula was no longer there. Then there were Jan Janssen and several others, but they were no doubt thinking of him now as a successful painter. It seems as though his natural pride were building insurmountable barriers for him. How was he to live if he could not do this and could not paint? He decided on trying the small art dealers with a single picture, offering to sell it outright. They might not recognize him, and so might buy it direct. He could accept in such cases, without much shock to his pride, anything which they might offer, if it were not too little. He tried this one bright morning in May, and though it was not without result, it spoiled a beautiful day for him. He took one picture, a New York scene, and carried it to a third-rate art dealer whose place he had seen in Upper Sixth Avenue, and without saying anything about himself, asked if he would like to buy it. The proprietor, a small, dark individual of Semitic extraction, looked at him curiously and at his picture. He could tell from a single look that Eugene was in trouble, that he needed money, and that he was anxious to sell his picture. He thought, of course, that he would take anything for it, and he was not sure that he wanted the picture at that. It was not very popular in theme, a view of a famous Sixth Avenue restaurant showing behind the track of the L road, with a driving rain pouring in between the interstices of light. Years after this picture was picked up by a collector from Kansas City at an old furniture sale and hung among his gems. But this morning its merits were not very much in evidence. I see that you occasionally exhibit a painting in your window for sale. Do you buy originals? Now and again, said the man indifferently. Not often. What have you? I have an oil here that I painted not so long ago. I occasionally do these things. I thought maybe you would like to buy it. The proprietor stood by indifferently while Eugene untied the string, took off the paper, and stood the picture up for inspection. It was striking enough in its way, but it did not appeal to him as being popular. I don't think it's anything that I could sell here, he remarked, shrugging his shoulders. It's good, but we don't have much call for pictures of any kind. If it were a straight landscape, or a marine, or a figure of some kind, figures sell the best. But this, I doubt if I could get rid of it. You might leave it on sale if you want to. Somebody might like it. I don't think I'd care to buy it. I don't care to leave it on sale, replied Eugene irritably. Leave one of his pictures in a cheap side street art store, and that on sale? He would not. He wanted to say something cutting in reply, but he curbed his welling wrath to ask, how much do you think it would be worth if you did want it? Oh, replied the proprietor, pursing his lips reflectively, not more than $10. We can't ask much for anything we have on view here. The Fifth Avenue stores take all the good trade. Eugene winced. $10? Why, what a ridiculous sum. What was the use of coming to a place like this anyhow? He could do better dealings with the art directors or the better stores. But where were they? Whom could he deal with? Where were there any stores much better than this, outside the large ones which he had already canvassed? He had better keep his pictures and go to work now at something else. He only had 35 of them all told, and at this rate he would have just $350 when they were all gone. What good would that do him? His mood and this preliminary experience convinced him that they could not be sold for any much greater sum. $15 or less would probably be offered, and he would be no better off at the end. His pictures would be gone, and he would have nothing. He ought to get something to do and save his pictures. But what? To a man in Eugene's position, he was now 31 years of age, with no training outside what he had acquired in developing his artistic judgment and ability, this proposition of finding something else which he could do was very difficult. His mental sickness was, of course, the first great bar. It made him appear nervous and discouraged, and so more or less objectionable to anyone who was looking for vigorous, healthy manhood in the shape of an employee. In the next place, his look and manner had become decidedly that of the artist, refined, retiring, subtle. He also had an air at times of finicky standoffishness, particularly in the presence of those who appeared to him commonplace, or who by their look or manner appeared to be attempting to set themselves over him. In the last place, he could think of nothing that he really wanted to do. The idea that his art ability would come back to him, or that it ought to serve him in this crisis, haunted him all the time. Once he had thought he might like to be an art director. He was convinced that he would be a good one. and another time he had thought that he would like to write. But that was long ago. He had never written anything since the Chicago newspaper specials, and several efforts for concentrating his mind for this quickly proved to him that writing was not for him now. It was hard for him to formulate an intelligent, consecutive ideaed letter to Angela. He harked back to his old Chicago days, and remembering that he had been a collector and a driver of a laundry wagon, he decided that he might do something of that sort. Getting a position as a streetcar conductor or a dry goods clerk appealed to him as possibilities. The necessity of doing something within regular hours and in a routine way appealed to him as having curative properties. How should he get such a thing? If it had not been for the bedeviled state of his mind, this would not have been such a difficult matter, for he was physically active enough to hold any ordinary position. He might have appealed frankly and simply to Monsieur Charles or Isaac Wertheim, and through influence obtained something which would have tided him over. But he was too sensitive to begin with, and his present weakness made him all the more fearful and retiring. He had but one desire when he thought of doing anything outside his creative gift, and that was to slink away from the gaze of men. How could he, with his appearance, his reputation, his tastes and refinement, hobnob with conductors, dry goods clerks, railroad hands, or drivers? It wasn't possible. He hadn't the strength. Besides, all that was a thing of the past, or he thought it was. He had put it behind him in his art student days. Now, to have to get out and look for a job, how could he? He walked the streets for days and days, coming back to his room to see if by any chance he could paint yet, write long, rambling, emotional letters to Angela. It was pitiful. In fits of gloom, he would take out an occasional picture and sell it, parting with it for $10 or $15 after he had carried it sometimes for miles. His one refuge was in walking, for somehow he could not walk and feel very, very bad. The beauty of nature, the activity of people, entertained and diverted his mind. He would come back to his room some evenings feeling as though a great change had come over him, as though he were going to do better now. But this did not last long. A little while, and he would be back in his old mood again. He spent 3 months this way, drifting, before he realized that he must do something, that fall and winter would be coming on again in a little while, and he would have nothing at all. In his desperation, he first attempted to get an art directorship. But 2 or 3 interviews with publishers of magazines proved to him pretty quickly that positions of this character were not handed out to the inexperienced. It required an apprenticeship, just as anything else did, and those who had positions in this field elsewhere had the first call. His name or appearance did not appear to strike any of these gentlemen as either familiar or important in any way. They had heard of him as an illustrator and a painter, but his present appearance indicated that this was a refuge in ill health which he was seeking, not a vigorous constructive position, and so they would have none of him. He next tried at 3 of the principal publishing houses, but they did not require anyone in that capacity. Truth to tell, he knew very little of the details and responsibilities of the position, though he thought he did. After that, there was nothing save dry goods stores, streetcar registration offices, the employment offices of the great railroads, and factories. He looked at sugar refineries, tobacco factories, express offices, railroad freight offices, wondering whether in any of these it would be possible for him to obtain a position which would give him a salary of $10 a week. If he could get that, and any of his pictures now on show with Jacob Bergman, Henry LaRue, and Pottle Frères should be sold, he could get along. He might even live on this with Angela if he could sell an occasional picture for $10 or $15. But he was paying $7 a week for nothing save food and room, and scarcely managing to cling to the $100 which had remained of his original traveling fund after he had paid all his opening expenses here in New York. He was afraid to part with all his pictures in this way, for fear that he would be sorry for it after a while. Work is hard to get under the most favorable conditions of health and youth and ambition, and the difficulties of obtaining it under unfavorable ones need not be insisted on. Imagine, if you can, the crowds of men, 40, 50, 100 strong, that wait at the door of every dry goods employment office, every streetcar registration bureau, on the special days set aside for considering applications, at every factory shop or office where an advertisement calling for a certain type of man or woman was inserted in the newspapers. On a few occasions that Eugene tried or attempted to try, he found himself preceded by a peculiar group of individuals who eyed him curiously as he approached, wondering, as he thought, whether a man of his type could be coming to apply for a job. They seemed radically different from himself to his mind. Men with little education and grim consciousness of the difficulties of life. Young men, vapid-looking men, shabby, stale, discouraged types. Men who, like himself, looked as though they had seen something very much better, and men who looked as though they had seen things a great deal worse. The evidence which frightened him was the presence of a group of bright, healthy, eager-looking boys of 19, 20, 21, and 22, who, like himself, when he first went to Chicago years before, were everywhere he went. When he drew near, he invariably found it impossible to indicate in any way that he was looking for anything. He couldn't. His courage failed him. He felt that he looked too superior. Self-consciousness and shame overcame him. He learned now that men rose as early as 4 o'clock in the morning to buy a newspaper and ran quickly to the address mentioned in order to get the place at the head of the line, thus getting the first consideration as an applicant. He learned that some other men, such as waiters, cooks, hotel employees, and so on, frequently stayed up all night in order to buy a paper at 2 in the morning, winter or summer, rain or snow, heat or cold, and hurry to the promising addresses they might find. He learned the crowds of applicants were apt to become surly or sarcastic or contentious as their individual chances were jeopardized by ever-increasing numbers. And all this now was going on all the time, in winter or summer, heat or cold, rain or snow. Pretending interest as a spectator, he would sometimes stand and watch, hearing the ribald jests, the slurs cast upon life, fortune, individuals in particular, and in general by those who were wearily or hopelessly waiting. It was a horrible picture to him in his present condition. It was like the grinding of the millstones, upper and nether. These were the chaff. He was part of the chaff at present, or in danger of becoming so. Life was winnowing him out. He might go down, down, and there might never be an opportunity for him to rise any more. Few, if any of us, understand thoroughly the nature of the unconscious stratification which takes place in life, the layers and types and classes into which it assorts itself, and the barriers which these offer to free migration of individuals from one class to another. We take on so naturally the material habiliments of our temperaments, necessities, and opportunities. Priests, doctors, lawyers, merchants appear to be born with their particular mental attitude, and likewise the clerk, the ditch digger, the janitor. They have their codes, their guilds, and their class feelings. And while they may be spiritually closely related, they are physically far apart. Eugene, after hunting for a place for a month, knew a great deal more about this stratification than he had ever dreamed of knowing. He found that he was naturally barred by temperament from some things, from others by strength and weight, or rather the lack of them, from others by inexperience, from others by age, and so on. And those who were different from him in any or all of these respects were inclined to look at him askance. "You are not as we are," their eyes seemed to say. "Why do you come here?" One day he approached a gang of men who were waiting outside a car barn and sought to find out where the registration office was. He did not lay off his natural manner of superiority, could not, but asked a man near him if he knew. It had taken all his courage to do this. He wouldn't be looking for a place as a conductor now, would he? He heard someone say within his hearing. For some reason, this remark took all his courage away. He went up the wooden stairs to the little office where the application blanks were handed out, but did not even have the courage to apply for one. He pretended to be looking for someone and went out again. Later, before a dry goods superintendent's office, he heard a youth remark, "Look what wants to be a clerk." It froze him. It is a question how long this aimless, nervous wandering would have continued if it had not been for the accidental recollection of an experience which a fellow artist once related to him of a writer who had found himself nervously depressed and who, by application to the president of a railroad, had secured, as a courtesy to the profession which he represented so ably, a position as an apprentice in a surveying corps, being given transportation to a distant section of the country and employed at a laborer's wages until he was well. Eugene now thought of this as quite an idea for himself. Why it had not occurred to him before he did not know. He could apply as an artist. His appearance would bear him out, and being able to speak from the vantage point of personal ability temporarily embarrassed by ill health, his chances of getting something would be so much better. It would not be the same as the position which he had secured for himself without fear or favor, but it would be a position different from farming with Angela's father because it would command a salary. The idea of appealing to the president of one of the great railroads that entered New York was not so difficult to execute. Eugene dressed himself very carefully the next morning, and going to the office of the company in 42nd Street, consulted the list of officers posted in one of the halls, and finding the president to be on the third floor, ascended. He discovered, after compelling himself by sheer willpower to enter, that this so-called office was a mere anteroom to a force of assistants serving the president, and that no one could see him except by appointment. "You might see his secretary if he isn't busy," suggested the clerk, who handled his card gingerly. Eugene was for the moment undetermined what to do, but decided that maybe the secretary could help him. He asked that his card might be taken to him, and that no explanation be demanded of him except by the secretary in person. The latter came out after a while, an undersecretary of perhaps 28 years of age, short and stout. He was bland and apparently good-natured. "What is it I can do for you?" he asked. Eugene had been formulating his request in his mind, some method of putting it briefly and simply. "I came up to see Mr. Wilson," he said, "to see if he would not send me out as a day laborer of some kind in connection with some department of the road. I am an artist by profession, and I am suffering from neurasthenia. All the doctors I have consulted have recommended that I get a simple manual position of some kind and work at it until I am well. I know of an instance in which Mr. Wilson assisted in this way Mr. Savin, the author, and I thought he might be willing to interest himself in my case." At the sound of Henry Savin's name, the undersecretary pricked up his ears. He had, fortunately, read one of his books, and this, together with Eugene's knowledge of the case, his personal appearance, a certain ring of sincerity in what he was saying, caused him to be momentarily interested. "There's no position in connection with any clerical work which the president could give you, I am sure," he replied. "All of these things are subject to a system of promotion. It might be that he could place you with one of the construction gangs in one of the departments under a foreman. I don't know. It's very hard work, though. He might consider your case." He smiled commiseratingly. "I question whether you're strong enough to do anything of that sort. It takes a pretty good man to wield a pick or a shovel." "I don't think I had better worry about that now," replied Eugene in return, smiling wearily. "I'll take the work and see if it won't help me. I think I need it badly enough." He was afraid the undersecretary would repent of his suggestion and refuse him entirely. "Can you wait a little while?" asked the latter curiously. He had the idea that Eugene was someone of importance, for he had suggested as a parting argument that he could give a number of exceptional references. "Certainly," said Eugene, and the secretary went his way, coming back in half an hour to hand him an enveloped letter. "We have the idea," he said quite frankly, waiving any suggestion of the President's influence in the matter, and speaking for himself and the Secretary-in-Chief, with whom he had agreed that Eugene ought to be assisted, "that you had best apply to the engineering department. Mr. Hobson, the chief engineer, can arrange for you. This letter, I think, will get you what you want." Eugene's heart bounded. He looked at the subscription and saw it addressed to Mr. Woodruff Hobson, chief engineer, and putting it in his pocket without stopping to read it, but thanking the under secretary profusely, went out. In the hall at a safe distance he stopped and opened it, finding that it spoke of him familiarly as Mr. Eugene Witla, an artist temporarily incapacitated by neurasthenia, and went on to say that he was desirous of being appointed to some manual toil in some construction corps. "The President's office recommends this request to your favor." When he read this, he knew it meant a position. It roused curious feelings as to the nature and value of stratification. As a laborer, he was nothing. As an artist, he could get a position as a laborer. After all, his ability as an artist was worth something. It obtained him this refuge. He hugged it joyously, and a few moments later handed it to an under-secretary in the chief engineer's office. Without being seen by anyone in authority, he was in return given a letter to Mr. William Haverford, engineer of maintenance of way, a pale, anemic gentleman of perhaps 40 years of age who, as Eugene learned from him when he was eventually ushered into his presence a half-hour later, was a captain of 13,000 men. The latter read the letter from the engineer's office curiously. He was struck by Eugene's odd mission and his appearance as a man. Artists were queer. This was like one. Eugene reminded him of himself a little in his appearance. "An artist," he said interestedly. "So you went to work as a day laborer." He fixed Eugene with clear, coal-black eyes looking out of a long, pear-shaped face. Eugene noticed that his hands were long and thin and white, and that his high, pale forehead was crowned by a mop of black hair. "Neurasthenia. I've heard a great deal about that of late, but I've never been troubled that way myself. I find that I derive considerable benefit when I am nervous from the use of a rubber exerciser. You have seen them, perhaps?" "Yes," Eugene replied, "I have. My case is much too grave for that, I think. I have traveled a great deal, but it doesn't seem to do me any good. I want to work at something manual, I fancy, something at which I have to work. Exercise in a room would not help me. I think I need a complete change of environment. I will be much obliged to you if you will place me in some capacity." "Well, this will very likely be it," suggested Mr. Haverford blandly. "Working as a day laborer will certainly not strike you as play. To tell you the truth, I don't think you can stand it." He reached for a glass-framed map showing the various divisions of the railroad stretching from New England to Chicago and St. Louis, and observed quietly, "I could send you to a great many places. Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Michigan, Canada." His finger roved idly about. "I have 13,000 men in my department, and they are scattered far and wide." Eugene marveled. Such a position, such authority. This pale dark man sitting as an engineer at a switchboard, directing so large a machine. "You have a very large force," he said simply. Mr. Haverford smiled wanly. "I think, if you will take my advice, you will not go into a construction corps right away. You can hardly do manual labor. There is a little carpenter shop which we have at Speonk, not very far outside the city, which I think would answer your needs admirably. A little creek joins the Hudson there, and it is out on a point of land, the shop is. It's summer now, and to put you in a boiling sun with a gang of Italians would be a little rough. Take my advice and go here. It will be hard enough. After you are broken in, and you think you want a change, I can easily arrange it for you. The money may not make so much difference to you, but you may as well have it. It will be 15 cents an hour. I will give you a letter to Mr. Littlebrown, our division engineer, and he will see that you are properly provided for." Eugene bowed. Inwardly he smiled at the thought that the money would not be acceptable to him. Anything would be acceptable. Perhaps this would be best. It was near the city. The description of the little carpenter's shop out on the neck of land appealed to him. It was, as he found when he looked at the map of the immediate division to which this belonged, almost within the city limits. He could live in New York, the upper portion of it anyhow. Again there was a letter, this time to Mr. Henry C. Littlebrown, a tall, meditative, philosophic man, whom Eugene found 2 days later in the division offices at Yonkers, who in turn wrote a letter to Mr. Joseph Brooks, superintendent of buildings at Mott Haven, whose secretary finally gave Eugene a letter to Mr. Jack Stix, foreman, carpenter at Speonk. This letter, when presented on a bright Friday afternoon, brought him the advice to come Monday at 7 a.m. And so Eugene saw a career as a day laborer stretching very conspicuously before him. The little shop in question was located in the most charming manner possible. If it had been set as a stage scene for his especial artistic benefit, it could not have been better. On a point of land between the river and the main line of the railroad, and a little creek which was east of the railroad, and which the latter crossed on a trestle to get back to the mainland again, it stood, a long, low, 2-storied structure, green as to its roof, red as to its body, full of windows which commanded picturesque views of passing yachts and steamers and little launches and rowboats anchored safely in the waters of the cove which the creek formed. There was a veritable song of labor which arose from this shop, for it was filled with planes, lathes, and wood-turning instruments of various kinds, to say nothing of great groups of carpenters who could make desks, chairs, tables, in short, office furniture of various kinds, and who kept the company's needs of these fittings for its depots and offices well supplied. Each carpenter had a bench before a window on the second floor, and in the center were the few necessary machines they were always using: small jig, crosscut, band, and rip saws, a plane, and 4 or 5 lathes. On the ground floor was the engine room, the blacksmith shop, the giant plane, the great jig and crosscut saws, and the storeroom and supply closets. Out in the yard were piles of lumber, with tracks in between, and twice every day a local freight called the Dinky stopped to switch in or take out loaded cars of lumber or finished furniture and supplies. Eugene, as he approached on the day he presented his letter, stopped to admire the neatness of the low board fence which surrounded it all, the beauty of the water, the droning sweetness of the saws. Why, the work here couldn't be very hard, he thought. He saw carpenters looking out of the upper windows, and a couple of men in brown overalls and jumpers unloading a car. They were carrying great 3x6 joists on their shoulders. Would he be asked to do anything like that? He scarcely thought so. Mr. Haverford had distinctly indicated in his letter to Mr. Littlebrown that he was to be built up by degrees. Carrying great joists did not appeal to him as the right way, but he presented his letter. He had previously looked about on the high ground which lay to the back of the river and which commanded this point of land, to see if he could find a place to board and lodge, but had seen nothing. The section was very exclusive, occupied by suburban New Yorkers of wealth, and they were not interested in the proposition which he had formulated in his own mind, namely, his temporary reception somewhere as a paying guest. He had visions of a comfortable home somewhere now, with nice people, for strangely enough, the securing of this very minor position had impressed him as the beginning of the end of his bad luck. He was probably going to get well now, in the course of time. If he could only live with some nice family for the summer, in the fall, if he were improving, and he thought he might be, Angela could come on. It might be that one of the dealers, Pottle Faris, or Jacob Bergman, or Henry LaRue, would have sold a picture. $150 or $200 joined to his salary would go a long way towards making their living moderately comfortable. Besides, Angela's taste and economy, coupled with his own art judgment, could make any little place look respectable and attractive. The problem of finding a room was not so easy. He followed the track south to a settlement which was visible from the shop windows a quarter of a mile away, and finding nothing which suited his taste as to location, returned to Speonk proper and followed the little creek inland half a mile. This adventure delighted him, for it revealed a semicircle of charming cottages ranged upon a hill slope which had for its footstool the little silvery bosomed stream. Between the stream and the hill slope ran a semicircular road, and above that another road. Eugene could see at a glance that here was middle-class prosperity, smooth lawns, bright awnings, flower pots of blue and yellow and green upon the porches, doorsteps, and verandas. An auto standing in front of one house indicated a certain familiarity with the ways of the rich, and a summer roadhouse, situated at the intersection of a road leading out from New York and the little stream where it was crossed by a bridge, indicated that the charms of this village were not unknown to those who came touring and seeking for pleasure. The roadhouse itself was hung with awnings and one dining balcony out over the water. Eugene's desire was fixed on this village at once. He wanted to live here, anywhere in it. He walked about under the cool shade of the trees, looking at first one dooryard and then another, wishing that he might introduce himself by letter and be received. They ought to welcome an artist of his ability and refinement, and would, he thought, if they knew. His working in a furniture factory, or for the railroad as a day laborer for his health, simply added to his picturesque character. In his wanderings he finally came upon a Methodist church, quaintly built of red brick and gray stone trimmings, and the sight of its tall stained glass windows and square fortress-like bell tower gave him an idea. Why not appeal to the minister? He could explain to him what he wanted, show him his credentials, for he had with him old letters from editors, publishers, and art houses, and give him a clear understanding as to why he wanted to come here at all. His ill health and distinction ought to appeal to this man, and he would probably direct him to someone who would gladly have him. At 5 in the afternoon he knocked at the door and was received in the pastor's study, a large still room in which a few flies were buzzing in the shaded light. In a few moments the minister himself came in, a tall gray-headed man, severely simple in his attire and with an easy air of one who is used to public address. He was about to ask what he could do for him when Eugene began with his explanation. "You don't know me at all. I'm a stranger in this section. I am an artist by profession, and I am coming to Speonk on Monday to work in the railroad shop there for my health. I have been suffering from a nervous breakdown and am going to try day labor for a while. I want to find a convenient, pleasant place to live, and I thought you might know of someone here or near here who might be willing to take me in for a little while. I can give excellent references. There doesn't appear to be anything in the immediate neighborhood of the shop." "It's rather isolated there," replied the old minister, studying Eugene carefully. "I've often wondered how all those men like it, traveling so far. None of them live about here." He looked at Eugene solemnly, taking in his various characteristics. He was not badly impressed. He seemed to be a reserved, thoughtful, dignified young man, and decidedly artistic. It struck him as very interesting that he should be trying so radical a thing as day labor for his nerves. "Let me see," he said thoughtfully. He sat down in his chair near his table and put his hand over his eyes. "I don't think of anyone just at the moment. There are plenty of families who have room to take you in, if they would, but I question very much whether they would. In fact, I'm sure they wouldn't. Let me see now." He thought again. Eugene studied his big aquiline nose, his shaggy gray eyebrows, his thick, crisp gray hair. Already his mind was sketching him, the desk, the dim walls, the whole atmosphere of the room. "No, no," he said slowly, "I don't think of anyone. There is one family, Mrs. Hilberdell. She lives in the, let me see, first, second, third, 10th house above here. She has one nephew with her at present, a young man of about your age, and I don't think anyone else. I don't know that she would consider taking you in, but she might. Her house is quite large. She did have a daughter with her at one time, but I'm not sure that she's there now. I think not." He talked as though he were reporting his own thoughts to himself audibly. Eugene pricked up his ears at the mention of a daughter. During all the time he had been out of New York, he had not, with the exception of Frieda, had a single opportunity to talk intimately with any girl. Angela had been with him all the time. Here in New York, since he had been back, he had been living under such distressing conditions that he had not thought of either youth or love. He had no business to be thinking of it now, but this summer air, this tree-shaded village, the fact that he had a position, small as it was, on which he could depend and which would no doubt benefit him mentally, and that he was somehow feeling better about himself because he was going to work, made him feel that he might look more interestedly on life again. He was not going to die. He was going to get well. Finding this position proved it. And he might go to the house now and find some charming girl who would like him very much. Angela was away. He was alone. He had again the freedom of his youth. If he were only well and working. He thanked the old minister very politely and went his way, recognizing the house by certain details given him by the minister. A double balconied veranda, some red rockers, 2 yellow jardinières at the doorstep, a grayish-white picket fence and gate. He walked up smartly and rang the bell. A very intelligent woman of perhaps 55 or 60, with bright gray hair and clear, light blue eyes, was coming out with a book in her hand. Eugene stated his case. She listened with keen interest, looking him over the while. His appearance took her fancy, for she was of a strong intellectual and literary turn of mind. "I wouldn't ordinarily consider anything of the kind, but I am alone here with my nephew, and the house could easily accommodate a dozen. I don't want to do anything which will irritate him, but if you will come back in the morning I will let you know. It would not disturb me to have you about. Do you happen to know an artist by the name of Dreiser?" "I know him well," replied Eugene. "He's an old friend of mine." "He's a friend of my daughter's, I think. Have you inquired anywhere else here in the village?" "No," said Eugene. "That is just as well," she replied. He took the hint. So there was no daughter here. Well, what matter? The view was beautiful. Of an evening he could sit out here in one of the rocking chairs and look at the water. The evening sun, already low in the west, was burnishing it a bright gold. The outline of the hill on the other side was dignified and peaceful. He could sleep and work as a day laborer, and take life easy for a while. He could get well now, and this was the way to do it. Day laborer. How fine, how original, how interesting. He felt somewhat like a knight-errant reconnoitering a new and very strange world. The matter of securing admission to this house was quickly settled. The nephew, a genial, intelligent man of 34, as Eugene discovered later, had no objection. It appeared to Eugene that in some way he contributed to the support of this house, though Mrs. Hibberdell obviously had some money of her own. A charmingly furnished room on the second floor adjoining one of the several baths was assigned him, and he was at once admitted to the freedom of the house. There were books, a piano, but no one to play it, a hammock, a maid-of-all-work, and an atmosphere of content and peace. Mrs. Hibberdell, a widow, presumably of some years of widowhood, was of that experience and judgment in life which gave her intellectual poise. She was not particularly inquisitive about anything in connection with him, and so far as he could see from the surface indications, was refined, silent, conservative. She could jest, and did, in a subtle, understanding way. He told her quite frankly at the time he applied that he was married, that his wife was in the West, and that he expected her to return after his health was somewhat improved. She talked with him about art and books and life in general. Music appeared to be to her a thing apart. She did not care much for it. The nephew, Davis Simpson, was neither literary nor artistic, and apparently cared little for music. He was a buyer for one of the larger department stores, a slight, dapper, rather dandified type of man, with a lean, not thin but tight-muscled face, and a short black mustache, and he appeared to be interested only in the humors of character, trade, baseball, and methods of entertaining himself. The things that pleased Eugene about him were that he was clean, simple, direct, good-natured, and courteous. He apparently had no desire to infringe on anybody's privacy, but was fond of stirring up light discussions and interpolating witty remarks. He liked also to grow flowers and to fish. The care of a border of flowers which glorified a short gravel path in the back yard received his especial attention evenings and mornings. It was a great pleasure for Eugene to come into this atmosphere after the storm which had been assailing him for the past 3 years, and particularly for the past 90 days. He was only asked to pay $8 a week by Mrs. Hibberdell, though he realized that what he was obtaining in home atmosphere here was not ordinarily purchased at any price in the public market. The maid saw to it that a little bouquet of flowers was put on his dressing table daily. He was given fresh towels and linen in ample quantities. The bath was his own. He could sit out on the porch of an evening and look at the water uninterrupted, or he could stay in the library and read. Breakfast and dinner were invariably delightful occasions, for though he rose at 5:45 in order to have his bath, breakfast, and be able to walk to the factory and reach it by 7, Mrs. Hibberdell was invariably up, as it was her habit to rise thus early, and had been for years. She liked it. Eugene, in his weary mood, could scarcely understand this. Davis came to the table some few moments before he would be leaving. He invariably had some cheery remark to offer, for he was never sullen or gloomy. His affairs, whatever they were, did not appear to oppress him. Mrs. Hibberdell would talk to Eugene genially about his work, this small social center of which they were a part and which was called Riverwood, the current movements in politics, religion, science, and so forth. There were references sometimes to her one daughter, who was married and living in New York. It appeared that she occasionally visited her mother here. Eugene was delighted to think that he had been so fortunate as to find this place. He hoped to make himself so agreeable that there would be no question as to his welcome, and he was not disappointed. Between themselves, Mrs. Hibberdell and Davis discussed him, agreeing that he was entirely charming, a good fellow, and well worth having about. At the factory where Eugene worked, and where the conditions were radically different, he made for himself an atmosphere which was almost entirely agreeable to him, though he quarreled at times with specific details. On the first morning, for instance, he was put to work with 2 men, heavy clods of souls, he thought at first, familiarly known about the yard as John and Bill. These 2, to his artistic eye, appeared machines, more mechanical than humanly self-directive. They were of a medium height, not more than 5 feet 9 inches tall, and weighed about 180 pounds each. One had a round, poorly modeled face, very much the shape of an egg, to which was attached a heavy yellowish mustache. He had a glass eye, complicated in addition by a pair of spectacles which were fastened over his large, protruding red ears with steel hooks. He wore a battered brown hat, now a limp, shapeless mass. His name was Bill Jeffords, and he responded sometimes to the sobriquet of One Eye. The other man was John, alias Jack Duncan, an individual of the same height and build, with but slightly more modeling to his face, and with little, if any, greater intelligence. He looked somewhat the shrewder. Eugene fancied there might be lurking in him somewhere a spark of humor, but he was mistaken. Unquestionably, in Jeffords there was none. Jack Sticks, the foreman carpenter, a tall, angular, ambling man with red hair, a red mustache, shifty, uncertain blue eyes, and noticeably big hands and feet, had suggested to Eugene that he work with these men for a little while. His idea was to try him out, as he told one of the associate foremen, who was in charge of a gang of Italians working in the yard for the morning, and he was quite equal to doing it. He thought Eugene had no business here and might possibly be scared off by a little rough work. "He's up here for his health," he told him. "I don't know where he comes from. Mr. Brooks sent him up here with orders to put him on. I want to see how he takes to real work for a while." "Look out you don't hurt him," suggested the other. "He don't look very strong to me." "He's strong enough to carry a few spiles, I guess. If Jimmy can carry him, he can. I don't intend to keep him at it long." Eugene knew nothing of this, but when he was told to "come along, new man," and shown a pile of round, rough ash trunk cuttings 6 inches in diameter and 8 feet long, his courage failed him. He was suffered to carry some of these to the second floor, how many he did not know. "Take them to Thompson up there in the corner," said Jeffords dully. Eugene grasped one uncertainly in the middle with his thin, artistic hands. He did not know that there were ways of handling lumber, just as there were ways of handling a brush. He tried to lift it, but could not. The rough bark scratched his fingers cruelly. "You got to learn something about that before you begin, I guess," said Jack Duncan, who had been standing by eyeing him narrowly. Jeffords had gone about some other work. "I suppose I don't know very much about it," replied Eugene shamefacedly, stopping and waiting for further instructions. "Let me show you a trick," said his associate. "There's tricks in all these here trades. Take it by the end this-a-way and push it along until you can stand it up. Stoop down now and put your shoulder right next the middle. Got a pad under your shirt? You ought to have one. Now put your right arm ahead of you on the spile. Now you're all right." Eugene straightened up, and the rough post balanced itself evenly but crushingly on his shoulder. It appeared to grind his muscles, and his back and legs ached instantly. He started bravely forward, straining to appear at ease, but within 50 feet he was suffering agony. He walked the length of the shop, however, up the stairs and back again to the window where Thompson was, his forehead bursting with perspiration and his ears red with blood. He fairly staggered as he neared the machine and dropped the post heavily. "Look what you're doing," said a voice behind him. It was Thompson, the lathe worker. "Can't you put that down easy?" "No, I can't," replied Eugene angrily, his face tinged with a faint blush from his extreme exertion. He was astonished and enraged to think they should put him doing work like this, especially since Mr. Haverford had told him it would be easy. He suspected at once a plot to drive him away. He would have added, "These are too damn heavy for me," but he restrained himself. He went downstairs wondering how he was to get up the others. He fingered about the pole gingerly, hoping that the time taken this way would ease his pain and give him strength for the next one. Finally he picked up another and staggered painfully to the loft again. The foreman had his eye on him but said nothing. It amused him a little to think Eugene was having such a hard time. It wouldn't hurt him for a change, would do him good. "When he gets 4 carried up, let him go," he said to Thompson, however, feeling that he had best lighten the situation a little. The latter watched Eugene out of the tail of his eye, noting the grimaces he made and the strain he was undergoing, but he merely smiled. When 4 had been dropped on the floor, he said, "That'll do for the present," and Eugene, heaving a groan of relief, went angrily away. In his nervous, fantastic, imaginative, and apprehensive frame of mind, he imagined that he had been injured for life. He feared he had strained a muscle or broken a blood vessel somewhere. "Good heavens, I can't stand anything like this," he thought. "If the work is going to be this hard, I'll have to quit. I wonder what they mean by treating me this way. I didn't come here to do this." Visions of days and weeks of back-breaking toil stretched before him. It would never do. He couldn't stand it. He saw his old search for work coming back, and this frightened him in another direction. "I mustn't give up so easily," he counseled himself, in spite of his distress. "I have to stick this out a little while, anyhow." It seemed in this first trying hour as though he were between the devil and the deep sea. He went slowly down into the yard to find Jeffords and Duncan. They were working at a car, one inside receiving lumber to be piled, the other bringing it to him. "Get down, Bill," said John, who was on the ground, looking up at his partner indifferently. "You get up there, new man. What's your name?" "Witla," said Eugene. "Well, my name's Duncan. We'll bring the stuff to you, and you pile it." It was more heavy lumber, as Eugene apprehensively observed. Quarter-cut joists for some building, 4x4s they called them, but after he was shown the art of handling them, they were not unmanageable. There were methods of sliding and balancing them which relieved him of a great quantity of labor. Eugene had not thought to provide himself with gloves, though, and his hands were being cruelly torn. He stopped once to pick a splinter out of his thumb, and Jeffords, who was coming up, asked, "Ain't you got no gloves?" "No," said Eugene. "I didn't think to get any." "Your hands will get pretty well bunged up, I'm afraid. Maybe Joseph will let you have his for today. You might go in and ask him." "Where's Joseph?" asked Eugene. "He's inside there. He's taking from the plane." Eugene did not understand this quite. He knew what a plane was, had been listening to it sing mightily all the morning, the shavings flying as it smoothed the boards. But taking? "Where's Joseph?" he asked of the plane driver. He nodded his head to a tall, hump-shouldered boy of perhaps 22. He was a big, simple, innocent-looking fellow. His face was long and narrow, his mouth wide, his eyes a watery blue, his hair a shock of brown, loose and wavy, with a good sprinkling of sawdust in it. About his waist was a big piece of hemp bagging tied by a grass rope. He wore an old faded wool cap with a long visor in order to shield his eyes from the flying chips and dust, and when Eugene came in, one hand was lifted protectively to shield his eyes. Eugene approached him deprecatingly. "One of the men out in the yard said you might have a pair of gloves you would lend me for today. I'm piling lumber, and it's tearing my hands. I forgot to get a pair." "Sure," said Joseph genially, waving his hand to the driver to stop. "They're over here in my locker. I know what that is. I've been there. When I come here they rubbed it into me just as they're doing to you. Don't you mind. You'll come out all right. Up here for your health, are you? It ain't always like that. Some days there ain't most nothing to do here. Then some days again there's a whole lot. Well, it's good, healthy work, I can say that. I ain't most never sick. Nice fresh air we get here, and all that." He rambled on, fumbling under his bagging apron for his keys, unlocking his locker, and producing a great pair of old yellow lumber gloves. He gave them to Eugene cheerfully, and the latter thanked him. He liked Eugene at once, and Eugene liked him. "A nice fellow that," he said as he went back to his car. "Think of how genial he gave me these. Lovely. If only all men were as genial and kindly disposed as this boy, how nice the world would be." He put on the gloves and found his work instantly easier, for he could grasp the joists firmly and without pain. He worked on until noon, when the whistle blew, and he ate a dreary lunch sitting by himself on one side, pondering. After one, he was called to carry shavings, one basket after another, back through the blacksmith shop to the engine room in the rear, where there was a big shaving bin. By 4 o'clock he had seen almost all the characters he was going to associate with for the time that he stayed there. Henry Forms, the blacksmith, or the village smith, as Eugene came to call him later on, Jimmy Sudds, the blacksmith's helper, or maid of all work, as he promptly named him, John Peters, the engineer, Malachi Dempsey, the driver of the great plane, Joseph Muse, and, in addition, carpenters, tinsmiths, plumbers, painters, and those few exceptional cabinet makers who passed through the lower floor now and then, men who were about the place from time to time and away from it at others, all of whom took note of Eugene at first as a curiosity. Eugene was himself intensely interested in the men. Harry Forms and Jimmy Sudds attracted him especially. The former was an undersized American of distant Irish extraction, who was so broad-chested, swollen-armed, square-jawed, and generally self-reliant and forceful as to seem a minor Titan. He was remarkably industrious, turning out a great deal of work and beating a piece of iron with a resounding lick which could be heard all about the hills and hollows outside. Jimmy Sudds, his assistant, was like his master, equally undersized, dirty, gnarled, twisted, his teeth showing like a row of yellow snags, his ears standing out like small fans, his eyes askew, but nevertheless with so genial a look in his face as to disarm criticism at once. Everybody liked Jimmy Sudds because he was honest, single-minded, and free of malicious intent. His coat was 3 and his trousers 2 times too large for him, and his shoes were obviously bought at a second-hand store. But he had the vast merit of being a picture. Eugene was fascinated with him. He learned shortly that Jimmy Sudds truly believed that buffaloes were to be shot around Buffalo, New York. John Peters, the engineer, was another character who fixed his attention. John was almost helplessly fat, and was known for this reason as Big John. He was a veritable whale of a man, 6 feet tall, weighing over 300 pounds, and standing these summer days in his hot engine room, his shirt off, his suspenders down, his great welts of fat showing through his thin cotton undershirt, he looked as though he might be suffering, but he was not. John, as Eugene soon found out, did not take life emotionally. He stood mostly in his engine room door when the shade was there, staring out on the glistening water of the river, occasionally wishing that he didn't need to work, but could lie and sleep indefinitely instead. "Would you think them fellas would feel pretty good sitting out there on the poop deck of them there yachts smoking their perfectos?" he once asked Eugene, apropos of the magnificent private vessels that passed up and down the river. "I certainly would," laughed Eugene. "Ah-ha! That's the life for your Uncle Dudley. I could do that there with any of 'em. Ah-ha!" Eugene laughed joyously. "Yes, that's the life," he said. "We could all stand our share." Malachi Dempsey, the driver of the great plane, was dull, tight-mouthed, silent, more from lack of ideas than anything else, though oyster-wise he had learned to recede from all manner of harm by closing his shell tightly. He knew no way to avoid earthly harm save by being preternaturally silent, and Eugene saw this quickly. He used to stare at him for long periods of time, marveling at the curiosity his attitude presented. Eugene himself, though, was a curiosity to the others, even more so than they to him. He did not look like a working man, and could not be made to do so. His spirit was too high, his eye too flashing and incisive. He smiled at himself, carrying basketful after basketful of shavings from the planing room, where it rained shavings, and from which, because of the lack of a shavings blower, they had to be removed back to the hot engine room where Big John presided. The latter took a great fancy to Eugene, but something after a fashion of a dog for a master. He did not have a single idea above his engine, his garden, at home, his wife, his children, and his pipe. These, and sleep, lots of it, were his joys, his recreations, the totality of his world. There were many days now, 3 months all told, in which Eugene obtained insight into the workaday world such as he had not previously had. It is true he had worked before in somewhat this fashion, but his Chicago experience was without the broad philosophic insight which had come to him since. Formerly the hierarchies of power in the universe and on earth were inexplicable to him, all out of order, but here, where he saw by degrees ignorant, almost animal intelligence being directed by greater, shrewder, and at times it seemed to him possibly malicious intelligence, he was not quite sure about that, who were so strong that the weaker ones must obey them. He began to imagine that in a rough way life might possibly be ordered to the best advantage even under this system. It was true that men quarreled here with each other as to who should be allowed to lead. There was here, as elsewhere, great seeking for the privilege and honors of direction and leadership in such petty things as the proper piling of lumber, the planing of boards, the making of desks and chairs, and men were grimly jealous of their talents and abilities in these respects. But in the main it was the jealousy that makes for ordered, intelligent control. All were striving to do the work of intelligence, not of unintelligence. Their pride, however ignorant it might be, was in the superior, not the inferior. They might complain of their work, snarl at each other, snarl at their bosses, but after all it was because they were not able or permitted to do the higher work and carry out the orders of the higher mind. All were striving to do something in a better way, a superior way, and to obtain the honors and emoluments that come from doing anything in a superior way. If they were not rewarded according to their estimate of their work, there was wrath and opposition and complaint and self-pity. But the work of the superior intelligence was the thing which each in his blind, self-seeking way was apparently trying to do. Because he was not so far out of his troubles that he could be forgetful of them, and because he was not at all certain that his talent to paint was ever coming back to him, he was not as cheerful at times as he might have been. But he managed to conceal it pretty well. This one thought, with its intended ills of probable poverty and obscurity, were terrible to him. Time was slipping away and youth. But when he was not thinking of this, he was cheerful enough. Besides, he had the ability to simulate cheerfulness even when he did not feel it. Because he did not permanently belong to this world of day labor, and because his position, which had been given him as a favor, was moderately secure, he felt superior to everything about him. He did not wish to show this feeling in any way, was very anxious as a matter of fact to conceal it. But his sense of superiority and ultimate indifference to all these petty details was an abiding thought with him. He went to and fro carrying a basket of shavings, jesting with the village smith, making friends with Big John the engineer, with Joseph, Malachi Dempsey, little Jimmy Sudds, in fact anyone and everyone who came near him who would be friends. He took a pencil one day at the noon hour and made a sketch of Harry Farnes, the blacksmith, his arm upraised at the anvil, his helper, Jimmy Sudds, standing behind him, the fire glowing in the forge. Farnes, who was standing beside him, looking over his shoulder, could scarcely believe his eyes. "What's you doing?" he asked Eugene curiously, looking over his shoulder, for it was at the blacksmith's table, in the sun of his window, that he was sitting, looking out at the water. Eugene had bought a lunch-box and was carrying with him daily a delectable lunch put up under Mrs. Hibberdell's direction. He had eaten his noonday meal and was idling, thinking over the beauty of the scene, his peculiar position, the curiosities of this shop, anything and everything that came into his head. "Wait a minute," he said genially, for he and the smith were already as thick as thieves. The latter gazed interestedly and finally exclaimed, "Why, that's me, ain't it?" "Yes," said Eugene. "What are you going to do with that when you get through with it?" asked the latter avariciously. "I'm going to give it to you, of course." "Say, I'm much obliged for that," replied the smith delightedly. "Gee, the wife'll be tickled to see that. You're an artist, aren't you? I heard them fellows. I never saw one. Gee, that's good. That looks just like me, don't it?" "Something," said Eugene quietly, still working. The helper came in. "What's you doing?" he asked. "He's drawing a picture, you rube. What you suppose he's doing?" informed the blacksmith authoritatively. "Don't get too close. He's got to have room." "Aw, who's crowding?" asked the helper irritably. He realized at once that his superior was trying to shove him in the background, this being a momentous occasion. He did not propose that any such thing should happen. The blacksmith glared at him irritably, but the progress of the artwork was too exciting to permit any immediate opportunities for hostilities. So Jimmy was allowed to crowd close and see. "Ho, ho, that's you, ain't it?" he asked the smith curiously, indicating with a grimy thumb the exact position of that dignitary on the drawing. "Don't," said the latter loftily. "Sure, he's got to have room." "Ah, there's me. Ho, ho. Gee, I look swell, don't I? Ho, ho." The little helper's tushes were showing joyously, a smile that extended far about either side of his face. He was entirely unconscious of the rebuke administered by the smith. "If you're perfectly good, Jimmy," observed Eugene cheerfully, still working, "I may make a sketch of you sometime." "Nah, will you? Go on. Say, Hully, gee, that'll be fine, won't it? Say, ho, ho, the folks at home won't know me. I'd like to have a thing like that, say." Eugene smiled. The smith was regretful. This dividing of honors was not quite all that it might be. Still, his own picture was delightful. It looked exactly like the shop. Eugene worked until the whistle blew and the belts began to slap and the wheels to whir. Then he got up. "There you are, Farnes," he said. "Like it?" "Gee, it's swell," said the latter, and carried it to the locker. He took it out after a bit, though, and hung it up over his bench on the wall opposite his forge, for he wanted everyone to see. It was one of the most significant events in his life. This sketch was the subject immediately of a perfect storm of discussion. Eugene was an artist, could draw pictures. That was a revelation in itself. Then this picture was so lifelike. It looked like Fornes and Sudds and the shop. Everyone was interested, everyone jealous. They could not understand how God had favored the smith in this manner. Why hadn't Eugene sketched them before he did him? Why didn't he immediately offer to sketch them now? Big John came first, tipped off and piloted by Jimmy Sudds. "Say," he said, his big round eyes popping with surprise, "there's some class to that, what?" "That looks like you, Fornes. Jingles if it don't. And Sudsy, bless me if there ain't Sudsy. Say, there you are, kid. Natural as life. Damned if you ain't. That's fine. You ought to keep that, Smith." "I intend to," said the latter proudly. Big John went back to his engine room regretfully. Next came Joseph Mews, his shoulders humped, his head bobbing like a duck, for he had this habit of nodding when he walked. "Say, what you think of that?" he asked. "Ain't that fine? He can draw just as good as they do in them there magazines. I see them there things in them now and then. Ain't that swell? Look at Sudsy back there. Huh, Sudsy? You're in right, all right. I wish he'd make a picture of us out there. We're just as good as you people. What's the matter with us?" "Oh, he ain't going to be bothered making pictures of you monks," replied the smith jestingly. "He only draws real ones." "You want to remember that, Mews. He's got to have good people to make sketches of. None of your half-class plane drivers and jigsaw operators." "Is that so? Is that so?" replied Joseph contemptuously, his love of humor spurred by the slight cast upon his ability. "Well, if he was looking for real ones, he made a mistake when he come here. They're all up front. You don't want to forget that, Smith. They don't live in no blacksmith shop, as I'd ever seen it." "Cut it out! Cut it out!" called little Sudds from a position of vantage near the door. "Here comes the boss." And Joseph immediately pretended to be going to the engine room for a drink. The smith blew up his fire as though it were necessary to heat the iron he had laid in the coals. Jack Sticks came ambling by. "Who did that?" he asked, stopping after a single general glance and looking at the sketch on the wall. "Mr. Witla, the new man," replied the smith reverently. "Say, that's pretty good, ain't it?" the foreman replied pleasantly. "He did that well. He must be an artist." "I think he is," replied the smith cautiously. He was always eager to curry favor with the boss. He came near to his side and looked over his arm. "He done it here today at noon, in about half an hour." "Say, that's pretty good now," and the foreman went on his way, thinking, if Eugene could do that, why was he here? It must be his run-down condition, sure enough, and he must be the friend of someone high in authority. He had better be civil. Hitherto he had stood in suspicious awe of Eugene, not knowing what to make of him. He could not figure out just why he was here, a spy possibly. Now he thought that he might be mistaken. "Don't let him work too hard," he told Bill and John. "He ain't any too strong yet. He came up here for his health." He was obeyed in this respect, for there was no gainsaying the wishes of the foreman. But this open plea for consideration was the one thing, if any, which could have weakened Eugene's popularity. The men did not like the foreman. He would have been stronger at any time in the affections of the men if the foreman had been less markedly considerate or against him entirely. The days which followed were restful enough, though hard, for Eugene found that the constant whirl of work which went on here, and which he had naturally to do his share, was beneficial to him. For the first time in several years he slept soundly. He would don a suit of blue overalls and jumper in the morning a few minutes before the whistle blew at 7, and from then on until noon, and from 1 o'clock until 6, he would carry shavings, pile lumber for one or several of the men in the yard, load or unload cars, help Big John stoke his broilers, or carry chips and shavings from the second floor. He wore an old hat which he had found in a closet at Mrs. Hilberdell's, a faded, crumpled memory of a soft tan-colored sombrero which he punched jauntily to a peak and wore over one ear. He had big new yellow gloves which he kept on his hands all day, which were creased and frayed, but plenty good enough for this shop and yard. He learned to handle lumber nicely, to pile with skill, to take for Malachi Dempsey from the plane, to drive the jigsaw and other curious bits. He was tireless in his energy because he was weary of thinking and hoped by sheer activity to beat down and overcome his notion of artistic inability, to forget that he believed that he couldn't paint and so be able to paint again. He had surprised himself in these sketches he had made, for his first feeling under the old regime would have been that he could not make them. Here, because the men were so eager and he was so much applauded, he found it rather easy, and, strange to say, he thought they were good. At the home of Mrs. Hibberdell at night, he would lay off all his working clothes before dinner, take a cold bath, and don a new brown suit, which, because of the assurance of this position, he had bought for $18, ready-made. He found it hard to get off to buy anything, for his pay ceased, 15 cents an hour, the moment he left the shop. He had put his pictures in storage in New York and could not get off, or at least did not want to take the time off, to go and sell any. He found that he could leave without question if he wanted no pay, but if he wanted pay, and had a good reason, he could sometimes be excused. His appearance about the house and yard after 6:30 in the evening and on Sundays was attractive enough. He looked delicate, refined, conservative, and when not talking to someone, rather wistful. He was lonely and restless, for he felt terribly out of it. This house was lonely. As at Alexandria, before he met Frieda, he was wishing there were some girls about. He wondered where Frieda was, what she was doing, whether she had married. He hoped not. If life had only given him a girl like Frieda, so young, so beautiful, he would sit and gaze at the water after dark in the moonlight, for this was his one consolation, the beauty of nature, thinking. How lovely it all was! How lovely life was! This village, the summer trees, the shop where he worked, the water, Joseph, little Jimmy, Big John, the stars. If he could paint again, if he could be in love again, in love, was there any other sensation in the world like that of being in love? A spring evening, say, some soft sweet odors blowing as they were tonight, the dark trees bending down, or the twilight angelically silver, hyacinth, orange, some soothing murmurs of the wind, some faint chirping of the tree toads or frogs, and then your girl. Dear God, could anything be finer than that? Was anything else in life worth while? Your girl, her soft young arms about your neck, her lips to yours in pure love, her eyes speaking like twin pools of color here in the night. So it had been only a little while ago with Frieda. So it had been once with Angela. So long ago with Stella. Dear, sweet Stella. How nice she was. And now here he was sick and lonely and married, and Angela would be coming back soon, and he would get up frequently to shut out these thoughts and either read or walk or go to bed. But he was lonely, almost irritably so. There was only one true place for comfort for Eugene anywhere, and that was in the springtime in love. It was while he was mooning along in this mood, working, dreaming, wishing, that there came one day to her mother's house at Riverwood Carlotta Wilson, Mrs. Norman Wilson, in the world in which she moved, a tall brunette of 32, handsome after the English fashion, shapely, graceful, with a knowledge of the world which was not only compounded of natural intelligence and a sense of humor, but experiences, fortunate and unfortunate, which had shown her both the showy and the seamy sides of life. To begin with, she was a wife of a gambler, a professional gambler of that peculiar order which essays the role of a gentleman, looks the part, and fleeces unmercifully the unwary partakers of their companionship. Carlotta Hibberdell, living with her mother at the time in Springfield, Massachusetts, had met him at a local series of races which she was attending with her father and mother, where Wilson happened to be accidentally upon another mission. Her father, a real estate dealer,
and fairly successful at one time, was very much interested in racing horses, and owned several of worthy records, though of no great fame. Norman Wilson had posed as a real estate speculator himself, and had handled several fairly successful deals in land, but his principal skill and reliance was in gambling. He was familiar with all the gambling opportunities of the city. He knew a large circle of those who liked to gamble, men and women in New York and elsewhere, and his luck or skill at times was phenomenal. At other times it was very bad. There were periods when he could afford to live in the most expensive apartment houses, dine at the best restaurants, visit the most expensive country pleasure resorts, and otherwise disport himself in the companionship of friends. At other times, because of bad luck, he could not afford any of these things, and though he held to his estate grimly, had to borrow money to do it. He was somewhat of a fatalist in his interpretation of affairs, and would hang on with the faith that his luck would turn. It did turn invariably, of course, for when difficulties began to swarm thick and fast, he would think vigorously and would usually evolve some idea which served to help him out. His plan was always to spin a web like a spider and await the blundering flight of some unwary fly. At the time she married him, Carlotta Hibberdell did not know of the peculiar tendencies and subtle obsessions of her ardent lover. Like all men of his type, he was suave, persuasive, passionate, eager. There was a certain cat-like magnetism about him also which fascinated her. She could not understand him at that time, and she never did afterwards. The license which he subsequently manifested, not only with her but with others, astonished and disgusted her. She found him selfish, domineering, outside his own particular field, shallow, not at all artistic, emotional, or poetic. He was inclined to insist on the last touch of material refinement in surroundings, so far as he understood them, when he had money, but she found to her regret that he did not understand them. In his manner with her and everyone else he was top-lofty, superior, condescending. His stilted language at times enraged and at other times amused her, and when her original passion passed, she began to see through his pretense to his motives and actions. She became indifferent and then weary. She was too big a woman mentally to quarrel with him much. She was too indifferent to life in its totality to really care. Her one passion was for an ideal lover of some type, and having been thoroughly mistaken in him, she looked abroad, wondering whether there were any ideal men. Various individuals came to their apartments. There were gamblers, blasé society men, mining experts, speculators, sometimes with, sometimes without a wife. From these and from her husband and her own observation, she learned of all sorts of scoundrels, mésalliances, queer manifestations of incompatibility of temper, queer freaks of sex desire. Because she was good-looking, graceful, easy in her manners, there were no end of proposals, overture hints, and luring innuendos cast in her direction. She had been long accustomed to them. Because her husband deserted her openly for other women and confessed it in a blasé way, she saw no valid reason for keeping herself from other men. She chose her lovers guardedly and with subtle taste, beginning after mature deliberation with one who pleased her greatly. She was seeking refinement, emotion, understanding, coupled with some ability, and they were not so easy to find. The long record of her liaisons is not for this story, but their impress upon her character was important. She was indifferent in her manner at most times and to most people. A good jest or story drew from her a hearty laugh. She was not interested in books, except those of very exceptionable character, the realistic school, and these she thought ought not to be permitted except to private subscribers. Nevertheless, she cared for no others. Art was fascinating, really great art. She loved the pictures of Rembrandt, Frans Hals, Correggio, Titian, and with less discrimination and more from a sensual point of view the nudes of Cabanel, Bourigot, and Gérôme. To her there was reality in the works of these men, lightened by great imagination.
Mostly people interested her, the vagaries of their minds, the idiosyncrasies of their characters, their lies, their subterfuges, their pretenses, their fears. She knew that she was a dangerous woman and went softly like a cat, wearing a half smile not unlike that seen on the lips of Mona Lisa. But she did not worry about herself. She had too much courage. At the same time she was tolerant, generous to a fault, charitable. When someone suggested that she overdid the tolerance, she replied, "Why shouldn't I? I live in such a magnificent glass house." The reason for her visit home on this occasion was that her husband had practically deserted her for the time being. He was in Chicago for some reason, principally because the atmosphere in New York was getting too hot for him, as she suspected. Because she hated Chicago and was weary of his company, she refused to go with him. He was furious, for he suspected her of liaisons, but he could not help himself. She was indifferent. Besides, she had other resources than those he represented or could get them. A certain wealthy Jew had been importuning her for years to get a divorce in order that he might marry her. His car and his resources were at her command, but she condescended only the vaguest courtesies. It was within the ordinary possibilities of the day for him to call her up and ask if he could not come with his car. He had 3. She waved most of these aside indifferently. "What's the use?" was her pet inquiry. Her husband was not without his car at times. She had means to drive when she pleased, dressed as she liked, and was invited to many interesting outings. Her mother knew well of her peculiar attitude, her marital troubles, her quarrels, and her tendency to flirt. She did her best to keep her in check, for she wanted to retain for her the privilege of obtaining a divorce and marrying again, the next time successfully. Norman Wilson, however, would not readily give her a legal separation, even though the preponderance of evidence was against him, and, if she compromised herself, there would be no hope. She half suspected that her daughter might already have compromised herself, but she could not be sure. Carlotta was too subtle. Norman made open charges in their family quarrels, but they were based largely on jealousy. He did not know for sure. Carlotta Wilson had heard of Eugene. She did not know of him by reputation, but her mother's guarded remarks in regard to him and his presence, the fact that he was an artist, that he was sick and working as a laborer for his health, aroused her interest. She had intended to spend the period of her husband's absence at Narragansett with some friends, but before doing so she decided to come home for a few days just to see for herself. Instinctively her mother suspected curiosity on her part in regard to Eugene. She threw out the remark that he might not stay long, in the hope that her daughter might lose interest. His wife was coming back. Carlotta discerned this opposition, this desire to keep her away. She decided that she would come. "I don't know that I want to go to Narragansett just now," she told her mother. "I'm tired. Norman has just worn my nerves to a frazzle. I think I'll come up home for a week or so." "All right," said her mother, "but do be careful how you act now. This Mr. Witla appears to be a very nice man, and he's happily married. Don't you go casting any looks in his direction. If you do, I won't let him stay here at all." "Oh, how you talk," replied Carlotta irritably. "Do give me a little credit for something. I'm not going up there to see him. I'm tired, I tell you. If you don't want me to come, I won't." "It isn't that I do want you, but you know how you are. How do you ever expect to get free if you don't conduct yourself circumspectly? You know that you—" "Oh, for heaven's sake, I hope you're not going to start that old argument again," exclaimed Carlotta defensively. "What's the use beginning on that? We've been all over it 1,000 times. I can't go anywhere or do anything but what you want to fuss. Now, I'm not coming up there to do anything but rest. Why will you always start in to spoil everything?" "Well, now, you know well enough, Carlotta," reiterated her mother. "Oh, chuck it. I'll not come. To hell with the house. I'll go to Narragansett. You make me tired." Her mother looked at her tall daughter, graceful, handsome, Her black hair parted in rich folds, irritated and yet pleased with her force and ability. If she would only be prudent and careful, what a figure she might yet become! Her complexion was like old rose-tinted ivory, her lips the color of dark raspberries, her eyes bluish gray, wide-set, large, sympathetic, kindly. What a pity she had not married some big, worthy man to begin with. To be tied up to this gambler, even though they did live in Central Park West and had a comparatively sumptuous apartment, was a wretched thing. Still, it was better than poverty or scandal, though if she did not take care of herself, both might ensue. She wanted her to come to Riverwood, for she liked her company, but she wanted her to behave herself. Perhaps Eugene would save the day. He was certainly restrained enough in his manner and remarks. She went back to Riverwood, and Carlotta, the quarrel smoothed over, followed her. Eugene did not see her during the day she arrived, for he was at work, and she did not see him as he came in at night. He had on his old peaked hat and carried his handsome leather lunch-box jauntily in one hand. He went to his room, bathed, dressed, and then out on the porch to await the call of the dinner gong. Mrs. Hibberdell was in her room on the second floor, and Cousin Dave, as Carlotta called Simpson, was in the backyard. It was a lovely twilight. He was in the midst of deep thoughts about the beauty of the scene, his own loneliness, the characters at the shop work, Angela, and what not, when the screen door opened and she stepped out. She had on a short-sleeved house dress of spotted blue silk with yellow lace set about the neck and the ends of the sleeves. Her shapely figure, beautifully proportioned to her height, was set in a smooth, close-fitting corset. Her hair, laid in great braids at the back, was caught in a brown spangled net. She carried herself with thoughtfulness and simplicity, seeming naturally indifferent. Eugene rose. "I'm in your way, I think. Won't you have this chair?" "No, thanks. The one in the corner will do. But I might as well introduce myself, since there isn't anyone here to do it. I'm Mrs. Wilson, Mrs. Hibberdell's daughter. You're Mr. Witla?" "Yes, I answer to that," said Eugene, smiling. He was not very much impressed at first. She seemed nice, and he fancied intelligent, a little older than he would have preferred any woman to be who was to interest him. She sat down and looked at the water. He took his chair and held his peace. He was not even interested to talk to her. She was nice to look at, however. Her presence lightened the scene for him. "I always like to come up here," she volunteered finally. "It's so warm in the city these days. I don't think many people know of this place. It's out of the beaten track." "I enjoy it," said Eugene. "It's such a rest for me. I don't know what I would have done if your mother hadn't taken me in. It's rather hard to find any place doing what I am." "You've taken a pretty strenuous way to get health, I should say," she observed. "Day labor sounds rough to me. Do you mind it?" "Not at all. I like it. The work is interesting and not so very hard. It's all so new to me. That's what makes it easy. I like the idea of being a day laborer and associating with laborers. It's only because I'm run down in health that I worry. I don't like to be sick." "It is bad," she replied, "but this will probably put you on your feet. I think we're always inclined to look on our present troubles as the worst. I know I am." "Thanks for the consolation," he said. She did not look at him, and he rocked to and fro silently. Finally the dinner gong struck. Mrs. Hibberdell came downstairs, and they went in. The conversation at dinner turned on his work for a few moments, and he described accurately the personalities of John and Bill, and Big John the engineer, and little Sudsy and Harry Fornes, the blacksmith. Carlotta listened attentively, without appearing to, for everything about Eugene seemed singular and exceptional to her. She liked his tall, spare body, his lean hands, his dark hair and eyes. She liked the idea of his dressing as a laboring man in the morning, working all day in the shop, and yet appearing so neat and trim at dinner. He was easy in his manner, apparently lethargic in his movements, and yet she could feel a certain swift force that filled the room. It was richer for his presence. She understood at a glance that he was an artist, in all probability a good one. He said nothing of that, avoided carefully all references to his art and listened attentively. She felt as though he were studying her and everyone else, and it made her gayer. At the same time, she had a strong leaning toward him. What an ideal man to be associated with, was one of her repeated thoughts. Although she was about the house for 10 days, and he met her after the third morning, not only at dinner, which was natural enough, but at breakfast, which surprised him a little, he paid not so very much attention to her. She was nice, very, but Eugene was thinking of another type. He thought she was uncommonly pleasant and considerate, and he admired her style of dressing and her beauty, studying her with interest, wondering what sort of life she led. From the various bits of conversation he overheard, not only at the table but at other times, he judged she was fairly well-to-do. There was an apartment in Central Park West, card parties, automobile parties, theater parties, and a general sense of people, acquaintances anyhow, who were making money. He heard her tell of a mining engineer, Dr. Rowland, of a successful coal mining speculator, Gerald Woods, of a Mrs. Hale, who was heavily interested in copper mines and apparently very wealthy. "It's a pity Norman couldn't connect with something like that and make some real money," he heard her say to her mother one evening. He understood that Norman was her husband, and that he probably would be back soon, so he kept his distance, interested and curious, but hardly more. Mrs. Wilson was not so easily baffled, however. A car appeared one evening at the door immediately after dinner, a great red touring car, and Mrs. Wilson announced easily, "We're going for a little spin after dinner, Mr. Witla. Don't you want to come along?" Eugene had never ridden in an automobile at that time. "I'd be very pleased," he said, for the thought of a lonely evening in an empty house had sprung up when he saw it appear. There was a chauffeur in charge, a gallant figure in brown straw cap and tan duster, but Mrs. Wilson maneuvered for place. "You sit with the driver, Cuz," she said to Simpson, and when her mother stepped in, she followed after, leaving Eugene the place to the right of her. "There must be a coat and cap in the locker," she said to the chauffeur. "Let Mr. Witla have it." The latter extracted a spare linen coat and straw cap, which Eugene put on. "I like automobiling, don't you?" she said to Eugene good-naturedly. "It's so refreshing. If there's any rest from care on this earth, it's in traveling fast." "I've never ridden before," replied Eugene simply. Something about the way he said it touched her. She felt sorry for him because he appeared lonely and gloomy. His indifference to her piqued her curiosity and irritated her pride. Why shouldn't he take an interest in her? As they sped under leafy lanes, up hill and down dale, she made out his face in the starlight. It was pale, reflective, indifferent. "These deep thinkers," she chided him. "It's terrible to be a philosopher." Eugene smiled. When they reached home, he went to his room, as did all the others to theirs. He stepped out into the hall a few minutes later to go to the library for a book, and found that her door, which he had to pass, was wide open. She was sitting back in a Morris chair, her feet upon another chair, her skirts slightly drawn up, revealing a trim foot and ankle. She did not stir, but looked up and smiled winningly. "Aren't you tired enough to sleep?" he asked. "Not quite yet," she smiled. He went downstairs, turning on a light in the library, stood looking at a row of books, reading the titles. He heard a step, and there she was looking at the books also. "Don't you want a bottle of beer?" she asked. "I think there is some in the icebox. I forgot that you might be thirsty." "I really don't care," he said. "I'm not much for drinks of any kind." "That's not very sociable," she laughed. "Let us have the beer, then," he said. She threw herself back languidly in one of the big dining-room chairs when she had brought the drinks and some Swiss cheese and crackers, and said, "I think you'll find some cigarettes on the table in the corner, if you like." He struck her a match, and she puffed her cigarette comfortably. "I suppose you find it lonely up here, away from all your friends and companions," she volunteered. "Oh, I've been sick so long, I scarcely know whether I have any." He described some of his imaginary ailments and experiences, and she listened to him attentively. When the beer was gone, she asked him if he would have more, but he said no. After a time, because he stirred wearily, she got up. Your mother will think we're running some sort of a midnight game down here," he volunteered. "Mother can't hear," she said. "Her room is on the 3rd floor, and besides, she doesn't hear very well. Dave don't mind. He knows me well enough by now to know that I do as I please." She stood closer to Eugene, but still he did not see. When he moved away, she put out the lights and followed him to the stairs. "He's either the most bashful or the most indifferent of men," she thought, but she said softly, "Good night. Pleasant dreams to you," and went her way. Eugene thought of her now as a good fellow, a little gay for a married woman, but probably circumspect withal. She was simply being nice to him. All this was simply because, as yet, he was not very much interested. There were other incidents. One morning he passed her door. Her mother had already gone down to breakfast, and there was the spectacle of a smooth, shapely arm and shoulder quite bare to his gaze as she lay on her pillow apparently unconscious that her door was open. It thrilled him as something sensuously beautiful, for it was a perfect arm. Another time he saw her of an evening just before dinner buttoning her shoes. Her dress was pulled 3/4 of the way to her knees, and her shoulders and arms were bare, for she was still in her corset and short skirts. She seemed not to know that he was near. One night after dinner he started to whistle something, and she went to the piano to keep him company. Another time he hummed on the porch, and she started the same song, singing with him. He drew his chair near the window, where there was a couch after her mother had retired for the night, and she came and threw herself on it. "You don't mind if I lie here," she said. "I'm tired tonight." "Not at all. I'm glad of your company. I'm lonely." She lay and stared at him, smiling. He hummed and she sang. "Let me see your palm," she said. "I want to learn something." He held it out. She fingered it temptingly. Even this did not wake him. She left for 5 days because of some necessity in connection with her engagements, and when she returned he was glad to see her. He had been lonesome, and he knew now that she made the house gayer. He greeted her genially. "I'm glad to see you back," he said. "Are you really?" she replied. "I don't believe it." "Why not?" he asked. "Oh, signs, omens, and portents. You don't like women very well, I fancy." "Don't I?" "No, I think not," she replied. She was charming in a soft grayish-green satin. He noticed that her neck was beautiful, and that her hair looped itself gracefully upon the back of it. Her nose was straight and fine, sensitive because of its thin partitioning walls. He followed her into the library, and they went out on the porch. Presently he returned. It was 10 o'clock, and she came also. Davis had gone to his room, Mrs. Hibberdell to hers. "I think I'll read," he said aimlessly. "Why anything like that?" she jested. "Never read when you can do anything else." "What else can I do?" "Oh, lots of things. Play cards, tell fortunes, read palms, drink beer." She looked at him willfully. He went to his favorite chair near the window, side by side with the window seat couch. She came and threw herself on it. "Be gallant and fix my pillows for me, will you?" she asked. "Of course I will," he said. He took a pillow and raised her head, for she did not deign to move. "Is that enough?" he inquired. "One more." He put his hand under the first pillow and lifted it up. She took hold of his free hand to raise herself. When she had it, she held it and laughed a curious, excited laugh. It came over him all at once, the full meaning of all the things she had been doing. He dropped the pillow he was holding and looked at her steadfastly. She relaxed her hold and leaned back, languorous, smiling. He took her left hand, then her right, and sat down beside her. In a moment he slipped one arm under her waist, and bending over, put his lips to hers. She twined her arms about his neck tightly and hugged him close. Then, looking in his eyes, she heaved a great sigh. "You love me, don't you?" he asked. "I thought you never would," she sighed, and clasped him to her again. The form of Carlotta Wilson was perfect, her passion eager, her subtlety a match for almost any situation. She had deliberately set out to win Eugene because he was attractive to her and because by his early indifference he had piqued her vanity and self-love. She liked him, though, liked every one of his characteristics, and was as proud of her triumph as a child with a new toy. When he had finally slipped his arm under her waist, she had thrilled, with a burning, vibrating thrill throughout her frame, and when she came to him, it was with the eagerness of one wild for his caresses. She threw herself on him, kissed him sensuously scores of times, whispered her desire and her affection. Eugene thought, now that he saw her through the medium of an awakened passion, that he had never seen anything more lovely. For the time being he forgot Frieda, Angela, his loneliness, the fact that he was working in supposed prudent self-restraint to effect his recovery, and gave himself up to the full enjoyment of this situation. Carlotta was tireless in her attentions. Once she saw that he really cared, or imagined he did. She dwelt in the atmosphere of her passion and affection. There was not a moment that she was not with or thinking of Eugene when either was possible. She lay in wait for him at every turn, gave him every opportunity which her skill could command. She knew the movements of her mother and cousin to the least fraction, could tell exactly where they were, how long they were likely to remain, how long it would take them to reach a certain door or spot where they were standing. Her step was noiseless, her motions and glances significant and interpretive. For a month or thereabouts she guided Eugene through the most perilous situations, keeping her arms about him to the last possible moment, kissing him silently and swiftly at the most unexpected times and in the most unexpected surroundings. Her weary languor, her seeming indifference disappeared, and she was very much alive, except in the presence of others. There her old manner remained, intensified even, for she was determined to throw a veil of darkness over her mother and her cousin's eyes. She succeeded admirably for the time being, for she lied to her mother out of the whole cloth, pretending that Eugene was nice but a little slow, so far as the ways of the world were concerned. He may be a good artist, she volunteered, but he isn't very much of a ladies' man. He hasn't the first trace of gallantry. Mrs. Hibberdell was glad. At least there would be no disturbance here. She feared Carlotta, feared Eugene, but she saw no reason for complaint. In her presence all was seemingly formal and at times almost distant. She did not like to say to her daughter that she should not come to her own home now that Eugene was here, and she did not like to tell him to leave. Carlotta said she liked him fairly well, but that was nothing. Any married woman might do that. Yet under her very eyes was going forward the most disconcerting license. She would have been astounded if she had known the manner in which the bath, Carlotta's chamber, and Eugene's room were being used. The hour never struck when they were beyond surveillance but what they were together. Eugene grew very indifferent in the matter of his work, from getting to the point where he was enjoying it because he looked upon it as a form of exercise which was benefiting him, and feeling that he might not have to work indefinitely if he kept up physical rehabilitation at this pace, he grew languid about it and moody over the time he had to give to it. Carlotta had the privilege of a certain automobile, and besides, she could afford to hire one of her own. She began by suggesting that he meet her at certain places and times for a little spin, and this took him away from his work a good portion of the time. "You don't have to work every day, do you?" she asked him one Sunday afternoon when they were alone. Simpson and Mrs. Hibberdell had gone out for a walk, and they were in her room on the second floor. Her mother's was on the third. "I don't have to," he said, "if I don't mind losing the money they pay. It's 15 cents an hour, and I need that. I'm not working at my regular profession, you must remember." "Oh, chuck that," she said. "What's 15 cents an hour? I'll give you 10 times that to come and be with me." "No, you won't," he said. "You won't give me anything. We won't go anywhere on that basis." "Oh, Eugene, how you talk. Why won't you?" she asked. "I have lots of it, at least lots more than you have just now, and it might as well be spent this way as some other. It won't be spent right anyhow. That is, not for any exceptional purpose." Why shouldn't you have some of it? You can pay it back to me." "I won't do it," said Eugene. "We won't go anywhere on that basis. I'd rather go and work. It's all right, though. I can sell a picture, maybe. I expect to hear any day of something being sold. What is it you want to do?" "I want you to come automobiling with me tomorrow. Ma's going over to her sister Ella's in Brooklyn. Has that shop of yours a phone?" "Sure it has. But I don't think you'd better call me up there, though." "Once won't hurt." "Well, perhaps not. But we'd better not begin that, or at least not make a practice of it. These people are very strict. They have to be." "I know," said Carlotta. "I won't. I was just thinking. I'll let you know. You know that river road that runs on the top of the hill over there?" "Yes." "You'll be walking along there tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and I'll pick you up. You can come this once, can't you?" "Sure," said Eugene. "I can come. I was just joking. I can get some money." He still had his $100 which he had not used when he first started looking for work. He had been clinging to it grimly. But now, in this lightened atmosphere, he thought he might spend some of it. He was going to get well. Everything was pointing that way. His luck was with him. "Well, I'll get the car. You don't mind riding in that, do you?" "No," he said. "I'll wear a good suit to the shop and change over there." She laughed gaily, for his scruples and simplicity amused her. "You're a prince, my Prince Charming," she said, and she flung herself in his lap. "Oh, you angel man, heaven born. I've been waiting for you, I don't know how long. Wise man. Prince Charming, I love you. I love you. I think you're the nicest thing that ever was." Eugene caressed her gently. "And you're my wise girl. But we are no good, neither you nor I. You're a wastrel and a stray. And I hesitate to think what I am." "What is a wastrel?" she asked. "That's a new one on me. I don't remember." "Something or someone that can be thrown away as useless. A stray is a pigeon that won't stay with the flock." "That's me," said Carlotta, holding out her firm, smooth arms before her and grinning mischievously. "I won't stay with any flock. Nix for the flocks. I'd rather be off with my wise man. He is nice enough for me. He's better nor 9 or 10 flocks." She was using corrupt English for the joy of it. "Just me and you, Prince Charming. And I, your lovely wastrel. Do you like strays? Say you do. Listen, do you like strays?" Eugene had been turning his head away, saying, "Scandalous! Terrible! You're the worst ever!" But she stopped his mouth with her lips. "Do you?" "This wastrel, yes. This stray," he replied, smoothing her cheek. "Ah, you're lovely, Carlotta. You're beautiful. What a wonderful woman you are." She gave herself to him completely. "Whatever I am, I'm yours, wise man," she went on. "You can have anything you want of me, do anything you please with me. You're like an opiate to me, Eugene, sweet. You stop my mouth and close my eyes and seal my ears. You make me forget everything I suppose I might think now and then, but I don't want to. I don't want to, and I don't care. I wish you were single. I wish I were free. I wish we had an island somewhere together. Oh, hell! Life is a wearisome tangle, isn't it? Take the cash and let the credit go." By this time Carlotta had heard enough of Eugene's life to understand what his present condition was. She knew he was sick, though not exactly why. She thought it was due to overwork. She knew he was out of funds except for certain pictures he had on sale. But that he would regain his art ability and reestablish himself she did not doubt. She knew something of Angela and thought it was all right that she should be away from him, but now she wished the separation might be permanent. She went into the city and, asking about at various art stores, learned something of Eugene's art history and his great promise. It made him all the more fascinating in her eyes. One of his pictures on exhibition at Potipharie's was bought by her after a little while, and the money sent to Eugene, for she had learned from him how these pictures, any pictures, were exhibited on sale, and the painter paid, minus the commission, when the sale was made. She took good care to make it clear to the manager of Potipharie's that she was doing this so that Eugene could have the money, and saw to it that the check reached him promptly. If Eugene had been alone, this check of $300 would have served to bring Angela to him. As it was, it gave him funds to disport himself with in her company. He did not know that she had been the means of his getting it, or to whom the picture had been sold. A fictitious name was given. This sale somewhat restored Eugene's faith in his future, for if one of his pictures would sell so late in the day for this price, others would. There were days thereafter of the most curious composition. In the morning he would leave dressed in his old working suit and carrying his lunch box, Carlotta waving him farewell from her window, or if he had an engagement outside with Carlotta, wearing a good suit and trusting his overalls and jumper to protect it, working all day with John and Bill, or Malachi Dempsey and Joseph, for there was rivalry between these two groups as to which should have his company, or leaving the shop early and riding with her a part of the time, coming home at night to be greeted by Carlotta as though she had not seen him at all. She watched for his coming as patiently as a wife, and was as eager to see if there was anything she could do for him. In the shop, Malachi and Joseph, or John and Bill, and sometimes some of the carpenters upstairs, would complain of a rush of work in order that they might have his assistance or presence. Malachi and Joseph could always enter the complaint that they were in danger of being hampered by shavings, for the latter were constantly piling up in great heaps, beautiful shavings of ash and yellow pine and walnut, which smelled like resin and frankincense, and had the shape of girls' curls, or dry breakfast food, or rich damp sawdust. Or John and Bill would complain that they were being overworked and needed someone in the car to receive. Even Big John, the engineer, tried to figure out some scheme by which he could utilize Eugene as a fireman. But that was impossible. There was no call for any such person. The foreman understood well enough what the point was, but said nothing, placing Eugene with the particular group which seemed to need him most. Eugene was genial enough about the matter. Wherever he was right. He liked to be in the cars or on a lumber pile or in the plane room. He also liked to stand and talk to Big John or Harry Fornes, his basket under his arm, kidding as he called it. His progress to and fro was marked by endless quips and jests, and he was never weary. When his work was done at night, he would hurry home, following the right bank of the little stream until he reached the path which led up to the street whereon was the Hibberdale house. On his way he would sometimes stop and study the water, its peaceful current bearing an occasional stick or straw upon its bosom, and contrasting the seeming peace of its movement with his own troubled life. The subtlety of nature as expressed in water appealed to him. The difference between this idyllic stream bank and his shop and all who were of it struck him forcefully. Malachi Dempsey had only the vaguest conception of the beauty of nature. Jack Stix was scarcely more artistic than the raw piles of lumber with which he dealt. Big John had no knowledge of the rich emotions of love or of beauty which troubled Eugene's brain. They lived on another plane, apparently. At the other end of the stream awaiting him was Carlotta, graceful, sophisticated, eager in her regard for him, lukewarm in her interest in morals, sybaritic in her moods, representing in a way a world which lived upon the fruits of this exploited toil and caring nothing about it. If he said anything to Carlotta about the condition of Joseph Mews, who carried bundles of wood home to his sister of an evening to help save the expense of fuel, she merely smiled. If he talked of the poverty of the masses, she said, "Don't be doleful, Eugene." She wanted to talk of art and luxury and love, or think of them at least. Her love of the beauty of nature was keen. There were certain inns they could reach by automobile where they could sit and dine and drink a bottle of wine or a pitcher of claret cup, and here she would muse on what they would do if they were only free. Angela was frequently in Carlotta's thoughts, persistently in Eugene's, for he could not help feeling that he was doing her a rank injustice. She had been so patient and affectionate all this long time past, had tended him as a mother, waited on him as a servant. Only recently he had been writing in the most affectionate terms, wishing she were with him. Now all that was dead again. It was hard work to write. Everything he said seemed a lie, and he did not want to say it. He hated to pretend. Still, if he did not write, Angela would be in a state of mortal agony, he thought, and would shortly come to look him up. It was only by writing, protesting his affection, explaining why in his judgment it was unadvisable for her to come at the present, that she could be made to stay where she was. And now that he was so infatuated with Carlotta, this seemed very desirable. He did not delude himself that he would ever be able to marry her. He knew that he could not get a divorce, there being no grounds, and the injustice to Angela being such a bar to his conscience. And as for Carlotta, her future was very uncertain. Norman Wilson, for all that he disregarded her at times, did not want to give her up. He was writing, threatening to come back to New York if she did not come to him, though the fact that she was in her mother's home, where he considered her safe, was some consolation to him. Angela was begging Eugene to let her come. They would get along, she argued, on whatever he got, and he would be better off with her than alone. She pictured him living in some uncomfortable boarding house where he was not half attended to and intensely lonely. Her return meant the leaving of this lovely home, for Mrs. Hibberdell had indicated that she would not like to keep him and his wife. And so the end of this perfect romance with Carlotta, an end to lovely country inns and summer balconies where they were dining together, an end to swift tours in her automobile, which she guided skillfully herself, avoiding the presence of a chauffeur, an end to lovely trysts under trees and by pretty streams where he kissed and fondled her and where she lingered joyously in his arms. "If Ma could only see us now," she would jest, or, "Do you suppose Bill and John would recognize you here if they saw you?" Once she said, "This is better than the engine room, isn't it?" "You're a bad lot, Carlotta," he would declare, and then would come to her lips the enigmatic smile of Mona Lisa. "You like bad lots, don't you? Strays make fine hunting." In her own philosophy, she was taking the cash and letting the credit go. Days like this could not go on forever. The seed of their destruction was in their beginning. Eugene was sad. He used to show his mood at times, and, if she asked him what was the matter, would say, "We can't keep this thing up much longer. It must come to an end soon." "You're certainly a gloomy philosopher, Jeanie," she would say, reproachfully, for she had hopes that it could be made to last a long while under any circumstances. Eugene had the feeling that no pretense would escape Angela's psychology. She was too sensitive to his unspoken moods and feelings. She would come soon, willy-nilly, and then all this would be ended. As a matter of fact, several things combined to bring about change and conclusion. For one thing, Mrs. Hibberdell had been more and more impressed with the fact that Carlotta was not merely content to stay, but that once having come, she was fairly determined to remain. She had her own apartment in the city, ostensibly closed for the summer, for she had protested that it was too hot to live in town when she first proposed going to Narragansett. After seeing Eugene, she figured out a possible use for it, though that use was dangerous, for Norman Wilson might return at any time. Nevertheless, they had been there on occasions, this with the double effect of deceiving her mother and entertaining Eugene. If she could remain away from Riverwood a percentage of the time, she argued with Eugene, it would make her stay less suspicious and would not jeopardize their joy in companionship. So she did this. At the same time, she could not stay away from Riverwood entirely, for Eugene was there necessarily morning and evening. Nevertheless, toward the end of August, Mrs. Hibberdell was growing suspicious. She had seen an automobile entering Central Park once when Carlotta had phoned her that she had a sick headache and could not come up. It looked to Mrs. Hibberdell, who had gone downtown shopping on the strength of this ailment, and who had phoned Carlotta that she was going to call at her apartment in the evening, as though Eugene and Carlotta were in it. Eugene had gone to work that morning, which made it seem doubtful, but it certainly looked very much like him. Still, she did not feel sure it was he or Carlotta either. When she came to the latter's apartment, Carlotta was there, feeling better, but stating that she had not been out. Mrs. Hibberdell concluded thoughtfully that she must have been mistaken. Her own room was on the third floor, and several times, after all had retired, and she had come down to the kitchen or dining room or library for something, she had heard a peculiar noise as of someone walking lightly. She thought it was fancy on her part, for invariably when she reached the second floor all was dark and still. Nevertheless, she wondered whether Eugene and Carlotta could be visiting. Twice between breakfast and the time Eugene departed, she thought she heard Eugene and Carlotta whispering on the second floor, but there was no proof. Carlotta's readiness to rise for breakfast at 6:30 in order to be at the same table with Eugene was peculiar, and her giving up Narragansett for Riverwood was most significant. It remained for one real discovery to resolve all her suspicions into the substance of fact and convict Carlotta of being the most conscienceless of deceivers. It came about in this fashion. One Sunday morning Davis and Mrs. Hibberdell had decided to go automobiling. Eugene and Carlotta were invited but had refused, for Carlotta, on hearing the discussion several days before, had warned Eugene and planned to have the day for herself and her lover. She cautioned him to pretend the need of making visits downtown. As for herself, she had said she would go, but on the day in question did not feel well enough. Davis and Mrs. Hibberdell departed, their destination being Long Island. It was an all-day tour. After an hour their machine broke, however, and after sitting in it 2 hours waiting for repairs, long enough to spoil their plans, they came back by trolley. Eugene had not gone downtown. He was not even dressed when the door opened on the ground floor and Mrs. Hibberdell came in. "Oh, Carlotta," she called, standing at the foot of the stairs and expecting Carlotta to appear from her own room or a sort of lounging and sewing room which occupied the front of the house on the second floor and where she frequently stayed. Carlotta, unfortunately, was with Eugene, and the door to this room was commanded from where Mrs. Hibberdell was standing. She did not dare to answer. "Oh, Carlotta," called her mother again. The latter's first thought was to go back in the kitchen and look there, but on second thoughts she ascended the steps and started for the sewing room. Carlotta thought she had entered. In an instant she had seized the opportunity to step into the bath which was next to Eugene's room, but she was scarcely quick enough. Her mother had not gone into the room, only opened the door and looked in. She did not see Carlotta step out of Eugene's room, but did see her entering the bath in negligee, and she could scarcely have come from anywhere else. Her own door, which was between Eugene's room and the sewing room, was 10 feet away. It did not seem possible that she could have come from there. She had not had time enough, and anyhow, why had she not answered? The first impulse of Mrs. Hibberdell was to call to her. Her second thought was to let the ruse seem successful. She was convinced that Eugene was in his room, and a few minutes later a monitory cough on his part, coughed for a purpose, convinced her. "Are you in the bath, Carlotta?" she called quietly, after looking into Carlotta's room. "Yes," came the reply, easily enough. "Did your machine break down?" A few remarks were exchanged through the door, and then Mrs. Hibberdell went to her room. She thought over the situation steadily, for it greatly irritated her. It was not the same as the discovered irregularity of a trusted and virtuous daughter. Carlotta had not been led astray. She was a grown woman, married, experienced. In every way she knew as much about life as her mother, in some respects more. The difference between them was in ethical standards and the policy that aligns itself with common sense, decency, self-preservation, as against its opposite. Carlotta had so much to look out for. Her future was in her own hands. Besides Eugene's future, his wife's rights and interests, her mother's home, her mother's standards, were things which she ought to respect, ought to want to respect. To find her lying as she had been this long time, pretending indifference, pretending absence, and no doubt associating with Eugene all the while, was disgusting. She was very angry, not so much at Eugene, though her respect for him was greatly lowered, artist though he was, as at Carlotta. She ought to do better. She ought to be ashamed not to guard herself against a man like Eugene, instead of luring him on. It was Carlotta's fault, and she determined to reproach her bitterly and to break up this wretched alliance at once. There was an intense and bitter quarrel the next morning, for Mrs. Hibberdell decided to hold her peace until Eugene and Davis should be out of the house. She wanted to have this out with Carlotta alone, and the clash came shortly after breakfast when both the others had left. Carlotta had already warned Eugene that something might happen on account of this, but under no circumstances was he to admit anything unless she told him to. The maid was in the kitchen out of earshot, and Mrs. Hibberdell and Carlotta were in the library when the opening gun was fired. In a way Carlotta was prepared, for she fancied her mother might have seen other things, what or how much she could not guess. She was not without the dignity of Circe, for she had been through scenes like this before. Her own husband had charged her with infidelity more than once, and she had been threatened with physical violence by him. Her face was pale but calm. "Now, Carlotta," observed her mother vigorously, "I saw what was going on yesterday morning when I came home. You were in Mr. Witla's room with your clothes off. I saw you come out. Please don't deny it. I saw you come out. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? How can you treat me that way after you promised not to do anything out of the way here?" "You didn't see me come out of his room, and I wasn't in there," said Carlotta brazenly. Her face was pale, but she was giving a fair imitation of righteous surprise. "Why do you make such statements as that?" "Why, Carlotta Hibberdell, how dare you contradict me? How dare you lie? You came out of that room. You know you did. You know that you were in there. You know that I saw you. I should think you would be ashamed of yourself, slipping about this house like a street girl and your own mother in it. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Have you no sense of decency left? Oh, Carlotta, I know you are bad, but why will you come here to be so? Why couldn't you let this man alone? He was doing well enough. It's a shame, the thing you have done. It's an outrage. Mrs. Witla ought to come here and whip you within an inch of your life." "Oh, how you talk," said Carlotta irritably. "You make me tired. You didn't see me. It's the old story, suspicion. You are always full of suspicion. You didn't see me, and I wasn't in there. Why do you start a fuss for nothing?" "A fuss? A fuss for nothing? The idea, you evil woman! A fuss for nothing! How can you talk that way? I can hardly believe my senses. I can hardly believe you would dare to brazenly face me in this way. I saw you, and now you deny it." Mrs. Hibberdell had not seen her, but she was convinced that what she said was true. Carlotta brazened it out. "You didn't," she insisted. Mrs. Hibberdell stared. The effrontery of it took her breath away. "Carlotta," she exclaimed, "I honestly think you are the worst woman in the world. I can't think of you as my daughter. You are too brazen. You're the worst because you're calculating. You know what you're doing, and you are deliberate in your method of doing it. You're evil-minded. You know exactly what you want, and you set out deliberately to get it. You have done it in this case. You started out to get this man, and you have succeeded in doing it. You have no sense of shame, no pride, no honesty, no honor, no respect for me or anyone else. You do not love this man. You know you don't. If you did, you would never degrade him and yourself and me as you have done. You have simply indulged in another vile relationship because you wanted to. And now when you're caught, you brazen it out. You're evil, Carlotta. You're as low as a woman can be, even if you are my daughter." "It isn't true," said Carlotta. "You're just talking to hear yourself talk." "It is true, and you know it," reproved her mother. "You talk about Norman. He never did a thing worse in his life than you have done. He may be a gambler and immoral and inconsiderate and selfish. What are you? Can you stand there and tell me you're any better? Pah! If you only had a sense of shame, something could be done for you, but you haven't any. You're just vile, that's all." "How you talk, Ma," she observed calmly. "How you carry on, and that on mere suspicion. You didn't see me. I might have been in there, but you didn't see me, and I wasn't. You're making a storm just because you want to. I like Mr. Witla. I think he's very nice, but I'm not interested in him. and I haven't done anything to harm him. You can turn him out if you want to. That's none of my affairs. You're simply raging about as usual without any facts to go upon." Carlotta stared at her mother, thinking. She was not greatly disturbed. It was pretty bad, no doubt of that, but she was not thinking so much of that as of the folly of being found out. Her mother knew for certain, though she would not admit to her that she knew. Now all this fine summer romance would end. The pleasant convenience of it, anyhow. Eugene would be put to the trouble of moving. Her mother might say something disagreeable to him. Besides, she knew she was better than Norman because she did not associate with the same evil type of people. She was not coarse. She was not thick-witted. She was not cruel. And she was not a user of vile language or an expresser of vile ideas. And Norman was at times. She might lie and she might be calculating, but not to anyone's disadvantage. She was simply passion-driven, boldly so, and only toward love or romance. "Am I evil?" she often asked herself. Her mother said she was evil. Well, she was in one way, but her mother was angry, that was all. She did not mean all she said. She would come around. Still Carlotta did not propose to admit the truth of her mother's charges, or go through the situation without some argument. There were charges which her mother was making which were untenable, points which were inexcusable. "Carlotta Hibberdell, you're the most brazen creature I ever knew. You're a terrible liar. How can you stand there and look me in the eye and say that, when you know that I know? Why lie in addition to everything else? Oh, Carlotta, the shame of it! If you only had some sense of honor. How can you lie like that? How can you?" "I'm not lying," declared Carlotta, "and I wish you would quit fussing. You didn't see me. You know you didn't. I came out of my room, and you were in the front room. Why do you say you weren't? You didn't see me. Supposing I am a liar, I'm your daughter. I may be vile. I didn't make myself so. Certainly I'm not in this instance. Whatever I am, I come by it honestly. My life hasn't been a bed of roses. Why do you start such a silly fight? You haven't got a thing to go on except suspicion, and now you want to raise a row. I don't care what you think of me. I'm not guilty in this case, and you can think what you please. You ought to be ashamed to charge me with something of which you are not sure." She walked to the window and stared out. Her mother shook her head. Such effrontery was beyond her. It was like her daughter, though. She took after her father and herself. Both were self-willed and determined when aroused. At the same time, she was sorry for her girl, for Carlotta was a capable woman in her way, and very much dissatisfied with life. "I should think you would be ashamed of yourself, Carlotta, whether you admit it to me or not," she went on. "The truth is the truth, and it must hurt you a little. You were in that room. We won't argue that, though. You set out deliberately to do this, and you have done it. Now, what I have to say is this. You are going back to your apartment today, and Mr. Witla is going to leave here as quick as he can get a room somewhere else. You're not going to continue this wretched relationship any longer if I can help it. I'm going to write to his wife, and to Norman, too, if I can't do anything else to break this up. You're going to let this man alone. You have no right to come between him and Mrs. Witla. It's an outrage, and no one but a vile, conscienceless woman would do it. I'm not going to say anything to him now, but he's going to leave here, and so are you. When it's all over you can come back if you want to. I'm ashamed for you. I'm ashamed for myself. If it hadn't been for my own feelings and those of Davis, I would have ordered you both out of the house yesterday, and you know it. It's consideration for myself that's made me smooth it over as much as I have. He, the vile thing, after all the courtesy I have shown him. Still, I don't blame him as much as I do you, for he would never have looked at you if you hadn't made him. My own daughter, my own house." There was more conversation. That fulgurous, coruscating reiteration of charges. Eugene was no good. Carlotta was vile. Mrs. Hibberdell wouldn't have believed it possible if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. She was going to tell Norman if Carlotta didn't reform, over and over, one threat after another. "Well," she said finally, You're going to get your things ready and go into the city this afternoon. I'm not going to have you here another day." "No, I'm not," said Carlotta boldly, pondering over all that had been said. It was a terrible ordeal, but she would not go today. "I'm going in the morning. I'm not going to pack that fast. It's too late. I'm not going to be ordered out of here like a servant." Her mother groaned, but she gave in. Carlotta could not be made to do anything she did not want to do. She went to her room, and presently Mrs. Hibberdell heard her singing. She shook her head. Such a personality! No wonder Eugene succumbed to her blandishments. What man wouldn't? The sequel of this scene was not to be waited for. At dinner time, Mrs. Hibberdell announced in the presence of Carlotta and Davis that the house was going to be closed up for the present, and very quickly. She and Carlotta were going to Narragansett for the month of September and a part of October. Eugene, having been forewarned by Carlotta, took it with a show of polite surprise. He was sorry. He had spent such a pleasant time here. Mrs. Hibberdell could not be sure whether Carlotta had told him or not. He seemed so innocent. But she assumed that she had, and that he, like Carlotta, was putting on. She had informed Davis that for reasons of her own she wanted to do this. He suspected what they were, for he had seen signs and slight demonstrations which convinced him that Carlotta and Eugene had reached an understanding. He did not consider it anything very much amiss, for Carlotta was a woman of the world, her own boss, and a good fellow. She had always been nice to him. He did not want to put any obstacles in her way. In addition, he liked Eugene. Once he had said to Carlotta jestingly, "Well, his arms are almost as long as Norman's. Not quite, maybe." "You go to the devil," was her polite reply. Tonight a storm came up, a brilliant, flashing summer storm. Eugene went out on the porch to watch it. Carlotta came also. "Well, wise man," she said, as the thunder rolled, "it's all over up here. Don't let on. I'll see you wherever you go. But this was so nice. It was fine to have you near me. Don't get blue, will you? She says she may write your wife, but I don't think she will. If she thinks I'm behaving, she won't. I'll try and fool her. It's too bad, though. I'm crazy about you, Eugenie." Now that he was in danger of losing Carlotta, her beauty took on a special significance for Eugene. He had come into such close contact with her, he had seen her under such varied conditions, that he had come to feel a profound admiration for not only her beauty, but her intellect and ability as well. One of his weaknesses was that he was inclined to see much more in those he admired than was really there. He endowed them with the romance of his own moods, saw in them the ability to do things which he only could do. In doing this, of course, he flattered their vanity, aroused their self-confidence, made them feel themselves the possessors of latent powers and forces which before him they had only dreamed of. Margaret, Ruby, Angela, Christina, and Carlotta had all gained this feeling from him. They had a better opinion of themselves for having known him. Now, as he looked at Carlotta, he was intensely sorry, for she was so calm, so affable, so seemingly efficient and self-reliant, and such a comfort to him in these days. "Circe," he said, "this is too bad. I'm sorry. I'm going to hate to lose you." "You won't lose me," she replied. "You can't. I won't let you. I've found you now, and I'm going to keep you. This don't mean anything. We can find places to meet. Get a place where they have a phone if you can. When do you think you'll go?" "Right away," said Eugene. "I'll take tomorrow morning off and look." "Poor Eugene," she said sympathetically. "It's too bad. Never mind, though. Everything will come out right." She was still not counting on Angela. She thought that even if Angela came back, as Eugene told her she would soon, a joint arrangement might possibly be made. Angela could be here, but she, Carlotta, could share Eugene in some way. She thought she would rather live with him than any other man on earth. It was only about noon the next morning when Eugene had found another room, for in living here so long he had thought of several methods by which he might have obtained a room in the first place. There was another church, a library, the postmaster and the ticket agent at Spionk, who lived in the village. He went first to the postmaster and learned of two families. One, the home of a civil engineer, where he might be welcome, and it was here that he eventually settled. The view was not quite so attractive, but it was charming, and he had a good room and good meals. He told them that he might not stay long, for his wife was coming back soon. The letters from Angela were becoming most importunate. He gathered up his belongings at Mrs. Hibberdell's and took a polite departure. After he was gone, Mrs. Hibberdell, of course, changed her mind, and Carlotta returned to her apartment in New York. She communicated with Eugene not only by phone, but by special delivery, and had him meet her at a convenient inn the second evening of his departure. She was planning some sort of a separate apartment for them, when Eugene informed her that Angela was already on her way to New York, and that nothing could be done at present. Since Eugene had left her at Biloxi, Angela had spent a most miserable period of 7 months. She had been grieving her heart out, for she imagined him to be most lonely, and at the same time she was regretful that she had ever left him. She might as well have been with him. She figured afterward that she might have borrowed several $100s from one of her brothers, and carried out the fight for his mental recovery by his side. Once he had gone, she fancied she might have made a mistake matrimonially, for he was so impressionable, but his condition was such that she did not deem him to be interested in anything save his recovery. Besides, his attitude toward her of late had been so affectionate and in a way dependent. All her letters since he had left had been most tender, speaking of his sorrow at this necessary absence and hoping that the time would soon come when they could be together. The fact that he was lonely finally decided her, and she wrote that she was coming, whether he wanted her to or not. Her arrival would have made little difference, except by now he was thoroughly weaned away from her again, had obtained a new ideal, and was interested only to see and be with Carlotta. The latter's easy financial state, her nice clothes, her familiarity with comfortable and luxurious things, better things than Eugene had ever dreamed of enjoying, her use of the automobile, her freedom in the matter of expenditures, taking the purchase of champagne and expensive meals as a matter of course, dazzled and fascinated him. It was rather an astonishing thing, he thought, to have so fine a woman fall in love with him. Besides, her tolerance, her indifference to petty conventions, her knowledge of life and literature and art set her in marked contrast to Angela, and in all ways she seemed rare and forceful to him. He wished from his heart that he could be free and could have her. Into this peculiar situation Angela precipitated herself one bright Saturday afternoon in September. She was dying to see Eugene again, full of grave thoughts for his future. She had come to share it, whatever it might be. Her one idea was that he was sick and depressed and lonely. None of his letters had been cheerful or optimistic, for of course he did not dare to confess the pleasure he was having in Carlotta's company. In order to keep her away, he had to pretend the lack of funds made it inadmissible for her to be here. The fact that he was spending, and by the time she arrived had spent, nearly the whole of the $300 his picture sold to Carlotta had brought him, had troubled him. Not unduly, of course, or he would not have done it. He had qualms of conscience, severe ones, but they passed with the presence of Carlotta or the reading of his letters from Angela. "I don't know what's the matter with me," he said to himself from time to time. "I guess I'm no good." He thought it was a blessing that the world could not see him as he was. One of the particular weaknesses of Eugene's, which should be set forth here, and which will help to illuminate the basis of his conduct, was that he was troubled with a dual point of view, a condition based upon a peculiar power of analysis, self-analysis in particular, which was constantly permitting him to tear himself up by the roots in order to see how he was getting along. He would daily and hourly, when not otherwise employed, lift the veil from his inner mental processes, as he might lift the covering from a well, and peer into its depths. What he saw was not very inviting and vastly disconcerting. A piece of machinery that was not going as a true man should, clock fashion, and corresponding in none of its moral characteristics to the recognized standard of a man. He had concluded by now, from watching various specimens, that sane men were honest, some inherently moral, some regulated by a keen sense of duty, and occasionally all of these virtues and others were bound up in one man. Angela's father was such a one. Monsieur Charles appeared to be another. He had concluded from his association with Jerry Matthews, Philip Shotmeyer, Peter McHugh, and Joseph Smite that they were all rather decent in respect to morals. He had never seen them under temptation, but he imagined they were. Such a man as William Haverford, the engineer of maintenance of way, and Henry C. Littlebrown, the division engineer of this immense road, struck him as men who must have stuck close to a sense of duty and the conventions of the life they represented, working hard all the time to have obtained the positions they had. All this whole railroad system, which he was watching closely from day to day, from his little vantage point of connection with it, seemed a clear illustration of the need of a sense of duty and reliability. All of these men who worked for this company had to be in good health, all had to appear at their posts on the tick of the clock, all had to perform faithfully the duties assigned them, or there would be disasters. Many of them had climbed by long, arduous years of work to very modest positions of prominence, as conductors, engineers, foremen, division superintendents. Others more gifted or more blessed by fortune had become division engineers, superintendents, vice presidents, and presidents. They were all slow climbers, rigid in their sense of duty, tireless in their energy, exact, thoughtful. What was he? He looked into the well of his being, and there he saw nothing but shifty and uncertain currents. It was very dark down there. He was not honest, he said to himself, except in money matters. He often wondered why. He was not truthful. He was not moral. This love of beauty which haunted him seemed much more important than anything else in the world, and his pursuit of that seemed to fly in the face of everything else which was established and important. He found that men everywhere did not think much of a man who was crazy after women. They might joke about an occasional lapse as an amiable vice or one which could be condoned, but they wanted little to do with a man who was overpowered by it. There was a case over in the railroad yard at Speonk recently which he had noted, of a foreman who had left his wife and gone after some hoyden in White Plains, and because of this offense he was promptly discharged. It appeared, though, that before this he had occasionally had such lapses, and that each time he had been discharged, but had been subsequently forgiven. This one weakness and no other had given him a bad reputation among his fellow railroad men, much as that a drunkard might have. Big John Peters, the engineer, had expressed it aptly to Eugene one day when he told him in confidence that Ed Bowers would go to hell for his hide, the latter being the local expression for women. Everybody seemed to pity him, and the man seemed in a way to pity himself. He had a hangdog look when he was reinstated, and yet everybody knew that apart from this he was a fairly competent foreman. Still, it was generally understood that he would never get anywhere. From that Eugene argued to himself that a man who was cursed with this peculiar vice could not get anywhere, that he, if he kept it up, would not. It was like drinking and stealing, and the face of the world was against it. Very frequently it went hand in hand with those things, birds of a feather, he thought. Still he was cursed with it, and he no more than Ed Bowers appeared to be able to conquer it. At least he was yielding to it now as he had before. It mattered not that the women he chose were exceptionally beautiful and fascinating. They were women, and ought he to want them? He had one. He had taken a solemn vow to love and cherish her, or at least had gone through the formality of such a vow, and here he was running about with Carlotta, as he had with Christina and Ruby before her. Was he not always looking for such women as this? Certainly he was. Had he not far better be seeking for wealth, distinction, a reputation for probity, chastity, impeccable moral honor? Certainly he had. It was the way to distinction, apparently, assuming the talent, and here he was doing anything but take that way. Conscience was his barrier, a conscience unmodified by a cold self-interest. Shame upon himself, shame upon his weak-kneed disposition, not to be able to recover from this illusion of beauty. Such were some of the thoughts which his moments of introspection brought him. On the other hand, there came over him the other phase of his duality, the ability to turn this terrible searchlight of intelligence which swept the heavens and the deep as with a great white ray upon the other side of the question. It revealed constantly the inexplicable subtleties and seeming injustice of nature. He could not help seeing how the big fish fed upon the little ones. The strong were constantly using the weak as pawns. The thieves, the grafters, the murderers were sometimes allowed to prey on society without let or hindrance. Good was not always rewarded, frequently terribly ill rewarded. Evil was seen to flourish beautifully at times. It was all right to say that it would be punished, but would it? Carlotta did not think so. She did not think the thing she was doing with him was very evil. She had said to him over and over that it was an open question, that he was troubled with an ingrowing conscience. "I don't think it's so bad," she once told him. "It depends somewhat on how you were raised." There was a system apparently in society, but apparently it did not work very well. Only fools were held by religion, which in the main was an imposition, a graft, and a lie. The honest man might be very fine, but he wasn't very successful. There was a great to-do about morals, but most people were immoral or unmoral. Why worry? Look to your health. Don't let a morbid conscience get the better of you. Thus she counseled, and he agreed with her. For the rest, the survival of the fittest was the best. Why should he worry? He had talent. It was thus that Eugene floundered to and fro, and it was in this state, brooding and melancholy, that Angela found him on her arrival. He was as gay as ever at times when he was not thinking, but he was very thin and hollow-eyed, and Angela fancied that it was overwork and worry which kept him in this state. Why had she left him? Poor Eugene! She had clung desperately to the money he had given her, and had most of it with her ready to be expended now for his care. She was so anxious for his recovery and his peace of mind that she was ready to go to work herself at anything she could find in order to make his path more easy. She was thinking that fate was terribly unjust to him, and when he had gone to sleep beside her the first night, she lay awake and cried. Poor Eugene! To think he should be tried so by fate! Nevertheless, he should not be tortured by anything which she could prevent. She was going to make him as comfortable and happy as she could. She set about to find some nice little apartment or rooms where they could live in peace and where she could cook Eugene's meals for him. She fancied that maybe his food had not been exactly right, and when she got him where she could manifest a pretense of self-confidence and courage, that he would take courage from her and grow better. So she set briskly about her task, honeying Eugene the while, for she was confident that this above all things was the thing he needed. She little suspected what a farce it all appeared to him, how mean and contemptible he appeared to himself. He did not care to be mean, to rapidly disillusion her and go his way, and yet this dual existence sickened him. He could not help but feel that from a great many points of view Angela was better than Carlotta. Yet the other woman was wider in her outlook, more gracious in her appearance, more commanding, more subtle. She was a princess of the world, subtle, deadly Machiavellian, but a princess nevertheless. Angela was better described by the current and acceptable phrase of the time, a thoroughly good woman, honest, energetic, resourceful, in all things obedient to the race spirit and the conventional feelings of the time. He knew that society would support her thoroughly and condemn Carlotta, and yet Carlotta interested him more. He wished that he might have both and no fussing. Then all would be beautiful. So he thought. The situation which here presented itself was subject to no such gracious and generous development. Angela was the soul of watchfulness, insistence on duty, consideration for right conduct and for the privileges, opportunities, and emoluments which belonged to her as the wife of a talented artist, temporarily disabled, it is true, but certainly to be distinguished in the future. She was deluding herself that his recent experience of reverses had probably hardened and sharpened Eugene's practical instincts, made him less indifferent to the necessity of looking out for himself, giving him keener instincts of self-protection and economy. He had done very well to live on so little, she thought, but they were going to do better. They were going to save. She was going to give up those silly dreams she had entertained of a magnificent studio and hosts of friends. She was going to start now saving a fraction of whatever they made, however small it might be, if it were only 10 cents a week. If Eugene could only make $9 a week by working every day, they were going to live on that. He still had 97 out of the $100 he had brought with him, he told her, and this was going in the bank. He did not tell her of the sale of one of his pictures and of the subsequent dissipation of the proceeds. In the bank, too, they were going to put any money from subsequent sales until he was on his feet again. One of these days, if they ever made any money, they were going to buy a house somewhere in which they could live without paying rent. Some of the money in the bank, a very little of it, might go for clothes if worse came to worse, but it would not be touched unless it was absolutely necessary. She needed clothes now, but that did not matter. To Eugene's 97 was added Angela's 228, which she brought with her, and this total sum of $325 was promptly deposited in the Bank of Riverwood. Angela, by personal energy and explanation, found 4 rooms in the house of a furniture manufacturer. It had been vacated by a daughter who had married, and they were glad to let it to an artist and his wife for practically nothing so far as real worth was concerned. For this was a private house in a lovely lawn. $12 per month was the charge. Mrs. Witla seemed very charming to Miss DeCinas, who was the wife of the manufacturer, and for her especial benefit a little bedroom on the second floor adjoining a bath was turned into a kitchen, with a small gas stove, and Angela at once began housekeeping operations on the tiny basis necessitated by their income. Some furniture had to be secured, for the room was not completely furnished, but Angela, by haunting the second-hand stores in New York, looking through all the department stores, and visiting certain private sales, managed to find a few things which she could buy cheaply and which would fit in with the dressing table, library table, dining table, and one bed which were already provided. The necessary curtains for the bath and kitchen windows she cut, decorated, and hung for herself. She went down to the storage company, where the unsold and undisplayed portion of Eugene's pictures were, and brought back 7, which she placed in the general living room and dining room. All Eugene's clothes, his underwear and socks particularly, received her immediate attention, and she soon had his rather attenuated wardrobe in good condition. From the local market she bought good vegetables and a little meat, and made delightful stews, ragouts, combinations of eggs and tasty meat juices after the French fashion. All her housekeeping art was employed to the utmost to make everything look clean and neat. to maintain a bountiful supply of varied food on the table, and yet to keep the costs down, so that they could not only live on $9 a week, but set aside $1 or more of that for what Angela called their private bank account. She had a little hollow brown jug calculated to hold $15 in change, which could be opened when full, which she conscientiously endeavored to fill and refill. Her one desire was to rehabilitate her husband in the eyes of the world, this time to stay, and she was determined to do it. For another thing, reflection and conversation with one person and another had taught her that it was not well for herself or for Eugene for her to encourage him in his animal passions. Some woman in Blackwood had pointed out a local case of locomotor ataxia, which had resulted from lack of self-control, and she had learned that it was believed that many other nervous troubles sprang from the same source. Perhaps Eugene's had. She had resolved to protect him from himself. She did not believe she could be injured, but Eugene was so sensitive, so emotional. The trouble with the situation was that it was such a sharp change from his recent free and to him delightful mode of existence that it was almost painful. He could see that everything appeared to be satisfactory to her, that she thought all his days had been moral and full of hard work. Carlotta's presence in the background was not suspected. Her idea was that they would work hard together, now along simple, idealistic lines, to the one end, success for him and of course by reflection for her. Eugene saw the charm of it well enough, but it was only as something quite suitable for others. He was an artist. The common laws of existence could not reasonably apply to an artist. The latter should have intellectual freedom, the privilege of going where he pleased, associating with whom he chose. This marriage business was a galling yoke, cutting off all rational opportunity for enjoyment, and he was now, after a brief period of freedom, having that yoke heavily adjusted to his neck again. Gone were all the fine dreams of pleasure and happiness which so recently had been so real, the hope of living with Carlotta, the hope of associating with her on easy and natural terms in that superior world which she represented. Angela's insistence on the thought that he should work every day and bring home $9 a week, or rather its monthly equivalent, made it necessary for him to take sharp care of the little money he had kept out of the remainder of the $300 in order to supply any deficiency which might occur from his taking time off. For there was no opportunity now of seeing Carlotta of an evening, and it was necessary to take a regular number of afternoons or mornings off each week in order to meet her. He would leave the little apartment as usual at 6:45 in the morning, dressed suitably for possible outdoor expeditions. For in the anticipation of difficulty he had told Angela that it was his custom to do this, and sometimes he would go to the factory and sometimes he would not. There was a car line which carried him rapidly cityward to a rendezvous, and he would either ride or walk with her as the case might be. There was constant thought on his and her part of the risk involved, but still they persisted. By some stroke of ill or good fortune, Norman Wilson returned from Chicago, so that Carlotta's movements had to be calculated to a nicety, but she did not care. She trusted most to the automobiles which she could hire at convenient garages, and which would carry them rapidly away from the vicinity where they might be seen and recognized. It was a tangled life, difficult and dangerous. There was no peace in it, for there is neither peace nor happiness in deception. A burning joy at one time was invariably followed by a disturbing remorse afterward. There was Carlotta's mother, Norman Wilson and Angela to guard against, to say nothing of the constant pricking of his own conscience. It is almost a foregone conclusion in any situation of this kind that it cannot endure. The seed of its undoing is in itself. We think that our actions, when unseen of mortal eyes, resolve themselves into nothingness, but this is not true. They are woven indefinably into our being, and shine forth ultimately as the real self, in spite of all our pretenses. One could almost accept the Brahmanistic dogma of psychic body which sees and is seen where we dream all to be darkness. There is no other supposition on which to explain the facts of intuition. So many individuals have it. They know so well without knowing why they know. Angela had this intuitive power in connection with Eugene. Because of her great affection for him, she divined, or apprehended, many things in connection with him long before they occurred. Throughout her absence from him, she had been haunted by the idea that she ought to be with him. And now that she was here, and the first excitement of contact and adjustment was over, she was beginning to be aware of something. Eugene was not the same as he had been a little while before he had left her. His attitude, in spite of a kindly show of affection, was distant and preoccupied. He had no real power of concealing anything. He appeared at most times, when he was with her, to be lost in a mist of speculation. He was lonely and a little lovesick, because under the pressure of home affairs Carlotta was not able to see him quite so much. At the same time, now that the fall was coming on, he was growing weary of the shop at Speonk, for the gray days and slight chill which settled upon the earth at times caused the shop windows to be closed and robbed the yard of that air of romance which had characterized it when he first came there. He could not take his way of an evening along the banks of the stream to the arms of Carlotta. The novelty of Big John and Joseph Mews and Malachi Dempsey and little Sudsy had worn off. He was beginning now to see also that they were nothing but plain working men after all, worrying over the fact that they were not getting more than 15 or 17.5 cents an hour, jealous of each other and their superiors, full of all the frailties and weaknesses to which the flesh is heir. His coming had created a slight diversion for them, for he was very strange, but his strangeness was no longer a novelty. They were beginning to see him also as a relatively commonplace human being. He was an artist, to be sure, but his actions and intentions were not so vastly different from those of other men. A shop of this kind, like any other institution, where people are compelled by force of circumstances to work together, whether the weather be fair or foul, or the mood grave or gray, can readily become, and frequently does become, a veritable hell. Human nature is a subtle, irritable, irrational thing. It is not so much governed by rules of ethics and conditions of understanding as a thing of moods and temperament. Eugene could easily see, philosopher that he was, that these people would come here enveloped in some mist of home trouble or secret illness or grief, and would conceive that somehow it was not their state of mind, but the things around them which were the cause of all their woe. Sour looks would breed sour looks in return. A gruff question would beget a gruff answer. There were long-standing grudges between one man and another, based on nothing more than a grouchy observation at one time in the past. He thought by introducing gaiety and persistent, if make-believe, geniality that he was tending to obviate and overcome the general condition. But this was only relatively true. His own gaiety was capable of becoming as much of a weariness to those who were out of the spirit of it, as was the sour brutality with which at times he was compelled to contend. So he wished that he might arrange to get well and get out of here, or at least change his form of work, for it was plain to be seen that this condition would not readily improve. His presence was a commonplace. His power to entertain and charm was practically gone. This situation, coupled with Angela's spirit of honest conservatism, was bad, but it was destined to be much worse. From watching him and endeavoring to decipher his moods, Angela came to suspect something. She could not say what. He did not love her as much as he had. There was a coolness in his caresses which was not there when he left her. What could have happened, she asked herself. Was it just absence, or what? One day, when he had returned from an afternoon's outing with Carlotta and was holding her in his arms in greeting, she asked him solemnly, "Do you love me, honey bun?" "You know I do," he asseverated, but without any energy, for he could not regain his old original feeling for her. There was no trace of it, only sympathy, pity, and a kind of sorrow that she was being so badly treated after all her efforts. "No, you don't," she replied, detecting the hollow ring in what he had said. Her voice was sad, and her eyes showed traces of that wistful despair into which she could so readily sink at times. "Why, yes, I do, Angel Face," he insisted. "What makes you ask? What's come over you?" He was wondering whether she had heard anything or seen anything, and was concealing her knowledge behind this preliminary inquiry. "Nothing," she replied, "only you don't love me. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. But I can feel it right here." And she laid her hand on her heart. The action was sincere, unstudied. It hurt him, for it was like that of a little child. "Oh, hush! Don't say that," he pleaded. "You know I do. Don't look so gloomy. I love you. Don't you know I do?" And he kissed her. "No, no," said Angela. "I know you don't. Oh, dear, I feel so bad." Eugene was dreading another display of the hysteria with which he was familiar, but it did not come. She conquered her mood, inasmuch as she had no real basis for suspicion, and went about the work of getting his dinner. She was depressed, though, and he was fearful. What if she should ever find out? More days passed. Carlotta called him up at the shop occasionally, for there was no phone where he lived, and she would not have risked it if there had been. She sent him registered notes to be signed for, addressed to Henry Kingsland, and directed to the post office at Speonk. Eugene was not known there as Witla, and easily secured these missives, which were usually very guarded in their expressions and concerned appointments, the vaguest, most mysterious directions which he understood. They made arrangements largely from meeting to meeting, saying, "If I can't keep it Thursday at 2, it will be Friday at the same time, and if not then, Saturday. If anything happens, I'll send you a registered special." So it went on. One noontime Eugene walked down to the little post office at Speonk to look for a letter, for Carlotta had not been able to meet him the previous day, and had phoned instead that she would write the following day. He found it safely enough, and after glancing at it, it contained but a few words, decided to tear it up as usual and throw the pieces away. A mere expression, "ashes of roses," which she sometimes used to designate herself, and the superscription, "Oh, Jeanie," made it, however, inexpressibly dear to him. He thought he would hold it in his possession just a little while. A few hours longer. It was enigmatic enough to anyone but himself, he thought, even if found. The bridge, 2 Wednesday. The bridge referred to was the one over the Harlem at Morris Heights. He kept the appointment that day as requested, but by some necromancy of fate he forgot the letter until he was within his own door. Then he took it out, tore it up into 4 or 5 pieces quickly, put it in his vest pocket, and went upstairs, intending at the first opportunity to dispose of it. Meanwhile, Angela, for the first time since they had been living at Riverwood, had decided to walk over toward the factory about 6 o'clock and meet Eugene on his way home. She heard him discourse on the loveliness of this stream, and what a pleasure it was to stroll along its banks morning and evening. He was so fond of the smooth water and the overhanging leaves. She had walked with him there already on several Sundays. When she went this evening, she thought what a pleasant surprise it would be for him, for she had prepared everything on leaving so that his supper would not be delayed when they reached home. She heard the whistle blow as she neared the shop, and, standing behind a clump of bushes on the thither side of the stream, she waited, expecting to pounce out on Eugene with a loving "Boo!" He did not come. The 40 or 50 men who worked here trickled out like a little stream of black ants, and then, Eugene not appearing, Angela went over to the gate which Joseph Mews, in the official capacity of gateman, after the whistle blew, was closing. "Is Mr. Witla here?" asked Angela, peering through the bars at him. Eugene had described Joseph so accurately to her that she recognized him at sight. "No, ma'am," replied Joseph, quite taken back by this attractive arrival, for good-looking women were not common at the shop gate of the factory. "He left 4 or 5 hours ago. I think he left at 1 o'clock, if I remember right. He wasn't working with us today. He was working out in the yard." "You don't know where he went, do you?" asked Angela, who was surprised at this novel information. Eugene had not said anything about going anywhere. Where could he have gone? "No, ma'am, I don't," replied Joseph volubly. "He sometimes goes off this way. Quite frequent, ma'am. His wife calls him up, now, and maybe you're his wife." "I am," said Angela, but she was no longer thinking of what she was saying. Her words on the instant were becoming mechanical. Eugene going away frequently? He had never said anything to her. His wife calling him up? Could there be another woman? Instantly her old suspicions, jealousies, fears awoke, and she was wondering why she had not fixed on this fact before. That explained Eugene's indifference, of course. That explained his air of abstraction. He wasn't thinking of her, the miserable creature. He was thinking of someone else. Still, she could not be sure, for she had no proof. Two adroit questions elicited the fact that no one in the shop had ever seen his wife. He had just gone out. A woman had called up. Angela took her way home amid a whirling fire of conjecture. When she reached it, Eugene was not there yet, for he sometimes delayed his coming, lingering, as he said, to look at the water. It was natural enough in an artist. She went upstairs and hung the broad-brimmed straw she had worn in the closet, and went into the kitchen to await his coming. Experience with him and the nature of her own temperament determined her to enact a role of subtlety. She would wait until he spoke, pretending that she had not been out. She would ask whether he had a hard day, and see whether he disclosed the fact that he had been away from the factory. That would show her positively what he was doing, and whether he was deliberately deceiving her. Eugene came up the stairs, gay enough, but anxious to deposit the scraps of paper where they would not be seen. No opportunity came, for Angela was there to greet him. "Did you have a hard job today?" she asked, noting that he made no preliminary announcement of any absence. "Not very," he replied. "No. I don't look tired." "No," she said bitterly, but concealing her feelings. She wanted to see how thoroughly and deliberately he would lie. "But I thought maybe you might have. Did you stop to look at the water tonight?" "Yes," he replied smoothly. "It's very lovely over there. I never get tired of it. The sun on the leaves these days, now that they are turning yellow, is so beautiful. They look a little like stained glass at certain angles." Her first impulse after hearing this was to exclaim, "Why do you lie to me, Eugene?" For her temper was fiery, almost uncontrollable at times, but she restrained herself. She wanted to find out more how she did not know, but time, if she could only wait a little, would help her. Eugene went to the bath, congratulating himself on the ease of his escape, the comfortable fact that he was not catechised very much. But in this temporary feeling of satisfaction, he forgot the scraps of paper in his vest pocket, though not for long. He hung his coat and vest on a hook and started into the bedroom to get himself a fresh collar and tie. While he was in there, Angela passed the bathroom door. She was always interested in Eugene's clothes, how they were wearing, but tonight there were other thoughts in her mind. Hastily and by intuition, she went through his pockets, finding the torn scraps, then for excuse took his coat and vest down to clean certain spots. At the same moment Eugene thought of his letter. He came hurrying out to get it, or the pieces, rather, but Angela already had them and was looking at them curiously. "What was that?" she asked, all her suspicious nature on the qui vive for additional proof. Why should he keep the torn fragments of letter in his pocket? For days she had had a psychic sense of something impending. Everything about him seemed strangely to call for investigation. Now it was all coming out. "Nothing," he said nervously. "A memorandum. Throw it in the paper box." Angela noted the peculiarity of his voice and manner. She was taken by the guilty expression of his eyes. Something was wrong. It concerned these scraps of paper. Maybe it was in these she would be able to read the riddle of his conduct. The woman's name might be in here. Like a flash it came to her that she might piece these scraps together, but there was another thought equally swift which urged her to pretend indifference. That might help her. Pretend now, and she would know more later. She threw them in the paper box, thinking to piece them together at her leisure. Eugene noted her hesitation, her suspicion. He was afraid she would do something what he could not guess. He breathed more easily when the papers fluttered into the practically empty box. But he was nervous. If they were only burned! He did not think she would attempt to put them together, but he was afraid. He would have given anything if his sense of romance had not led him into this trap. Angela was quick to act upon her thought. No sooner had Eugene entered the bath than she gathered up the pieces, threw other bits of paper like them in their place, and tried quickly to piece them together on the ironing board where she was. It was not difficult. The scraps were not small. On one triangular bit were the words, "Oh, Jeanie," with a colon after it. On another the words, "The Bridge," and another, "Roses." There was no doubt in her mind from this preliminary survey that this was a love note, and every nerve in her body tingled to the terrible import of it. Could it really be true? Could Eugene have found someone else? Was this the cause of his coolness and his hypocritical pretense of affection, and not of his wanting her to come to him? Oh, God! Would her suffering never cease? She hurried into the front room, her face white, her hand clenching the telltale bits, and there set to work to complete her task. It did not take her long. In 4 minutes it was all together, and then she saw it all. A love note from some demon of a woman. No doubt of it. Some mysterious woman in the background. Ashes of roses. Now God curse her for a siren, a love thief, a hypnotizing snake, fascinating men with her evil eyes. And Eugene, the dog, the scoundrel, the vile coward, the traitor. Was there no decency, no morality, no kindness, no gratitude in his soul? After all her patience, all her suffering, all her loneliness, her poverty, to treat her like this, writing that he was sick and lonely and unable to have her with him, and at the same time running around with a strange woman. Ashes of roses. Oh, curses, curses, curses on her harlot's heart and brain. Might God strike her dead for her cynical, brutal seizing upon that sacred possession which belonged to another. She wrung her hands desperately. Angela was fairly beside herself. Through her dainty little head ran a foaming torrent of rage, hate, envy, sorrow, self-commiseration, brutal desire for revenge. If she could only get at this woman! If she could only denounce Eugene now to his face! If she could only find them together and kill them! How she would like to strike her on the mouth! How to tear her hair and her eyes out! Something of the forest cat's cruel rage shone in her gleaming eyes as she thought of her. For if she could have Carlotta there alone, she would have tortured her with hot irons, torn her tongue and teeth from their roots, beaten her into insensibility and an unrecognizable mass. She was a real tigress now, her eyes gleaming, her red lips wet. She would kill her, kill her, kill her. As God was judge, she would kill her if she could find her, and Eugene and herself. Yes, yes, she would. Better death than this agony of suffering. Better 1,000 times to be dead with this beast of a woman dead beside her and Eugene than to suffer this way. She didn't deserve it. Why did God torture her so? Why was she made to bleed at every step by this her sacrificial love? Had she not been a good wife? Had she not laid every tribute of tenderness, patience, and self-abnegation, self-sacrifice, and virtue on the altar of love? What more could God ask? What more could man want? Had she not waited on Eugene in sickness and health? She had gone without clothes, gone without friends, hidden herself away in Blackwood the 7 months, while he was here frittering away his health and time in love and immorality. And what was her reward? In Chicago, in Tennessee, in Mississippi, had she not waited on him, sat up with him of nights, walked the floor with him when he was nervous, consoled him in his fear of poverty and failure? And here she was now, after 7 long months of patient waiting and watching, eating her lonely heart out, forsaken. Oh, the inconceivable inhumanity of the human heart! To think anybody could be so vile, so low, so unkind, so cruel! To think Eugene, with his black eyes, his soft hair, his smiling face, could be so treacherous, so subtle, so dastardly! Could he really be as mean as this note proved him to be? Could he be as brutal, as selfish? Was she awake or asleep? Was this a dream? Oh, God, no, no, it was not a dream. It was a cold, bitter, agonizing reality. And the cause of all her suffering was there in the bathroom now, shaving himself. For one moment she thought she would go in and strike him where he stood. She thought she could tear his heart out, cut him up, but then suddenly the picture of him bleeding and dead came to her and she recoiled. No, no, she could not do that. Oh, no, not Eugene. And yet, "Oh, God, let me get my hands on that woman," she said to herself. "Let me get my hands on her. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll kill her." This torrent of fury and self-pity was still raging in her heart when the bathroom knob clicked and Eugene came out. He was in his undershirt, trousers, and shoes, looking for a clean white shirt. He was very nervous over the note, which had been thrown in scraps into the box. But looking in the kitchen and seeing the pieces still there, he was slightly reassured. Angela was not there. He could come back and get them when he found out where she was. He went into the bedroom, looking into the front room as he did so. She appeared to be at the window waiting for him. After all, she was probably not as suspicious as he thought. It was his own imagination. He was too nervous and sensitive. Well, he would get those pieces now, if he could, and throw them out of the window. Angela should not have a chance to examine them if she wanted to. He slipped out into the kitchen, made a quick grab for the little heap, and sent the pieces flying. Then he felt much better. He would never bring another letter home from anybody, that was a certainty. Fate was too much against him. Angela came out after a bit, for the click of the bathroom knob had sobered her a little. Her rage was high, her pulse abnormal, her whole being shaken to its roots, but still she realized that she must have time to think. She must see who this woman was first. She must have time to find her. Eugene mustn't know. Where was she now? Where was this bridge? Where did they meet? Where did she live? She wondered for the moment why she couldn't think it all out, why it didn't come to her in a flash, a revelation. If she could only know. In a few minutes Eugene came in, clean-shaven, smiling, his equanimity and peace of mind fairly well restored. The letter was gone. Angela could never know. She might suspect, but this possible burst of jealousy had been nipped in the bud. He came over toward her to put his arm around her, but she slipped away from him, pretending to need the sugar. He let this effort of love-making go, the will for the deed, and sat down at the snow-white little table set with tempting dishes and waited to be served. The day had been very pleasant, being early in October, and he was pleased to see a last lingering ray of light falling on some red and yellow leaves. This yard was very beautiful. This little flat, for all their poverty, very charming. Angela was neat and trim in a dainty house dress of mingled brown and green. A dark blue studio apron shielded her bosom and skirt. She was very pale and distraught looking, but Eugene for the time was almost unconscious of it. He was so relieved. "Are you very tired, Angela?" he finally asked sympathetically. "Yes, I'm not feeling so well today," she replied. "What have you been doing? Ironing?" "Oh, yes, and cleaning. I worked on the cupboard." "You oughtn't to try to do so much," he said cheerfully. "You're not strong enough. You think you're a little horse, but you are only a colt. Better go slow, hadn't you?" "I will after I get everything straightened out to suit me," she replied. She was having the struggle of her life to conceal her real feelings. Never at any time had she undergone such an ordeal as this. Once in the studio, When she discovered those 2 letters, she thought she was suffering. But what was that to this? What were her suspicions concerning Frieda? What were the lonely longings at home, her grieving and worrying over his illness? Nothing, nothing. Now he was actually faithless to her. Now she had the evidence. This woman was here. She was somewhere in the immediate background. After these years of marriage and close companionship, he was deceiving her. It was possible that he had been with this woman today, yesterday, the day before. The letter was not dated. Could it be that she was related to Mrs. Hibberdell? Eugene had said there was a married daughter, but never that she was there. If she was there, why should he have moved? He wouldn't have. Was it the wife of the man he was last living with? No, she was too homely. Angela had seen her. Eugene would never associate with her. If she could only know. Ashes of roses. The world went red before her eyes. There was no use bursting into a storm now. Though if she could only be calm, it would be better. If she only had someone to talk to. If there were a minister or a bosom friend. She might go to a detective agency. They might help her. A detective could trace this woman and Eugene. Did she want to do this? It cost money. They were very poor now. Pah! Why should she worry about their poverty? Mending her dresses, going without hats, going without decent shoes, and he wasting his time and being upon some shameless strumpet. If he had money, he would spend it on her. Still, he had handed her almost all the money he had brought East with him intact. How was that? All the time, Eugene was sitting opposite her, eating with fair heartiness. If the trouble about the letter had not come out so favorably, he would have been without appetite. But now he felt at ease. Angela said she was not hungry and could not eat. She passed him the bread, the butter, the hashed brown potatoes, the tea, and he ate cheerfully. "I think I'm going to try and get out of that shop over there," he volunteered affably. "Why?" asked Angela mechanically. "I'm tired of it. The men are not so interesting to me now. I'm tired of them. I think Mr. Haverford will transfer me if I write to him. He said he would. I'd rather be outside with some section gang if I could. It's going to be very dreary in the shop when they close it up." "Well, if you're tired, you'd better," replied Angela. "Your mind needs diversion, I know that. Why don't you write to Mr. Haverford?" "I will," he said, but he did not immediately. He went into the front room and lit the gas eventually, reading a paper, then a book, then yawning wearily. Angela came in after a time and sat down, pale and tired. She went and secured a little work basket in which were socks undarned and other odds and ends, and began on those. But she revolted at the thought of doing anything for him and put them up. She got out a skirt of hers which she was making. Eugene watched her a little while lazily, his artistic eye measuring the various dimensions of her features. She had a well-balanced face, he finally concluded. He noted the effect of the light on her hair, the peculiar hue it gave it, and wondered if he could get that in oil. Night scenes were harder than those of full daylight. Shadows were so very treacherous. He got up finally. "Well, I'm going to turn in," he said. "I'm tired. I have to get up at 6. Oh dear, this darned day labor business gives me a pain. I wish it were over." Angela did not trust herself to speak. She was so full of pain and despair that she thought if she spoke she would cry. He went out, saying, "Coming soon?" She nodded her head. When he was gone, the storm burst, and she broke into a blinding flood of tears. They were not only tears of sorrow, but of rage and helplessness. She went out on the little balcony which was there and cried alone, the night lights shining wistfully about. After the first storm, she began to harden and dry up again, for helpless tears were foreign to her in a rage. She dried her eyes and became white-faced and desperate as before. The dog, the scoundrel, the brute, the hound, she thought. How could she have ever loved him? How could she love him now? Oh, the horror of life, its injustice, its cruelty, its shame. That she should be dragged through the mire with a man like this. The pity of it, the shame. If this was art, death take it. And yet hate him as she might, hate this hellish man-trap who signed herself Ashes of Roses. She loved him too. She could not help it. She knew she loved him. Oh, to be crossed by two fevers like this! Why might she not die? Why not die right now? The hells of love are bitter and complete. There were days after that when she watched him, followed him down the pleasant lane from the house to the water's edge, slipping out unceremoniously after he had gone not more than 800 feet. She watched the bridge at Riverwood at 1 and 6, expecting that Eugene and his paramour might meet there. It just happened that Carlotta was compelled to leave town for 10 days with her husband, and so Eugene was safe. On 2 occasions he went downtown, into the heart of the great city, anxious to get a breath of the old life that so fascinated him. And Angela followed him, only to lose track of him quickly. He did nothing evil, however, merely walked, wondering what Miriam Finch and Christina Channing and Norma Whitmore were doing these days, and what they were thinking of him in his long absence. Of all the people he had known, he had only seen Norma Whitmore once, and that was not long after he returned to New York. He had given her a garbled explanation of his illness, stated that he was going to work now, and proposed to come and see her. He did his best to avoid observation, however, for he dreaded explaining the reason for his non-productive condition. Miriam Finch was almost glad that he had failed, since he had treated her so badly. Christina Channing was in opera, as he quickly discovered, for he saw her name blazoned one day the following November in the newspapers. She was a star whose talent great hopes were entertained, and was interested almost exclusively in her career. She was to sing in Bohème and Rigoletto. Another thing fortunate for Eugene at this time was that he changed his work. There came to the shop one day an Irish foreman, Timothy Deegan, master of a score of guineas, as he called the Italian day laborers who worked for him, who took Eugene's fancy greatly. He was of medium height, thick of body and neck, with a cheerful, healthy red face, a keen, twinkling gray eye, and stiff, closely cropped gray hair and mustache. He had come to lay the foundation for a small dynamo in the engine room at Speonk, which was to supply the plant with light in case of night work. And a car of his had been backed in, a tool car, full of boards, barrows, mortar boards, picks, and shovels. Eugene was amused and astonished at his insistent, defiant attitude and the brisk manner in which he was handing out orders to his men. "Come, Matt, come, Jimmy. Get the shovels now. Get the picks," he heard him shout. "Bring some sand here. Bring some stone. Where's the cement now? Where's the cement? Jesus Christ, I must have some cement. What are you all doing? Hurry now, hurry. Bring the cement." "Well, he knows how to give orders," commented Eugene to Big John, who was standing near. "He certainly does," replied the latter. To himself Eugene observed, hearing only the calls at first, the Irish brute. Later he discovered a subtle twinkling in Deegan's eyes as he stood brazenly in the door looking defiantly about. There was no brutality in it, only self-confidence and a hearty Irish insistence on the necessity of the hour. "Well, you're a dandy," commented Eugene boldly after a time, and laughed. "Ha ha," marked Deegan in return. "If you had to work as hard as these men you wouldn't laugh." "I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing at you," explained Eugene. "Laugh?" said Deegan. "Sure you're as funny to me as I am to you." Eugene laughed again. The Irishman agreed with himself that there was humor in it. He laughed too. Eugene patted his big rough shoulder with his hands, and they were friends immediately. It did not take Deegan long to find out from Big John why he was there and what he was doing. "An artist," he commented. "Sure he'd better be outside than in. The looks of him packing shavings and him laughing at me." Big John smiled. "I believe he wants to get outside," he said. "Why don't he come with me, then? He'd have a fine time working with the guineas. Sure that would make a man of him. A few months of that." He pointed to Angelo Esposito shoveling clay. Big John thought this worth reporting to Eugene. He did not think that he wanted to work with the guineas, but he might like to be with Deegan. Eugene saw his opportunity. He liked Deegan. "Would you like to have an artist who's looking for health come and work for you, Deegan?" Eugene asked genially. He thought Deegan might refuse, but it didn't matter. It was worth the trial. "Sure," replied the latter. "Will I have to work with the Italians?" "There'd be plenty of work for you to do without laying your hand to pick or shovel unless you want to. Sure, that's no work for white men to do." "And what do you call them, Deegan? Aren't they white?" "Sure they're not." "What are they then? They're not black." "Negroes, of course." "But they're not Negroes." "Well, begad, they're not white. Any man can tell that by looking at 'em." Eugene smiled. He understood at once the solid Irish temperament which could draw this hearty conclusion. There was no malice in it. Deegan did not underestimate these Italians. He liked his men, but they weren't white. He didn't know what they were exactly, but they weren't white. He was standing over them a moment later shouting, "Up with it! Up with it! Down with it! Down with it!" as though his whole soul were intent on driving the last scrap of strength out of these poor underlings, when, as a matter of fact, they were not working very hard at all. His glance was roving about in a general way as he yelled, and they paid little attention to him. Once in a while he would interpolate, "Come, Matt," in a softer key, a key so soft that it was entirely out of keeping with his other voice. Eugene saw it all clearly. He understood Deegan. "I think I'll get Mr. Haverford to transfer me to you if you'll let me come," he said at the close of the day, when Deegan was taking off his overalls and the Italians, as he called them, were putting things back in the car. "Sure," said Deegan, impressed by the great name of Haverford. If Eugene could accomplish that through such a far-off, wondrous personality, he must be a remarkable man himself. "Come along. I'll be glad to have you. You can just make out the O and K blanks and the reports and watch over the men such times as I'll not be there, and, well, all told, you'll have enough to keep you busy." Eugene smiled. This was a pleasant prospect. Big John had told him during the morning that Deegan went up and down the road from Peekskill on the main line, Chatham on the Midland Division, and Mount Kisco on the third branch to New York City. He built wells, culverts, coal bins, building piers, small brick buildings, anything and everything, in short, which a capable foreman mason ought to be able to build, and in addition, he was fairly content and happy in his task. Eugene could see it. The atmosphere of the man was wholesome. He was like a tonic, a revivifying dynamo to this sickly, overwrought sentimentalist. That night he went home to Angela, full of the humor and romance of his new situation. He liked the idea of it. He wanted to tell her about Deegan, to make her laugh. He was destined, unfortunately, to another kind of reception. For Angela, by this time, had endured the agony of her discovery to the breaking point. She had listened to his pretenses, knowing them to be lies, until she could endure it no longer. In following him, she had discovered nothing, and the change in his work would make the chase more difficult. It was scarcely possible for anyone to follow him, for he himself did not know where he would be from day to day. He would be here, there, and everywhere. His sense of security, as well as his unfairness, made him sensitive about being nice in the unimportant things. When he thought it all, he was ashamed of what he was doing, thoroughly ashamed. Like the drunkard, he appeared to be mastered by his weakness, and the psychology of his attitude is so best interpreted. He caressed her sympathetically, for he thought from her drawn, weary look that she was verging on some illness. She appeared to him to be suffering from worry for him, overwork, or approaching malady. But Eugene, in spite of his unfaithfulness, did sympathize with Angela greatly. He appreciated her good qualities, her truthfulness, economy, devotion, and self-sacrifice in all things which related to him. He was sorry that his own yearning for freedom crossed with her desire for simple-minded devotion on his part. He could not love her as she wanted him to, that he knew, and yet he was at times sorry for it, very. He would look at her when she was not looking at him, admiring her industry, her patience, her pretty figure, her geniality in the face of many difficulties, and wished that she could have a better fate than to have met and married him. Because of these feelings on his part for her, he could not bear to see her suffer. When she appeared to be ill, he could not help drawing near to her, wanting to know how she was, endeavoring to make her feel better by those sympathetic, emotional demonstrations which he knew meant so much to her. On this particular evening, noting the still drawn agony of her face, he was moved to insist, "What's the matter with you, Angel Face, these days? You look so tired. You're not right. What's troubling you?" "Oh, nothing," replied Angela wearily. "But I know there is," he replied. "You can't be feeling well. What's ailing you? You're not like yourself at all. Won't you tell me, sweet? What's the trouble?" He was thinking, because Angela said nothing, that it must be a real physical illness. Any emotional complaint vented itself quickly. "Why should you care?" she asked cautiously, breaking her self-imposed vow of silence. She was thinking that Eugene and this woman, whoever she was, were conspiring to defeat her, and that they were succeeding. Her voice had changed from one of weary resignation to subtle, semi-concealed complaint and offense, and Eugene noticed it. Before she could add any more, he had observed, "Why shouldn't I? Why, how you talk! What's the matter now?" Angela really did not intend to go on. Her query was dragged out of her by his obvious sympathy. He was sorry for her in some general way. It made her pain and wrath all the greater. And his additional inquiry irritated her the more. "Why should you?" she asked weepingly. "You don't want me. You don't like me. You pretend sympathy when I look a little bad, but that's all. You don't care for me. If you could get rid of me, you would. That is so plain." "Why, what are you talking about?" he asked, astonished. Had she found out anything? Was the incident of the scraps of paper really closed? Had anybody been telling her anything about Carlotta? Instantly he was all at sea. Still he had to pretend. "You know I care," he said. "How can you say that?" "You don't. You know you don't," she flared up suddenly. "Why do you lie? You don't care. Don't touch me. Don't come near me. I'm sick of your hypocritical pretenses. Oh!" And she straightened up with her fingernails cutting into her palms. Eugene, at the first expression of disbelief on her part, had laid his hand soothingly on her arm. That was why she had jumped away from him. Now he drew back, nonplussed, nervous, a little defiant. It was easier to combat rage than sorrow, but he did not want to do either. "What's the matter with you?" he asked, assuming a look of bewildered innocence. "What have I done now?" "What haven't you done, you'd better ask, you dog, you coward," flared Angela. "Leaving me to stay out in Wisconsin while you go running around with a shameless woman. Don't deny it. Don't dare to deny it." This apropos of a protesting movement on the part of Eugene's head. "I know all. I know more than I want to know. I know how you've been acting. I know what you've been doing. I know how you've been lying to me. You've been running around with a low, vile wretch of a woman, while I have been staying out in Blackwood eating my heart out. That's what you've been doing. Dear Angela, dear Angel Face, dear Madonna Dolorosa. Ha! What have you been calling her, you lying, hypocritical coward? What names have you for her? Hypocrite, brute, liar. I know what you've been doing. Oh, how well I know. Why was I ever born? Why? Her voice trailed off in a wail of agony. Eugene stood there astonished to the point of inefficiency. He could not think of a single thing to do or say. He had no idea upon what evidence she based her complaint. He fancied that it must be much more than had been contained in that little note which he had torn up. She had not seen that. Of that he was reasonably sure. Or was he? Could she have taken it out of the box while he was in the bath and then put it back again? This sounded like it. She had looked very bad that night. How much did she know? Where had she secured this information? Mrs. Hibberdell? Carlotta? No. Had she seen her? Where? When? "You're talking through your hat," he said aimlessly and largely in order to get time. "You're crazy. What's got into you anyhow? I haven't been doing anything of the sort." "Oh, haven't you?" she sneered. "You haven't been meeting her at bridges and roadhouses and street cars, have you? You liar! You haven't been calling her Ashes of Roses and River Nymph and Angel Girl?" Angela was making up names and places out of her own mind. "I suppose you used some of the pet names on her that you gave to Christina Channing, didn't you? She liked those, the vile strumpet. And you dog, pretending to me, pretending sympathy, pretending loneliness, pretending sorrow, that I couldn't be here. A lot you cared what I was doing or thinking or suffering. Oh, I hate you, you horrible coward. I hate her. I hope something terrible happens to you. If I could get at her now, I would kill her and you both, and myself. I would. I wish I could die. I wish I could die." Eugene was beginning to get the measure of this inquiry as Angela interpreted it. He could see now how cruelly he had hurt her. He could see now how vile what he was doing looked in her eyes. It was bad business, running with other women. No doubt of it. It always ended in something like this, a terrible storm, in which he had to sit by and hear himself called brutal names to which there was no legitimate answer. He had heard of this in connection with other people, but he had never thought it would come to him. And the worst of it was that he was guilty and deserving of it. No doubt of that. It lowered him in his own estimation. It lowered her in his and her own because she had to fight this way. Why did he do it? Why did he drag her into such a situation? It was breaking down that sense of pride in himself, which was the only sustaining power a man had before the gaze of the world. Why did he let himself into these situations? Did he really love Carlotta? Did he want pleasure enough to endure such abuse as this? This was a terrible scene. And where would it end? His nerves were tingling, his brain fairly aching. If he could only conquer this desire for another type and be faithful, and yet how dreadful that seemed. To confine himself in all his thoughts to just Angela, it was not possible. He thought of these things standing there, enduring the brunt of this storm. It was a terrible ordeal, but it was not wholly reformatory even at that. "What's the use of carrying on like that, Angela?" he said, grimly, after he had listened to all this. "It isn't as bad as you think. I'm not a liar and I'm not a dog. You must have pieced that note I threw in the paper box together and read it. When did you do it?" He was curious about that, and about how much she knew. What were her intentions in regard to him? What in regard to Carlotta? What would she do next? "When did I do it?" she replied. "When did I do it?" "What does that have to do with it? What right have you to ask? Where is this woman? That's what I want to know. I want to find her. I want to face her. I want to tell her what a wretched beast she is. I'll show her how to come and steal another woman's husband. I'll kill her. I'll kill her and I'll kill you too. Do you hear? I'll kill you." And she advanced on him defiantly, blazingly. Eugene was astounded. He had never seen such rage in any woman. It was wonderful, fascinating, something like a great lightning-riven storm. Angela was capable of hurling thunderbolts of wrath. He had not known that. It raised her in his estimation, made her really more attractive than she would otherwise have been, for power, however displayed, is fascinating. She was so little, so grim, so determined. It was in its way a test of great capability, and he liked her for it, even though he resented her abuse. "No, no, Angela," he said sympathetically, and with a keen wish to alleviate her sorrow. "You would not do anything like that. You couldn't." I will," she declared. "I'll kill her and you too." And then, having reached this tremendous height, she suddenly broke. Eugene's big, sympathetic understanding was after all too much for her. His brooding patience in the midst of her wrath, his innate sorrow for what he could not or would not help, it was written all over his face. His very obvious presentation of the fact by his attitude that he knew that she loved him in spite of this, was too much for her. It was like beating her hands against a stone. She might kill him and this woman, whoever she was, but she would not have changed his attitude toward her, and that was what she wanted. A great torrent of heart-breaking sobs broke from her, shaking her frame like a reed. She threw her arms and head upon the kitchen table, fallen to her knees, and cried and cried. Eugene stood there contemplating the wreck he had made of her dreams. Certainly it was hell, he said to himself. Certainly it was. He was a liar, as she said, a dog, a scoundrel. Poor little Angela. Well, the damage had been done. What could he do now? Anything? Certainly not. Not a thing. She was broken, heartbroken. There was no earthly remedy for that. Priests might strive for broken laws, but for a broken heart, what remedy was there? "Angela," he called gently. "Angela, I'm sorry. Don't cry, Angela. Don't cry." But she did not hear him. She did not hear anything. Lost in the agony of her situation, she could only sob convulsively until it seemed that her pretty little frame would break to pieces. Eugene's feelings on this occasion were of a reasonable duration. It is always possible, under such circumstances, to take the victim of our brutalities in our arms and utter a few sympathetic or repentant words. The real kindness and repentance which consists in reformation is quite another matter. One must see with eyes too pure to behold evil to do that. Eugene was not to be reformed by an hour or many hours of agony on any one's part. Angela was well within the range of his sympathetic interests. He suffered with her keenly, but not enough to outrun or offset his own keen desire for what he considered his spiritual right to enjoy beauty. What harm did it do, he would have asked himself, if he secretly exchanged affectionate looks and feelings with Carlotta or any other woman who fascinated him and in turn was fascinated by him? Could an affinity of this character really be called evil? He was not giving her any money, which Angela ought to have had, or very little. He did not want to marry her, and she really did not want to marry him, he thought. There was no chance of that anyhow. He wanted to associate with her, and what harm did that do Angela? None, if she did not know. Of course, if she knew, it was very sad for her and for him. But if the shoe were on the other foot, and Angela was the one who was acting as he was acting now, he would not care, he thought. He forgot to add that if he did not care, it would be because he was not in love, and Angela was in love. Such reasoning runs in circles. Only it is not reasoning. It is sentimental and emotional anarchy. There is no will toward progress in it. When Angela recovered from her first burst of rage and grief, it was only to continue it further, though not quite in the same vein. There can only be one superlative in any field of endeavor. Beyond that may be mutterings and thunderings, or a shining afterglow, but no second superlative. Angela charged him with every weakness and evil tendency, only to have him look at her in a solemn way, occasionally saying, "Oh, no, you know I'm not as bad as that," or "Why do you abuse me in that way? That isn't true," or "Why do you say that?" "Because it is so, and you know it's so," Angela would declare. "Listen, Angela," he replied once, with a certain amount of logic. "There is no use in browbeating me in this way. It doesn't do any good to call me names. You want me to love you, don't you? That's all you want. You don't want anything else. Will calling me names make me do it? If I can't, I can't. And if I can, I can. How will fighting help that?" She listened to him pitifully, for she knew that her rage was useless, or practically so. He was in the position of power. She loved him. That was the sad part of it. To think that tears and pleadings and wrath might not really avail after all. He could only love her out of a desire that was not self-generated. That was something she was beginning to see in a dim way as a grim truth. Once she folded her hands and sat white and drawn, staring at the floor. "Well, I don't know what to do," she declared. "I suppose I ought to leave you. If it just weren't for my family. They all think so highly of the marriage state. They are so naturally faithful and decent. I suppose these qualities have to be born in people. They can't be acquired. You would have to be made over." Eugene knew she would not leave him. He smiled at the superior condescension of the last remark, though it was not intended as such by her. To think of his being made over after the model Angela and her relatives would lay down. "I don't know where I'd go or what I'd do," she observed. "I can't go back to my family. I don't want to go there. I haven't been trained in anything except school teaching, and I hate to think of that again. If I could only study stenography or bookkeeping." She was talking as much to clear her own mind as his. She really did not know what to do. Eugene listened to the self-demonstrated situation with a shammed face. It was hard for him to think of Angela being thrown out on the world as a bookkeeper or a stenographer. He did not want to see her doing anything like that. In a way, he wanted to live with her, if it could be done in his way, much as the Mormons might, perhaps. What a lonely life hers would be if she were away from him, and she was not suited to it. She was not suited to the commercial world. She was too homely, too housewifely. He wished he could assure her now that she would not have further cause for grief, and mean it. But he was like a sick man, wishing he could do the things a hale man might. There was no self-conviction in his thoughts, only the idea that if he tried to do right in this matter, he might succeed, but he would be unhappy. So he drifted. In the meanwhile, Eugene had taken up his work with Deegan and was going through a very curious experience. At the time Deegan had stated that he would take him, he had written to Haverford, making a polite request for transfer, and was immediately informed that his wishes would be granted. Haverford remembered Eugene kindly. He hoped he was improving. He understood from inquiry of the superintendent of buildings that Deegan was in need of a capable assistant, anyhow, and that Eugene could well serve in that capacity. The foreman was always in trouble about his reports. An order was issued to Deegan commanding him to receive Eugene, and another to Eugene from the office of the superintendent of buildings, ordering him to report to Deegan. Eugene went, finding him working on the problem of constructing a coal bin under the depot at Ford's Center, and raising as much a storm as ever. He was received with a grin of satisfaction. "So here you are. Well, you're just in time. I want you to go down to the office." Eugene laughed. "Sure," he said. Deegan was down in a freshly excavated hole, and his clothes were redolent of the freshly turned earth which surrounded him. He had a plumb bob in his hand and a spirit level, but he laid them down. Under the neat train shed to which he crawled when Eugene appeared, and where they stood, he fished from a pocket of his old gray coat a soiled and crumpled letter which he carefully unfolded with his thick and clumsy fingers. Then he held it up and looked at it defiantly. "I want you to go to Woodlawn," he continued, "and look after some bolts that are there. There's a keg of 'em, and sign the bill for 'em and ship them down to me. They're not many. And then I want you to go down to the office and take them this O.K." And here he fished around and produced another crumpled slip. "It's nonsense," he exclaimed when he saw it. "It's unreasonable. They're always yelling for them O.K. blanks. You think, begad, I was going to steal from them. You think I lived on the things. O.K. blanks, O.K. blanks, from morning till night, O.K. blanks. It's nonsense. It's unreasonable." And his face flushed a defiant red. Eugene could see that some infraction of the railroad's rules had occurred, and that Deacon had been called down or jacked up about it, as the railroad men expressed it. He was in a high state of dudgeon, as defiant and pugnacious as his royal Irish temper would allow. "I'll fix it," said Eugene. "That's all right. Leave it to me." Deegan showed some signs of approaching relief. At last he had a man of intelligence, as he would have expressed it. He flung a parting shot, though, at his superior as Eugene departed. "Tell him I'll sign for them when I get them and not before," he rumbled. Eugene laughed. He knew no such message would be accepted, but he was glad to give Deegan an opportunity to blow off steam. He entered upon his new tasks with vim, pleased with the out-of-doors, the sunshine, the opportunity for brief trips up and down the road like this. It was delightful. He would soon be all right now, that he knew. He went to Woodland and signed for the bolts, went to the office and met the chief clerk, delivering the desired OK blanks in person, who informed him of the chief difficulty in Deegan's life. It appeared that there were some 25 of these reports to be made out monthly, to say nothing of endless OK blanks to be filled in with acknowledgment of material received. Everything had to be signed for in this way. It mattered not whether it was a section of a bridge or a single bolt or a pound of putty. If a man could sit down and reel off a graphic report of what he was doing, he was the pride of the chief clerk's heart. His doing the work properly was taken as a matter of course. Deegan was not efficient at this, though he was assisted at times by his wife and all 3 of his children, a boy and 2 girls. He was constantly in hot water. "My God!" exclaimed the chief clerk when Eugene explained that Deegan had thought that he might leave the bolts at the station where they would be safe until he needed them, and then sign for them when he took them out. He ran his hands distractedly through his hair. "What do you think of that?" he exclaimed. "He'll leave them there until he needs them, will he? What becomes of my reports? I've got to have those OKs. You tell Deegan he ought to know better than that. He's been long enough on the road. You tell him that I said that I want a signed form for everything consigned to him the moment he learns that it's waiting for him. And I want it without fail. Let him go and get it. The gall! He's got to come to time about this, or something's going to drop. I'm not going to stand for it any longer. You'd better help him in this. I've got to make out my reports on time." Eugene agreed that he would. This was his field. He could help Deegan. He could be really useful. Time passed. The weather grew colder, and while the work was interesting at first, like all other things, it began after a time to grow monotonous. It was nice enough, when the weather was fine, to stand out under the trees where some culvert was being built, to bridge a small rivulet, or some well to supply the freight engines with water, and survey the surrounding landscape. But when the weather grew colder, it was not so nice. Deegan was always interesting. He was forever raising a ruction. He lived a life of hard, narrow activity, laid among boards, wheelbarrows, cement, stone, a life which concerned construction and had no particular joy in fruition. The moment a thing was nicely finished, they had to leave it and go where everything would be torn up again. Eugene used to look at the wounded ground, the piles of yellow mud, the dirty Italians, clean enough in their spirit, but soiled and gnarled by their labor, and wonder how much longer he could stand it. To think that he, of all men, should be here working with Deegan and the guineas. He became lonesome at times, terribly, and sad. He longed for Carlotta, longed for a beautiful studio, longed for a luxurious, artistic life. It seemed that life had wronged him terribly, and yet he could do nothing about it. He had no money-making capacity. About this time, the construction of a rather pretentious machine shop, 200 by 200 feet, and some 4 stories high, was assigned to Deegan, largely because of the efficiency which Eugene contributed to Deegan's work. Eugene handled his reports and accounts with rapidity and precision, and this so soothed the division management that they had an opportunity to see Deegan's real worth. The latter was beside himself with excitement, anticipating great credit and distinction for the work he was now to be permitted to do. "'Tis a fine time we'll have, Eugene, my boy," he exclaimed, "putting up that building. 'Tis no culvert we'll be after building now, no coal bin. Wait till the masons come, then you'll see something." Eugene was pleased that their work was progressing so successfully, but of course there was no future in it for him. He was lonely and disheartened. Besides, Angela was complaining, and rightfully enough, that they were leading a difficult life, and to what end, so far as she was concerned? He might recover his health and his art by reason of his dramatic shake-up and changes He appeared to be doing so. But what would that avail her? He did not love her. If he became prosperous again, it might be to forsake her. And at best, he could only give her money and position if he ever attained these, and how would that help? It was love that she wanted, his love, and she did not have that, or only a mere shadow of it. He had made up his mind after this last fatal argument that he would not pretend to anything he did not feel in regard to her, and this made it even harder. She did believe that he sympathized with her in his way, but it was an intellectual sympathy and had very little to do with the heart. He was sorry for her. Sorry? Sorry? How she hated the thought of that. If he could not do any better than that, what was there in all the years to come but misery? A curious fact to be noted about this period was that suspicion had so keyed up Angela's perceptions that she could almost tell, and that without knowing, when Eugene was with Carlotta or had been. There was something about his manner when he came in of an evening, to say nothing of those subtler thought waves which passed from him to her when he was with Carlotta, which told her instantly where he had been and what he had been doing. She would ask him where he had been, and he would say, "Oh, up the White Plains," or "out to Scarborough." But nearly always, when he had been with Carlotta, she would flare up with, "Yes, I know where you've been. You've been out again with that miserable beast of a woman. Oh, God will punish her yet. You will be punished. Wait and see." Tears would flood her eyes, and she would berate him roundly. Eugene stood in profound awe before these subtle outbreaks. He could not understand how it was that Angela came to know or suspect so accurately. To a certain extent, he was a believer in spiritualism and the mysteries of a subconscious mind or self. He fancied that there must be some way of this self-conscious self seeing or apprehending what was going on, and of communicating its knowledge in the form of fear and suspicion to Angela's mind. If the very subtleties of nature were in league against him, how was he to continue or profit in his career? Obviously, it could not be done. He would probably be severely punished for it. He was half terrified by the vague suspicion that there might be some laws which tended to correct in this way all the abuses in nature. There might be much vice and crime going seemingly unpunished, but there might also be much correction going on, as the suicides and deaths and cases of insanity seemed to attest. Was this true? Was there no escape from the result of evil except by abandoning it entirely? He pondered over this gravely. Getting on his feet again financially was not such an easy thing. He had been out of touch now for so long with things artistic, the magazine world, and the art agencies, that he felt as if he might not readily be able to get in touch again. Besides, he was not at all sure of himself. He had made sketches of men and things at Spionk, and of Deegan and his gang on the road, and of Carlotta and Angela, but he felt that they were weak in their import, lacking in the force and feeling which had once characterized his work. He thought of trying his hand at newspaper work, if he could make any sort of connection, working in some obscure newspaper art department until he should feel himself able to do better, but he did not feel at all confident that he could get that. His severe breakdown had made him afraid of life, made him yearn for the sympathy of a woman like Carlotta, or of a larger, more hopeful, more tender attitude, and he dreaded looking for anything anywhere. Besides, he hated to spare the time unless he were going to get somewhere. His work was so pressing. But he knew that he must quit it. He thought about it wearily, wishing he were better placed in the world, and finally screwed up his courage to leave this work, though it was not until something else was quite safely in his hands. It was only after a considerable lapse of time, when trying to live on $9 a week, and seeing Angela struggle almost hopelessly in her determination to live on what he earned and put a little aside, that he came to his senses and made a sincere effort to find something better. During all this time he had been watching her narrowly, seeing how systematically she did all her housework, even under these adverse and trying circumstances, cooking, cleaning, marketing. She made over her old clothes, reshaping them so that they would last longer and still look stylish. She made her own hats, doing everything in short that she could to make the money in the bank hold out until Eugene should be on his feet. She was willing that he should take money and buy himself clothes when she was not willing to spend it on herself. She was living in the hope that somehow he would reform. Consciousness of what she was worth to him might some day strike him. Still, she did not feel that things could ever be quite the same again. She could never forget, and neither could he. The affair between Eugene and Carlotta, because of the various forces that were mitigating against it, was now slowly drawing to a close. It had not been able to endure all the storm and distress which followed its discovery. For one thing, Carlotta's mother, without telling her husband, made him feel that he had good cause to stay about, which made it difficult for Carlotta to act. Besides, she charged her daughter constantly, much as Angela was charging Eugene, with the utmost dissoluteness of character, and was as constantly putting her on the defensive. She was too hedged about to risk a separate apartment, and Eugene would not accept money from her to pay for expensive indoor entertainment. She wanted to see him, but she kept hoping he would get to the point where he would have a studio again, and she could see him as a star in his own field. That would be so much nicer. By degrees, their once exciting engagements began to lapse, and despite his grief, Eugene was not altogether sorry. To tell the truth, great physical discomfort recently had painted his romantic tendencies in a very sorry light for him. He thought he saw in a way where they were leading him. That there was no money in them was obvious. That the affairs of the world were put in the hands of those who were content to get their life's happiness out of their management seemed quite plain. Idlers had nothing as a rule, not even the respect of their fellow men. The licentious were worn threadbare and disgraced by their ridiculous and psychologically diseased propensities. Women and men who indulged in these unbridled relations were sickly sentimentalists as a rule, and were thrown out or ignored by all forceful society. One had to be strong, eager, determined, and abstemious if wealth was to come, and then it had to be held by the same qualities. One could not relax, otherwise one became much what he was now, a brooding sentimentalist, diseased in mind and body. So out of love excitement and poverty and ill health and abuse, he was coming to see, or thought he was, this one fact clearly, namely, that he must behave himself if he truly wished to succeed. Did he want to? He could not say that, but he had to. That was the sad part of it. And since apparently he had to, he would do the best he could. It was grim, but it was essential. At this time Eugene still retained the rather ultra-artistic appearance which had characterized his earlier years, but he began to suspect that on this score he was a little bizarre and out of keeping with the spirit of the times. Certain artists whom he met in times past and recently were quite commercial in their appearance, the very successful ones, and he decided that it was because they put the emphasis on the hard facts of life and not upon the romance connected with their work. It impressed him, and he decided to do likewise, abandoning the flowing tie and the rather indiscriminate manner he had of combing his hair, and thereafter affected severe simplicity. He still wore a soft hat because he thought it became him best, but otherwise he toned himself down greatly. His work with Deegan had given him a sharp impression of what hard, earnest labor meant. Deegan was nothing but a worker. There was no romance in him. He knew nothing about romance. Picks and shovels and mortar boards and concrete forms, such was his life, and he never complained. Eugene remembered commiserating him once on having to get up at 4 a.m. in order to take a train which would get to work by 7. Darkness and cold made no difference to him, however. "Sure, I have to be there," he had replied. with his quizzical Irish grin. "They're not paying me wages for lying in bed. If you were to get up that way every day for a year, it would make a man of you." "Oh, no," said Eugene teasingly. "Oh, yes," said Deegan, "it would. And you're the one that's needing it. I can tell that by the cut of you." Eugene resented this, but it stayed by him. Deegan had a habit of driving home salutary lessons in regard to work and abstemiousness without really meaning to. The two were wholly representative of him, just those two things and nothing more. One day he went down into Printing House Square to see if he could not make up his mind to apply at one of the newspaper art departments, when he ran into Hudson Dula, who he had not seen for a long while. The latter was delighted to see him. "Why, hello, Witla," he exclaimed, shocked to see that he was exceptionally thin and pale. "Where have you been all these years? I'm delighted to see you. What have you been doing? Let's go over here to Hans, and you tell me all about yourself." "I've been sick, Dula," said Eugene frankly. "I had a severe case of nervous breakdown, and I've been working on the railroad for a change. I tried all sorts of specialists, but they couldn't help me. So I decided to go to work by the day and see what that would do. I got all out of sorts with myself, and I've been pretty near 4 years getting back. I think I'm getting better, though. I'm going to knock off on the road one of these days and try my hand at painting again. I think I can do it." "Isn't that curious?" replied Dula reminiscently. "I was just thinking of you the other day and wondering where you were. You know, I've quit the art director game. Truth, failed, and I went into the lithographic business. I have a small interest in a plant that I'm managing down in Bond Street. I wish you'd come in and see me some day." "I certainly will," said Eugene. "Now this nervousness of yours," said Dula, as they strolled into the restaurant where they were dining. "I have a brother-in-law that was hit that way. He's still doctoring around. I'm going to tell him about your case. You don't look so bad." "I'm feeling much better," said Eugene. "I really am. But I've had a bad spell of it. I'm going to come back in the game, though. I feel sure of it. When I do, I'll know better how to take care of myself. I overworked on that first burst of pictures. "I must say that was the best stuff of that kind I ever saw done in this country," said Dula. "I saw both your shows, as you remember. They were splendid. What became of all those pictures?" "Oh, some were sold, and the rest are in storage," replied Eugene. "Curious, isn't it?" said Dula. "I should have thought all those things would have been purchased. They were so new and forceful in treatment. You want to pull yourself together and stay pulled. You're going to have a great future in that field." "Oh, I don't know," replied Eugene pessimistically. "It's all right to obtain a big reputation, but you can't live on that, you know. Pictures don't sell very well over here. I have most of mine left. A grocer with one delivery wagon has the best artist that ever lived backed right off the board for financial results." "Not quite as bad as that," said Dula smilingly. "An artist has something which a tradesman can never have, and you want to remember that. His point of view is worth something. He lives in a different world spiritually. And then financially you can do well enough. You can live, and what more do you want? You're received everywhere. You have what the tradesman cannot possibly obtain, distinction, and you give the world a standard of merit. You will, at least. If I had your ability, I would never sit about envying any butcher or baker. Why, all the artists know you now, the good ones anyhow. It only remains for you to do more, to obtain more. There are lots of things you can do." "What, for instance?" asked Eugene. "Why, ceilings, mural decorations. I was saying to someone the other day what a mistake it was that the Boston Library did not assign some of their panels to you. You would make splendid things of them." "You certainly have a world of faith in me," replied Eugene, tingling warmly. It was like a glowing fire to hear this after all the dreary days. Then the world still remembered him. He was worth while. "Do you remember Orrin Benedict? You used to know him out in Chicago, didn't you?" "I certainly did," replied Eugene. "I worked with him." "He's down on the World now, in charge of the art department there. He's just gone there." Then, as Eugene exclaimed over the curious shifts of time, he suddenly added, "Why, wouldn't that be a good idea for you? You say you're just about to knock off. Why don't you go down and do some pen work to get your hand in? It would be a good experience for you. Benedict would be glad to put you on, I'm sure." Dula suspected that Eugene might be out of funds, and this would be an easy way for him to slip into something which would lead back to studio work. He liked Eugene. He was anxious to see him get along. It flattered him to think he had been the first to publish his work in color. "That isn't a bad idea," said Eugene. "I was really thinking of doing something like that if I could. I'll go up and see him maybe today. It would be just the thing I need now, a little preliminary practice. I feel rather rusty and uncertain." "I'll call him up if you want," said Dula generously. "I know him well. He was asking me the other day if I knew one or two exceptional men. You wait here a minute." Eugene leaned back in his chair as Dula left. Could it be that he was going to be restored thus easily to something better? He had thought it would be so hard. Now this chance was coming to lift him out of his sufferings at the right time. Dula came back. "He says sure," he exclaimed. "Come right down. You'd better go down there this afternoon. That'll be just the thing for you. And when you are placed again, come around and see me. Where are you living?" Eugene gave him his address. "That's right, you're married," he added, when Eugene spoke of himself and Angela having a small place. "How is Mrs. Witla? I remember her as a very charming woman." "Mrs. Dula and I have an apartment in Gramercy Park. You didn't know I had tied up, did you? Well, I have. Bring your wife and come to see us. We'd be delighted. I'll make a dinner date for you two." Eugene was greatly pleased and elated. He knew Angela would be. They had seen nothing of artistic life lately. He hurried down to see Benedict and was greeted as an old acquaintance. They had never been very chummy, but always friendly. Benedict had heard of Eugene's nervous breakdown. "Well, I tell you," he said, after greeting and reminiscence were over, "I can't pay very much. $50 is high here just at present, and I have just one vacancy now at 25, which you can have if you want to try your hand. There's a good deal of hurry up about at times, but you don't mind that. When I get things straightened out here, I may have something better." "Oh, that's all right," replied Eugene cheerfully. "I'm glad to get that." He was very glad indeed. "And I don't mind the hurry. It will be good for a change." Benedict gave him a friendly handshake in farewell. He was glad to have him, for he knew what he could do. "I don't think I can come before Monday. I have to give a few days' notice. Is that all right?" "I could use you earlier, but Monday will do," said Benedict, and they parted genially. Eugene hurried back home. He was delighted to tell Angela, for this would rob their condition of part of its gloom. It was no great comfort to him to be starting in as a newspaper artist again at $25 a week, but it couldn't be helped, and it was better than nothing. At least it was putting him back on the track again. He was sure to do still better after this. He could hold this newspaper job, he felt, and outside that he didn't care very much for the time being. His pride had received some severe jolts. It was vastly better than day labor, anyway. He hurried up the 4 flights of stairs to the cheap little quarters they occupied, saying when he saw Angela at the gas range, "Well, I guess our railroad days are over." "What's the trouble?" asked Angela apprehensively. "No trouble," he replied. "I have a better job." "What is it?" "I'm going to be a newspaper artist for a while on the World." "When did you find that out?" she asked, brightening, for she had been terribly depressed over their state. "This afternoon. I'm going to work Monday. $25 will be some better than 9, won't it?" Angela smiled. "It certainly will," she said, and tears of thanksgiving filled her eyes. Eugene knew what those tears stood for. He was anxious to avoid painful reminiscences. "Don't cry," he said. "Things are going to be much better from now on." "Oh, I hope so, I hope so," she murmured, and he patted her head affectionately as it rested on his shoulder. "There now, cheer up, girlie, will you? We're going to be all right from now on." Angela smiled through her tears. She set the table exceedingly cheerful. "That is certainly good news," she laughed afterward. "But we're not going to spend any more money for a long while anyhow. We're going to save something. We don't want to get in this hole again." "No more for mine," replied Eugene gaily. "Not if I know my business." And he went into the one little combination parlor, sitting room and reception room, and general room of all work, to open his evening newspaper and whistle. In his excitement he almost forgot his woes over Carlotta and the love question in general. He was going to climb again in the world and be happy with Angela. He was going to be an artist or a businessman or something. Look at Hudson Dula, owning a lithographic business and living in Gramercy Park. Could any artist he knew do that? Scarcely. He would see about this. He would think this art business over. Maybe he could be an art director or a lithographer or something. He had often thought while he was with the road that he could be a good superintendent of buildings if he could only give it time enough. Angela, for her part, was wondering what this change really spelled for her. Would he behave now? Would he set himself to the task of climbing slowly and surely? He was getting along in life. He ought to begin to place himself securely in the world if he ever was going to. Her love was not the same as it had formerly been. It was crossed with dislike and opposition at times, but still she felt that he needed her to help him. Poor Eugene! If only he were not cursed with this weakness. Perhaps he would overcome it. So she mused. The work which Eugene undertook in connection with the art department of the World was not different from that which he had done 10 years before in Chicago. It seemed no less difficult for all his experience. More so, if anything, for he felt above it these days and consequently out of place. He wished at once that he could get something which would pay him commensurately with his ability. To sit down among mere boys, there were men there as old as himself and older, though of course he did not pay so much attention to them, was galling. He thought Benedict should have had more respect for his talent than to have offered him so little, though at the same time he was grateful for what he had received. He undertook energetically to carry out all the suggestions given him, and surprised his superior with the speed and imagination with which he developed everything. He surprised Benedict the second day with a splendid imaginative interpretation of the Black Death, which was to accompany a Sunday newspaper article on the modern possibilities of plagues. The latter saw at once that Eugene could probably be only retained a very little while at the figure he had given him. He had made the mistake of starting him low, thinking that Eugene's talent, after so severe an illness, might be at a very low ebb. He did not know, being new to the art directorship of a newspaper, how very difficult it was to get increases for those under him. An advance of $10 to anyone meant earnest representation and an argument with the business manager, and to double and treble the salary, which should have been done in this case, was out of the question. 6 months was a reasonable length of time for anyone to wait for an increase. Such was that dictate of the business management, and in Eugene's case it was ridiculous and unfair. However, being still sick and apprehensive, he was content to abide by the situation, hoping with returning strength and the saving of a little money to put himself right eventually. Angela, of course, was pleased with the turn of affairs. Having suffered so long with only prospects of something worse in store, it was a great relief to go to the bank every Tuesday. Eugene was paid on Monday, and deposit $10 against a rainy day. It was agreed between them that they might use 6 for clothing, which Angela and Eugene very much needed, and some slight entertainment. It was not long before Eugene began to bring an occasional newspaper artist friend up to dinner, and they were invited out. They had gone without much clothing, with scarcely a single visit to the theater, without friends, everything. Now the tide began slowly to change. In a little while, because they were more free to go places, they began to encounter people whom they knew. There were 6 months of drifting journalistic work, in which, as in his railroad work, he grew more and more restless. And then there came a time when he felt as if he could not stand that for another minute. He had been raised to $35 and then $50, but it was a terrific grind of exaggerated and to him thoroughly meretricious art. The only valuable result in connection with it were that for the first time in his life he was drawing a moderately secure living salary, and that his mind was fully occupied with details which gave him no time to think about himself. He was in a large room surrounded by other men who were as sharp as knives in their thrust of wit, and restless and greedy in their attitude toward the world. They wanted to live brilliantly, just as he did, only they had more self-confidence, and in many cases that extreme poise which comes of rare good health. They were inclined to think he was somewhat of a poseur at first, but later they came to like him, all of them. He had a winning smile, and his love of a joke so keen, so body-shaking, drew to him all those who had a good story to tell. "Tell that to Witla" was a common phrase about the office, and Eugene was always listening to someone. He came to lunching with first one, and then another, and then 3 or 4 at a time, and by degrees Angela was compelled to entertain Eugene and 2 or 3 of his friends twice, and sometimes 3 times a week. She objected greatly, and there was some feeling over that, for she had no maid, and she did not think that Eugene ought to begin so soon to put the burden of entertainment upon her slender income. She wanted him to make these things very formal and by appointment, but Eugene would stroll in genially, explaining that he had Irving Nelson with him, or Henry Hare, or George Beers, and asking nervously at the last minute whether it was all right. Angela would say, "Certainly, to be sure," in front of the guests, but when they were alone there would be tears and reproaches and firm declarations that she would not stand it. "Well, I won't do it any more," Eugene would apologize. "I forgot, you know." Still he wanted Angela to get a maid and let him bring all who would come. It was a great relief to get back into the swing of things and see life broadening out once more. It was not so long after he had grown exceedingly weary of his underpaid relationship to the world that he heard of something which promised a much better avenue of advancement. Eugene had been hearing for some time, from one source and another, of the development of art in advertising. He had read 1 or 2 articles on the subject in the smaller magazines, had seen from time to time curious and sometimes beautiful series of ads run first by one corporation and then another, advertising some product. He had always fancied, in looking at these things, that he could get up a notable series on almost any subject, and he wondered who handled these things. He asked Benedict one night, going up on the car with him, what he knew about it. "Why, so far as I know," said Benedict, "that is coming to be quite a business. There is a man out in Chicago, Salagerian, an American Syrian, his father was a Syrian, but he was born over here, who has built up a tremendous business out of designing series of ads like that for big corporations. He got up that Molly Maguire series for the new cleaning fluid. I don't think he does any of the work himself. He hires artists to do it. Some of the best men, I understand, have done work for him. He gets splendid prices. Then some big advertising agencies are taking up that work. One of them I know, the Somerville Company, has a big art department in connection with it. They employ 15 to 18 men all the time, sometimes more. They turn out some fine ads, too, to my way of thinking. Do you remember that Corno series?" Benedict was referring to a breakfast food which had been advertised by a succession of 10 very beautiful and very clever pictures. "Yes," replied Eugene. "Well, they did that." Eugene thought of this as a most interesting development. Since the days in which he had worked on the Alexandria appeal, he had been interested in ads. The thought of an ad creation took his fancy. It was newer than anything else he had encountered recently. He wondered if there would not be some chance in that field for him. His paintings were not selling. He had not the courage to start a new series. If he could make some money first, say $10,000, so that he could get an interest income of, say, $600 or $700 a year, he might be willing to risk art for art's sake. He had suffered too much. Poverty had scared him so that he was very anxious to lean on a salary or a business income for the time being. It was while he was speculating over this almost daily that there came to him one day a young artist who had formerly worked on the World, a youth by the name of Morgenbau, Adolph Morgenbau, who admired Eugene and his work greatly, and who had since gone to another paper. He was very anxious to tell Eugene something, for he had heard of a change coming in the art directorship of the Somerville Company, and he fancied for one reason and another that Eugene might be glad to know of it. Eugene had never looked to Morgenbau like a man who ought to be working in a newspaper art department. He was too self-poised, too superior, too wise. Morgenbau had conceived the idea that Eugene was destined to make a great hit of some kind, and with that kindling intuition that sometimes saves us whole, he was anxious to help Eugene in some way and so gain his favor. "I have something I'd like to tell you, Mr. Witla," he observed. "Well, what is it?" smiled Eugene. "Are you going out to lunch?" "Certainly. Come along." They went out together, and Morgenbau communicated to Eugene what he had heard, that the Summerfield Company had just dismissed or parted company with or lost a very capable director by the name of Freeman, and they were looking for a new man. "Why don't you apply for that?" asked Morgenbau. "You could hold it. You're doing just that sort of work that would make great ads. You know how to handle men, too. They like you. All the young fellows around here do. Why don't you go and see Mr. Summerfield? He's up in 34th Street. You might be just the man he's looking for, and then you'd have a department of your own." Eugene looked at this boy, wondering what had put this idea in his head. He decided to call up Dula, and did so at once, asking him what he thought would be the best move to make. The latter did not know Summerfield, but he knew someone who did. "I'll tell you what to do, Eugene," he said. "You go and see Baker Bates of the Santina Company. That's at the corner of Broadway and 4th Street. We do a big business with the Santina Company, and they do a big business with Summerfield. I'll send a letter over to you by a boy, and you take that. Then I'll call Bates up on the phone, and if he's favorable, he can speak to Summerfield. He'll want to see you, though." Eugene was very grateful and eagerly awaited the arrival of the letter. He asked Benedict for a little time off and went to Mr. Baker Bates. The latter had heard enough from Dula to be friendly. He had been told by the latter that Eugene was potentially a great artist, slightly down on his luck, but that he was doing exceedingly well where he was and would do better in the new place. He was impressed by Eugene's appearance, for the latter had changed his style from the semi-artistic to the practical. He thought Eugene looked capable. He was certainly pleasant. "I'll talk to Mr. Summerfield for you," he said, "though I won't put much hope in what will come of it if I were you. He's a difficult man, and it's best not to appear too eager in this matter. If he can be induced to send for you, it will be much better. You let this rest until tomorrow. I'll call him up on another matter and take him out to lunch, and then I'll see how he stands, and who he has in mind, if he has anyone. He may have, you know. If there is a real opening, I'll speak of you. We'll see." Eugene went away once more, very grateful. He was thinking that Dula had always meant good luck to him. He had taken his first important drawing. The pictures he had published for him had brought him favor with Monsieur Charles. Dula had secured him the position that he had now. Would he be the cause of his getting this new one? On the way downtown on the car, he encountered a cross-eyed boy. He had understood from someone recently that cross-eyed boys were good luck, cross-eyed women bad luck. A thrill of hopeful prognostication passed over him. In all likelihood, he was going to get this place. If this sign came true this time, he would believe in signs. They had come true before, but this would be a real test. He stared cheerfully at the boy, and the latter looked him full in the eyes and grinned. "That settles it," said Eugene. "I'm going to get it." Still, he was far from being absolutely sure. The Summerfield Advertising Agency, of which Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was president, was one of those curious exfoliations or efflorescences of the personality of a single individual which is so often met with in the business world, and which always means a remarkable individual behind them. The ideas, the enthusiasm, the strength of Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was all there was to the Summerfield Advertising Agency. It was true that there was a large force of men working for him, advertising canvassers, advertising writers, financial accountants, artists, stenographers, bookkeepers, and the like. But they were all, as it were, an emanation or irradiation of the personality of Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield. He was small, wiry, black-haired, black-eyed, black-mustached, with an olive complexion and even, pleasing, albeit sometimes wolfish, white teeth, which indicated a disposition as avid and hungry as a disposition well might be. Mr. Summerfield had come up into his present state of affluence, or comparative affluence, from the direst poverty, and by the directest route, his personal efforts. In the state in which he had originated, Alabama, his family had been known, in the small circle to which they were known at all, as poor white trash. His father had been a rather lackadaisical, half-starved cotton planter who had been satisfied with a single bale or less of cotton to the acre on the ground which he leased, and who drove a lean mule, very much the worse for age and wear, up and down the furrows of his leaner fields, the while he complained of the misery in his breast. He was afflicted with slow consumption, or thought he was, which was just as effective, and in addition had hookworm, though that parasitic producer of hopeless tiredness was not yet discovered and named. Daniel Christopher, his eldest son, had been raised with scarcely any education, having been put in a cotton mill at the age of 7. But nevertheless he had soon manifested himself as the brain of the family. For 4 years he worked in the cotton mill, and then, because of his unusual brightness, he had been given a place in the printing shop of the Wickham Union, where he was so attractive to the slow-going proprietor that he soon became foreman of the printing department and then manager. He knew nothing of printing or newspapers at that time, but the little contact he obtained here soon cleared his vision. He saw instantly what the newspaper business was, and decided to enter it. Later, as he grew older, he suspected that no one knew very much about advertising as yet, or very little, and that he was called by God to revise it. With this vision of a still wider field of usefulness in his mind, he began at once to prepare himself for it, reading all manner of advertising literature and practicing the art of display and effective statement. He had been through such bitter things as personal fights with those who worked under him, knocking one man down with a heavy iron form key, personal altercation with his own father and mother, in which he frankly told them that they were failures, and that they had better let him show them something about regulating their hopeless lives. He had quarreled with his younger brothers, trying to dominate them, and had succeeded in controlling the youngest, principally for the very good reason that he had become foolishly fond of him. This younger brother he later introduced into his advertising business. He had religiously saved the little he had earned thus far, invested a part of it in the further development of the Wickham Union, bought his father an 8-acre farm, which he showed him how to work, and finally decided to come to New York to see if he could not connect himself with some important advertising concern where he could learn something more about the one thing that interested him. He was already married, and he brought his young wife with him from the South. He soon connected himself as a canvasser with one of the great agencies, and advanced rapidly. He was so smiling, so bland, so insistent, so magnetic, that business came to him rapidly. He became the star man in this New York concern, and Alfred Cookman, who was its owner and manager, was soon pondering what he could do to retain him. No individual or concern could long retain Daniel C. Summerfield, however, once he understood his personal capabilities. In 2 years he had learned all that Alfred Cookman had to teach him, and more than he could teach him. He knew his customers and what their needs were, and where the lack was in the service which Mr. Cookman rendered them. He foresaw the drift toward artistic representation of saleable products and decided to go into that side of it. He would start an agency which would render a service so complete and dramatic that anyone who could afford to use his service would make money. When Eugene first heard of this agency, the Summerfield concern was 6 years old and rapidly growing. It was already very large and profitable, and as hard and forceful as its owner. Daniel C. Summerfield, sitting in his private office, was absolutely ruthless in his calculations as to men. He had studied the life of Napoleon and had come to the conclusion that no individual life was important. Mercy was a joke to be eliminated from business. Sentiment was silly twaddle. The thing to do was to hire men as cheaply as possible, to drive them as vigorously as possible, and to dispose of them quickly when they showed signs of weakening under the strain. He had already had 5 art directors in as many years, had hired and fired, as he termed it, innumerable canvassers, ad writers, bookkeepers, stenographers, artists, getting rid of anyone and everyone who showed the least sign of incapacity or inefficiency. The great office floor which he maintained was a model of cleanliness, order, one might also say beauty, of a commercial sort, but it was the cleanliness, order, and beauty of a hard-polished and well-oiled machine. Daniel C. Summerfield was not much more than that, but he had long ago decided that was what he must be in order not to be a failure, a fool, as he called it, a mark, and he admired himself for being so. When Mr. Baker Bates, at Hudson Dula's request, went to Mr. Summerfield in regard to the rumored vacancy which really existed, the latter was in a most receptive frame of mind. He had just come into 2 very important advertising contracts which required a lot of imagination and artistic skill to execute, and he had lost his art director because of a row over a former contract. It was true that in very many cases, in most cases in fact, his customers had very definite ideas as to what they wanted to say and how they wanted to say it, but not always. They were almost always open to suggestions as to modifications and improvements, and in a number of very important cases they were willing to leave the entire theory of procedure to the Summerfield Advertising Company. This called for rare good judgment, not only in the preparation, but in the placing of these ads. And it was in the matter of their preparation, the many striking ideas which they should embody, that the judgment and assistance of a capable art director of real imagination was most valuable. As has already been said, Mr. Summerfield had had 5 art directors in almost as many years. In each case he had used the Napoleonic method of throwing a fresh, unwearied mind into the breach of difficulty, and when it wearied or broke under the strain, tossing it briskly out. There was no compunction or pity connected with any detail of this method. "I hire good men, and I pay them good wages," was his favorite comment. "Why shouldn't I expect good results?" If he was wearied or angered by a failure, he was prone to exclaim, "These goddamn cattle of artists, what can you expect of them? They don't know anything outside their little theory of how things ought to look. They don't know anything about life. Why, goddamn it, they're like a lot of children. Why should anybody pay any attention to what they think? Who cares what they think? They give me a pain in the neck." Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was very much given to swearing, more as a matter of habit than of foul intention, and no picture of him would be complete without the interpolation of his favorite expressions. When Eugene appeared on the horizon as a possible applicant for this delightful position, Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was debating with himself just what he should do in connection with the 2 new contracts in question. The advertisers were awaiting his suggestions eagerly. One was for the nationwide advertising of a new brand of sugar. The second for the international display of ideas in connection with a series of French perfumes, the sale of which depended largely upon the beauty with which they could be interpreted to the lay mind. The latter were not only to be advertised in the United States and Canada, but in Mexico also, and the fulfillment of the contracts in either case was dependent upon the approval given by the advertisers to the designs for newspaper, car, and billboard advertising which he should submit. It was a ticklish business worth $200,000 in ultimate profits, and naturally he was anxious that the man who should sit in the seat of authority in his art department should be one of real force and talent, a genius if possible, who should, through his ideas, help him win his golden harvest. The right man naturally was hard to find. The last man had been only fairly capable. He was dignified, meditative, thoughtful, with considerable taste and apprehension as to what the material situation required in driving home simple ideas, but he had no great imaginative grasp of life. In fact, no man who had ever sat in his art director's chair had ever really suited Mr. Summerfield. According to him, they had all been weaklings, dubs, fakes, hot-air artists were some of his descriptions of them. Their problem, however, was a hard one, for they had to think very vigorously in connection with any product which he might be trying to market, and to offer him endless suggestions as to what would be the next best thing for a manufacturer to say or do to attract attention to what he had to sell. It might be a catchphrase such as, "Have you seen this new soap?" or "Do you know Seresta? It's red." It might be that a novelty in the way of hand or fingers, eye or mouth was all that was required, carrying some appropriate explanation in type. Sometimes, as in the case of very practical products, their very practical display in some clear, interesting, attractive way was all that was needed. In most cases, though, something radically new was required, for it was the theory of Mr. Summerfield that his ads must not only arrest the eye, but fix themselves in the memory, and convey a fact which was, or at least could be made to seem important to the reader. It was a struggling with one of the deepest and most interesting phases of human psychology. The last man, older Freeman, had been of considerable use to him in his way. He had collected about him a number of fairly capable artists, men temporarily down on their luck, who, like Eugene, were willing to take a working position of this character, and from them he had extracted by dint of pleading, cajoling, demonstrating, and the like, a number of interesting ideas. Their working hours were from 9 to 5:30, their pay meager, 18 to 35, with experts drawing in several instances $50 and $60, and their tasks innumerable and really never ending. Their output was regulated by a tabulated record system which kept account of just how much they succeeded in accomplishing in a week, and how much it was worth to the concern. The ideas on which they worked were more or less products of the brains of the art director and his superior, though they occasionally themselves made important suggestions. But for their proper execution, the amount of time spent on them, the failures sustained, the art director was more or less responsible. He could not carry to his employer a poor drawing of a good idea, or a poor idea for something which required a superior thought and long hope to retain his position. Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was too shrewd and too exacting. He was really tireless in his energy. It was his art director's business, he thought, to get him good ideas for good drawings, and then to see that they were properly and speedily executed. Anything less than this was sickening failure in the eyes of Mr. Summerfield, and he was not at all bashful in expressing himself. As a matter of fact, he was at times terribly brutal. "Why the hell do you show me a thing like that?" he once exclaimed to Freeman. "Jesus Christ, I could hire an Ashman and get better results. My God damn it, look at the drawing of the arm of that woman. Look at her ear. Who's going to take a thing like that? It's tame, it's punk, it's a joke. What sort of cattle have you got out there working for you anyhow? Why, if the Summerfield Advertising Company can't do better than that, I might as well shut up the place and go fishing. We'll be a joke in 6 weeks. Don't try to hand me any such goddamn tripe as that, Freeman. You know better. You ought to know our advertisers wouldn't stand for anything like that. Wake up. I'm paying you $5,000 a year. How do you expect I'm going to get my money back out of any such arrangement as that? You're simply wasting my money and your time letting a man draw a thing like that. Hell." The art director, whoever he was, having been by degrees initiated into the brutalities of the situation, and having, by reason of the time he had been employed and the privileges he had permitted himself on account of his comfortable and probably never before experienced salary, sold himself into bondage to his now financial necessities, was usually humble and tractable under the most galling fire. Where could he go and get $5,000 a year for his services? How could he live at the rate he was living if he lost this place? Art directorships were not numerous. Men who could fill them fairly acceptably were not impossible to find. If he thought at all, and he was not a heaven-born genius, serene in the knowledge of his God-given powers, he was very apt to hesitate, to worry, to be humble, and to endure a good deal. Most men under similar circumstances do the same thing. They think before they fling back into the teeth of their oppressor some of the slurs and brutal characterizations which so frequently issue therefrom. Most men do. Besides, there is almost a high percentage of truth in the charges made. Usually the storm is for the betterment of mankind. Mr. Summerfield knew this. He knew also the yoke of poverty and the bondage of fear which most, if not all his men were under. He had no compunction about using these weapons, much as a strong man might use a club. He had had a hard life himself. No one had sympathized with him very much. Besides, you couldn't sympathize and succeed. Better look the facts in the face, deal only with infinite capacity, roughly weed out the incompetents, and proceed along the line of least resistance, in so far as your powerful enemies were concerned. Men might theorize and theorize until the crack of doom, but this was the way things had to be done, and this was the way he preferred to do it. Eugene had never heard of any of these facts in connection with the Summerfield Company. The idea had been flung at him so quickly he had no time to think, and besides, if he had had time, it would have made no difference. A little experience of life had taught him, as it teaches everyone else, to mistrust rumor. He had applied for the place on hearing, and he was hoping to get it. At noon, the day following his visit to Mr. Baker Bates, the latter was speaking for him to Mr. Summerfield, but only very casually. "Say," he asked, quite apropos of nothing apparently, for they were discussing the chances of his introducing his product in South America, "do you ever have need of an art director over in your place?" "Occasionally," replied Summerfield guardedly, for his impression was that Mr. Baker Bates knew very little of art directors or anything else in connection with the art side of advertising life. He might have heard of his present need and be trying to palm off some friend of his, and incompetent, of course, on him. What makes you ask?" "Why, Hudson Dula, the manager of the Triple Lithographic Company, was telling me of a man who is connected with the World, who might make a good one for you. I know something of him. He painted some remarkable views of New York and Paris here a few years ago. Dula tells me they were very good." "Is he young?" interrupted Summerfield, calculating. "Yes, comparatively. 31 or 2, I should say." "And he wants to be an art director, does he? Where is he?" "He's down on the World, and I understand he wants to get out of there. I heard you say last year that you were looking for a man, and I thought this might interest you." "What's he doing down on the World?" "He's been sick, I understand, and is just getting on his feet again." The explanation sounded sincere enough to Summerfield. "What's his name?" he asked. "Witla, Eugene Witla. He had an exhibition at one of the galleries here a few years ago." "I'm afraid of these regular high-brow artists," observed Summerfield suspiciously. "They're usually so set up about their art that there's no living with them. I have to have someone with hard, practical sense in my work, someone that isn't a plain damn fool. He has to be a good manager, good administrator. Mere talent for drawing won't do, though he has to have that, or know it when he sees it. You might send this fellow around sometime if you know him. I wouldn't mind looking at him. I may need a man pretty soon. I'm thinking of making certain changes." "If I see him, I will," said Baker indifferently, and dropped the matter. Summerfield, however, for some psychological reason, was impressed with the name. Where had he heard it? Somewhere, apparently. Perhaps he had better find out something about him. "If you send him, you'd better give him a letter of introduction," he added thoughtfully, before Bates should have forgotten the matter. "So many people try to get in to see me, I may forget." Baker knew at once that Summerfield wished to look at Witla. He dictated a letter of introduction that afternoon to a stenographer and mailed it to Eugene. "I find Mr. Summerfield apparently disposed to see you," he wrote. "You had better go and see him if you are interested. Present this letter. Very truly yours." Eugene looked at it with astonishment and a sense of foregoneness, so far as what was to follow. Fate was fixing this for him. He was going to get it. How strange life was. Here he was down on the world, working for $50 a week, and suddenly an art directorship, a thing he had thought of for years, was coming to him out of nowhere. Then he decided to telephone Mr. Daniel Summerfield, saying that he had a letter from Mr. Baker Bates and asking him when he could see him. Later he decided to waste no time, but to present the letter direct without phoning. At 3 in the afternoon he received permission from Benedict to be away from the office between 3 and 5, and at 3:30 he was in the anteroom of the general offices of the Summerfield Advertising Company, waiting for a much-desired permission to enter. When Eugene called, Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield was in no great rush about any particular matter, but he had decided in this case, as he had in many others, that it was very important that anyone who wanted anything from him should be made to wait. Eugene was made to wait a solid hour before he was informed by an underling that he was very sorry, but that other matters had so detained Mr. Summerfield that it was now impossible for him to see him at all this day, but that tomorrow at 12 he would be glad to see him. Eugene was finally admitted on the morrow, however, and then, at the first glance, Mr. Summerfield liked him. A man of intelligence, he thought, as he leaned back in his chair and stared at him. A man of force, young still, wide-eyed, quick, clean-looking. Perhaps I have found someone in this man who will make a good art director. He smiled, for Summerfield was always good-natured in his opening relationships, usually so in all of them, and took most people, his employees, and prospective employees particularly, with an air of superior but genial condescension. Sit down," he exclaimed cheerfully, and Eugene did so, looking about at the handsomely decorated walls, the floor, which was laid with a wide, soft, light brown rug, and the mahogany desk, flat-topped, glass-covered, on which lay handsome ornaments of silver, ivory, and bronze. This man looked so keen, so dynamic, like a polished Japanese carving, hard and smooth. "Now tell me all about yourself," began Summerfield. "Where do you come from? Who are you? What have you done?" Hold," said Eugene easily and tolerantly. "Not so fast. My history isn't so much the short and simple annals of the poor. I'll tell you in 2 or 3 sentences." Summerfield was a little taken back at this abruptness, which was generated by his own attitude. Still, he liked it. This was something new to him. His applicant wasn't frightened or apparently even nervous so far as he could judge. He is droll, he thought, sufficiently so. A man who has seen a number of things evidently. He is easy in manner, too, and kindly. "Well," he said smilingly, for Eugene's slowness appealed to him. His humor was something new in art directors. So far as he could recall, his predecessors had never had any to speak of. "Well, I'm an artist," said Eugene, "working on the world. Let's hope that doesn't militate against me very much." "It don't," said Summerfield. "And I want to become an art director because I think I'd make a good one." "Why?" asked Summerfield, his even teeth showing amiably. Well, because I like to manage men, or I think I do, and they take to me. You know that? I do. In the next place, I know too much about art to want to do the little things that I'm doing. I can do bigger things. I like that also, applauded Summerfield. He was thinking that Eugene was nice and good-looking, a little pale and thin to be wholly forceful, perhaps, but he wasn't sure. His hair was a little too long. His manner, perhaps, a bit too deliberate. Still, he was nice. Why did he wear a soft hat? Why did artists always insist on wearing soft hats, most of them? It was so ridiculous, so unbusinesslike. "How much do you get?" he added, "if it's a fair question." "Less than I'm worth," said Eugene. "Only $50. But I took it as a sort of health cure. I had a nervous breakdown several years ago. Better now, as Mulvaney used to say. And I don't want to stay at that. I'm an art director by temperament, or I think I am. Anyhow, here I am." "You mean," said Summerfield, "you never ran an art department before?" "Never." "Know anything about advertising?" "I used to think so." "How long ago was that?" "When I worked on the Alexandria, Illinois, Daily Appeal." Summerfield smiled. He couldn't help it. "That's almost as important as the Wickham Union, I fancy. It sounds as if it might have the same wide influence." "Oh, much more, much more," returned Eugene quietly. "The Alexandria Appeal had the largest exclusively country circulation of any county south of Sangamon." I see," replied Summerfield good-humoredly. "It's all day with the Wickham Union. Well, how was it you came to change your mind?" "Well, I got a few years older, for one thing," said Eugene. "And then I decided that I was cut out to be the greatest living artist. And then I came to New York, and in the excitement I almost lost the idea." "I see." "But I have it again, thank heaven, tied up back of the house, and here I am." "Well, Witla, to tell you the truth, you don't look like a real live, everyday, sure enough art director, but you might make good. You're not quite arty enough according to the standards that prevail around this office. Still, I might be willing to take one gosh awful chance. I suppose if I do, I'll get stung as usual. But I've been stung so often that I ought to be used to it by now. I feel sort of spotted at times from the hornets I've hired in the past. But, be that as it may, what do you think you could do with a real live art directorships if you had it?" Eugene mused. This persiflage entertained him. He thought Summerfield would hire him now that they were together. "Oh, I'd draw my salary first, and then I'd see that I had the proper system of approach so that anyone who came to see me would think I was the King of England. And then I was really busy yesterday," interpolated Summerfield apologetically. "I'm satisfied of that," replied Eugene gaily. "And finally, I might condescend, if I were coaxed enough, to do a little work." This speech at once irritated and amused Mr. Summerfield. He liked a man of spirit. You could do something with someone who wasn't afraid, even if he didn't know so much to begin with. And Eugene knew a good deal, he fancied. Besides, his talk was precisely in his own sarcastic, semi-humorous vein. Coming from Eugene, it did not sound so hard as it would have coming from himself. But it had his own gay, bantering attitude of mind in it. He believed Eugene could make good. He wanted to try him instanter, anyhow. "Well, I'll tell you what, Witla," he finally observed. "I don't know whether you can run this thing or not. The probabilities are all against you, as I have said. But you seem to have some ideas, or what might be made, some under my direction, and I think I'll give you a chance. Mind you, I haven't much confidence. My personal likes usually prove very fatal to me. Still, you're here, and I like your looks, and I haven't seen anyone else, and so—" "Thanks," said Eugene. "Don't thank me. You have a hard job ahead of you if I take you. It's no child's play. You'd better come with me first and look over the place." And he led the way out into the great central room, where, because it was still noontime, there were few people working, but where one could see just how imposing this business really was. 72 stenographers, bookkeepers, canvassers, and writers, and trade aid people at their desks, he observed, with an easy wave of his hand, and moved on into the art department, which was in another wing of the building, where a north and east light could be secured. "Here's where you come in," he observed, throwing open the door, where 32 artists' desks and easels were ranged. Eugene was astonished. "You don't employ that many, do you?" he asked interestedly. Most of the men were out to lunch. 20 to 25 all the time, sometimes more, he said. Some on the outside. It depends on the conditions of business. "And how much do you pay them, as a rule?" "Well, that depends. I think I'll give you $75 a week to begin with. If we come to an understanding, if you make good, I'll make it $100 a week inside of 3 months. It all depends. The others we don't pay so much. The business manager can tell you." Eugene noticed the evasion. His eyes narrowed. Still, there was a good chance here. $75 was considerably better than 50, and it might lead to more. He would be his own boss, a man of some consequence. He could not help stiffening with pride a little as he looked at the room which Summerfield pointed out to him as his own if he came. A room where a large, highly polished oak desk was placed, and where some of the Summerfield Advertising Company's art products were hung on the walls. There was a nice rug on the floor, and some leather-backed chairs. "Here's where you will be if you come here," said Summerfield. Eugene gazed round. Certainly life was looking up. How was he to get this place? On what did it depend? His mind was running forward to various improvements in his affairs. A better apartment for Angela, better clothes for her, more entertainment for both of them, freedom from worry over the future, for a little bank account would soon result from a place like this. "Do you do much business a year?" Eugene asked curiously. "Oh, about $2 million worth." "And you have to make drawings for every ad?" "Exactly. Not one but 6 or 8 sometimes. It depends upon the ability of the art director. If he does his work right, I save money." Eugene saw the point. "What became of the other man?" he asked, noting the name of older Freeman on the door. "Oh, he quit," said Summerfield. "Or rather, he saw what was coming and got out of the way. He was no good. He was too weak. He was turning out work here which was a joke. Some things had to be done over 8 and 9 times." Eugene discovered the wrath and difficulties and opposition which went with this. Summerfield was a hard man, plainly. He might smile and joke now, but anyone who took that chair would hear from him constantly. For a moment Eugene felt as though he could not do it, as though he had better not try it, and then he thought, "Why shouldn't I? It can't hurt me. If worse comes to worst, I have my art to fall back on." "Well, so it goes," he said. "If I don't make good, the door for mine, I suppose." "No, nothing so easy," chuckled Summerfield. "The coal chute." Eugene noticed that he champed his teeth like a nervous horse, and that he seemed fairly to radiate waves of energy. For himself, he winced the least bit. This was a grim, fighting atmosphere he was coming into. He would have to fight for his life here, no doubt of that. "Now," said Summerfield, when they were strolling back to his own office, "I'll tell you what you might do. I have 2 propositions, one from the Sand Perfume Company and another from the American Crystal Sugar Refining Company, which may mean big contracts for me if I can present them the right line of ideas for advertising. They want to advertise. The Sand Company wants suggestions for bottles, labels, car ads, newspaper ads, posters, and so on. The American Crystal Company wants to sell its sugar in small packages, powdered, grained, cubed, hexagoned. We want package forms, labels, posters, ads, and so on for that. It's a question of how much novelty, simplicity, and force we can put in the smallest possible space. Now, I depend upon my art director to tell me something about these things. I don't expect him to do everything. I'm here, and I'll help him. I have men in the trade aid department out there who are wonders at making suggestions along this line. But the art director is supposed to help. He's the man who is supposed to have the taste and can execute the proposition in its last form. Now suppose you take these two ideas and see what you can do with them. Bring me some suggestions. If they suit me, and I think you have the right note, I'll hire you. If not, well then I won't. And no harm done. Is that all right?" "That's all right," said Eugene. Mr. Summerfield handed him a bundle of papers, catalogues, prospectuses, communications. "You can look these over if you want to. Take them along and then bring them back." Eugene rose. "I'd like to have 2 or 3 days for this," he said. "It's a new proposition to me. I think I can give you some ideas. I'm not sure. Anyhow, I'd like to try." Go ahead," said Summerfield. "The more the merrier. And I'll see you any time you're ready. I have a man out there, Freeman's assistant, who's running things for me temporarily. Here's luck," and he waved his hand indifferently. Eugene went out. Was there ever such a man, so hard, so cold, so practical? It was a new note to him. He was simply astonished, largely because he was inexperienced. He had not yet gone up against the business world as those who try to do anything in a big way commercially must. This man was getting on his nerves already, making him feel that he had a tremendous problem before him, making him think that the quiet realms of art were merely the backwaters of oblivion. Those who did anything, who were out there in the front row of effort, were fighters such as this man was, raw products of the soil, ruthless, superior, indifferent. If only he could be that way, he thought. If he could be strong, defiant, commanding, what a thing it would be. Not to wince, not to quail, but to stand up firm, square to the world, and make people obey. Oh, what a splendid vision of empire was here before him. The designs or suggestions which Eugene offered his prospective employer for the advertising of the products of M. San et Cie and the American Crystal Sugar Refining Company were peculiar. As had been indicated, Eugene had one of those large, effervescent intelligences which, when he was in good physical condition, fairly bubbled ideas. His imaginings, without any effort on his part, naturally took all forms and shapes. The call of Mr. Summerfield was for streetcar cards, posters, and newspaper ads of various sizes, and what he wanted Eugene specifically to supply was not so much the lettering, or rather wording, of the ads, as it was their artistic form and illustrative point. What one particular suggestion in the form of a drawing or design could be made in each case which would arrest public attention? Eugene went home and took the sugar proposition under consideration first. He did not say anything of what he was really doing to Angela, because he did not want to disappoint her. He pretended that he was making sketches which he might offer to some company for a little money, and because it amused him. By the light of his green shaded working lamp at home, he sketched designs of hands holding squares of sugar, either in the fingers or by silver and gold sugar tongs, urns piled high with crystalline concoctions, a blue and gold after-dinner cup with one lump of the new form on the side against a section of snow-white tablecloth, and things of that character. He worked rapidly and with ease until he had some 35 suggestions on this one proposition alone, and then he turned his attention to the matter of perfumery. His first thought was that he did not know all the designs of the company's bottles, but he originated peculiar and delightful shapes of his own, some of which were afterwards adopted by the company. He designed boxes and labels to amuse himself, and then made various still-life compositions, such as a box, a bottle, a dainty handkerchief, and a small white hand, all showing in a row. His mind slipped to the manufacture of perfume, the growing of flowers, the gathering of blossoms, the type of girls and men that might possibly be employed. And then he hurried to the great public library the next day to see if he could find a book or magazine article which would tell him something about it. He found this in several articles on sugar growing and refining, which gave him new ideas in that direction. He decided that in each case he would put a beautifully designed bottle of perfume or a handsome package of sugar, say, in the upper right or lower left-hand corner of the design, and then for the rest show some scene in the process of its manufacture. He began to think of men who could carry out his ideas brilliantly, if they were not already on his staff, letterers, character artists, men with a keen sense of color combination whom he might possibly hire cheaply. He thought of Jerry Matthews of the old Chicago Globe days. Where was he now? And Philip Schottmeyer, who would be almost ideal to work under his direction, for he was a splendid letterer, and Henry Hare, still of the world, with whom he had frequently talked on the subject of ads and posters. Then there was young Morgenbau, who was a most excellent character man, looking to him for some opportunity, and 8 or 10 men whose work he had admired in the magazines, the best known ones. He decided first to see what could be done with the staff that he had, and then to eliminate and fill in as rapidly as possible until he had a capable working group. He had already caught by contact with Summerfield some of that eager personage's ruthlessness and began to manifest it in his own attitude. He was most impressionable to things advantageous to himself, and this chance to rise to a higher level out of the slough of poverty in which he had so greatly suffered nerved him to the utmost effort. In 2 days he had a most impressive mass of material to show his prospective employer, and he returned to his presence with considerable confidence. The latter looked over his ideas carefully and then began to warm to his attitude of mind. "I should say," he said generously, "that there's some life to this stuff. I could see you getting $5,000 a year all right if you keep on. You're a little new, but you've caught the drift." And he sat down to show him where some improvements from a practical point of view could be made. "Now, Professor," he said finally, when he was satisfied that Eugene was the man he wanted, "you and I might as well call this a deal. It's pretty plain to me that you've got something I want. Some of these things are fine. I don't know how you're going to make out as a master of men, but you might as well take that desk out there and we'll begin right now. I wish you luck, I really do. You're a live wire, I think." Eugene thrilled with satisfaction. This was the result he wanted. No half-hearted commendation, but enthusiastic praise. He must have it. He always felt that he could command it. People naturally ran after him. He was getting used to it by now, taking it as a matter of course. If he hadn't broken down, curse the luck, think where he could have been today. He had lost 5 years, and he was not quite well yet, but thank God he was getting steadily better, and he would try and hold himself in check from now on. The world demanded it. He went out with Summerfield into the art room, and was there introduced by him to the various men employed. Mr. Davis, Mr. Witla. Mr. Hart, Mr. Witla. Mr. Clemens, Mr. Witla. So it went, and the staff was soon aware of who he was. Summerfield then took him into the next room and introduced him to the various heads of departments, the business manager who fixed his and his artist's salaries, the cashier who paid him, the manager of the ad writing department, the manager of the trade aid department, and the head of the stenographic department, a woman. Eugene was a little disgusted with what he considered the crassness of these people. After the quality of the art atmosphere in which he had moved, these people seemed to him somewhat raw and voracious, like fish. They had no refinement. Their looks and manners were unduly aggressive. He resented particularly the fact that one canvasser, with whom he shook hands, wore a bright red tie and had on yellow shoes. The insistence on department store models for suits and floor walker manners pained him. To hell with such cattle, he thought, but on the surface he smiled and shook hands and said how glad he would be to work with them. Finally, when all the introductions were over, he went back to his own department to take up the work which rushed through here like a living stream, pell-mell. His own staff, of course, much more agreeable to him. These artists who worked for him interested him, for they were, as he suspected, men very much like himself, in poor health probably, or down on their luck, and compelled to do this. He called for his assistant, Mr. Davis, whom Summerfield had introduced him as such, and asked him to let him see how the work stood. "Have you a schedule of the work in hand?" he asked easily. "Yes, sir," said his new attendant. "Let me see it." The latter brought what he called his order book and showed him just how things worked. Each particular piece of work, or order as it was called, was given a number when it came in, the time of its entry marked on the slip, the name of the artist to whom it was assigned, the time taken to execute it, and so forth. If one artist only put 2 hours on it, and another took it and put 4, this was noted. If the first drawing was a failure, and a second begun, the records would show all, the slips and errors of the office as well as its speed and capacity. Eugene perceived that he must see to it that his men did not make many mistakes. After this order book had been carefully inspected by him, he rose and strolled about among the men to see how they were getting on. He wanted to familiarize himself at once with the styles and methods of his men. Some were working on clothing ads, some on designs illustrative of the beef industry, some on a railroad travel series for the streetcars, and so forth. Eugene bent over each one graciously, for he wanted to make friends with these people and win their confidence. He knew from experience how sensitive artists were, how they could be bound by feelings of good fellowship. He had a soft, easy, smiling manner, which he hoped would smooth his way for him. He leaned over this man's shoulder and that, asking what the point was, how long a piece of work of that character ought to take, suggesting, where a man appeared to be in doubt, what he thought would be advisable. He was not at all certain of himself, this line of work being so new, but he was hopeful and eager. It was a fine sensation, this being a boss, if one could only triumph at it. He hoped to help these men to help themselves, to make them make good in ways which would bring them and him more money. He wanted more money, that 5,000 no less. "I think you have the right idea there," he said to one pale, anemic worker who looked as though he might have a lot of talent. The man, whose name was Dillon, responded to the soothing, caressing tone of his voice. He liked Eugene's appearance, though he was not at all disposed to pass favorable judgment as yet. It was already rumored that he had had an exceptional career as an artist. Summerfield had attended to that. He looked up and smiled and said, "Do you think so?" "I certainly do," said Eugene cheerfully. "Try a touch of yellow next to that blue. See if you don't like that." The artist did as requested and squinted at it narrowly. "It helps it a lot, don't it?" he observed, as though it were his own. "It certainly does," said Eugene. "That's a good idea." And somehow Dillon felt as though he had thought of it. Inside of 20 minutes the whole staff was agreeing with itself that he was a nice man to all outward appearances, and that he might make good. He appeared to be so sure. They little knew how perturbed he was inwardly, how anxious he was to get all the threads of this in his hand and to see that everything came to an ideal fruition. He dreaded the hour when he might have something to contend with which was not quite right. Days passed at this new work, and then weeks, and by degrees he grew moderately sure of himself and comparatively easy in his seat, though he realized that he had not stepped into a bed of roses. He found this a most tempestuous office to work in, for Summerfield was, as he expressed it, on the job, early and late, and tireless in his insistence and enthusiasm. He came down from his residence in the upper portion of the city at 8:50 in the morning, and remained almost invariably until 6:30 and 7, and not infrequently until 8 and 9 in the evening. He had the inconsiderate habit of keeping such of his staff as happened to be working on the thing in which he was interested until all hours of the night, sometimes transferring his deliberations to his own home, and that without dinner or the proffer of it to those whom he made to work. He would talk advertising with one big merchant or another until it was time to go home, and would then call in the weary members of his staff before they had time to escape and begin a long and important discussion of something he wanted done. At times, when anything went wrong, he would fly into an insane fury, rave and curse, and finally, perhaps, discharge the one who was really not to blame. There were no end of labored and irritating conferences in which hard words and sarcastic references would fly about, for he had no respect for the ability or personality of anyone who worked for him. They were all more or less machines in his estimation, and rather poorly constructed ones at that. Their ideas were not good enough unless for the time being they happened to be new, or, as in Eugene's case, displaying pronounced talent. He could not fathom Eugene so readily, for he had never met anyone of his kind. He was looking closely in his case, as he was in that of all the others, to see if he could not find some weakness in his ideas. He had a gleaming, insistent, almost demoniac eye, a habit of chewing incessantly and even violently on the stub end of a cigar, the habit of twitching, getting up and walking about, stirring things on his desk, doing anything and everything to give his restless, generative energy a chance to escape. "Now, Professor," he would say when Eugene came in and seated himself quietly and unobtrusively in some corner, "we have a very difficult thing here to solve today. I want to know what you think could be done in such and such a case," describing a particular condition. Eugene would brace himself up and begin to consider, but rumination was not what Summerfield wanted from anyone. "Well, Professor, well, well," he would exclaim. Eugene would stir irritably. This was so embarrassing, in a way so degrading to him. "Come to life, Professor," Summerfield would go on. He seemed to have concluded long before that the gad was the most effective commercial weapon. Eugene would then make some polite suggestion, wishing instead that he could tell him to go to the devil. But that was not the end of it. Before all the old writers, canvassers, trade ad men, sometimes one or two of his own artists, who might be working upon the particular task in question, he would exclaim, "Lord, what a poor suggestion!" or, "Can't you do any better than that, Professor?" or, "Good heavens, I have 3 or 4 ideas better than that myself." The best he would ever say in a conference was, "Well, there may be something in that," though privately afterwards he might possibly express great pleasure. Past achievements counted for nothing, that was so plain. One might bring in gold and silver all day long. The next day there must be more gold and silver and in larger quantities. There was no end to the man's appetite. There was no limit to the speed at which he wished to drive his men. There was no limit to the venomous commercial idea as an idea. Summerfield set an example of nagging and irritating insistence, and he urged all his employees to the same policy. The result was a bear garden, a den of prize-fighters, liars, cutthroats, and thieves, in which every man was for himself, openly and avowedly, and the devil take the hindmost. Still time went by, and although things did not improve very much in his office over the standards which he saw prevailing when he came there, he was obviously getting things much better arranged in his private life. In the first place, Angela's attitude was getting much better. The old agony which had possessed her in the days when he was acting so badly had modified as day by day she saw him working and conducting himself with reasonable circumspection. She did not trust him as yet. She was not sure that he had utterly broken with Carlotta Wilson. She had never found out who his paramour was, but all the evidence seemed to attest it. There was a telephone downstairs in a drug store by which, during his days on the world, Angela would call him up at any time, and whenever she had called him up, he was always in the office. He seemed to have plenty of time to take her to the theater if she wished to go, and to have no especial desire to avoid her company. He had once told her frankly that he did not propose to pretend to love her any more, though he did care for her, and this frightened her. In spite of her wrath and suffering, she cared for him, and she believed that he still sympathized with her and might come to care for her again, that he ought to. She decided to play the role of the affectionate wife, whether it was true or not, and to hug and kiss him and fuss over him if he would let her, just as though nothing had happened. Eugene did not understand this. He did not see how Angela could still love him. He thought she must hate him, having such grounds, for having by dint of hard work and absence come out of his vast excitement about Carlotta, he was beginning to feel that he had done her a terrific injustice and to wish to make amends. He did not want to love her. He did not feel that he could. But he was perfectly willing to behave himself, to try to earn a good living, to take her to the theater and opera as opportunity permitted, and to build up and renew a social relationship with others which should act as a substitute for love. He was beginning to think that there was no honest or happy solution to any affair of the heart in the world. Most people, so far as he could see, were unhappily married. It seemed to be the lot of mankind to make mistakes in its matrimonial selections. He was probably no more unhappy than many others. Let the world wag as it would for a time, he would try to make some money now and restore himself in the eyes of the world. Later, life might bring him something. Who could tell? In the next place, their financial condition, even before he left the world, was so much better than it had been. By dint of saving and scraping, refusing to increase their expenses more than was absolutely necessary, Angela had succeeded by the time he left the world in laying by over $1,000, and since then it had gone up to $3,000. They had relaxed sufficiently so that now they were wearing reasonably good clothes, were going out and receiving company regularly. It was not possible in their little apartment, which they still occupied, to entertain more than 3 or 4 at the outside, and 2 was all that Angela ever cared to consider as either pleasurable or comfortable. But they entertained this number frequently. There were some slight recoveries of friendship and of the old life. Hudson Dula, Jerry Matthews, who had moved to Newark, William McConnell, Philip Schottmeyer, McHugh and Smite were away, one painting in Nova Scotia, the other working in Chicago. As for the old art crowd, socialists and radicals included, Eugene attempted to avoid them as much as possible. He knew nothing of the present whereabouts of Miriam Finch and Norma Whitmore. Of Christina Channing he heard much, for she was singing in grand opera, her pictures displayed in the paper and upon billboards. There were many new friends, principally young newspaper artists like Adolph Morgenbau, who took to Eugene and were in a sense his disciples. Angela's relations showed up from time to time, among them David Blue, now a sub-lieutenant in the army, with all the army officer's pride of place and station. There were women friends of Angela's for whom Eugene cared little. Mrs. Desmas, the wife of the furniture manufacturer at Riverwood, from whom they had rented their 4 rooms there, Mrs. Wertheim, the wife of the multimillionaire to whom Monsieur Charles had introduced them, Mrs. Link, the wife of the West Point Army captain, who had come to the old Washington Square studio with Marietta, and who was now stationed at Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn, and a Mrs. Jurgens, living in a neighboring apartment. As long as they were very poor, Angela was very careful how she revived acquaintances. But when they began to have a little money, she decided that she might indulge her predilection and so make life less lonesome for herself. She had always been anxious to build up social connections for Eugene, but as yet she did not see how it was to be done. When Eugene's new connection with Summerfield Company was consummated, Angela was greatly astonished and rather delighted to think that if he had to work in this practical field for long, it was to be under such comforting auspices. That is, as a superior and not as an underling. Long ago she had come to feel that Eugene would never make any money in a commercial way. To see him mounting in this manner was curious, but not wholly reassuring. They must save money, that was her one cry. They had to move soon, that was very plain. But they mustn't spend any more than they had to. She delayed until the attitude of Summerfield, upon an accidental visit to their flat, made it commercially advisable. Summerfield was a great admirer of Eugene's artistic ability. He had never seen any of his pictures, but he was rather keen to, and once when Eugene told him that they were still on display, one or two of them at Pottle Frères, Jacob Bergman's, and Henry LaRue's, he decided to visit these places, but put it off. One night, when he was riding uptown on the L Road with Eugene, he decided, because he was in a vagrom mood, to accompany him home and see his pictures there. Eugene did not want this. He was chagrined to be compelled to take him into their very little apartment, but there was apparently no way of escaping it. He tried to persuade him to visit Pottle Frères instead, where one picture was still on view, but Summerfield would none of that. "I don't like you to see this place," finally he said apologetically, as they were going up the steps of the 5-story apartment house. "We are going to get out of here pretty soon. I came here when I worked on the road." Summerfield looked about at the poor neighborhood, the inlet of a canal some 2 blocks east, where a series of black coal pockets were, and to the north, where there was flat open country and a railroad yard. "Why, that's all right," he said, in his direct, practical way. "It doesn't make any difference to me. It does to you, though, Witla. You know, I believe in spending money. Everybody's spending money. Nobody gets anywhere by saving anything. Pay out, pay out. That's the idea. I found that out myself long ago. You'd better move when you get a chance soon, and surround yourself with clever people." Eugene considered this easy talk of a man who was successful and lucky, but he still thought there was much in it. Summerfield came in and viewed the pictures. He liked them, and he liked Angela, though he wondered how Eugene ever came to marry her. She was such a quiet little homebody. Eugene looked more like a bohemian or a club man now that he had been worked upon by Summerfield. The soft hat had long since been discarded for a stiff derby, and Eugene's clothes were of the most practical business type he could find. He looked more like a young merchant than an artist. Summerfield invited them over to dinner at his house, refusing to stay to dinner here, and went his way. Before long, because of his advice, they moved. They had practically $4,000 by now, and because of his salary, Angela figured that they could increase their living expenses to, say, $2,500 or even $3,000. She wanted Eugene to save $2,000 each year against the day when he should decide to return to art. They sought about together Saturday afternoons and Sundays, and finally found a charming apartment in Central Park West, overlooking the park, where they thought they could live and entertain beautifully. It had a large dining room and a living room, which, when the table was cleared away, formed one great room. There was a handsomely equipped bathroom, a nice kitchen with ample pantry, 3 bedrooms, one of which Angela turned into a sewing room, and a square hall or entry which answered as a temporary reception room. There were plenty of closets, gas and electricity, elevator service with nicely uniformed elevator men, and a house telephone. It was very different from their last place, where they only had a long dark hall, stairways to climb, gas only, and no phone. The neighborhood, too, was so much better. Here were automobiles and people walking about in the park or promenading on a Sunday afternoon, an obsequious consideration or polite indifference to your affairs from everyone who had anything to do with you. "Well, the tide is certainly turning," said Eugene, as they entered it the first day. He had the apartment redecorated in white and delft blue and dark blue, getting a set of library and dining room furniture in imitation rosewood. He bought a few choice pictures which he had seen at various exhibitions to mix with his own, and set a cut glass bowl in the ceiling where formerly the commonplace chandelier had been. There were books enough accumulated during a period of years to fill the attractive white bookcase with its lead-paned doors. Attractive sets of bedroom furniture in bird's eye maple and white enamel were secured, and the whole apartment given a very cozy and tasteful appearance. A piano was purchased outright, and dinner and breakfast sets of Haviland china. There were many other dainty accessories, such as rugs, curtains, portières, and so forth, the hanging of which Angela supervised. Here they settled down to a comparatively new and attractive life. Angela had never really forgiven him his indiscretions of the past, his radical brutality in the last instant, but she was not holding them up insistently against him. There were occasional scenes even yet, the echoes of a far-off storm. But as long as they were making money and friends were beginning to come back, she did not propose to quarrel. Eugene was very considerate. He was very, very hard-working. Why should she nag him? He would sit by a window overlooking the park at night and toil over his sketches and ideas until midnight. He was up and dressed by 7, down to his office by 8:30, out to lunch at 1 or later, and only back home at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Sometimes Angela would be cross with him for this, sometimes rail at Mr. Summerfield for an inhuman brute. But seeing that the apartment was so lovely, and that Eugene was getting along so well, how could she quarrel? It was for her benefit as much as for his that he appeared to be working. He did not think about spending money. He did not seem to care. He would work, until she actually felt sorry for him. "Certainly Mr. Summerfield ought to like you," she said to him one day, half in compliment, half in rage at a man who would exact so much from him. "You're valuable enough to him. I never saw a man who could work like you can. Don't you ever want to stop?" "Don't bother about me, Angel Face," he said. "I have to do it. I don't mind. It's better than walking the streets and wondering how I'm going to get along." And he fell to his ideas again. Angela shook her head. Poor Eugene! If ever a man deserved success for working, he certainly did. And he was really getting nice again, getting conventional. Perhaps it was because he was getting a little older. It might turn out that he would become a splendid man, after all. There came a time, however, when all this excitement and wrath and quarreling began to unnerve Eugene and to make him feel that he could not indefinitely stand the strain. After all, his was the artistic temperament, not that of a commercial or financial genius. He was too nervous and restless. For one thing, he was first astonished, then amused, then embittered by the continual travesty of justice, truth, beauty, sympathy, which he saw enacted before his eyes. Life, stripped of its illusion and its seeming, becomes a rather deadly thing to contemplate. Because of the ruthless, insistent, inconsiderate attitude of his employer, all the employees of this place followed his example, and there was neither kindness nor courtesy, nor even raw justice anywhere. Eugene was compelled to see himself looked upon from the beginning, not so much by his own staff as by the other employees of the company, as a man who could not last long. He was disliked, forsooth, because Summerfield displayed some liking for him, and because his manners did not coincide exactly with the prevailing standard of the office. Summerfield did not intend to allow his interest in Eugene to infringe in any way upon his commercial exactions. But this was not enough to save or aid Eugene in any way. The others disliked him, some because he was a true artist to begin with, because of his rather distant air, and because in spite of himself he could not take them all as seriously as he should. Most of them seemed little mannequins to him, little second, third, and fourth editions or copies of Summerfield. They all copied that worthy's insistent air. They all attempted to imitate his briskness. Like children, they were inclined to try to imitate his bitter persiflage and be smart, and they demanded, as he said they should, the last ounce of consideration and duty from their neighbors. Eugene was too much of a philosopher not to take much of this with a grain of salt, but after all his position depended on his activity and his ability to get results. And it was a pity, he thought, that he could expect neither courtesy nor favor from anyone. Departmental chiefs stormed his room daily, demanding this, that, and the other work immediately. Artists complained that they were not getting enough pay. The business manager railed because expenses were not kept low, saying that Eugene might be an improvement in the matter of the quality of the results obtained and the speed of execution, but that he was lavish in his expenditure. Others cursed openly in his presence at times, and about him to his employer, alleging that the execution of certain ideas was rotten, or that certain work was delayed, or that he was slow or discourteous. There was little in these things, as Summerfield well knew from watching Eugene, but he was too much of a lover of quarrels and excitement as being productive of the best results in the long run to wish to interfere. Eugene was soon accused of delaying work generally, of having incompetent men, which was true, of being slow, of being an artistic snob. He stood it all calmly because of his recent experience with poverty, but he was determined to fight ultimately. He was no longer, or at least not going to be, he thought, the ambling, cowardly, dreaming Witla he had been. He was going to stand up, and he did begin to. "Remember, you are the last word here, Witla," Summerfield had told him on one occasion. "If anything goes wrong here, you're to blame. Don't make any mistakes. Don't let anyone accuse you falsely. Don't run to me. I won't help you." It was such a ruthless attitude that it shocked Eugene into an attitude of defiance. In time, he thought, he had become a hardened and changed man, aggressive, contentious, bitter. "They can all go to hell," he said one day to Summerfield, after a terrific row about some delayed pictures, in which one man, who was animated by personal animosity more than anything else, had said hard things about him. "The thing that's been stated here isn't so. My work is up to and beyond the mark. This individual here," pointing to the man in question, "simply doesn't like me. The next time he comes into my room nosing around, I'll throw him out. He's a damn fakir, and you know it. He lied here today, and you know that." "Good for you, Witla!" exclaimed Summerfield joyously. The idea of a fighting attitude on Eugene's part pleased him. "You're coming to life. You'll get somewhere now. You've got the ideas. But if you let these wolves run over you, they'll do it, and they'll eat you. I can't help it. They're all no good. I wouldn't trust a single goddamn man in the place." So it went. Eugene smiled. Could he ever get used to such a life? Could he ever learn to live with such cheap, inconsiderate, indecent little pups? Summerfield might like them, but he didn't. This might be a marvelous business policy, but he couldn't see it. Somehow, it seemed to reflect the mental attitude and temperament of Mr. Daniel C. Summerfield, and nothing more. Human nature ought to be better than that. It is curious how fortune sometimes binds up the wounds of the past, covers over the broken places as with clinging vines, gives to the miseries and mental weariness of life a look of sweetness and comfort. An illusion of perfect joy is sometimes created where still, underneath, are cracks and scars. Here were Angela and Eugene living together now, beginning to be visited by first one and then the other of those they had known in the past, seemingly as happy as though no storm had ever beset the calm of their present sailing. Eugene, despite all his woes, was interested in his work. He liked to think of himself as the captain of a score of men, having a handsome office desk, being hailed as chief by obsequious subordinates, and invited here and there by Summerfield, who still liked him. The work was hard, but it was so much more profitable than anything he had ever had before. Angela was happier, too, he thought, than she had been in a long time, for she did not need to worry about money, and his prospects were broadening. Friends were coming back to them in a steady stream, and they were creating new ones. It was possible to go to a seaside resort occasionally, winter or summer, or to entertain 3 or 4 friends at dinner. Angela had a maid. The meals were served with considerable distinction under her supervision. She was flattered to hear nice things said about her husband in her presence, for it was whispered abroad in art circles with which they were now slightly in touch again, that half the effectiveness of the Summerfield ads was due to Eugene's talent. It was no shame for him to come out now and say where he was, for he was getting a good salary and was a department chief. He, or rather the house through him, had made several great hits, issuing series of ads which attracted the attention of the public generally to the products which they advertised. Experts in the advertising world first, and then later the public generally, were beginning to wonder who it was that was primarily responsible for the hits. The Summerfield Company had not had them during the previous 6 years of its history. There were too many of them coming close together not to make a new era in the history of the house. Summerfield, it was understood about the office, was becoming a little jealous of Eugene, for he could not brook the presence of a man with a reputation, and Eugene, with his $5,000 in cash in 2 savings banks, with practically $2,500 worth of tasteful furniture in his apartment, and with a $10,000 life insurance policy in favor of Angela, was carrying himself with quite an air. He was not feeling so anxious about his future. Angela noted it, Summerfield also. The latter felt that Eugene was beginning to show his artistic superiority in a way which was not entirely pleasant. He was coming to have a direct, insistent, sometimes dictatorial manner. All the driving Summerfield had done had not succeeded in breaking his spirit. Instead, it had developed him. From a lean, pale, artistic soul, wearing a soft hat, he had straightened up and filled out until now he looked more like a businessman than an artist, with a derby hat, clothes of the latest cut, a ring of oriental design on his middle finger, and pins and ties which reflected the prevailing modes. Eugene's attitude had not as yet changed completely, but it was changing. He was not nearly so fearsome as he had been. He was beginning to see that he had talents in more directions than one, to have the confidence of this fact. $5,000 in cash, with $200 or $300 being added monthly, and interest at 4% being paid upon it, gave him a reserve of self-confidence. He began to joke Summerfield himself, for he began to realize that other advertising concerns might be glad to have him. Word had been brought to him once that the Alfred Cookman Company, of which Summerfield was a graduate, was considering making him an offer, and the Twine Campbell Company, the largest in the field, was also interested in what he was doing. His own artists, mostly faithful, because he had sought to pay them well and to help them succeed, had spread his fame greatly. According to them, he was the sole cause of all the recent success which had come to the house, which was not true at all. A number, perhaps the majority, of things recently had started with him, but they had been amplified by Summerfield, worked over by the ad-writing department, revised by the advertisers themselves, and so on and so forth, until notable changes had been effected and success achieved. There was no doubt that Eugene was directly responsible for a share of this. His presence was inspiring, constructive. He keyed up the whole tone of the Summerfield Company merely by being there, but he was not all there was to it by many a long step. He realized this himself. He was not at all offensively egotistic, simply surer, calmer, more genial, less easily ruffled, but even this was too much. Summerfield wanted a frightened man, and seeing that Eugene might be getting strong enough to slip away from him, he began to think how he should either circumvent his possible sudden flight or discredit his fame, so that if he did leave he would gain nothing by it. Neither of them was directly manifesting any ill will or indicating his true feelings, but such was the situation just the same. The things which Summerfield thought he might do were not easy to do under any circumstances. It was particularly hard in Eugene's case. The man was beginning to have an air. People liked him. Advertisers who met him, the big manufacturers, took note of him. They did not understand him as a trade figure, but thought he must have real force. One man, a great real estate plunger in New York, who saw him once in Summerfield's office, spoke to the latter about him. "That's a most interesting man you have there, that man Witla," he said, when they were out to lunch together. "Where does he come from?" "Oh, out west somewhere," replied Summerfield evasively. "I don't know. I've had so many art directors I don't pay much attention to them." Winfield, ex-Senator Kenyon C. Winfield of Brooklyn, perceived a slight undercurrent of opposition and belittling. "He looks like a bright fellow," he said, intending to drop the subject. He is," returned Summerfield, "but like all artists, he's flighty. They're the most unstable people in the world. You can't depend upon them. Good for one idea today, worth nothing tomorrow. I have to handle them like a lot of children. The weather sometimes makes all the difference in the world." Winfield fancied this was true. Artists generally were worth nothing in business. Still, he remembered Eugene pleasantly. As Summerfield talked here, so it was in the office and elsewhere. He began to say in the office and out that Eugene was really not doing as well as he might, that in all likelihood he would have to drop him. It was sad, but all directors, even the best of them, had their little day of ability and usefulness and then ran the seed. He did not see why it was that all these directors failed so, but they did. They never really made good in the company. By this method his own undiminished ability was made to stand out free and clear, and Eugene was not able to appear as important. No one who knew anything about Eugene, however, at this time believed this, but they did believe in the office that he might lose his position. He was too bright, too much of a leader. They felt that this condition could not continue in a one-man concern, and this made the work harder, for it bred disloyalty in certain quarters. Some of his men were disposed to counsel with the enemy. But as time passed, and in spite of the change of attitude which was coming over Summerfield, Eugene became even stronger in his own self-esteem. He was not getting vainglorious as yet, merely sure. Because of his artwork, his art connections had revived considerably, and he had heard again from such men as Louis Deesa, Monsieur Charles, Luc Severus, and others, who now knew where he was and wondered why he did not come back to painting proper. Monsieur Charles was disgusted. A great error, he said. He always spoke of him to others as a great loss to art. Strange to relate, one of his pictures was sold the spring following his entry into the Summerfield Company, and another the following winter. Each netted him $250. Pulte Faris being the agent in one case, Jacob Bergman in the other. These sales, with their consequent calls for additional canvases to show, cheered him greatly. He felt satisfied now that if anything happened to him, he could go back to his art and that he could make a living anyhow. There came a time when he was sent for by Mr. Alfred Cookman, the advertising agent for whom Summerfield had worked, but nothing came of that, for the latter did not care to pay more than $6,000 a year, and Summerfield had once told Eugene that he would eventually pay him $10,000 if he stayed with him. He did not think it was fair to leave him just then, and besides, Cookman's firm had not the force and go and prestige which Summerfield had at this time. His real chance came some 6 months later, when one of the publishing houses of Philadelphia, having an important weekly to market, began looking for an advertising manager. It was the policy of this house to select young men, and to select from among all the available candidates just the one particular one to suit the fancy of the owner, who had a record of successful effort behind him. Now Eugene was not any more an advertising manager by experience than he was an art director, but having worked for Summerfield for nearly 2 years, he had come to know a great deal about advertising, and the public thought he knew a great deal more. He knew by now just how Summerfield had his business organized. He knew how he specialized his forces, giving this line to one and that line to another. He had been able to learn by sitting in conferences and consultations what it was that advertisers wanted, how they wanted their goods displayed, what they wanted said. He had learned that novelty, force, and beauty were the keynotes, and he had to work these elements out under the most galling fire so often that he knew how it ought to be done. He knew also about commissions, rebates, long-time contracts, and so forth. And he had fancied more than once that he might run a little advertising business of his own to great profit if he could only find an honest and capable business manager or partner. Since this person was not forthcoming, he was content to bide his time. But the Calvin Publishing Company of Philadelphia had heard of him. In his search for a man, Obadiah Calvin, the founder of the company, had examined many individuals through agents in Chicago, in St. Louis, in Baltimore, Boston, and New York. But he had not yet made up his mind. He was slow in his decisions, and always flattered himself that once he made a selection, he was sure of a good result. He had not heard of Eugene until toward the end of his search. But one day in the Union Club in Philadelphia, when he was talking to a big advertising agent with whom he did considerable business, the latter said, "I hear you're looking for an advertising manager for your weekly." "I am," he said. "I heard of a man the other day who might suit you. He's with the Summerfield Company in New York. They've been getting up some very striking ads of late, as you may have noticed." "I think I have seen some of them," replied Calvin. "I'm not sure of the man's name, Witla or Gitla, or some such thing as that, but anyhow he's over there, and they say he's pretty good. Just what he is in the house I don't know. You might look him up." "Thanks, I will," replied Calvin, who was really quite grateful, for he was not quite satisfied with any of those he had seen or heard of. He was an old man, extremely sensitive to ability, wanting to combine force with refinement if he could. He was a good Christian, and was running Christian, or rather their happy correlatives, decidedly conservative publications. When he went back to his office he consulted with his business partner, a man named Fredericks, who held but a minor share in the company, and asked him if he couldn't find out something about this promising individual. Fredericks did so. He called up Cookman in New York, who was delighted to injure his old employee, Summerfield, to the extent of taking away his best man if he could. He told Fredericks that he thought Eugene was very capable, probably the most capable young man in the field, and in all likelihood the man he was looking for, a hustler. "I thought once of hiring him myself here not long ago," he told Fredericks. "He has ideas, you can see that." The next thing was a private letter from Mr. Fredericks to Mr. Witla, asking if by any chance he could come over to Philadelphia the following Saturday afternoon, indicating that there was a business proposition of considerable importance which he wished to lay before him. From the paper on which it was written, Eugene could see that there was something important in the wind, and laid the matter before Angela. The latter's eyes glistened. "I'd certainly go if I were you," she advised. "He might want to make you business manager or art director or something. You can be sure they don't intend to offer you less than you're getting now. And Mr. Summerfield certainly has not treated you very well anyhow. You've worked like a slave for him, and he's never kept his agreement to raise your salary as much as he said he would. It may mean our having to leave New York, but that doesn't make any difference for a while. You don't intend to stay in this field anyhow. You only want to stay long enough to get a good sound income of your own." Angela's longing for Eugene's art career was nevertheless being slightly stilled these days by the presence and dangle lure of money. It was a great thing to be able to go downtown and buy dresses and hats to suit the seasons. It was a fine thing to be taken by Eugene Saturday afternoons and Sundays in season to Atlantic City, to Spring Lake and Shelter Island. "I think I will go," he said, and he wrote Mr. Fredericks a favorable reply. The latter met him at the Central Station in Philadelphia with his auto, and took him out to his country place in the Haverford district. On the way he talked of everything but business, the state of the weather, the condition of the territory through which they were traveling, the day's news, the nature and interest of Eugene's present work. When they were in Fredericks' house, where they arrived in time for dinner, and while they were getting ready for it, Mr. Obadiah Calvin dropped in, ostensibly to see his partner, but really to look at Eugene without committing himself. He was introduced to Eugene and shook hands with him cordially. During the meal he talked with Eugene a little, though not on business, and Eugene wondered why he had been called. He suspected, knowing as he did that Calvin was the president of the company, that the latter was there to look at him. After dinner Mr. Calvin left, and Eugene noted that Mr. Fredericks was then quite ready to talk with him. "The thing I wanted you to come over and see me about is in regard to our weekly and the advertising department. We have a great paper over here, as you know," he said. "We are intending to do much more with it in the future than we have in the past even. Mr. Calvin is anxious to get just the man to take charge of the advertising department. We have been looking for someone for quite a little while. Several people have suggested your name, and I'm rather inclined to think that Mr. Calvin would be pleased to see you take it. His visit here today was purely accidental, but it was fortunate. He had a chance to look at you, so that if I should propose your name, he will know just who you are. I think you would find his company a fine background for your efforts. We have no penny-wise and pound-foolish policy over here. We know that any successful thing is made by the men behind it, and we are willing to pay good money for good men. I don't know what you are getting where you are, and I don't care very much. If you are interested, I should like to talk to Mr. Calvin about you. And if he is interested, I should like to bring you two together for a final conference. The salary will be made right. You needn't worry about that. Mr. Calvin isn't a small man. If he likes a man, and I think he might like you, he offers you what he thinks you're worth, and you can take it or leave it. I never heard anyone complain about the salary he offered." Eugene listened with extreme self-gratulation. He was thrilled from head to toe. This was the message he had been expecting to hear for so long. He was getting $5,000 now. He had been offered $6,000. Mr. Calvin could do no less than offer him $7 or $8, possibly $10. He could easily ask $7,500. "I must say," he said innocently, "the proposition sounds attractive to me. It's a different kind of thing, somewhat, from what I have been doing, but I think I could handle it successfully. Of course, the salary will determine the whole thing. I'm not at all badly placed where I am. I just got comfortably settled in New York, and I'm not anxious to move. But I would not be opposed to coming. I have no contract with Mr. Summerfield. He has never been willing to give me one." "Well, we are not keen upon contracts ourselves," said Mr. Fredericks. "It is not a very strong reed to lean upon, anyhow, as you know. Still, a contract might be arranged if you wish it. Supposing we talk a little further to Mr. Calvin today. He doesn't live so far from here." And with Eugene's consent, he went to the phone. The latter had supposed that the conversation with Mr. Calvin was something which would necessarily have to take place at some future date. But from the conversation then and there held over the phone, it appeared not. Mr. Fredericks explained elaborately over the phone, as though it was necessary, that he had been about the work of finding an advertising manager for some time, as Mr. Calvin knew, and that he had some difficulty in finding the right man. "I have been talking to Mr. Witla, whom you met here today, and he is interested in what I have been telling him about the weekly. He strikes me, from my talk with him here, as possibly the man you are looking for. I thought you might like to talk with him further." Mr. Calvin evidently signified his assent, for the machine was called out, and they traveled to his house, perhaps a mile away. On the way Eugene's mind was busy with the possibilities of the future. It was all so nebulous, this talk of a connection with the famous Calvin Publishing Company. But at the same time it was so significant, so potential. Could it be possible that he was going to leave Summerfield after all, under such advantageous circumstances? It seemed like a dream. Mr. Calvin met them in the library of his house, which stood in a spacious lawn, and which, save for the lights in the library, was quite dark and apparently lonely. And here their conversation was continued. He was a quiet man, small, gray-haired, searching in his gaze. He had, as Eugene noted, little hands and feet, and appeared as still and composed as a pool in dull weather. He said slowly and quietly that he was glad that Eugene and Mr. Fredericks had had a talk. He had heard a little something of Eugene in the past, not much. He wanted to know what Eugene thought of current advertising policies, what he thought of certain new developments in advertising method, and so on at some length. "So you think you might like to come with us," he observed dryly toward the end, as though Eugene had proposed coming. "I don't think I would object to coming under certain conditions," he replied. "And what are those conditions?" "Well, I would rather hear what you have to suggest, Mr. Kalvin. I am really not sure that I want to leave where I am. I am doing pretty well as it is." "Well, you seem a rather likely young man to me," said Mr. Kalvin. "You have certain qualities which I think I need. I'll say 8,000 for this year, and if everything is satisfactory 1 year from this time, I'll make it 10. After that, we'll let the future take care of itself." 8,000, 10 next year, thought Eugene. The title of advertising manager of a great publication. This was certainly a step forward. "Well, that isn't so bad," he said, after a moment's apparent reflection. "I'd be willing to take that, I think." "I thought you would," said Mr. Kalvin, with a dry smile. "Well, you and Mr. Fredericks can arrange the rest of the details. Let me wish you good luck," and he extended his hand cordially. Eugene took it. It did not seem, as he rode back in the machine with Mr. Fredericks to the latter's house, for he was invited to stay for the night, that it could really be true. 8,000 a year! Was he eventually going to become a great business man instead of an artist? He could scarcely flatter himself that this was true, but the drift was strange. 8,000 this year, 10 the next if he made good, 12, 15, 18. He had heard of such salaries in the advertising field alone. And how much more would his investments bring him? He foresaw an apartment on Riverside Drive in New York, a house in the country perhaps, for he fancied he would not always want to live in the city, an automobile of his own perhaps, a grand piano for Angela, Sheraton or Chippendale furniture, friends, fame. What artist's career could compare to this? Did any artist he knew enjoy what he was enjoying now even? Why should he worry about being an artist? Did they ever get anywhere? Would the approval of posterity let him ride in an automobile now? He smiled as he recalled Dula's talk about class superiority, the distinction of being an artist, even though poor. Poverty be hanged. Posterity could go to the devil. He wanted to live now, not in the approval of posterity. The best positions are not always free from the most disturbing difficulties, for great responsibility goes with great opportunity. But Eugene went gaily to his new task, for he knew that it could not possibly be much more difficult than the one he was leaving. Truly, Summerfield had been a terrible man to work for. He had done his best by petty nagging, insisting on endless variations, the most frank and brutal criticism, to break down Eugene's imperturbable good nature, and make him feel that he could not reasonably hope to handle the situation without Summerfield's cooperation and assistance. But he had only been able, by doing so, to bring out Eugene's better resources. His self-reliance, coolness under fire, ability to work long and ardently, even when his heart was scarcely in it, were all strengthened and developed. "Well, luck to you, Witla," he said, when Eugene informed him one morning that he was going to leave and wished to give him notice. "You needn't take me into consideration. I don't want you to stay if you're going to go. The quicker the better. These long drawn-out agonies over leaving don't interest me. There's nothing in that. Clinch the job today if you want it. I'll find someone." Eugene resented his indifference, but he only smiled a cordial smile in reply. "I'll stay a little while if you want me to, 1 or 2 weeks. I don't want to tie up your work in any way." "Oh, no, no, you won't tie up my work. On your way and good luck." The little devil, thought Eugene, but he shook hands and said he was sorry. Summerfield grinned imperturbably. He wound up his affairs quickly and got out. "Thank God," he said the day he left, "I'm out of that hell hole." But he came to realize afterward that Summerfield had rendered him a great service. He had forced him to do his best and utmost, which no one had ever done before. It had told in his character, his spiritual make-up, his very appearance. He was no longer timid and nervous, but rather bold and determined looking. He had lost that fear of very little things, for he had been sailing through stormy seas. Little storms did not, could never again really frighten him. He had learned to fight. That was the one great thing Summerfield had done for him. In the offices of Calvin Company it was radically different. Here was comparative peace and quiet. Calvin had not fought his way up by clubbing little people through little difficulties, but had devoted himself to thinking out a few big things and letting them, because of their very bigness and newness, make their own way and his. He believed in big men, honest men, the biggest and most honest he could find. He saw something in Eugene, a tendency toward perfection perhaps, which attracted him. The formalities of this new arrangement were soon concluded, and Eugene came into his new and beautiful offices, heralded by the word recently passed about that he was a most charming man. He was greeted by the editor, Townsend Miller, in the most cordial manner. He was met by his assembled staff in the most friendly spirit. It quite took Eugene's breath away to realize that he was the responsible head of some 15 capable advertising men here in Philadelphia alone, to say nothing of 8 or more in a branch office in Chicago and traveling canvassers in the different parts of the country, the far west, the south, the southwest, the Canadian northwest. His material surroundings were much more imposing than they had been with the Summerfield Company. The idea of all these men was to follow up business, to lay interesting propositions before successful merchants and manufacturers who had not yet tried the columns of the North American Weekly, to make contracts which should be mutually advantageous to the advertiser and the weekly, and to gain and retain goodwill according to the results rendered. It was no very difficult task in connection with the North American Weekly to do this, because owing to a novel and appealing editorial policy, it was already in possession of a circulation of 500,000 a week, and was rapidly gaining more. It was not difficult, as Eugene soon found, to show advertisers in most cases that this was a proposition in which worthwhile results could be obtained. What with Eugene's fertility in suggesting new methods of advertising, his suaveness of approach and geniality in laying before the most recalcitrant his very desirable schemes, his ability to get ideas and suggestions out of his men in conference, he was really in no danger of not being able to hold his own, and indeed was destined to make a rather remarkable showing. Eugene and Angela settled into what might have been deemed a fixed attitude of comfort and refinement. Without much inconvenience to himself, and with little friction among those about, he had succeeded in reorganizing his staff along lines which were eminently satisfactory to himself. Some men who were formerly with the Summerfield Company were now with him. He had brought them because he found he could inculcate in them the spirit of sympathetic relationship and good understanding, such as Calvin desired. He was not making the progress which Summerfield was making with really less means at his command, but then, on the other hand, this was a rich company which did not ask or expect any such struggle as that which Summerfield had been and was still compelled to make for himself. The business ethics of this company were high. It believed in clean methods, good salaries, honest service. Calvin liked him, and he had one memorable conversation with Eugene some time after he came there, almost a year, which stuck in his memory and did him much good. Calvin saw clearly wherein both his strength and weaknesses lay, and once said to Fredericks, his business manager, "The one thing I like about that man is his readiness with ideas. He always has one, and he's the most willing man to try I ever knew. He has imagination. He needs to be steadied in the direction of sober thought so that he doesn't promise more than he can fulfill. Outside this, I see nothing the matter with him." Fredericks agreed. He liked Eugene also. He did as much as he could to make things smooth, but of course Eugene's task was personal and to be worked out by him solely. Calvin said to him when it became necessary to raise his salary, "I've watched your work for a year now, and I'm going to keep my word and raise your salary. You're a good man. You have many excellent qualities which I need and want in the man who sits at that desk. But you also have some failings. I don't want you to get offended. A man in my position is always like a father who sits at the head of a family, and my lieutenants are like my sons. I have to take an interest in them because they take an interest in me. Now, you've done your work well, very well, but you are subject to one fault which may sometime lead into trouble. You are a little too enthusiastic. I don't think you stop to think enough. You have a lot of ideas. They swarm in your head like bees, and sometimes you let them all out at once, and they buzz around you and confuse you and everyone else connected with you. You would really be a better man if you had, not less ideas. I wouldn't say that, but better control of them. You want to do too many things at once. Go slow, take your time. You have lots of time. You're young yet. Think. If you're in doubt, come down and consult with me. I'm older in this business than you are, and I'll help you all I can." Eugene smiled and said, "I think that's true." "It is true," said Calvin. "And now I want to speak of another thing which is a little more of a personal matter, and I don't want you to take offense, for I'm saying it for your benefit. If I'm any judge of men, and I flatter myself sometimes that I am, you're a man whose greatest weakness lies, and mind you, I have no actual evidence to go upon, not one scrap. Your greatest weakness lies, perhaps, not so much in the direction of women, as in love of luxury generally, of which women might become, and usually are, a very conspicuous part." Eugene flushed the least bit nervously and resentfully, for he thought he had conducted himself in the most circumspect manner here. In fact, everywhere, since the days he had begun to put the Riverwood incident behind him. Now I suppose you wonder why I say that. Well, I raised 2 boys, both dead now, and one was just a little like you. You have so much imagination that it runs not only to ideas in business, but ideas in dress and comfort and friends and entertainment. Be careful of the kind of people you get in with. Stick to the conservative element. It may be hard for you, but it's best for you, materially speaking. You're the kind of man, if my observations and intuitions are correct, who is apt to be carried away by his ideals of anything: beauty, women, show. Now, I have no ascetic objection to women, but to you they are dangerous as yet. At bottom, I don't think you have the making of a real cold business man in you, but you are a splendid lieutenant. I'll tell you frankly, I don't think a better man than you has ever sat or could sit in that chair. You are very exceptional, but your very ability makes you an uncertain quantity. You're just on the threshold of your career. This additional $2,000 is going to open up new opportunities to you. Keep cool. Keep out of the hands of clever people. Don't let subtle women come near you. You're married, and for your sake, I hope you love your wife. If you don't, pretend to, and stay within the bounds of convention. Don't let any scandal ever attach to you. If you do, it will be absolutely fatal so far as I am concerned. I have had to part with a number of excellent men in my time because a little money turned their heads and they went wild over some one woman or many women. Don't you be that way. I like you. I'd like to see you get along. Be cold if you can. Be careful. Think. That's the best advice I can give you, and I wish you luck." He waved him a dismissal, and Eugene rose. He wondered how this man had seen so clearly into his character. It was the truth, and he knew it was. His inmost thoughts and feelings were evidently written where this man could see them. Fittingly, he was president of a great company. He could read men. He went back into his office and decided to take this lesson to heart. He must keep cool and sane always. "I guess I've had enough experience to know that, though, by now," he said, and dismissed the idea from his mind. For this year and the year following, when his salary was raised to $12,000, Eugene flourished prodigiously. He and Miller became better friends than ever. Miller had advertising ideas which were of value to Eugene. Eugene had art and editorial ideas which were of value to Miller. They were together a great deal at social functions, and were sometimes hailed by their companions as the Calvin Kids and the Limelight Twins. Eugene learned to play golf with Miller, though he was a slow student and never good, and also tennis. He and Mrs. Miller, Angela and Townsend, frequently made a set on their own court or over at Miller's. They automobiled and rode a great deal. Eugene met some charming women, particularly young ones at dances, of which he had become very fond, and at dinners and receptions. They and the Millers were invited to a great many affairs, but by degrees it became apparent to him, as it did to Miller and Mrs. Miller, that his presence was much more desired by a certain type of smart woman than was that of his wife. "Oh, he is so clever," was an observation which might have been heard in various quarters. Frequently the compliment stopped there, and nothing was said of Angela, or later on it would come up that she was not quite so nice. Not that she was not charming and worthy and all that, but you know, my dear, she isn't quite so available. You can't use her as you can some women. It was at this time that Angela first conceived the notion seriously that a child might have a sobering effect on Eugene. She had, in spite of the fact that for some time now they had been well able to support one or more, and in spite also of the fact that Eugene's various emotional lapses indicated that he needed a sobering weight of some kind, steadily objected in her mind to the idea of subjecting herself to this ordeal. To tell the truth, aside from the care and worry which always, owing to her early experience with her sister's children, had been associated in her mind with the presence of them, she was decidedly afraid of the result. She had heard her mother say that most girls in their infancy showed very clearly whether they were to be good, healthy mothers or not, and whether they were to have children. And her recollection was that her mother had once said that she would not have any children. She half believed it to be impossible in her case, though she had never told this to Eugene, and she had guarded herself jealously against the chance of having any. Now, however, after watching Eugene all these years, seeing the drift of his present mood, feeling the influence of prosperity on him, she wished sincerely that she might have one, without great danger or discomfort to herself, in order that she might influence and control him. He might learn to love it. The sense of responsibility involved would have its effect. People would look to him to conduct himself soberly under these circumstances, and he probably would. He was so subject to public opinion now. She thought of this a long time, wondering, for fear and annoyance were quite strong influences with her, and she did nothing immediately. She listened to various women who talked with her from time to time about the child question, and decided that perhaps it was very wrong not to have children, at least one or two, that it was very likely possible that she could have one if she wanted to. A Mrs. Sanafori, who called on her quite frequently in Philadelphia, she met her at the Millers, told her that she was sure she could have one even if she was past the usual age for first babies, for she had known so many women who had. "If I were you, Mrs. Witla, I would see a doctor," she suggested one day. "He can tell you. I'm sure you can if you want to. They have so many ways of dieting and exercising you which make all the difference in the world. I'd like to have you come some day and see my doctor, if you will." Angela decided that she would, for curiosity's sake, and in case she wished to act in the matter sometime, and was informed by the wiseacre who examined her that in his opinion there was no doubt she could. She would have to subject herself to a strict regimen. Her muscles would have to be softened by some form of manipulation. Otherwise, she was apparently in a healthy, normal condition and would suffer no intolerable hardship. This pleased and soothed Angela greatly. It gave her a club wherewith to strike her lord, a chain wherewith to bind him. She did not want to act at once. It was too serious a matter. She wanted time to think, but it was pleasant to know that she could do this, unless Eugene sobered down now. During the time in which he had been working for the Summerfield Company, and since then for the Calvin Company here in Philadelphia, Eugene, in spite of the large salary he was receiving, more each year, really had not saved so much money. Angela had seen to it that some of his earnings were invested in Pennsylvania Railroad stock, which seemed to her safe enough, and in a plot of ground 200 by 200 feet at Upper Montclair, New Jersey, near New York, where she and Eugene might some day want to live. His business engagements had necessitated considerable personal expenditures. His opportunity to enter the Baltusrol Golf Club, the Erie Tennis Club, the Philadelphia Country Club, and similar organizations had taken annual sums not previously contemplated, and the need of having a modest automobile, not a touring car, was obvious. His short experience with that served as a lesson, however, for it was found to be a terrific expense, entirely disproportionate to his income. After paying for endless repairs, salarying a chauffeur wearisomely, and meeting with an accident which permanently damaged the look of his machine, he decided to give it up. They could rent autos for all the uses they would have, and so that luxury ended there. It was curious, too, how during this time their Western home relations fell rather shadowily into the background. Eugene had not been home now for nearly 2 years, and Angela had seen only David of all her family since she had been in Philadelphia. In the fall of their 3rd year there, Angela's mother died, and she returned to Blackwood for a short time. The following spring, Eugene's father died. Myrtle moved to New York. Her husband, Frank Bangs, was connected with a Western furniture company which was maintaining important showrooms in New York. Myrtle had broken down nervously and taken up Christian Science. Eugene heard Henry Burgess, Sylvia's husband, had become president of the bank with which he had been so long connected, and had sold his father's paper, the Alexandria Appeal, when the latter suddenly died. Marietta was promising to come to Philadelphia next year, in order, as she said, that Eugene might get her a rich husband. But Angela informed him privately that Marietta was now irrevocably engaged, and would, the next year, marry a wealthy Wisconsin lumberman. Everyone was delighted to hear that Eugene was doing so well, though all regretted the lapse of his career as an artist. His fame as an advertising man was growing, and he was thought to have considerable weight in the editorial direction of the North American Weekly. So he flourished. It was in the fall of the 3rd year that the most flattering offer of any was made him, and that without any seeking on his part, for he was convinced that he had found a fairly permanent berth and was happy among his associates. Publishing and other trade conditions were at this time in a peculiar condition, in which lieutenants of any importance in any field might well be called to positions of apparently extraordinary prominence and trust. Most of the great organizations of Eugene's day were already reaching a point where they were no longer controlled by the individuals who had founded and constructed them, but had passed into the hands of sons or holding companies or groups of stockholders, few of whom knew much, if anything, of the business with which they were called to engineer and protect. Hiram C. Colfax was not a publisher at all at heart. He had come into control of the Swinton, Scudder, Davis Company by one of those curious manipulations of finance which sometimes give the care of sheep into the hands of anything but competent or interested shepherds. Colfax was sufficiently alert to handle anything in such a way that it would eventually make money for him, even if that result were finally attained by parting with it. In other words, he was a financier. His father had been a New England soap manufacturer, and having accumulated more or less radical ideas along with his wealth, had decided to propagandize in favor of various causes. The single tax theory of Henry George for one, socialism for another, the promotion of reform ideas in politics generally. He had tried in various ways to get his ideas before the public, but had not succeeded very well. He was not a good speaker, not a good writer, simply a good money maker and fairly capable thinker, and this irritated him. He thought once of buying or starting a newspaper in Boston, but investigation soon showed him that this was a rather hazardous undertaking. He next began subsidizing small weeklies which should advocate his reforms, but this resulted in little. His interest in pamphleteering did bring his name to the attention of Martin W. Davis of the Swinton Scudder Davis Company, whose imprint on books, magazines, and weeklies was as common throughout the length and breadth of the land as that of Oxford is upon the English Bible. The Swinton Scudder Davis Company was in sad financial straits. Intellectually, for various reasons, it had run to seed. John Jacob Swinton and Owen V. Scudder, the men with book, magazine, and true literary instincts, were long since dead. Mr. Davis had tried, for the various heirs and assigns involved, to run it intelligently and honestly. But intelligence and honesty were of little value in this instance without great critical judgment. This he had not. The house had become filled with editors, readers, critics, foremen of manufacturing and printing departments, business managers, art directors, traveling salesmen, and so on without end, each of whom might be reasonably efficient if left alone, but none of whom worked well together, and all of whom used up a great deal of money. The principal literary publication, a magazine of great prestige, was in the hands of an old man who had been editor for nearly 40 years. A weekly was being run by a boy, comparatively a youth of 29. A second magazine, devoted to adventure fiction, was in the hands of another young man of 26. The National Critical Monthly was in the hands of salaried critics of great repute and uncompromising attitude. The book department was divided into the hands of juvenile editor, a fiction editor, a scientific and education editor, and so on. It was Mr. Davis's task to see that competent overseers were in charge of all departments, so that they might flourish and work harmoniously under him. But he was neither sufficiently wise nor forceful to fill the role. He was old and was veered about first by one theory and then by another, and within the house were rings and cliques. One of the most influential of these, the most influential, in fact, was one which was captained and led by Florence J. White, an Irish-American, who, as business manager, and really more than that, general manager under Davis, was in charge of the manufacturing and printing departments, and who, because of his immense budgets for paper, ink, printing, mailing, and distribution generally, was in practical control of the business. He it was whom, with Davis's approval, said how much was to be paid for paper, ink, composition, press work, and salaries generally. He it was who, through his henchman, the head of the printing department, arranged the working schedules by which the magazines and books were to reach the presses, with the practical power to say whether they were to be on time or not. It was he who, through another superintendent, supervised the mailing and the stockroom, and by reason of his great executive ability, was coming to have a threatening control over the advertising and circulation departments. The one trouble with White, and this was something which would affect any man who should come in through Davis's auspices, was that he knew nothing of art, literature, or science, and cared less, his only interest being in manufacture. He had risen so rapidly on the executive side that his power had outrun his financial means. Davis, the present head above him, had no means beyond his own depreciated share. Because of poor editorial judgment, the books and magazines were tottering through a serious loss of prestige to eventual failure. Something had to be done, for at that time the expenditure for 3 years past had been much greater than the receipts. So Marshall P. Colfax, the father of Hiram Colfax, had been appealed to because of his interest in reform ideas, which might be to a certain extent looked upon as related to literature, and because he was reported to be a man of great wealth. Rumor reported his fortune as being anywhere between 6 and 8 millions. The proposition which Davis had to put before him was this: that he buy from the various heirs and assigns the whole of the stock outside his, Davis's, own, which amounted to somewhere about 65%, and then come in as managing director and reorganize the company to suit himself. Davis was old. He did not want to trouble himself about the future of this company or risk his own independent property. He realized as well as anyone that what the company needed was new blood. A receivership at this juncture would injure the value of the house in print very much indeed. White had no money, and besides, he was so new and different that Davis scarcely understood what his ambitions or his true importance might be. There was no real intellectual sympathy between them. In the main, he did not like White's temperament, and so in considering what might be done for the company, he passed him by. Various consultations were held. Colfax was greatly flattered to think that this proposition should be brought to his attention at all. He had 3 sons, only one of whom was interested in the soap business. Edward and Hiram, the 2 youngest, wanted nothing to do with it. He thought this might be an outlet for the energies of one or both of them, preferably Hiram, who was more of an intellectual and scientific turn than the others, though his chief interests were financial, and besides these books and publications would give him the opportunity which he had long been seeking. His personal prestige might be immensely heightened thereby. He examined carefully into the financial phases of the situation, using his son Hiram, whose financial judgment he had faith in, as an accountant and mouthpiece, and finally, after seeing that he could secure the stock on a long-term consideration for a very moderate valuation, $1,500,000, while it was worth $3 million, he had his son Hiram elected director and president, and proceeded to see what could be done with the company. In this approaching transaction, Florence J. White had seen his opportunity and seized it. He had realized on sight that Hiram would need and possibly appreciate all the information and assistance he could get, and being in a position to know, he had laid all the facts in connection with the house plainly before him. He saw clearly where the trouble lay: the warring factions, the lack of editorial judgment, the poor financial manipulations. He knew exactly where the stock was and by what representations it could be best frightened and made to release itself cheaply. He worked vigorously for Hiram because he liked him, and the latter reciprocated his regard. "You've been a prince in this transaction, White," he said to that individual one day. "You put things practically in my hands. I'm not going to forget it." "Don't mention it," said White. "It is to my interest to see a real live man come in here. When I become president, you become vice president, and that means $25,000 a year." White was then getting 12. "When I become vice president, nothing will ever happen to your interests," returned the other man grimly. White was 6 feet tall, lean, savage, only semi-articulate. Colfax was small, wiry, excitable, with enough energy to explode a cartridge by yelling at it. He was eager, vainglorious, in many respects brilliant. He wanted to shine in the world, and he did not know how to do it as yet exactly. The two shook hands firmly. Some 3 months later Colfax was duly elected director and president, and the same meeting that elected him president elected Florence J. White vice president. The latter was for clearing out all the old elements and letting in new blood. Colfax was for going slow, until he could see for himself what he wanted to do. 1 or 2 men were eliminated at once, an old circulation man and an old advertising man. In 6 months, while they were still contemplating additional changes and looking for new men, Colfax Sr. died, and the Swinton Scudder Davis Company, or at least Mr. Colfax's control of it, was willed to Hiram. So he sat there, accidentally president, and in full charge, wondering how he should make it a great success, and Florence J. White was his henchman and sworn ally. At the time that Colfax first heard of Eugene, he had been in charge of the Swinton Scudder Davis Company, which he was planning to reincorporate as the United Magazine Corporation, for 3 years. He had made a number of changes, some radical, some conservative. He had put in an advertising man whom he was now finding unsatisfactory, and he had made changes in the art and editorial departments, which were more the result of the suggestions of others, principally of White, than the thoughts of his own brain. Martin W. Davis had retired. He was old and sick and unwilling to ruminate in a back-room position. Such men as the editor of the National Review, Swinton's Magazine, and the Scudder's Weekly were the only figures of importance about the place, and they were now, of course, immensely subsidiary to Hiram Cox and Florence White. The latter had introduced a rather hard, bitter atmosphere into the place. He had been raised under difficult conditions himself, in a back street in Brooklyn, and had no sympathy with the airs and intellectual insipidities which characterized the editorial and literary element which filled the place. He had an Irishman's love of organization and politics, but far and away above that he had an Irishman's love of power. Because of the trick he had scored in winning the favor of Hiram Colfax at the time when the tremendous affairs of the concern were in a state of transition, he had become immensely ambitious. He wanted to be, not nominally, but actually, director of the affairs of this house under Colfax. He saw his way clear to do it by getting editors, art directors, department heads, and assistants generally who were agreeable to him. But unfortunately, he could not do this directly, for while Colfax cared little about the details of the business, his hobby was just this one thing: men. Like Obadiah Calvin, of the Calvin Publishing Company, who, by the way, was now his one great rival, Colfax prided himself on his ability to select men. His general idea was that if he could find one more man as good as Florence White to take charge of the art, editorial, and book end of the business, not from the manufacturing and commercial, but from the intellectual and spiritual ends, a man with ideas who would draw to him authors, editors, scientific writers, and capable assistants generally, the fortune of the house would be made. He thought, sanely enough, from some points of view, that this publishing world could be divided in this way: White bringing the inside manufacturing, purchasing, and selling interests to a state of perfection, the new man, whoever he might be, bringing the ideas of the house and their literary and artistic representation up to such a state of efficiency that the whole country would know that it was once more powerful and successful. He wanted to be called the foremost publisher of his day, and then he could retire gracefully or devote himself to other financial matters as he pleased. He really did not understand Florence J. White as well as he did himself. White was a past master at dissembling. He had no desire to see any such thing as Colfax was now planning to come to pass. He could not do the things intellectually and spiritually which Colfax wanted done. Nevertheless, he wanted to be king under this emperor, the real power behind the throne, and he did not propose to brook any interference if he could help it. It was in his power, having the printing and composing room in his hands, to cause any man, whom he greatly disliked, to suffer severely. Forms could be delayed, material lost, complaints lodged as to dilatoriness in the matter of meeting schedules, and so on ad infinitum. He had the Irishman's love of chicanery in the matter of morals. If he could get at an enemy's record, and there was a flaw in it, the facts were apt to become mysteriously known at the most inconvenient times. He demanded the utmost loyalty of those who worked under him. If a man did not know enough instinctively to work intelligently for his interests, while at the same time appearing to serve the interests of the house at large only, he was soon dismissed on one pretext or another. Intelligent department heads not sure of their own strength, and seeing which way the wind was blowing, soon lined up in his course. Those whom he liked and who did his will prospered. Those whom he disliked suffered greatly in their duties, and were forever explaining or complaining to Colfax, who was not aware of White's subtlety, and who therefore thought them incompetent. Colfax, when he first heard of Eugene, was still cherishing his dream of a literary and artistic primate who should rank in power with White. He had not found him as yet, for all the men he sincerely admired and thought fitted for the position were in business for themselves. He had sounded one man after another, but to no satisfactory end. Then it became necessary to fill the position of advertising manager with someone who would make a conspicuous success of it, and he began to sound various authorities. Naturally, he looked at the different advertising men working for various publications, and quickly came to the name of Eugene Witla. The latter was rumored to be making a shining success of his work. He was well liked where he was. 2 different businessmen told Colfax that they had met him and that he was exceptionally clever. A third told him of his record with Summerfield, and through a 4th man who knew Eugene and who was having him to lunch at the Hardware Club a few weeks later, Colfax had a chance to meet him without appearing to be interested in him in any way. Not knowing who Colfax was, or rather very little, other than that he was president of this great rival publishing concern, Eugene was perfectly free and easy in his manner. He was never affected at any time, decidedly eager to learn things from anybody, and supremely good-natured. "So you're Swinton, Scudder, and Davis, are you?" he said to Colfax on introduction. "That trinity must have shrunk some to get condensed into you. But I suppose the power is all there." "Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that," exclaimed Colfax electrically. He was always ready, like a greyhound, to run another a race. "They tell me Swinton and Scudder were exceptionally big men. If you have as much force as you have length, there's nothing the matter with you, though." "Oh, I'm all right," said Eugene, "when I'm by myself. These little men worry me, though. They're so darn smart." Colfax cackled ecstatically. He liked Eugene's looks. The latter's manner, easy and not in any way nervous or irritable, but coupled with a heavenly alertness of eye, took his fancy. It was a fit companion for his own terrific energy, and it was not unduly soft or yielding. "So you're the advertising manager of the North American. How'd they ever come to tie you down to that?" "They didn't tie me," said Eugene. "I just laid down. But they put a nice fat salary on top of me to keep me there. I wouldn't lie down for anything except a salary." He grinned smartly. Colfax cackled. "Well, my boy, it doesn't seem to be hurting your ribs, does it? They've not caved in yet. They've not, have they? Eugene studied this little man with great interest. He was taken by his sharp, fierce, examining eye. He was so different from Calvin, who was about his size, but so much more quiet, peaceful, dignified. Colfax was electric, noisy, insistent, like a pert jack-in-the-box. He seemed to be nothing but energy. Eugene thought of him as having an electric body coated over with some thin veneer of skin. He seemed as direct as a flash of lightning. "Doing pretty good over there, are you?" he asked. "I've heard a little something about you from time to time. Not much, not much. Just a little. Not unfavorable, though, not unfavorable." "I hope not," said Eugene easily. He wondered why Colfax was so interested in him. The latter kept looking him over, much as one might examine a prize animal. Their eyes would meet, and Colfax's would gleam with a savage but friendly fire. "Well," said Eugene to him finally. "I'm just thinking, my boy, I'm just thinking," he returned, and that was all Eugene could get out of him. It was not long after this very peculiar meeting, which stuck in Eugene's memory, that Colfax invited him over to his house in New York to dinner. "I wish," he wrote one day, not long after this meeting, "that the next time you are in New York you would let me know. I would like to have you come to my house to dine. You and I ought to be pretty good friends. There are a number of things I would like to talk to you about." This was written on the paper of the United Magazine Corporation, which had just been organized to take over the old company of Swinton, Scudder and Davis, and was labeled the Office of the President. Eugene thought this was significant. Could Colfax be going to make him an offer of some kind? Well, the more the merrier. He was doing very well indeed, and he liked Mr. Calvin very much. In fact, all his surroundings, but as an offer was a testimonial to merit and could be shown as such, he would not be opposed to receiving it. It might strengthen him with Calvin if it did nothing else. He made an occasion to go over, first talking the letter over with Angela, who was simply curious about the whole thing. He told her how much interested Colfax appeared to be the first time they met, and that he fancied it might mean an offer from the United Magazine Corporation at some time or other. "I'm not particularly anxious about it," said Eugene, "but I'd like to see what is there." Angela was not sure that it was wise to bother with it. "It's a big firm," she said, "but it isn't bigger than Mr. Calvin's. And he's been mighty nice to you. You'd better not do anything to injure yourself with him." Eugene thought of this. It was sound advice. Still, he wanted to hear. "I won't do anything," he said. "I would like to hear what he has to say, though." A little later he wrote that he was coming on the 20th, and that he would be glad to take dinner with Colfax. The first meeting between Eugene and Colfax had been conclusive so far as future friendship was concerned. These two, like Eugene and Summerfield, were temperamentally in accord, though Colfax was very much superior to Summerfield in his ability to command men. This night, when they met at dinner at Colfax's house, the latter was most cordial. Colfax had invited him to come to his office, and together they went uptown in his automobile. His residence was in Upper Fifth Avenue, a new white marble fronted building with great iron gates at the door, and a splendid entry set with small palms and dwarf cedars. Eugene saw at once that this man was living in that intense atmosphere of commercial and financial rivalry which makes living in New York so keen. You could feel the air of hard, cold order about the place, the insistence on perfection of appointment, the compulsion toward material display which was held in check only by that sense of fitness which knowledge of current taste and the mode in everything demanded. His automobile was very large and very new, the latest model, a great dark blue affair which ran as silently as a sewing machine. The footman who opened the door was 6 feet tall, dressed in knee breeches and a swallow-tailed coat. The valet was a Japanese, silent, polite, attentive. Eugene was introduced to a Mrs. Colfax, a most graceful but somewhat self-conscious woman. The French maid later presented 2 children, a boy and a girl. Eugene by now had become used to luxury in various forms, and this house was not superior to many he had seen, but it ranked with the best. Colfax was most free in it. He threw his overcoat to the valet carelessly and tossed his babies in the air by turn. When they were presented to him by the French maid, his wife, slightly taller than himself, received a resounding smack. "There's Sita," he exclaimed, a diminutive for Cecile, as Eugene subsequently learned. "How do you like that, eh? Meet Mr. Witla. He's an artist and an art director and an advertising manager and—" "A most humble person," put in Eugene smilingly. "Not half as bad as you may think. His report is greatly exaggerated." Mrs. Colfax smiled sweetly. "I discount much of what he says at once," she returned. "More later. Won't you come up into the library?" They ascended together, jesting. Eugene was pleased with what he saw. Mrs. Colfax liked him. She excused herself after a little while, and Colfax talked life in general. "I'm going to show you my house now, and after dinner I'm going to talk a little business to you. You interest me. I may as well tell you that." "Well, you interest me, Colfax," said Eugene genially. "I like you." "You don't like me any more than I like you, that's a sure thing," replied the other. The results of this evening were most pleasant, but in some ways disconcerting. It became perfectly plain that Colfax was anxious to have Eugene desert the Calvin Company and come over to him. "You people over there," he said to him at one stage of the conversation, "have an excellent company, but it doesn't compare with this organization which we are revising. Why, what are your 2 publications to our 7? You have one eminently successful one, the one you're on, and no book business whatsoever. We have 7 publications all doing excellently well, and a book business that is second to none in the country. You know that. If it hadn't been that the business had been horribly mismanaged, it would never have come into my hands at all. Why, Witla, I want to tell you one little fact in connection with that organization which will illustrate everything else which might be said in connection with it before I came here. They were wasting $20,000 a year on ink alone. We were publishing 100 absolutely useless books that did not sell enough to pay for the cost of printing, let alone the paper, plates, type work, and cost of distribution. I think it's safe to say we lost over $100,000 a year that way. The magazines were running down. They haven't waked up sufficiently yet to suit me, but I'm looking for men. I'm really looking for one man eventually who will take charge of all that editorial and artwork and make it into something exceptional. He wants to be a man who can handle men. If I can get the right man, I will even include the advertising department, for that really belongs with the literary and art sections. It depends upon the man." He looked significantly at Eugene, who sat there stroking his upper lip with his hand. "Well," he said thoughtfully, "that ought to make a very nice place for someone. Who have you in mind?" "No one as yet that I'm absolutely sure of. I have one man in mind who I think might come to fill the position after he had had a look about the organization and a chance to study its needs a little. It's a hard position to hold. It requires a man with imagination, tact, judgment. He would have to be a sort of vice Colfax, for I can't give my attention permanently to that business. I don't want to. I have bigger fish to fry. But I want someone who will eventually be my other self in these departments, who can get along with Florence White and the men under him and hold his own in his own world. I want a sort of bipartisan commission down there, each man supreme in his own realm." "It sounds interesting," said Eugene thoughtfully. "Who's your man?" "As I say, he isn't quite ready yet, in my judgment, but he is near it. And he's the right man. He's in this room now. You're the man I'm thinking about, Witla." "No," said Eugene quietly. "Yes, you," replied Colfax. "You flatter me," he said, with a deprecatory wave of his hand. "I'm not so sure that he is." "Oh, yes, he is, if he thinks he is," replied Colfax emphatically. "Opportunity doesn't knock in vain at a real man's door. At least, I don't believe it will knock here and not be admitted. Why, the advertising department of this business alone is worth $18,000 a year to begin with." Eugene sat up. He was getting 12. Could he afford to ignore that offer? Could the Calvin Company afford to pay him that much? They were paying him pretty well as it was. Could the Calvin Company offer him the prospects which this company was offering him? "What is more, I might say," went on Colfax, "the general publishing control of this organization, the position of managing publisher, which I am going to create, and which, when you are fitted for it, you can have, will be worth $25,000 a year, and that oughtn't to be so very far away either." Eugene turned that over in his mind without saying anything. This offer, coming so emphatically and definitely at this time, actually made him nervous and fearsome. It was such a tremendous thing to talk about. The literary, art, and advertising control of the United Magazines Corporation. Who was this man White? What was he like? Would he be able to agree with him? This man beside him was so hard, so brilliant, so dynamic. He would expect so much. And then his work with Townsend Miller and under Mr. Calvin. How much he had learned of the editorial game by merely talking and planning with these 2 men. He had got the whole idea of timely topics, of big progressive national forecasts and features, of odd departments and interesting pieces of fiction and personality studies, from talking with Miller alone. Calvin had made clear to him what constituted great craftsmanship. Of course, long before, he had suspected just how it was. But in Philadelphia he had sat in conference with Miller and Calvin and knew. He had practically managed the former's little art department for him, without paying much attention to it either. Could he really handle this greater thing if he tried? If he didn't, someone else would. Would the man who would be so much greater than himself? "I'm not anxious that you should act hastily," said Colfax soothingly, after a little bit, for he saw that Eugene was debating the question solemnly, and that it was a severe problem for him. "I know how you feel. You have gone into the Calvin Company, and you've made good. They've been nice to you. It's only natural that they should be. You hate to leave. Well, think it over. I won't tempt you beyond your best judgment. Think it over. There's a splendid chance here. Just the same, I like you, and I think you are the man to get away with it. Come down to my place tomorrow, and let me show you what we have. I want to show our resources. I don't think you know how big this thing really is." "Yes, I do," replied Eugene, smiling. "It certainly is a fascinating proposition, but I can't make up my mind about it now. It's something I want to think about. I'd like to take my time, and I'll let you know." "Take all the time you want, my boy. Take all the time you want," exclaimed Colfax. "I'll wait for you a little while. I'm in no life or death hurry. This position can't be filled satisfactorily in a minute. When you're ready, let me know what you decide. And now, let's go to the theater. What do you say?" The automobile was called. Mrs. Colfax and her guest, Miss Janier, appeared. There was an interesting evening in a box, with Eugene talking gaily and entertainingly to all, and then an after-theater bite at Sherry's. The next morning, for he stayed all night at the Colfaxes, they visited the United Magazine Corporation building together, and at noon Eugene returned to Philadelphia. His head was fairly seething and ringing with all he had seen and heard. Colfax was a great man, he thought, greater in some respects than Calvin. He was more forceful, more enthusiastic, younger, more like himself than Calvin. He could never fail. He was too rich. He would make a success of this great corporation, a tremendous success, and if he went, he might help make it with him. What a thing that would be! Very different from working for a corporation with whose success he had never had anything to do. Should he ignore this offer? New York, a true art and literary standing, a great executive and social standing, fame, money, all these were calling. Why, on 18 or 25,000 he could have a splendid studio apartment of his own, say on Riverside Drive. He could entertain magnificently. He could keep an automobile without worrying about it. Angela would cease feeling that they had to be careful. It would be the apex of lieutenantship for him. Beyond that, he would take stock in the company, or a business of his own. What a long distance he had come from the days when, here as a boy, he had walked the streets wondering where he would find a $3 room, and when, as an art failure, he carried his paintings about and sold them for $10 and $15. Dear heaven, what peculiar tricks fortune could play! The discussion with Angela of this proposition led to some additional uncertainty, for although she was greatly impressed with what Colfax offered, she was afraid Eugene might be making a mistake in leaving Calvin. The latter had been so nice to Eugene. He had never associated with him in any intimate way, but he and Angela had been invited to his home on several formal occasions, and Eugene had reported that Calvin was constantly giving him good advice. His attitude in the office was not critical, but analytic and considerate. "He's been mighty nice to me," Eugene said to her one morning at breakfast. "They all have. It's a shame to leave him. And yet, now that I look at it, I can see very plainly that there is never going to be the field here that there will be with the United Company. They have the publications and the book business, and the Calvin Company hasn't and won't have. Calvin is too old. They're in New York, too. That's one thing I like about it. I'd like to live in New York again, wouldn't you?" "It would be fine," said Angela, who had never really cared for Philadelphia and saw visions of tremendous superiority in this situation. Philadelphia had always seemed a little out of the way of things after New York and Paris. Only Eugene's good salary and the comforts they had experienced here had made it tolerable. "Why don't you speak to Mr. Calvin and tell him just what Mr. Colfax says?" she asked. "It may be that he'll offer to raise your salary so much that you'll want to stay when he hears of this." "No danger," replied Eugene. "He may raise it a bit, but he never can pay me $25,000 a year. There isn't any reason for paying it. It takes a corporation like the United to do it. There isn't a man in our place gets that unless it's Frederick's. Besides, I could never be anything more here, or much more, than advertising manager. Miller has that editorial job sewed up. He ought to have it, too. He's a good man. This thing that Colfax offers lets me out into a new field. I don't want to be an advertising manager all my days, if I can help it." "I don't want you to be either, Eugene," sighed Angela. "It's a shame you can't quit entirely and take up your art work. I always thought that if you were to stop now and go to painting, you would make a success of it. There's nothing the matter with your nerves now. It's just a question of whether we want to live more simply for a while and let you work at that. I'm sure you'd make a big success of it." "Art doesn't appeal to me so much as it once did," replied Eugene. "I've lived too well, and I know a lot more about living than I once did. Where could I make $12,000 a year painting? If I had $100,000 or a couple of $100,000 laid aside, it would be a different thing, but I haven't. All we have is that Pennsylvania Railroad stock and those lots in Montclair eating their merry little heads off in taxes, and that Steel common stock. If we go back to New York, we ought to build on that Montclair property and rent it if we don't want to live in it. If I quit now, we wouldn't have more than $2,000 a year outside of what I could earn. And what sort of life can you live on that?" Angela saw, disappearing under those circumstances, the rather pleasant world of entertainment in which they were disporting themselves. Art distinction might be delightful, but would it furnish such a table as they were sitting at this morning? Would they have as nice a home and as many friends? Art was glorious, but would they have as many rides and automobile trips as they had now? Would she be able to dress as nicely? It took money to produce a variety of clothing, house, street, evening, morning, and other wear. Hats at $35 and $40 were not in the range of artist wives as a rule. Did she want to go back to a simpler life for his art's sake? Wouldn't it be better to have him go with Mr. Colfax and make $25,000 a year for a while, and then have him retire? "You'd better talk to Mr. Calvin," she counseled. "You'll have to do that anyhow. See what he says. After that, you can decide what you must do." Eugene hesitated, but thinking it all over, he decided that he would. One morning, not long after, when he met Mr. Calvin in the main hall on the editorial floor, he said, "I'd like to talk to you for a few moments sometime today alone, Mr. Calvin, if you can spare me the time." "Certainly. I'm not busy now," returned the president. "Come right down. What is it you want to see me about?" "Well, I tell you," said Eugene, when they had reached the former's office and he had closed the door, "I've had an offer that I feel that I ought to talk to you about. It's a pretty fascinating proposition, and it's troubling me. I owe it to you as well as to myself to speak about it." "Yes, what is it?" said Calvin considerately. "Mr. Colfax of the United Magazine Corporation came to me not long ago and wanted to know if I would not come with him. He offers me $18,000 a year as advertising manager to begin with, and a chance to take charge of all the art and editorial ends as well a little later at $25,000. He calls it the managing publishing end of the business. I've been thinking of it seriously, for I've handled the art and advertising ends here and at the Summerfield Company, and I have always imagined that I knew something of the book and magazine business. I know it's a rather large proposition, but I'm not at all sure that I couldn't handle it." Mr. Calvin listened quietly. He saw what Colfax's scheme was and liked it as a proposition. It was a good idea, but needed an exceptional man for the position. Was Eugene that man? He wasn't sure of that, and yet perchance he might be. Colfax, he thought, was a man of excellent financial, if not publishing judgment. He might, if he could get the proper person, make an excellent success of his business. Eugene interested him, perhaps more at first flash than he would later. This man before him had a most promising appearance. He was clean, quick, with an alert mind and eye. He could see how, because of Eugene's success here, Colfax was thinking of him being even more exceptional than he was. He was a good man, a fine man, under direction. Would Colfax have the patience, the interest, the sympathy to work with and understand him? "Now let's think about that a little, Witla," he said quietly. "It's a flattering offer. You'd be foolish if you didn't give it careful consideration. Do you know anything about the organization of that place over there?" "No," replied Eugene. "Nothing except what I learned by casually going over it with Mr. Colfax." "Do you know much about Colfax as a man?" "Very little. I've only met him twice. He's forceful, dramatic, a man with a lot of ideas. I understand he's very rich, 3 or 4 millions, someone told me." Kalvin's hand moved indifferently. "Do you like him?" "Well, I can't say yet absolutely whether I do or don't. He interests me a lot. He's wonderfully dynamic. I'm sure I'm favorably impressed with him." "And he wants to give you charge eventually of all the magazines and books, the publishing end?" "So he says," said Eugene. "I'd go a little slow if I were saddling myself with that responsibility. I'd want to be sure that I knew all about it. You want to remember, Witla, that running one department under the direction and with the sympathetic assistance and consideration of someone over you is very different from running 4 or 5 departments on your own responsibility, with no one over you except someone who wants intelligent guidance from you. Colfax, as I understand him, isn't a publisher, either by tendency or training or education. He's a financier. He'll want you, if you take that position, to tell him how it shall be done. Now, unless you know a great deal about the publishing business, you'll have a difficult task in that. I don't want to appear to be throwing cold water on your natural ambition to get up in the world. You're entitled to go higher if you can. No one in your circle of acquaintances would wish you more luck than I will if you decide to go. I want you to think carefully of what you are doing. Where you are here, you are perfectly safe, or as nearly safe as any man who behaves himself and maintains his natural force and energy can be. It's only natural that you should expect more money in the face of this offer, and I shall be perfectly willing to give it to you. I intended, as you possibly expected, to do something better for you by January. I'll say now that if you want to stay here, you can have $14,000 now, and possibly $16,000 in a year or a year and a half from now. I don't want to overload this department with what I consider an undue salary. I think $16,000, when it is paid, will be high for the work that is done here. But you're a good man, and I'm perfectly willing to pay it to you. The thing for you to do is to make up your mind whether this proposition which I now make you is safer and more in accord with your desires than the one Mr. Colfax makes you. With him, your $18,000 begins at once. With me, $16,000 is a year away, anyhow. With him, you have promise of an outlook which is much more glittering than you can reasonably hope for here. But you want to remember that difficulties will be, of course, proportionately greater. You know something about me by now. You still, and don't think I want to do him any injustice, I don't, have to learn about Mr. Colfax. Now, I advise you to think carefully before you act. Study the situation over there before you accept it. The United Magazine Corporation is a great concern. I have no doubt that under Mr. Colfax's management it has a brilliant future in store for it. He is an able man. If you finally decide to go, come and tell me, and there will be no hard feelings one way or the other. If you decide to stay, the new salary arrangements goes into effect at once. As a matter of fact, I might as well have Mr. Fredericks credit that up to you so that you can say that you have drawn that sum here. It won't do you any harm. Then we can run along as before. I know it isn't good business as a rule to try and keep a man who has been poisoned by a bigger offer, and because I know that is the reason why I am only offering you $14,000 this year, I want to be sure that you are sure that you want to stay. See?" He smiled. Eugene arose. "I see," he said. "You are one of the best men I have ever known, Mr. Kalvin. You have constantly treated me with more consideration than I ever expected to receive anywhere. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to work for you. If I stay, it will be because I want to, because I value your friendship." "Well," said Kalvin quietly, "that's very nice, I'm sure, and I appreciate it, but don't let your friendship for me or your sense of gratitude stop you from doing something you think you ought to do. Go ahead if you feel like it. I won't feel the least bit angry with you. I'll feel sorry. But that's neither here nor there. Life is a constant condition of readjustment, and every good businessman knows it." He took Eugene's extended hand. "Good luck," he said, "whatever you do," his favorite expression. The upshot of Eugene's final speculation was that he accepted the offer of the United Magazine Corporation and left Mr. Kalvin. Colfax had written one day to his house asking him what he thought he would do about it. The more he had turned it over in his mind, the more it had grown in attraction. The Colfax Company was erecting a tremendous building, 18 stories high, in the heart of the middle business district in New York, near Union Square, to house all their departments. Colfax had said at the time Eugene took dinner with him that the 16th, 17th, and 18th floors would be devoted to the editorial, publication, circulation, art, and advertising departments. He had asked Eugene what he had thought would be a good floor arrangement, and the latter, with his usual facility for scheming such things, had scratched out on a piece of paper a tentative layout for the various departments. He had put the editorial and art departments on the topmost floor, giving the publisher, whoever he might eventually prove to be, a commanding position in a central room on the western side of the building, which overlooked all the city between the square and Hudson River, and showed that magnificent body of water as a panorama for the eye to feast upon. He had put the advertising and some overflow editorial rooms on the 17th floor, and the circulation with its attendant mailing and cabinet record rooms on the 16th. The publishers' and editors' rooms he laid out after an old Flemish scheme he had long had in mind, in which green, dark blue, blood red, and black walnut shades contrasted richly with the flood of light which would be available. "You might as well do this thing right if you do it at all," he had said to Colfax. "Nearly all the editorial offices I have ever seen have been the flimsiest makeshifts. A rich-looking editorial, art, and advertising department would help your company a great deal. It has advertising value." He recalled, as he spoke, Summerfield's theory that a look of prosperity was about the most valuable asset a house could have. Colfax agreed with him, and said when the time came that he wished Eugene would do him the favor to come and look the thing over. "I have 2 good architects on the job," he explained, "but I would rather trust your ideas as to how those rooms should be laid out." When he was considering this final call for a decision, he was thinking how this floor would look, how rich it would be. Eventually, if he succeeded, his office would be the most sumptuous thing in it. He would be the most conspicuous figure in the great new building, apart from Colfax himself. Thoughts of this kind, which ought to have had but very little share in any commercial speculation, were nevertheless uppermost in Eugene's mind. For he was not a businessman. He was primarily an artist, and for all his floundering around in the commercial world, he remained an artist still. His sense of his coming dignity and standing before the world was almost greater than his sense of the terrifying responsibility which it involved. Colfax was a hard man, he knew, harder even than Summerfield, for he talked less and acted more. But this did not sink into Eugene's consciousness sufficiently to worry him. He fancied he was a strong man and able to hold his own anywhere. Angela was not really very much opposed to the change, though her natural conservatism made her worry and hesitate to approve. It was a great step forward if Eugene succeeded, but if he failed, it would be such a loss. Colfax has so much faith in me, he told her. He's convinced that I can do it, and faith like that is a great help. I'd like to try it anyhow. It can't do me any harm. If I think I can't handle the publishing proposition, I'll stick to the advertising end. All right, said Angela, but I scarcely know what to advise. They've been so nice to you over here. I'll try it, said Eugene determinedly. Nothing ventured, nothing have, and he informed Calvin the same day. The latter looked at him solemnly, his keen gray eyes contemplating the situation from all points of view. Well, Eugene, he said, you're shouldering a great responsibility. It's difficult. Think carefully of everything that you do. I'm sorry to see you go. Goodbye. He had the feeling that Eugene was making a mistake, that he would do better to rest a while where he was, but persuasion was useless. It would only give Eugene the notion that he was more important than he was, make matters more difficult in the future. Calvin had heard a number of things concerning Colfax recently, and he fancied that Eugene might find it hard to deal with him later. The general impression was that he was subject to sudden likes and dislikes, which did not bear the test of time. He was said to be scarcely human enough to be the effective head of a great working corporation. The truth was that this general opinion was quite correct. Colfax was as hard as steel, but of a smiling and delightful presence to those he fancied. Vanity was really his other name, and ambition with him knew no bounds. He hoped to make a tremendous success of his life, to be looked up to as an imposing financier, and he wanted men, only strong men, about him. Eugene seemed to Colfax to be a strong man, and the day he finally communicated with him, saying that he thought that he would accept his offer, but that he wished to talk to him further, Colfax threw his hat up in the air, slapped his side partner White on the back, and exclaimed, "Whee, Florrie! There's a trick I've scored for this corporation. There's a man, unless I'm greatly mistaken, who will do something here. He's young, but he's all right. He's got the looks on you and me, Florrie, but we can stand that, can't we?" White eyed him with a show of joy and satisfaction which was purely simulated. He had seen many editors and many advertising men in his time. To his judgment, they were nearly all lightweights, men who were easily satisfied with the little toy wherewith he or anyone might decide to gratify their vanity. This was probably another case in point, but if a real publisher were coming in here, it would not be so well with him. He might attempt to crowd in on his authority, or at least divide it with him. That did not appeal to his personal vanity. It really put a stumbling block in his path, for he hoped to rule here some day alone. Why was it that Colfax was so eager to have the authority in this house divided? Was it because he was somewhat afraid of him? He thought so, and he was exceedingly close to the truth when he thought so. "Florrie's a good lieutenant," Colfax said to himself, "but he needs to be counterbalanced here by someone who will represent the refinements and that intellectual superiority which the world respects." He wanted this refinement and intellectual superiority to be popular with the public, and to produce results in the shape of increased circulations of his magazines and books. These two would then act as checks to each other, thus preventing the house from becoming overweight in either direction. Then he could drive this team as a grand master, the man who had selected both, whose ideas they represented and whose judgment they respected. The world of finance and trade would know they were nothing without him. What Eugene thought and what White thought of this prospective situation was that the other would naturally be the minor figure, and that he, under Colfax, would be the shining light. Eugene was convinced that the house, without its proper artistic and intellectual dominance, was nothing. White was convinced that without sane commercial management it was a failure, and that this was the thing to look to. Money could buy brains. Colfax introduced Eugene to White on the morning he arrived to take charge. For on the previous occasions when he had been there, White was absent. The two looked at each other and immediately suspended judgment, for both were able men. Eugene saw White as an interesting type, tall, leathery, swaggering, a backstreet bully evolved into the semblance of a gentleman. White saw in Eugene a nervous, refined, semi-emotional literary and artistic type, who had, however, a curious versatility and virility not common among those whom he had previously encountered. He was exceedingly forceful, but not poised. That he could eventually undermine him, if he could not dominate him, he did not doubt. Still, he was coming in with the backing of Colfax and a great reputation. It might not be easy. Eugene made him feel nervous. He wondered as he looked at him whether Colfax would really make him general literary, artistic, and advertising administrator, or whether he would remain simply advertising manager as he now entered. Colfax had not accepted Eugene for more than that. "Here he is, Florrie," Colfax had said of Eugene in introducing him to White. "This is the man I've been talking about. Witla, Mr. White. White, Mr. Witla. You two want to get together for the good of this house in the future. What do you think of each other?" Eugene had previously noted the peculiarity of this rowdy, rah-rah attitude on the part of Colfax. He seemed to have no sense of the conventions of social address and conference at any time. "Now, by God," Colfax exclaimed, striking his right fist against his left palm, "unless I'm greatly mistaken, this house is going to begin to move. I'm not positive that I have the man I want, but I think I have. White, let's stroll around and introduce him." White swaggered to the office door. "Sure," he said quietly. "An exceptional man," he said to himself. Colfax was almost beside himself with satisfaction, for he was subject to emotional flushes which, however, related to self-aggrandizement only. He walked with a great stride, little as he was, which was his wont when he was feeling particularly satisfied. He talked in a loud voice, for he wanted everyone to know that he, Hiram Colfax, was about and as forceful as the lord of so great an institution should be. He could yell and scream something like a woman in a paroxysm of rage when he was thwarted or irritated. Eugene did not know that as yet. "Here's one of the printing floors," he said to Eugene, throwing open a door which revealed a room full of thundering presses of giant size. "Where's Dotson, boy? Where's Dotson? Tell him to come here. He's foreman of our printing department," he added, turning to Eugene, as the printer's devil, who had been working at the press, scurried away to find his master. "I told you, I guess, that we have 30 of these presses. There are 4 more floors just like this." "So you did," replied Eugene. "It's certainly a great concern. I can see that the possibilities of a thing like this are almost limitless." "Limitless, I should say. It depends upon what you can do with this," and he tapped Eugene's forehead. "If you do your part right, and he does his," turning to White, "there won't be any limit to what this house can do. That remains to be seen." Just then Dotson came bustling up, a shrewd, keen henchman of White's, and looked at Eugene curiously. "Dotson, Mr. Witla, the new advertising manager. He's going to try to help pay for all this wasteful press work you're doing. Witla, Mr. Dotson, manager of the printing department." The two men shook hands. Eugene felt in a way as though he were talking to an underling and did not pay very definite attention to him. Dodson resented his attitude somewhat, but he gave no sign. His loyalty was to White, and he felt himself perfectly safe under that man's supervision. The next visit was to the composing room, where a vast army of men were working away at type racks and linotype machines. A short, fat, ink-streaked foreman, in a green-striped apron that looked as though it might have been made of bed-ticking, came forward to greet them ingratiatingly. He was plainly nervous at their presence, and withdrew his hand when Eugene offered to take it. "It's too dirty," he said. "I'll take the will for the deed, Mr. Witla." More explanations and laudations of the extent of the business followed. Then came the circulation department with its head, a tall, dark man who looked solemnly at Eugene, uncertain as to what place he was to have in the organization and uncertain as to what attitude he should ultimately have to take. White was butting into his affairs, as he told his wife, and he did not know where it would end. He had heard rumors to the effect that there was to be a new man soon, who was to have great authority over various departments. Was this he? There came next the editors of the various magazines, who viewed this triumphal procession with more or less contempt. For to them both Colfax and White were raw, uncouth upstarts, blazoning their material superiority in loud-mouthed phrases. Colfax talked too loud and was too vainglorious. White was too hard, bitter, and unreasoning. They hated them both with a secret hate, but there was no escaping their domination. The need of living salaries held all in obsequious subjection. "Here's Mr. Marchwood," Colfax said inconsiderately, of the editor of the International Review. "He thinks he's making a wonderful publication of that, but we don't know whether he is yet or not." Eugene winced for Marchwood. He was so calm, so refined, so professional. "I suppose we can only go by the circulation department," he replied simply, attracted by Eugene's sympathetic smile. That's all," exclaimed Colfax. "That is probably true," said Eugene, "but a good thing ought to be as easily circulated as a poor one. At least it's worth trying." Mr. Marchwood smiled. It was a bit of intellectual kindness in a world of cruel comment. "It's a great institution," said Eugene finally, on reaching the president's office again. "I'll begin now and see what I can do." "Good luck, my boy, good luck," said Colfax loudly. "I'm laying great stress on what you're going to do, you know." "Don't lean too hard," returned Eugene. "Remember, I'm just one in a great organization." I know. But the one is all I need. Up there, the one. See?" Yes, laughed Eugene. "Cheer up. We'll be able to do a little something, I'm sure." "A great man, that," Colfax declared to White as he went away. "The real stuff in that fellow. No flinching there, you notice. He knows how to think. Now, Florrie, unless I miss my guess, you and I are going to get somewhere with this thing." White smiled gloomily, almost cynically. He was not so sure. Eugene was pretty good, but he was obviously too independent, too artistic, to be really stable and dependable. He would never run to him for advice, but he would probably make mistakes. He might lose his head. What must he do to offset this new invasion of authority? Discredit him? Certainly. But he needn't worry about that. Eugene would do something. He would make mistakes of some kind. He felt sure of it. He was almost positive of it. The opening days of this their second return to New York were a period of great joy to Angela. Unlike that first time, when she was returning after 7 months of loneliness and unhappiness to a sick husband and a gloomy outlook, she was now looking forward to what, in spite of her previous doubts, was a glorious career of dignity, prosperity, and abundance. Eugene was such an important man now. His career was so well marked and in a way almost certified. They had a good bit of money in the bank. Their investments in stocks, on which they obtained a uniform rate of interest of about 7%, aggregated $30,000. They had 2 lots, 200 by 200, in Montclair, which were said to be slowly increasing in value, and which Eugene now estimated to be worth about $6,000. He was talking about investing what additional money he might save in stocks bearing better interest or some sound commercial venture. When the proper time came a little later, he might even abandon the publishing field entirely and renew his interest in art. He was certainly getting near the possibility of this. The place which they selected for their residence in New York was in a new and very sumptuous studio apartment building on Riverside Drive near 79th Street, where Eugene had long fancied he would like to live. This famous thoroughfare and showplace, with its restricted park atmosphere, its magnificent and commanding view of the lordly Hudson, its wondrous woods of color and magnificent sunsets, had long taken his eye. When he had first come to New York, it had been his delight to stroll here, watching the stream of fashionable equipages pour out towards Grant's Tomb and return. He had sat on a park bench many an afternoon at this very spot or farther up, and watched the gay company of horsemen and horsewomen riding cheerfully by, nodding to their social acquaintances, speaking to the park keepers and road scavengers in a condescending and superior way, taking their leisure in a comfortable fashion, and looking idly at the river. It seemed a wonderful world to him at that time. Only millionaires could afford to live there, he thought. So ignorant was he of the financial tricks of the world. These handsomely garbed men in riding coats and breeches, the chic-looking girls in stiff black hats, trailing black riding skirts, yellow-gloved, and sporting short whips which looked more like dainty canes than anything else, took his fancy greatly. It was his idea at that time that this was almost the apex of social glory, to be permitted to ride here of an afternoon. Since then he had come a long way and learned a great deal. But he still fancied this street as one of the few perfect expressions of the elegance and luxury of metropolitan life, and he wanted to live on it. Angela was given authority, after discussion, to see what she could find in the way of an apartment of say 9 or 11 rooms, with 2 baths or more, which should not cost more than $3,000 or $3,500. As a matter of fact, a very handsome apartment of 9 rooms and 2 baths, including a studio room 18 feet high, 40 feet long, and 22 feet wide, was found at the now, to them, comparatively moderate sum of $3,200. The chambers were beautifully finished in old English oak, carved and stained after a very pleasing 15th century model, and the walls were left to the discretion of the incoming tenant. Whatever was desired in the way of tapestries, silks, or other wall furnishings would be supplied. Eugene chose green-brown tapestries representing old Rhine castles for his studio, and blue and brown silks for his wall furnishings elsewhere. He now realized a long-cherished dream of having the great wooden cross of brown-stained oak ornamented with a figure of the bleeding Christ, which he set in a dark shaded corner behind 2 immense wax candles, set in tall, heavy bronze candlesticks, the size of small bedposts. These, when lighted in an otherwise darkened room and flickering ruefully, cast a peculiar spell of beauty over the gay throngs which sometimes assembled there. A grand piano in old English oak occupied one corner. A magnificent music cabinet in French burnt woodwork stood nearby. There were a number of carved and fluted high-backed chairs, a carved easel with one of his best pictures displayed, a black marble pedestal bearing a yellow-stained marble bust of Nero with his lascivious, degenerate face showing grimly at the world, and 2 gold-plated candelabra of 11 branches each hung upon the north wall. 2 wide, tall windows with storm sashes, which reached from the floor to the ceiling, commanded the west view of the Hudson. Outside one was a small stone balcony wide enough to accommodate 4 chairs, which gave a beautiful cool view of the drive. It was shielded by an awning in summer and was 9 stories above the ground. Over the water of the more or less peaceful stream were the stacks and outlines of a great factory, and in the roadstead lay boats always, war vessels, tramp freighters, sailboats, and up and down past the endless traffic of small craft always so pleasant to look upon in fair or foul weather. It was a beautiful apartment, beautifully furnished, in which most of their furniture, brought from Philadelphia, fitted admirably. It was here that at last they settled down to enjoy the fruit of that long struggle and comparative victory which brought them so near their much-desired goal, an indestructible and unchangeable competence which no wind or ill fortune could readily destroy. Eugene was quite beside himself with joy and satisfaction at thus finding himself and Angela eventually surrounded by those tokens of luxury, comfort, and distinction which had so long haunted his brain. Most of us go through life with the furniture of our prospective castle well outlined in mind, but with never the privilege of seeing it realized. We have our pictures, our hangings, our servitors well and ably selected. Eugene's were real at last. The affairs of the United Magazine Corporation, so far as the advertising, commercial, and manufacturing ends at least were concerned, were not in such an unfortunate condition by any means as to preclude their being quickly restored by tact, good business judgment, and hard work. Since the accession to power of Florence White in the commercial and financial ends, things in that quarter, at least, had slowly begun to take a turn for the better. Although he had no judgment whatsoever as to what constituted a timely article, an important book, or a saleable art feature, he had that peculiar intuition for right methods of manufacture, right buying and right selling of stock, right handling of labor from the cost and efficiency point of view, which made him a power to be reckoned with. He knew a good manufacturing man to employ at sight. He knew where books could be sold and how. He knew how to buy paper in large quantities and at the cheapest rates, and how to print and manufacture at a cost which was as low as could possibly be figured. All waste was eliminated. He used his machines to their utmost capacity, via a series of schedules which saved an immense amount of waste and demanded the least possible help. He was constantly having trouble with the labor unions on this score, for they objected to a policy which cut out duplication of effort and so eliminated their men. He was an iron master, however, coarse, brutal, foul when dealing with them, and they feared and respected him. In the advertising end of the business things had been going rather badly, for the reason that the magazines, for which this department was supposed to get business, had not been doing so well editorially. They were out of touch with the times to a certain extent, not in advance of the feelings and emotions of the period, and so the public was beginning to be inclined to look elsewhere for its mental pabulum. They had had great circulation and great prestige. That was when they were younger, and all the original publishers and editors in their prime. Since then, days of weariness, indifference, and confusion had ensued. Only with the accession of Colfax to power had hope begun to return. As has been said, he was looking for strong men in every quarter of this field, but in particular he was looking for one man who would tell him how to govern them after he had them, who was to dream out the things which would interest the public in each particular magazine proposition, who was to draw great and successful authors to the book end of the house, who was to inspire the men who were directing the various departments with the spirit which would bring public interest and success. Eugene might be the man eventually, he hoped, but how soon? He was anxious to hurry his progress now that he had him. It was not long after Eugene was seated in his advertising managerial chair that he saw how things lay. His men, when he gathered them in conference, complained that they were fighting against falling circulation. "You can talk all you want, Mr. Witla," said one of his men gloomily, "but circulation and circulation only is the answer. They have to keep up the magazines here. All these manufacturers know when they get results. We go out and get new business all the time, but we don't keep it. We can't keep it. The magazines don't bring results. What are you going to do about that?" "I'll tell you what we're going to do," replied Eugene calmly. "We're going to key up the magazines. I understand that a number of changes are coming in that direction. They are doing better already. The manufacturing department, for one thing, is in splendid shape. I know that. In a short time, the editorial departments will be. I want you people to put up, at this time, the best fight you know how under the conditions as they are. I'm not going to make any changes here if I can help it. I'm going to show you how it can be done, each one separately. I want you to believe that we have the greatest organization in the world, and that it can be made to sweep everything before it. Take a look at Mr. Colfax. Do you think he's ever going to fail? We may, but he won't." The men liked Eugene's manner and confidence. They liked his faith in them, and it was not more than 10 days before he had won their confidence completely. He took home to the hotel, where he and Angela were stopping temporarily, all the magazines and examined them carefully. He took home a number of the latest books issued and asked Angela to read them. He tried to think just what it was each magazine should represent, and who and where was the man who would give to each its proper life and vigor. At once, for the adventure magazine, he thought of a man whom he had met years before, who had since been making a good deal of success editing a Sunday newspaper magazine supplement. Jack Beneza. He had started out as a radical writer, but had tamed down and become a most efficient newspaper man. Eugene had met him several times in the last few years, and each time had been impressed by the force and subtlety of his judgment of life. Once he had said to him, "Jack, you ought to be editing a magazine of your own." I will be," returned that worthy. Now, as he looked at this particular proposition, Beneza struck in his mind as the man who should be employed. He had seen the present editor, but he seemed to have no force at all. The weekly needed a man like Townsend Miller. Where would he find him? The present man's ideas were interesting, but not sufficiently general in their appeal. Eugene went about among the various editors, looking at them, ostensibly making their acquaintance, but he was not satisfied with any one of them. He waited to see that his own department was not needing any vast effort on his part before he said to Colfax one day, "Things are not right with your editorial department. I've looked into my particular job to see that there is nothing so radically behindhand there but what it can be remedied. But your magazines are not right. I wish, aside from salary propositions entirely, that you would let me begin to make a few changes. You haven't the right sort of people upstairs. I'll try not to move too fast, but you couldn't be worse off than you are now in some instances." "I know it," said Colfax. "I know it. What do you suggest?" "Simply better men, that's all," replied Eugene. "Better men with newer ideas. It may cost you a little more money at present, but it will bring you more back in the long run." You're right," insisted Colfax enthusiastically. "I've been waiting for someone whose judgment I thought was worth 2 whoops to come and tell me that for a long time. So far as I'm concerned, you can take charge right now. The salary that I promised you goes with it. I want to tell you something, though. I want to tell you something. You're going in there now with full authority, but don't you fall or stub your toe or get sick or make any mistakes. If you do, God help you. If you do, I'll eat you alive. I'm a good employer, Witla. I'll pay any price for good men within reason. But if I think I'm being done or made a fool of, or a man is making a mistake, then there's no mercy in me, not a single bit. I'm a plain, everyday blank, blank, blank. and he used the term so foul that it would not bear repetition in print. And that's all there is to me. Now we understand each other." Eugene looked at the man in astonishment. There was a hard, cold gleam in his blue eyes which he had seen there before. His presence was electric, his look demoniac. "I've had a remark somewhat of that nature made to me before," commented Eugene. He was thinking of Summerfield's "The Coal Chute for Yours." He had hardly expected to hear so cold and definite a proposition laid down so soon after his entry upon his new duties. But here it was, and he had to face it. He was sorry for the moment that he had ever left Calvin. "I'm not at all afraid of responsibility," replied Eugene grimly. "I'm not going to fall down or stub my toe or make any mistakes if I can help it. And if I do, I won't complain to you." "Well, I'm only telling you," said Colfax, smiling and good-natured again. The cold light was gone. "And I mean it in the best way in the world. I'll back you up with all power and authority, but if you fail, God help you, I can't." He went back to his desk, and Eugene went upstairs. He felt as though the red cap of a cardinal had been put upon his head, and at the same time an axe suspended over him. He would have to think carefully of what he was going to do from now on. He would have to go slow, but he would have to go. All power had been given him, all authority. He could go upstairs now and discharge everybody in the place. Colfax would back him up, but he would have to replace them, and that quickly and effectively. It was a trying hour, notable but grim. His first move was to send for Bezenah. He had not seen him for some time, but his stationery, which he now headed, the United Magazine Corporation, and in one corner, office of the managing publisher, brought him fast enough. It was a daring thing to do, in a way, thus to style himself managing publisher when so many able men were concerned in the work. But this fact did not disturb him. He was bound and determined to begin, and this stationery, the mere engraving of it, was as good a way as any of serving notice that he was in the saddle. The news flew like wildfire about the building, for there were many in his office, even his private stenographer, to carry the news. All the editors and assistants wondered what it could mean, but they asked no questions except among themselves. No general announcement had been made. On the same stationery he sent for Adolph Morgenbau, who had exhibited marked skill at Summerfield's, as his assistant, and who had since become the art editor of the Sphere, a magazine of rising importance. He thought that Morgenbau might now be fitted to handle the artwork under him, and he was not mistaken. Morgenbau had developed into a man of considerable force and intelligence, and was only too glad to be connected with Eugene again. He also talked with various advertising men, artists and writers, as to just who were the most live editorial men in the field at that time, and these he wrote to, asking if they would come to see him. One by one they came, for the fact that he had come to New York to take charge, not only of the advertising, but the editorial ends of the United Magazine Corporation, spread rapidly over the city. All those interested in art, writing, editing, and advertising heard of it. Those who had known something of him in the past could scarcely believe their ears. Where did he get the skill? Eugene stated to Colfax that he deemed it advisable that a general announcement be made to the staff that he was in charge. "I have been looking about," he said, "and I think I know what I want to do." The various editors, art directors, and advertising men, and book workers were called to the main office, and Colfax announced that he wished to make a statement which affected all those present. "Mr. Witla here will be in charge of all the publishing ends of the business from now on. I am withdrawing from any say in the matter, for I am satisfied that I do not know as much about it as he does. I want you all to look to him for advice and counsel, just as you have to me in the past. Mr. White will continue in charge of the manufacturing and distributing end of the business, Mr. White and Mr. Witla will work together. That's all I have to say." The company departed, and once more Eugene returned to his office. He decided at once to find an advertising man who could work under him and run that branch of the business as well as he would. He spent time looking for this man, and finally found him working for the Hayes Rickett Company, a man who he had known something of in the past as an exceptional worker. He was a strong, forceful individual of 32, Carter Hayes by name, who was very anxious to succeed in his chosen work, and who saw a great opportunity here. He did not like Eugene so very well. He thought that he was overestimated, but he decided to work for him. The latter put him in at $10,000 a year, and then turned his attention to his new duties completely. The editorial and publishing world was entirely new to Eugene from the executive side. He did not understand it as well as he did the art and advertising worlds, and because it was in a way comparatively new and strange to him, he made a number of initial mistakes. His first was in concluding that all the men about him were more or less weak and inefficient, principally because the magazines were weak, when, as a matter of fact, there were a number of excellent men whom conditions had repressed, and who were only waiting for some slight recognition to be of great value. In the next place, he was not clear as to the exact policies to be followed in the case of each publication, and he was not inclined to listen humbly to those who could tell him. His best plan would have been to have gone exceedingly slow, watching the men who were in charge, getting their theories and supplementing their efforts with genial suggestions. Instead, he decided on sweeping changes, and not long after he had been in charge, he began to make them. Marshwood, the editor of the Review, was removed, as was Gayler of the Weekly. The editorialship of the Adventure Story magazine was given to Bezenah. In any organization of this kind, however, great improvements cannot be effected in a moment, and weeks and months must elapse before any noticeable change can be shown. Instead of throwing the burden of responsibility on each of his assistants and leaving it there, making occasional criticisms, Eugene undertook to work with each and all of them, endeavoring to direct the policy intimately in each particular case. It was not easy, and to him at times it was confusing. He had a great deal to learn. Still, he did have helpful ideas in a score of directions daily, and these told. The magazines were improved. The first issues, which were affected by his judgment and those of his men, were inspected closely by Colfax and White. The latter was particularly anxious to see what improvement had been made, and while he could not judge well himself, he had the means of getting opinions. Nearly all of these were favorable, much to his disappointment, for he had hoped to find things to criticize. Colfax, who had been watching Eugene's determined air, the energy with which he went about his work, and the manner in which he freely accepted responsibility, came to admire him even more than he had before. He liked him socially, his companionship after business hours, and began to invite him up to the house for dinner. Unlike Calvin, on most of these occasions he did not take Angela into consideration, for having met her, he was not so very much impressed with her. She was nice, but she was not of the same coruscating quality as her husband. Mrs. Colfax expressed a derogatory opinion, and this also made it difficult. He sincerely wished that Eugene were single. Time passed. Eugene worked more and more with the various propositions which this situation involved, and he became more and more at his ease. Those who have ever held an executive position of any importance know how easy it is, given a certain degree of talent, to attract men and women of ability and force according to that talent. Like seeks like, and those who are looking for advancement in their world according to their talents naturally drift to those who are more highly placed and who are much like themselves. Advertising men, artists, circulation men, editors, book critics, authors, and all those who were sufficiently in his vein to understand or appreciate him sought him out, and by degrees he was compelled to learn to refer all applicants to the heads of departments. He was compelled to learn to rely to a certain degree on his men, and having learned this, he was inclined to go to the other extreme and rely too much. In the case of Carter Hayes in the advertising department, he was particularly impressed with the man's efficiency and rested on him heavily for all the details of that work, merely inspecting his programs of procedure and advising him in difficult situations. The latter appreciated this, for he was egotistical to the roots, but it did not develop a sense of loyalty in him. He saw in Eugene a man who had risen by some fluke of fortune, and who was really not an advertising man at heart. He hoped some day that circumstances would bring it about that he could be advertising manager in fact, dealing directly with Colfax and White, whom, because of their great financial interest in the business, he considered Eugene's superiors, and whom he proposed to court. There were others in the other departments who felt the same way. The one great difficulty with Eugene was that he had no great power of commanding the loyalty of his assistants. He had the power of inspiring them, of giving them ideas which would be helpful to themselves, but these they used, as a rule, merely to further their own interests, to cause them to advance to a point where they deemed themselves beyond him. Because in his manner he was not hard, distant, bitter, he was considered, as a rule, rather easy. The men whom he employed, and he had talent for picking men of very exceptional ability, sometimes much greater than his own in their particular specialties, looked upon him not so much as a superior after a time as someone who was in their path and to whose shoes they might properly aspire. He seemed so good-natured about the whole work, so easy-going. Now and then he took the trouble to tell a man that he was getting too officious, but in the main he did not care much. Things were going smoothly, the magazines were improving, the advertising and circulation departments were showing marked gains, and altogether his life seemed to have blossomed out into comparative perfection. There were storms and daily difficulties, but they were not serious. Colfax advised with him genially when he was in doubt, and White pretended a friendship which he did not feel. The trouble with this situation was that it involved more power, comfort, ease, and luxury than Eugene had ever experienced before, and made him a sort of oriental potentate, not only among his large company of assistants, but in his own home. Angela, who had been watching his career all these years with curiosity, began to conceive of him at last as a genius in every respect, destined to some great preeminence in art or finance or the publishing world, or all three. She did not relax her attitude in regard to his conduct, being more convinced than ever that to achieve the dizzy eminence to which he was now so rapidly ascending, he must be more circumspect than ever. People were watching him so closely now. They were so obsequious to him, but still so dangerous. A man in his position must be so careful how he dressed, talked, walked. "Don't make so much fuss," he used to say to her. "For heaven's sake, let me alone." This merely produced more quarrels, for Angela was determined to regulate him in spite of his wishes and in his best interests. Grave men and women in various walks of life, art, literature, philanthropy, trade, began to seek him out, because in the first place he had an understanding mind, and because in the next place, which was much more important, he had something to give. There are always those in all walks of life who are seeking something through those avenues which a successful person represents, whatever they may be, and these together with those others who are always intensely eager to bask in the reflected glory of a rising luminary, make a retinue for every successful man. Eugene had his retinue. men and women of his own station or beneath it, who would eagerly shake his hand with an, "Oh, yes, indeed, managing publisher of the United Magazines Corporation. Oh, yes, yes." Women were particularly prone to smile, showing him even white teeth and regretting that all good-looking and successful men were married. In July following his coming from Philadelphia, the United Magazines Corporation moved into its new building, and then he was installed in the most imposing office of his career. A subtle assistant, wishing to ingratiate the staff in Eugene's good graces, suggested that a collection be taken up for flowers. His room, which was done in white, blue, and gold, with rosewood furniture to set it apart from the prevailing decorative scheme, and so make it more impressive, was scattered with great bouquets of roses, sweet peas, and pinks, in beautiful and ornate vases of different colors, countries, and schools. His great rosewood flat-topped desk, covered with a thick plate glass through which the polished wood shone brightly, was decorated with flowers. On the morning of his entry he held an impromptu reception, on which occasion he was visited by Colfax and White, who, after going to look at their new rooms, came to his. A general reception which followed some 3 weeks later, and in which the successful representatives of various walks of life in the metropolis took part, drew to the building a great crowd, artists, writers, editors, publishers, authors, and advertising men, who saw him in all his glory. On this occasion Eugene, with White and Colfax, did the receiving. He was admired at a distance by striplings who wondered how he had ever accomplished such great results. His rise had been so meteoric. It seemed so impossible that a man who had started as an artist should change and become a dominant factor in literature and art from a publishing point of view. In his own home his surroundings were equally showy. He was as much a figure as he was in his office. When he was alone with Angela, which was not so often, for naturally they did a great deal of entertaining, he was a figure even to her. Long ago she had come to think of him as someone who would some day dominate in the art world. But to see him an imposing factor in the city's commercial life, its principal publisher's representative, having a valet and an automobile, riding freely in cabs, lunching at the most exclusive restaurants and clubs, and associating constantly with someone who was of importance, was a different matter. She was no longer so sure of herself with him, not so certain of her power to control him. They quarreled over little things, but she was not so ready to begin these quarrels. He seemed changed now and deeper still. She was afraid even yet that he might make a mistake and lose it all, that the forces of ill will, envy, and jealousy, which were everywhere apparent in life, and which blow about so easily like gusts of wind, would work him harm. Eugene was apparently at ease, though he was troubled at times for his own safety, when he thought of it, for he had no stock in the company, and was as beholden to Colfax as any hall boy. But he did not see how he could easily be dispensed with. He was making good. Colfax was friendly to him. He was surprised at times to see how badly the manufacturing arrangements could go awry, affecting his date of issue, but White invariably had a good excuse. Colfax took him to his house in the country, his lodge in the mountains, on short yachting and fishing trips, for he liked to talk to him. But he rarely, if ever, invited Angela. He did not seem to think it was necessary to do this, and Eugene was afraid to impress the slight upon his attention, much as he dreaded the thoughts which Angela must be thinking. It was Eugene here and Eugene there, with constant calls of, "Where are you, old man?" from Colfax, who appeared not to want to be away from him. "Well, old man," he would say, looking him over, much as one might a blood horse or a pedigreed dog, "you're getting on. This new job agrees with you. You didn't look like that when you came to me." And he would feel the latest suit Eugene might be wearing, or comment on some pin or tie he had on, or tell him that his shoes were not as good as he could really get, if he wanted to be perfect in dress. Colfax was for grooming his new prize much as one might groom a blood horse, and he was always telling Eugene little details of social life, the right things to do, the right places to be seen, the right places to go, as though Eugene knew little or nothing. Now when we go down to Mrs. Savage's Friday afternoon, you get a Truxton portmanteau. Have you seen them? Well, there's the thing. Got a London coat? Well, you ought to have one. Those servants down there go through your things, and they size you up accordingly. Nothing less than $2 each goes, and $5 to the butler, remember that. He assumed and insisted after a fashion which Eugene resented quite as much as he did his persistent ignoring of Angela, but he did not dare comment on it. He could see that Colfax was variable, that he could hate as well as love, and that he rarely took any intermediate ground. Eugene was his favorite now. "I'll send my car around for you at 2 Friday," he would say, as though Eugene did not keep a car when he was planning one of his weekend excursions. "You be ready." At 2 on that day, Colfax's big blue touring car would come speeding up to the entrance of the apartment house, and Eugene's valet would carry down his bags, golf sticks, tennis racket, and the various paraphernalia that go with a weekend's entertainment, and off the car would roll. At times Angela would be left behind, and at times taken, when Eugene could arrange it, but he found that he had to be tactful and accede to Colfax's indifference mostly. Eugene would always explain to her how it was. He was sorry for her in a way, and yet he felt there was some justice in the distinction. She was not exactly suited to that topmost world in which he was now beginning to move. These people were colder, sharper, shrewder than Angela. They had more of that intense sophistication of manner and experience than she could achieve. As a matter of fact, Angela had as much grace and more than many of the 400. But she did lack that quickness of wit or that shallow self-sufficiency and assurance which are almost the invariable traits of those who shine as members of the smart set. Eugene was able to assume this manner whether he felt it or not. "Oh, that's all right," she would say, "as long as you're doing it for business reasons." She resented it, nevertheless, bitterly, for it seemed such an uncalled-for slur. Colfax had no compunctions in adjusting his companionship to suit his moods. He thought Eugene was well suited to this high life. He thought Angela was not. He made the distinction roughly and went his way. It was in this manner that Eugene learned a curious fact about the social world, and that was that frequently in these highest circles a man would be received where his wife would not, and vice versa, and that nothing very much was thought of it, if it could be managed. "Oh, is that Birkwood?" he heard a young swell once remark concerning an individual in Philadelphia. "Why do they let him in? His wife is charming, but he won't do." And once in New York he heard a daughter ask her mother of a certain wife who was announced, her husband being at the same table, who invited her. "I'm sure I don't know," replied her mother. "I didn't. She must have come on her own accord." "She certainly has her nerve with her," replied the daughter, and when the wife entered, Eugene could see why. She was not good-looking and not harmoniously and tastefully dressed. It gave Eugene a shock, but in a way he could understand. There were no such grounds of complaint against Angela. She was attractive and shapely. Her one weakness was that she lacked the blasé social air. It was too bad, he thought. In his own home circle, however, he thought to make up for this by a series of entertainments which grew more and more elaborate as time went on. At first, when he came back from Philadelphia, it consisted of a few people in the dinner, old friends, for he was not quite sure of himself and did not know how many would come to share his new honors with him. Eugene had never got over his love for those he had known in his youth. He was not snobbish. It was true that now he was taking naturally to prosperous people, but the little ones, the old-time ones, he liked for old lang syne's sake as well as for themselves. Many came to borrow money, for he had associated with many ne'er-do-wells in his time, but many more were attracted by his fame. Eugene knew intimately and pleasantly most of the artistic and intellectual figures of his day. In his home and at his table there appeared artists, publishers, grand opera stars, actors, and playwrights. His large salary, for one thing, his beautiful apartment and its location, his magnificent office, and his friendly manner all conspired to assist him. It was his self-conscious boast that he had not changed. He liked nice people, simple people, natural people, he said, for these were really the great ones. But he could not see how far he had come in class selection. Now he naturally gravitated to the wealthy, the reputed, the beautiful, the strong and able, for no others interested him. He hardly saw them. If he did, it was to pity or give alms. It is difficult to indicate to those who have never come out of poverty into luxury, or out of comparative uncouthness into refinement, the veil or spell which the latter comes eventually to cast over the inexperienced mind, coloring the world anew. Life is apparently striving constantly to perfect its illusions and to create spells. There are, as a matter of fact, nothing but these outside that ultimate substance or principle which underlies it all. To those who have come out of inharmony, harmony is a spell, and to those who had come out of poverty, luxury is a dream of delight. Eugene, being primarily a lover of beauty, keenly responsive to all those subtleties of perfection and arrangement which ingenuity can devise, was taken vastly by the nature of this greater world into which, step by step apparently, he was almost insensibly passing. Each new fact which met his eye or soothed his sensibilities was quickly adjusted to all that had gone before. It seemed to him as though all his life he had naturally belonged to this perfect world, of which country houses, city mansions, city and country clubs, expensive hotels and inns, cars, resorts, beautiful women, affected manners, subtlety of appreciation and perfection of appointment generally were the inherent concomitants. This was the true heaven, that material and spiritual perfection on earth, of which the world was dreaming, and to which, out of toil, disorder, shabby ideas, mixed opinions, non-understanding, and all the ill to which the flesh is heir, it was constantly aspiring. Here was no sickness, no weariness apparently, no ill health or untoward circumstances. All the troubles, disorders, and imperfections of existence were here carefully swept aside, and one saw only the niceness, the health and strength of being. He was more and more impressed as he came farther and farther along in the scale of comfort, with the force and eagerness with which life seems to minister to the luxury love of the human mind. He learned of so many, to him, lovely things, large, well-kept, magnificent country places, scenes of exquisite beauty, where country clubs, hotels, seaside resorts of all descriptions had been placed. He found sport, amusement, exercise to be tremendously well organized, and that there were thousands of people who were practically devoting their lives to this. Such a state of social ease was not for him yet, but he could sit at the pleasures so amply spread between his hours of work and dream of the time to come when possibly he might do nothing at all. Yachting, motoring, golfing, fishing, hunting, riding, playing tennis and polo, there were experts in all these fields he found. Card playing, dancing, dining, lounging, these seemed to occupy many people's days constantly. He could only look in upon it all as upon a passing show, but that was better than nothing. It was more than he had ever done before. He was beginning to see clearly how the world was organized, how far were its reaches of wealth, its depths of poverty. From the lowest beggar to the topmost scene, what a distance! Angela scarcely kept pace with him in all these mental peregrinations. It was true that now she went to the best dressmaker only, bought charming hats, the most expensive shoes, rode in cabs and her husband's auto, but she did not feel about it as he did. It seemed very much like a dream to her, like something that had come so suddenly and so exuberantly that it could not be permanent. There was running in her mind all the time that Eugene was neither a publisher nor an editor, nor a financier at heart, but an artist, and that an artist he would remain. He might attain great fame and make much money out of his adopted profession, but some day, in all likelihood, he would leave it and return to art. He seemed to be making sound investments. At least, they seemed sound to her, and their stocks and bank accounts, principally convertible stocks, seemed a safe enough margin for the future to guarantee peace of mind. But they were not saving so much after all. It was costing them something over $8,000 a year to live, and their expenses were constantly growing larger rather than smaller. Eugene appeared to become more and more extravagant. "I think we are doing too much entertaining," Angela had once protested, but he waved the complaint aside. "I can't do what I'm doing and not entertain. It's building me up. People in our position have to." He threw open the doors finally to the really remarkable crowds, and most of the cleverest people in all walks of life. The really exceptionally clever came to eat his meals, to drink his wines, to envy his comfort and wish they were in his shoes. During all this time Eugene and Angela, instead of growing closer together, were really growing farther and farther apart. She had never either forgotten nor utterly forgiven that one terrible lapse, and she had never believed that Eugene was utterly cured of his hedonistic tendencies. Crowds of beautiful women came to Angela's teas, lunches, and their joint evening parties and receptions. Under Eugene's direction they got together interesting programs, for it was no trouble now for him to command musical, theatrical, literary, and artistic talent. He knew men and women who could make rapid charcoal or crayon sketches of people, who could do feats in legerdemain and character representations, could sing, dance, play, recite, and tell humorous stories in a droll and offhand way. He insisted that only exceptionally beautiful women be invited, for he did not care to look at the homely ones, and curiously he found dozens who were not only extremely beautiful, but singers, dancers, composers, authors, actors, and playwrights in the bargain. Nearly all of them were brilliant conversationalists, and they helped to entertain themselves, made their own entertainment, in fact. His table very frequently was a glittering spectacle. One of his stunts, as he called it, was to bundle 15 or 20 people into 3 or 4 automobiles after they had lingered in his rooms until about 3 o'clock in the morning, and motor out to some out-of-town inn for breakfast and to see the sun rise. A small matter like a bill for $75 for auto hire or $35 for a crowd for breakfast did not trouble him. It was a glorious sensation to draw forth his purse and remove 4 or 5 or 6 yellow-backed $10 bills, knowing that it made little real difference. More money was coming to him from the same source. He could send down to the cashier at any time and draw from $500 to $1,000. He always had from $150 to $300 in his purse in denominations of $5, $10, and $20 bills. He carried a small checkbook and most frequently paid by check. He liked to assume he was known and frequently imposed this assumption on others. Eugene Witla? Eugene Witla? George? He's a nice fellow. Or, "It's remarkable how he has come up, isn't it? I was at the Witlas' the other night. Did you ever see such a beautiful apartment? It's perfect. That view." People commented on the interesting people he entertained, the clever people you met there, the beautiful women, the beautiful view, and "Mrs. Witla is so charming." But down at the bottom of all this talk there was also much envy and disparagement, and never much enthusiasm for the personality of Mrs. Witla. She was not as brilliant as Eugene, or rather, the comment was divided. Those who liked clever people, show, wit, brilliance, ease, liked Eugene and not Angela quite so much. Those who liked sedateness, solidity, sincerity, the commoner virtues of faithfulness and effort, admired Angela. All saw that she was a faithful handmaiden to her husband, that she adored the ground he walked on. Such a nice little woman, so homelike. It's curious that he should have married her, though, isn't it? They are so different, and yet they appear to have lots of things in common, too. It's strange, isn't it? It was in the course of his final upward progress that Eugene came once more into contact with Kenyon C. Winfield, ex-state senator of New York, president of the Long Island Realty Company, land developer, real estate plunger, financier, artist, what not. A man very much of Eugene's own type and temperament, who at this time was doing rather remarkable things in a land speculative way. Winfield was tall and thin, black-haired, black-eyed, slightly, but not offensively, hook-nosed, dignified, gracious, intellectual, magnetic, optimistic. He was 48 years of age. Winfield was a very fair sample of your man of the world who has ideas, dreams, fancies, executive ability, a certain amount of reserve and judgment, sufficient to hold his own in this very complicated mortal struggle. He was not really a great man, but he was so near it that he gave the impression to many of being so. His deep sunken black eyes burned with a peculiar luster. One might almost have fancied a tint of red in them. His pale, slightly sunken face had some of the characteristics of your polished Mephisto, though not too many. He was not at all devilish looking in the true sense of the word, but keen, subtle, artistic. His method was to ingratiate himself with men who had money in order to get from them the vast sums which he found it necessary to borrow to carry out the schemes, or rather dreams, he was constantly generating. His fancies were always too big for his purse, but he had such lovely fancies that it was a joy to work with them and him. Primarily, Winfield was a real estate speculator. Secondarily, he was a dreamer of dreams and a seer of visions. His visions consisted of lovely country areas near some city, stocked with charming country houses, cut up with well-paved, tree-shaded roads, provided with sewers, gas, electricity, suitable railway service, streetcars, and all the comforts of a well-organized living district, which should be at once retired, exclusive, pleasing, conservative, yet bound up tightly with the great metropolitan heart of New York, which he so greatly admired. Winfield had been born and raised in Brooklyn. He had been a politician, orator, insurance dealer, contractor, and so on. He had succeeded in organizing various suburban estates: Winfield, Sunnyside, Ruritania, the Beaches, little 40, 50, 100 and 200 acre flats, which with the help of OPM, as he always called other people's money, he had divided off into blocks, laying out charmingly with trees and sometimes a strip of green grass running down the center, concrete sidewalks, a set of noble restrictions, and so forth. Anyone who ever came to look at a lot in one of Winfield's perfect suburbs always found the choicest piece of property in the center of this latest burst of improvement set aside for the magnificent house which Mr. Kenyon C. Winfield, the president of the company, was to build and live in. Needless to say, they were never built. He had been round the world and seen a great many things and places, but Winfield, or Sunnyside, or Ruritania, or the Beaches, so the lot buyers in these places were told, had been finally selected by him deliberately as the one spot in all the world in which he hoped to spend the remainder of his days. At the time Eugene met him, he was planning Minetta Water, on the shores of Gravesend Bay, which was the most ambitious of all his projects so far. He was being followed financially by a certain number of Brooklyn politicians and financiers who had seen him succeed in small things, taking a profit of from 300 to 400% out of 10, 20, and 30-acre flats. But for all his brilliance, it had been slow work. He was now worth between $300,000 and $400,000, and for the first time in his life was beginning to feel that freedom in financial matters which made him think that he could do almost anything. He had met all sorts of people, lawyers, bankers, doctors, merchants, the easy classes, as he called them, all with a little money to invest, and he had succeeded in luring hundreds of worthwhile people into his projects. His great dreams had never really been realized, however, for he saw visions of a great warehouse and shipping system to be established on Jamaica Bay, out of which he was to make millions, if it ever came to pass, and also a magnificent summer resort of some kind, somewhere, which was not yet clearly evolved in his mind. His ads were scattered freely through the newspapers, his signs, or rather the signs of his towns, scattered broadcast over Long Island. Eugene had met him first when he was working with Summerfield Company, but he met him this time quite anew at the home of the W. Wildebrand on the north shore of Long Island near Hempstead. He had gone down there one Saturday afternoon at the invitation of Miss Wildebrand, whom he had met at another house party and with whom he had danced. She had been pleased with his gay, vivacious manner and had asked him if he wouldn't come. Winfield was here as a guest with his automobile. "Oh, yes," said Winfield pleasantly. "I recall you very well. You are now with United Magazines Corporation, I understand. Someone was telling me. A most prosperous company, I believe. I know Mr. Colfax very well. I once spoke to Summerfield about you. A most astonishing fellow, that tremendously able. You are doing that series of sugar plantation ads for them, or having them done. I think I copied the spirit of those things in advertising Ruritania, as you may have noticed. Well, you certainly have improved your condition since then. I once tried to tell Summerfield that he had an exceptional man in you, but he would have nothing of it. He's too much of an egoist. He doesn't know how to work with a man on equal terms." Eugene smiled at the thought of Summerfield. "An able man," he said simply. "He did a great deal for me." Winfield liked that. He thought Eugene would criticize him. He liked Eugene's genial manner and intelligent, expressive face. It occurred to him that when next he wanted to advertise one of his big development projects, he would go to Eugene or the man who had done the sugar plantation series of pictures and get him to give him the right idea for advertising. Affinity is such a peculiar thing. It draws people so easily apart from volition or consciousness. In a few moments Eugene and Winfield, sitting side by side on the veranda, looking at the greenwood before them, the long stretch of open sound, dotted with white sails, and the dim, distant shore of Connecticut, were talking of real estate ventures in general, what land was worth, how speculations of this kind turned out as a rule. Winfield was anxious to take Eugene seriously, for he felt drawn to him, and Eugene studied Winfield's pale face, his thin, immaculate hands, his suit of soft gray cloth. He looked as able as his public reputation made him out to be. In fact, he looked better than anything he had ever done. Eugene had seen Ruritania and the beaches. They did not impress him vastly as territorial improvements, but they were pretty nevertheless. For middle-class people, they were quite the thing, he thought. "I should like to think it would be a pleasure to you to scheme out a new section," he said to him once. "The idea of a virgin piece of land to be converted into streets, houses, or a village appeals to me immensely. The idea of laying it out and sketching houses to fit certain positions suits my temperament exactly. I wish sometimes I had been born an architect. It is pleasant "And if that were all, it would be ideal," returned Winfield. "The thing is more a matter of financing than anything else. You have to raise money for land and improvements. If you make exceptional improvements, they are expensive. You really can't expect to get much, if any, of your money back until all your work is done. Then you have to wait. If you put up houses, you can't rent them. For the moment you rent them, you can't sell them as new. When you make your improvements, your taxes go up immediately. If you sell a piece of property to a man or woman who isn't exactly in accord with your scheme, he or she may put up a house which destroys the value of a whole neighborhood for you. You can't fix the details of a design in a contract too closely. You can only specify the minimum price the house is to cost, and the nature of the materials to be used. Some people's idea of beauty will vary vastly from others. Taste and sections may change. A whole city like New York may suddenly decide that it wants to build west when you are figuring on its building east. So, well, all these things have to be taken into consideration." "That sounds logical enough," said Eugene. "But wouldn't the right sort of a scheme just naturally draw to itself the right sort of people, if it were presented in the right way? Don't you fix the conditions by your own attitude?" You do," replied Winfield easily. "If you give the matter sufficient care and attention, it can be done. The pity is, you can be too fine at times. I have seen attempts at perfection come to nothing. People with taste and tradition and money behind them are not moving into new additions and suburbs, as a rule. You are dealing with the new rich and financial beginners. Most people strain their resources to the breaking point to better their living conditions, and they don't always know. If they have the money, it doesn't always follow that they have the taste to grasp what you are striving for. And if they have the taste, they haven't the money. They would do better if they could, but they can't. A man in my position is like an artist and a teacher, and a father confessor and financier, and everything all rolled into one. When you start to be a real estate developer on a big scale, you must be these things. I have had some successes and some notable failures. Winfield is one of the worst. It's disgusting to me now. "I've always wished I could lay out a seaside resort or a suburb," said Eugene dreamily. "I've never been to but one or two of the resorts abroad, but it strikes me that none of the resorts here, certainly none near New York, are right. The opportunities are so wonderful. The things that have been done are horrible. There's no plan, no detail anywhere." "My views exactly," said Winfield. "I've been thinking of it for years. Some such a place could be built, and I suppose if it were done right it would be successful. It would be expensive, though, very, and those who come in would have a long wait for their money. It would be a great opportunity to do something really worthwhile, though," said Eugene. "No one seems to realize how beautiful a thing like that could be made." Winfield said nothing, but the thought stuck in his mind. He was dreaming a seaside improvement which should be the most perfect place of its kind in the world, a monument to himself if he did it. If Eugene had this idea of beauty, he might help. At least he might talk to him about it when the time came. Perhaps Eugene might have a little money to invest. It would take millions to put such a scheme through, but every little would help. Besides, Eugene might have ideas which should make money both for himself and for Winfield. It was worth thinking about. So they parted, not to meet again for weeks and months, but they did not forget each other. Book 3, The Revolt. It was when Eugene was at the height of his success that a meeting took place between himself and a certain Mrs. Emily Dale. Mrs. Dale was a strikingly beautiful and intelligent widow of 38, the daughter of a well-to-do and somewhat famous New York family of Dutch extraction, the widow of an eminent banker of considerable wealth who had been killed in an automobile accident near Paris some years before. She was the mother of 4 children: Suzanne, 18, Kinroy, 15, Adelaide 12, and Nanette 9. But the size of her family had in no way affected the subtlety of her social personality and the delicacy of her charm and manner. She was tall, graceful, willowy, with a wealth of dark hair, which was used in the most subtle manner to enhance the beauty of her face. She was calm, placid apparently, while really running deep with emotion and fancies, with manners which were the perfection of kindly courtesy and good breeding, and with those airs of superiority which come so naturally to those who are raised in a fortunate and exclusive atmosphere. She did not consider herself passionate in a marked degree, but freely admitted to herself that she was vain and coquettish. She was keen and observing, with a single eye to the main chance socially, but with a genuine love for literature and art and a propensity to write. Eugene met her through Colfax, who introduced him to her. He learned from the latter that she was rather unfortunate in her marriage, except from a money point of view, and that her husband's death was no irreparable loss. He also learned from the same source that she was a good mother, trying to bring up her children in the manner most suitable to their station and opportunities. Her husband had been of a much poorer social origin than herself, but her own standing was of the very best. She was a gay social figure, being invited much, entertaining freely, preferring the company of younger men to those of her own age or older, and being followed ardently by one fortune hunter after another, who saw in her beauty, wealth, and station an easy door to the heaven of social supremacy. The Dale home, or homes rather, were in several different places. One at Morristown, New Jersey, another on fashionable Grimes Hill on Staten Island, a third, a city residence, which at the time Eugene met them was leased for a term of years, was in 67th Street, near Fifth Avenue in New York City, and a fourth, a small lodge at Lenox, Massachusetts, which was also rented. Shortly after he met her, the house at Morristown was closed and the lodge at Lenox reoccupied. For the most part, Mrs. Dale preferred to dwell in her ancestral home on Staten Island, which, because of its commanding position on what was known as Grimes Hill, controlled a magnificent view of the bay and harbor of New York. Manhattan, its lower walls of buildings, lay like a cloud at the north. The rocking floor of the sea, blue and gray and slate black by turn, spread to the east. In the west were visible the Kil von Kull, with its masts of shipping, and the Orange Hills. In a boat club at Tompkinsville she had her motor boat, used mostly by her boy. In her garage at Grimes Hill several automobiles. She owned several riding horses, retained 4 family servants permanently, and, in other ways, possessed all those niceties of appointment which make up the comfortable life of wealth and ease. The 2 youngest of her girls were in a fashionable boarding school at Tarrytown. The boy Kinroy was preparing for Harvard. Suzanne, the eldest, was at home, fresh from boarding school experiences, beginning to go out socially. Her debut had already been made. Suzanne was a peculiar girl, plump, beautiful, moody, with, at times, a dreamy air of indifference and a smile that ran like a breath of air over water. Her eyes were large, of a vague blue-gray, her lips rosy and arched, her cheeks full and pink. She had a crown of light chestnut hair, a body at once innocent and voluptuous in its outlines. When she laughed, it was a rippling gurgle, and her sense of humor was perfect, if not exaggerated. One of those naturally wise, but as yet vague and formless artistic types, which suspect, without education, nearly all the subtleties of the world, and burst forth full-winged and beautiful, but oh, so fragile, like a butterfly from its chrysalis, the radiance of morning upon its body. Eugene did not see her for a long time after he met Mrs. Dale, but when he did, he was greatly impressed with her beauty. Life sometimes builds an enigma out of common clay, and with a look from a 12-year-old girl sets a Dante singing. It can make a god of a bull, a divinity of an ibis, or a beetle, set up a golden calf to be worshipped of the multitude. Paradox, paradox. In this case, an immature and yet nearly perfect body held a seemingly poetic and yet an utterly nebulous appreciation of life. A body so youthful, a soul so fumbling that one would ask, how should tragedy lurk in form like this? A fool? Not quite, yet so nebulous. So much a dreamer that difficulty might readily follow in the wake of any thoughtless deed. As a matter of fact, favored as she was by nature and fortune, her very presence was dangerous, provocative, without thought of being so. If a true artist had painted her, synthesizing her spirit with her body, he might have done so, showing her standing erect on a mountain top, her limbs outlined amidst fluttering draperies against the wind, her eyes fixed on distant heights or a falling star. Out of mystery into mystery again, so she came and went. Her mind was not unlike a cloud of mist through which the morning sun is endeavoring to break, irradiating all with its flushes of pink and gold. Again it was like those empearled shells of the South Sea, without design, yet suggestive of all perfections and all beauties. Dreams, dreams, of clouds, sunsets, colors, sounds, which a too articulate world would do its best later to corrupt. What Dante saw in Beatrice, what Abélard saw in Eloise, Romeo in Juliet, so some wandering swain could have seen in her and suffered a like fate. Eugene encountered Mrs. Dale at a house party on Long Island one Saturday afternoon, and their friendship began at once. She was introduced to him by Colfax, and because of the latter's brusque, jesting spirit, was under no illusion as to his social state. "You needn't look at him closely," he observed gaily. "He's married." "That simply makes him all the more interesting," she rippled, and extended her hand. Eugene took it. "I'm glad a poor married man can find shelter somewhere," he said smartly. "You should rejoice," she replied. "It's at once your liberty and your protection. Think how safe you are." I know," he said. "All the slings and arrows of misfortune hurtling by. And you in no danger of being hurt." He offered her his arm, and they strolled through a window onto a veranda. The day was just the least bit dull for Mrs. Dale. Bridge was in progress in the card room, a company of women and girls gambling feverishly. Eugene was not good at bridge, not quick enough mentally, and Mrs. Dale did not care much for it. "I have been trying to stir up enough interest to bring to pass a motor ride, but it doesn't work," she said. "They all have the gambling fever today. Are you as greedy as the others?" "I'm greedy, I assure you, but I can't play. The greediest thing I could do is to stay away from the tables. I save most. That sharp Faraday has cleaned me and two others out of $400. It's astonishing the way some people can play. They just look at the cards or make mystic signs, and the wretched things range themselves in serried ranks to suit them. It's a crime. It ought to be a penitentiary offense, particularly to beat me. I'm such an inoffensive specimen of the non-bridge playing family. A burnt child, you know. Stay away. Let's sit here. They can't come out here and rob you." They sat down in green willow chairs, and after a time a servant offered them coffee. Mrs. Dale accepted. They drifted conversationally from bridge to characters in society. A certain climber by the name of Bristow, a man who had made a fortune in trunks, and from him to travel, and from travel to Mrs. Dale's experiences with fortune hunters. The automobile materialized through the intervention of others. but Eugene found great satisfaction in this woman's company and sat beside her. They talked books, art, magazines, the making of fortunes and reputations. Because he was, or seemed to be, in a position to assist her in a literary way, she was particularly nice to him. When he was leaving, she asked, "Where are you in New York?" "Riverside Drive is our present abode," he said. "Why don't you bring Mrs. Witla and come down to see us some week end? I usually have a few people there, and the house is roomy. I'll name you a special day if you wish." "Do. We'll be delighted. Mrs. Witla will enjoy it, I'm sure." Mrs. Dale wrote to Angela 10 days later as to a particular date, and in this way the social intimacy began. It was never of a very definite character, though. When Mrs. Dale met Angela, she liked her quite well as an individual, whatever she may have thought of her as a social figure. Neither Eugene nor Angela saw Suzanne nor any of the other children on this occasion, all of them being away. Eugene admired the view tremendously and hinted at being invited again. Mrs. Dale was delighted. She liked him as a man, entirely apart from his position, but particularly because of his publishing station. She was ambitious to write. Others had told her that he was the most conspicuous of the rising figures in the publishing world. Being friendly with him would give her exceptional standing with all his editors. She was only too pleased to be gracious to him. He was invited again, and a third time, with Angela, and it seemed as though they were reaching, or might at least reach, something much more definite than mere social acquaintance. It was about 6 months after Eugene had first met Mrs. Dale that Angela gave a tea, and Eugene, in assisting her to prepare the list of invitations, had suggested that those who were to serve the tea and cakes should be 2 exceptionally pretty girls who were accustomed to come to the Witla apartment. Florence Reel, the daughter of a well-known author of that name, and Marjorie McTennan, the daughter of a well-known editor, both beautiful and talented, one with singing and the other with art ambitions. Angela had seen a picture of Suzanne Dale in her mother's room at Daleview on Grimes Hill, and had been particularly taken with her girlish charm and beauty. "I wonder," she said, "if Mrs. Dale would object to having Suzanne come and help serve that day. She would like it, I'm sure. There are going to be so many clever people here. We haven't seen her, but that doesn't matter. It would be a nice way to introduce herself." "That's a good idea, I should say," observed Eugene judiciously. He had seen the photo of Suzanne and liked it, though he was not over-impressed. Photos to him were usually gross deceivers. He accepted them always with reservations. Angela forthwith wrote to Mrs. Dale, who agreed. She would be glad to come herself. She had seen the Witla apartment and had been very much pleased with it. The reception day came, and Angela begged Eugene to come home early. "I know you don't like to be alone with a whole room full of people, but Mr. Goodrich is coming, and Frederick Allen, one of their friends, who had taken a fancy to Eugene. Arturo Scalchero is going to sing, and Bonavita to play." Scalchero was none other than Arthur Scalger, of Port Jervis, New Jersey, but he assumed this corruption of his name in Italy to help him to success. Bonavita was truly a Spanish pianist of some repute, who was flattered to be invited to Eugene's home. "Well, I don't care much about it," replied Eugene, "but I will come." He frequently felt that afternoon teas and receptions were ridiculous affairs, and that he had far better be in his office attending to his multitudinous duties. Still, he did leave early, and at 5:30 was ushered into a great room full of chattering, gesticulating, laughing people. A song by Florence Reel had just been concluded. Like all girls of ambition, vivacity, and imagination, she took an interest in Eugene, for in his smiling face she found a responsive gleam. "Oh, Mr. Witla," she exclaimed, "now you are here, and you just missed my song, and I wanted you to hear it, too." "Don't grieve, Florrie," he said familiarly, holding her hand and looking momentarily in her eyes. "You're going to sing it again for me. I heard part of it as I came up on the elevator." He relinquished her hand. "Why, Mrs. Dale, delighted, I'm sure. So nice of you. And Arturo Scalchero. Hullo, Skelger, you old frost. Where'd you get that Italian name? Bonavita, fine. Am I going to hear you play? All over. Alas. Marjorie McTennan. Gee, but you look sweet. If Mrs. Witla weren't watching me, I'd kiss you. Oh, the pretty bonnet. And Frederick Allen. My word, what are you trying to grab off, Allen? I'm on to you. No bluffs. Nix, nix. Why, Mrs. Shank. Delighted. Angela, why didn't you tell me Mrs. Shank was coming? I'd have been home at 3. By this time he had reached the east end of the great studio room, farthest from the river. Here a tea table was spread with a silver tea service, and behind it a girl, oval-faced, radiantly healthy, her full lips parted in a ripe smile, her blue-gray eyes talking pleasure and satisfaction, her forehead laid about by a silver filigree band, beneath which her brown chestnut curls protruded. Her hands, Eugene noted, were plump and fair. She stood erect, assured, with the least touch of quizzical light in her eye. A white, pink-bordered dress draped her girlish figure. "I don't know," he said easily, "but I'd wager a guess that this is Suzanne Dale. What?" "Yes, this is," she replied laughingly. "Can I give you a cup of tea, Mr. Witla? I know you are Mr. Witla from Mamma's description and the way in which you talk to everybody." "And how do I talk to everybody, may I ask, Plessum?" "Oh, I can't tell you so easily. I can't find the words, you know. I know how it is, though. Familiarly, I suppose I mean. Will you have 1 lump or 2? 3, an thou pleasest. Didn't your mother tell me you sang or played?" "Oh, you mustn't believe anything Mamma says about me. She's apt to say anything. Tee-hee. It makes me laugh." She pronounced it laugh. "To think of my playing. My teacher says he would like to strike my knuckles. Oh, dear." She went into a gale of giggles. "And sing? Oh, dear, dear. That is too good." Eugene watched her pretty face intently. Her mouth and nose and eyes fascinated him. She was so sweet. He noted the configuration of her lips and cheeks and chin. The nose was delicate, beautifully formed, fat, not sensitive. The ears were small, the eyes large and wide set, the forehead naturally high, but so concealed by curls that it seemed low. She had a few freckles and a very small dimple in her chin. "Now you mustn't laugh like that," he mocked solemnly. "It's very serious business, this laughing. In the first place, it's against the rules of this apartment. No one is ever supposed to laugh here, particularly young ladies who pour tea. Tea, Epictetus well says, involves the most serious conceptions of one's privileges and duties. It is the high-born prerogative of tea servers to grin occasionally, but never, 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 under any circumstances whatsoever." Suzanne's lips were beginning to part ravishingly in anticipation of a burst of laughter. "What's all this excitement about, Witla?" asked Skalger, who had drifted to his side. "Why this sudden cessation of progress?" "Tea, my son, tea," said Eugene. "Have a cup with me." "I will." "He's trying to tell me, Mr. Skalger, that I should never laugh. I must only grin." Her lips parted, and she laughed joyously. Eugene laughed with her. He could not help it. "Mamma says I giggle all the time. I wouldn't do very well here, would I?" She always pronounced it Mamma. She turned to Eugene again with big smiling eyes. "Exceptions, exceptions. I might make exceptions, one exception, but not more." "Why one?" she asked archly. "Oh, just to hear a natural laugh," he said a little plaintively. "Just to hear a real joyous laugh. Can you laugh joyously?" She giggled again at this, and he was about to tell her how joyously she did laugh when Angela called him away to hear Florence Reel, who was going to sing again for his especial benefit. He parted from Miss Dale reluctantly, for she seemed some delicious figure, as delicately colorful as royal Dresden, as perfect in her moods as a spring evening, as soft, soulful, enticing as a strain of music heard through the night at a distance or over the water. He went over to where Florence Reel was standing, listening in a sympathetic, melancholy vein to a delightful rendering of "The summer winds are blowing, blowing." All the while he could not help thinking of Suzanne, letting his eyes stray in that direction. He talked to Mrs. Dale, to Henrietta Temmin, to Luke Severas, Mr. and Mrs. Dula, Peleus Stone, now a writer of special articles, and others. But he couldn't help longing to go back to her. How sweet she was! How very delightful! If he could only, once more in his life, have the love of a girl like that. The guests began to depart. Angela and Eugene bustled about the farewells. Because of the duties of her daughter, which continued to the end, Mrs. Dale stayed, talking to Arthur Scalger. Eugene was in and out between the studio and cloakroom off the entrance-way. Now and then he caught a glimpse of Suzanne demurely standing by her tea-cups and samovar. For years he had seen nothing so fresh and young as her body. She was like a new-grown, wet, white lily pod in the dawn of the year. She seemed to have the texture of the water chestnut and the lush, fat vegetables of spring. Her eyes were as clear as water, her skin as radiant new ivory. There was no sign of weariness about her, nor any care, nor any thought of evil, nor anything except health and happiness. Such a face, he thought casually in passing. She is as sweet as any girl could be, as radiant as light itself. Incidentally, the personality of Frieda Roth came back, and, long before her, Stella Appleton. Youth, youth! What in this world could be finer, more acceptable? Where would you find its equal? After all the dust of the streets and the spectacle of age and weariness, the crow's feet about people's eyes, the wrinkles in their necks, the make-believe of rouge and massage and powder and cosmetics, to see real youth, not the body but of the soul also, the eyes, the smile, the voice, the movements, all young. Why try to imitate that miracle? Who could? Who ever had? He went on shaking hands, bowing, smiling, laughing, jesting, making believe himself, but all the while the miracle of youth and beauty of Suzanne Dale was running in his mind. "What are you thinking about, Eugene?" asked Angela, coming to the window where he had drawn a rocking chair and was sitting, gazing out on the silver and lavender and gray of the river surface in the fading light. Some belated gulls were still flying about. Across the river the great manufactory was sending off spirals of black smoke from one of its tall chimneys. Lamps were beginning to twinkle in its 100-windowed wall. A great siren cry broke from its whistle as 6 o'clock tolled from a neighboring clock tower. It was still late February and cold. "Oh, I was thinking of the beauty of the scene," he said wearily. Angela did not believe it. She was conscious of something, but they never quarreled about what he was thinking nowadays. They had come too far along in comfort and solidity. What was it, though, she wondered, that he was thinking about? Suzanne Dale had no particular thought of him. He was nice, pleasant, good-looking. Mrs. Witla was quite nice and young. "Mama," she said, "did you look out of the window at Mr. Witla's?" "Yes, my dear." "Wasn't that a beautiful view?" "Charming." "I should think you might like to live on the Drive sometimes, mamma." "We may sometime." Mrs. Dale fell to musing. Certainly Eugene was an attractive man, young, brilliant, able. What a mistake all the young men made, marrying so early. Here he was successful, introduced to society, attractive, the world really before him, and he was married to someone who, though a charming little woman, was not up to his possibilities. Oh well, she thought, so goes the world. Why worry? Everyone must do the best they can. Then she thought of a story she might write along this line and get Eugene to publish it in one of his magazines. While these various events were occurring, the work of the United Magazines Corporation had proceeded apace. By the end of the first year after Eugene's arrival, it had cleared up so many of its editorial and advertising troubles that he was no longer greatly worried about them. And by the end of the second year, it was well on the way toward real success. Eugene had become so much of a figure about the place that everyone in the great building, in which there were over 1,000 employed, knew him at sight. The attendants were most courteous and obsequious, as much so almost as they were to Colfax and White, though the latter, with the improvement of the general condition of the company, had become more dominating and imposing than ever. White, with his large salary of $25,000 a year and his title of vice president, was most anxious that Eugene should not become more powerful than he had already. It irritated him greatly to see the airs Eugene gave himself, for the latter had little real tact, and instead of dissembling his importance before his superiors, was inclined to flaunt it. He was forever retailing to Colfax some new achievement in the advertising circulation and editorial fields, and that in White's presence, for he did not take the latter very seriously, telling of a new author of importance captured for the book department, a new manuscript feature secured for one or another of the magazines, a new circulation scheme or connection devised, or a new advertising contract of great money value manipulated. His presence in Colfax's office was almost invariably a signal for congratulation or interest, for he was driving things hard, and Colfax knew it. White came to hate the sight of him. "Well, what's the latest great thing you've done?" Colfax said once to Eugene jovially in White's presence, for he knew that Eugene was as fond of praise as a child, and so could be bantered with impunity. White concealed a desire to sneer behind a deceptive smile. "No latest great thing, only Hayes has turned that Hammond Packing Company trick. That means $18,000 worth more of new business for next year. That'll help a little, won't it?" Hayes. I'll be switched if I don't think he comes pretty near being a better advertising man than you are, Witla. You picked him, I'll have to admit that, but he certainly knows all about the game. If anything ever happened to you, I think I'd like to keep him right there. White pretended not to hear this, but it pleased him. Hayes should be aided as much as possible by him. Eugene's face fell. This sudden twisting of the thread of interest from his to his assistant's achievements dampened his enthusiasm. It wasn't pleasant to have his inspirational leadership questioned or made secondary to the work of those he was managing. He had brought all these men here and keyed the situation up. Was Colfax going to turn on him? "Oh, very well," he said sweetly. "Don't look so hurt," returned Colfax easily. "I know what you're thinking. I'm not going to turn on you. You hired this man. I'm simply telling you that if anything should happen to you, I'd like to keep him right where he is." Eugene thought this remark over seriously. It was tantamount to serving notice on him that he could not discharge Hayes. Colfax did not actually so mean it at the moment, though it was the seed of such a thought. He simply left the situation open for consideration, and Eugene went away thinking what an extremely unfavorable twist this gave to everything. If he was to go on finding good men and bringing them in here, but could not discharge them, and if then later they became offensive to him, where would he be? Why, if they found that out, as they might through White, they could turn on him as lions on a tamer and tear him to pieces. This was a bad and unexpected twist to things, and he did not like it. On the other hand, while it had never occurred to Colfax before in this particular connection, for he liked Eugene, it fitted in well with certain warnings and suggestions which had been issuing from White, who was benevolently opposed to Eugene. His success in reorganizing the place on the intellectual and artistic sides was too much. Eugene's work was giving him a dignity and a security which was entirely disproportionate to what he was actually doing, and which was threatening to overshadow and put in the limbo of indifference that of every other person connected with the business. This must be broken. Colfax, for the time being, was so wrapped up in what he considered Eugene's shining intellectual and commercial qualities that he was beginning to ignore White. The latter did not propose that any such condition should continue. It was no doubt a rare thing to find a man who could pick good men and make the place successful. But what of himself? Colfax was naturally very jealous. He knew, and suspicious. He did not want to be overshadowed in any way by any of his employees. He did not feel that he was so far. But now White thought it would be a fine thing to stir him up on this score if he could, to arouse his jealousy. He knew that Colfax did not care so much about the publishing world, though now that he was in it and was seeing that it could be made profitable, he was rather gratified by the situation. His wife liked it, for people were always talking to her about the United Magazines Corporation, its periodicals, its books, its art products, and that was flattering. While it might not be as profitable as soap and woolens and railway stock, with which her husband was identified, it was somewhat more distinguished. She wanted him to keep it directly under his thumb and to shine by its reflected light. In looking about for a club wherewith to strike Eugene, White discovered this. He sounded Colfax on various occasions by innuendo and noted his sniffling nostrils. If he could first reach Eugene's advertising, circulation, and editorial men, and persuade them to look to him instead of Eugene, he might reach and control Eugene through Colfax. He might humble Eugene by curbing his power, making him see that he, White, was still the power behind the throne. "What do you think of this fellow Witla?" Colfax would ask White from time to time, and when these occasions offered, he was not slow to drive in a wedge. "He's an able fellow," he said once, apparently most open-mindedly. "It's plain that he's doing pretty well with those departments. But I think you want to look out for his vanity. He's just the least bit in danger of getting a swelled head. You want to remember he's still pretty young for the job he holds." White was 8 years older. "These literary and artistic people are all alike. The one objection that I have to them is that they never seem to have any real practical judgment. They make splendid second men when well governed, and you can do almost anything with them if you know how to handle them, but you have to govern them. This fellow, as I see him, is just the man you want. He's picking some good people, and he's getting some good results, but unless you watch him, he's apt to throw them all out of here sometime, or go away and take them all with him. I shouldn't let him do that if I were you. I should let him get just the men you think are right, and then I should insist that he keep them. Of course a man has got to have authority in his own department, but it can be carried too far. You're treating him pretty liberally, you know." This sounded very sincere and logical to Colfax, who admired White for it, in spite of the fact that he liked Eugene greatly and went about with him a great deal. He did not exactly trust him. The man was in a way too brilliant, he thought. He was a little too airy and light on his feet. Under pretext of helping his work and directing his policy without actually interfering, so that it might eventually prove a failure, White was constantly making suggestions. He made suggestions which he told Colfax Eugene ought to try in the circulation department. He made suggestions which he thought he might find advisable to try in the advertising department. He had suggestions gathered from heaven knows where for the magazines and books, and these he invariably sent through Colfax, taking good care, however, that the various department heads knew from what source they had originally emanated. It was his plan to speak to Hayes or Gilmore, who was in charge of circulation, or one of the editors about some thought that was in his mind, and then have that same thought come as an order via Eugene. The latter was so anxious to make good, so good-natured in his interpretation of suggestions, that it did not occur to him for a long time that he was being played. The men under him, however, realized that something was happening, for White was hand in glove with Colfax, and the two were not always in accord with Eugene. He was not quite as powerful as White, was the first impression, and later the idea got about that Eugene and White did not agree temperamentally, and that White was the stronger and would win. It is not possible to go into the long, slow, multitudinous incidents and details which go to make up office politics, but anyone who has ever worked in a large or small organization anywhere will understand. Eugene was not a politician. He knew nothing of the delicate art of misrepresentation as it was practiced by White, and those who were of his peculiarly subtle mental tendencies. White did not like Eugene, and he proposed to have his power curbed. Some of Eugene's editors, after a time, began to find it difficult to get things as they wanted them from the printing department, and when they complained, it was explained that they were of a disorderly and quarrelsome disposition. Some of his advertising men made mistakes in statements or presentations, and curiously these errors almost invariably came to light. Eugene found that his strong men were most quickly relieved of their difficulties if they approached White, but if they came to him it was not quite so easy. Instead of ignoring these petty annoyances and going his way about the big things, he stopped occasionally to fight these petty battles and complaints, and these simply put him in the light of one who was not able to maintain profound peace and order in his domain. White was always bland, helpful, ready with a suave explanation. "It's just possible that he may not know how to handle these fellows, after all," he said to Colfax, and then if anyone was discharged, it was a sign of an unstable policy. Colfax cautioned Eugene occasionally in accordance with White's suggestion, but Eugene was now so well aware of what was going on that he could see where they came from. He thought once of accusing White openly in front of Colfax, but he knew that this would not be of any advantage, for he had no real evidence to go on. All White's protestations to Colfax were to the effect that he was trying to help him. So the battle lay. In the meantime, Eugene, because of this, or the thought rather that he might not always remain as powerful as he was, having no stock in the concern and not being able to buy any, had been interesting himself in a proposition which had since been brought to him by Mr. Kenyon C. Winfield, who, since that memorable conversation at the home of the Willebrands on Long Island, had not forgotten him. Winfield had thought of him for a long time in connection with a plan he had of establishing on the south shore of Long Island, some 35 miles from New York, a magnificent seaside resort, which should outrival Palm Beach and the better places of Atlantic City, and give to New York, close at hand, such a dream of beauty and luxury as would turn the vast tide of luxury-loving idlers and successful money-grubbers from the former resorts to this. Considerable thought had been given by him to just what its principal characteristics should be, but he had not worked it out to suit himself exactly, and he thought Eugene might be interested from the outlining point of view. Unfortunately, on the face of it, this was just the sort of scheme which made an appeal to Eugene from all points of view, in spite of the fact that he already had his hands as full as they could be. Nothing interested him quite so much as beauty and luxury in some artistic combination. A summer resort of really imposing proportions, with hotels, casinos, pagodas, resident sections, clubhouses, a wide board or stone walk along the ocean, and possibly a gambling center which should outrival Monte Carlo, had long since occurred to him as something which might well spring up near New York. He and Angela had visited Palm Beach, Old Point Comfort, Virginia Hot Springs, Newport, Shelter Island, Atlantic City, and Tuxedo, and his impressions of what constituted luxury and beauty had long since widened to magnificent proportions. He liked the interiors of the Chamberlain at Old Point Comfort, and the Royal Poinciana at Palm Beach. He had studied with artistic curiosity the development of the hotel features at Atlantic City and elsewhere. It had occurred to him that a restricted territory might be had out on the Atlantic Ocean near Gravesend Bay possibly, which would include among other things islands, canals, or inland waterways, a mighty sea beach, 2 or 3 great hotels, a casino for dancing, dining, gambling, a great stone or concrete walk to be laid out on a new plan parallel with the ocean, and at the back of all these things, and between the islands and the ocean, a magnificent seaside city, where the lots should sell at so expensive a rate that only the well-to-do could afford to live there. His thought was of something so fine that it would attract all the prominent pleasure lovers he had recently met. If they could be made to understand that such a place existed, that it was beautiful, showy, exclusive in a money sense, they would come there by the thousands. Nothing is so profitable as luxury, if the luxury-loving public want it, Colfax had once said to him, and he believed it. He judged this truth by the things he had recently seen. People literally spent millions to make themselves comfortable. He had seen gardens, lawns, walks, pavilions, pergolas, laid out at an expense of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars, where few would ever see them. In St. Louis, he had seen a mausoleum built upon the lines of the Taj Mahal, the lawn about which was undermined by a steam heating plant in order that the flowers and shrubs displayed there might bloom all winter long. It had never occurred to him that the day would come when he would have anything to do with such a dream as this or its ultimate fruition, but his was the kind of mind that loved to dwell on things of the sort. The proposition which Winfield now genially laid before him one day was simple enough. Winfield had heard that Eugene was making a good deal of money, that his salary was $25,000 a year, if not more, that he had houses and lots and some nice stock investments, and it occurred to him, as it would have to anyone, that Eugene might be able to shoulder a comfortable investment in some kind of land speculation, particularly if he could see his way to make much more money in the long run. The idea that Winfield was as follows. He was going to organize a corporation to be known as the Sea Island Development Company, to be capitalized at $10 million, some $200,000 or $300,000 of which was to be laid down or paid into the treasury at the start. Against this latter sum of stock, to the value of $1 million, or 5 shares of $100 par value each, was to be issued. That is, whoever laid down $100 in cash was to receive in return 3 shares of common stock and 2 of preferred, valued at $100 each, bearing 8% interest. This ratio was to be continued until $200,000 in cash was in the treasury. Then those who came afterward and were willing to buy were only to receive 2 shares of common and 1 of preferred, until $1 million in cash was in the treasury. After that, the stock was to be sold at its face value or more, as the situation might dictate. The original sum of $200,000 was to go to purchase for the corporation an undeveloped tract of land, half swamp, half island, and facing the Atlantic Ocean beyond Gravesend Bay, now owned by Winfield himself, where a beautiful rolling beach of white sand stretched some 3 miles in length and without flaw or interruption. This would clear Winfield of a piece of property which was worth, say, $60,000, but at present unsaleable, and give him magnificent holdings in the new company besides. He proposed to take a mortgage on this and all improvements the company might make in order to protect himself. At the west end of this tract, inland from the sea, was a beautiful bay which, though shallow, gave access to a series of inlets and a network of waterways, embracing 9 small islands. These waterways, when dredged, would be amply deep enough for yachts and small craft of all descriptions, and the first important thought which occurred to Winfield was that the mud and sand so dredged could be used to fill in the low marshy levels of soil between them and the sea, and so make it all into high, dry, valuable land. The next thing was to devise a beautiful scheme of improvement, and it was for this that he wished to talk to Eugene. The matter was not difficult to arrange. Before Winfield had gone 10 sentences, Eugene began to take the ideas out of his mind. "I know something of that property," he said, studying a little outline map which Winfield had prepared. "I've been out there duck shooting with Colfax and some others. It's fine property, there's no doubt of it." "How much do they want for it?" "Well, as a matter of fact, I already own it," said Winfield. "It cost me $60,000 5 years ago, when it was a vast, inaccessible swamp. Nothing has been done to it since, but I will turn it over to the company for what it's worth now, $200,000, and take a mortgage for my protection. Then the company can do what it pleases with it. But as president, of course, I should direct the line of development. If you want to make a fortune and have $50,000 to spare, here is your chance. This land has increased in value from $60,000 to $200,000 in 5 years. What do you fancy it will be worth in 10 years from now, the way New York is growing? It has pretty near 4 million people now. In 25 years, it is safe to say, there will be 14 or 15 millions scattered over this territory, which lies within 25 miles. Of course, this is 32 miles away on a direct line, but what of it? The Long Island Railroad will be glad to put a spur in there which would bring this territory within 1 hour of the city. Think of it! One of the finest beaches on the Atlantic Ocean within 1 hour of New York. I expect to interest Mr. Witla, the president of the Long Island, very heavily in this property. I come to you now because I think your advertising and artistic advice are worth something. You can take it or leave it. But before you do anything, I want you to come out and look over the property with me." All told, in stock, land, free money in the banks, and what he might save in a year or two, Eugene had about $50,000 of good hard cash which he could lay his hands on at a pinch. He was well satisfied that Winfield was putting before him one of those golden opportunities which, prudently managed, would make him a rich man. Nevertheless, his $50,000 was $50,000, and he had it. Never again, however, once this other thing was under way, if it were true, would he have to worry about a position, or whether he would be able to maintain his present place in society. One could not possibly say what an investment like this might not lead to. Winfield, so he told Eugene, expected eventually to clear $6 or $8 million himself. He was going to take stock in some of the hotels, casinos, and various other enterprises which would be organized. He could clearly see how, later, once this land was properly drained and laid out, it would be worth from $3,000 to $15,000 per lot of 100 by 100 feet, the smallest portions to be sold. There were islands which for clubs or estates should bring splendid returns. Think of the leases to yachts and boat clubs alone. The company would own all the land. "I would develop this myself if I had the capital," said Winfield, "but I want to see it done on a gigantic scale, and I haven't the means. I want something here which will be a monument to me and to all connected with it. I'm willing to take my chances pro rata with those who now enter, and to prove my good faith, I'm going to buy as many shares as I possibly can on the 5-for-1 basis. You or anyone else can do the same thing. What do you think?" "It's a great idea," said Eugene. "It seems as though a dream which has been floating about in the back of my head for years has suddenly come to life. I can scarcely believe that it is true, and yet I know that it is, and that you will get away with it just as you are outlining it here. You want to be very careful how you lay out this property, though. You have the chance of a lifetime. For goodness sakes, don't make any mistakes. Let's have one resort that will be truly, beautifully right." "That's precisely the way I feel about it," answered Winfield, "and that's why I'm talking to you. I want you to come in on this, for I think your imagination will be worth something. You can help me lay this thing out right and advertise it right." They talked on about one detail and another until finally Eugene, in spite of all his caution, saw his dreams maturing in this particular proposition. $50,000 invested here would give him 2,500 shares, 1,000 preferred, and 1,500 common, whose face value, guaranteed by this magnificent piece of property, would be worth $250,000. Think of it, $250,000, $250,000, and that subject to a natural increase which might readily carry him into the millionaire class. His own brains would be of some value here, for Winfield was anxious to have him lay this out, and this would bring him in touch with not only one of the best real estate men in the city, but would bring him in contact with a whole host of financiers in business, people who would certainly become interested in this venture. Winfield talked easily of architects, contractors, railroad men, presidents of construction companies, all of whom would take stock for the business opportunities it would bring them later, and also of the many strings to be pulled which later would bring great gains to the company and save it from expenditures which would otherwise mean millions in outlay. Thus, this proposed extension by the Long Island would cost that railroad $200,000 and would cost the Sea Island Company nothing, and would bring thousands of lovers of beauty there the moment conveniences were established to receive them. This was true of hotels to be built. Each would bring business for everything else. The company would lease the ground. The great hotelmen would do their own building according to restrictions and plans laid down by the Sea Island Company. The only real expenditure would be for streets, sewers, lights, water, walks, trees, and the great 100-foot wide boardwalk with concrete ornaments which would be the finest sea stroll in the world. But these could be undertaken by degrees. Eugene saw it all. It was a vision of empire. "I don't know about this," he said cautiously. "It's a great thing, but I may not have the means to dip into it. I want to think it over. Meanwhile, I'll be glad to go out there and look over the ground with you." Winfield could see that he had Eugene fascinated. It would be an easy matter to land him once he had his plans perfected. Eugene would be the type of man who would build a house and come and live there in the summer. He would interest many people whom he knew. He went away feeling that he had made a good start, and he was not mistaken. Eugene talked the matter over with Angela, his one recourse in these matters, and as usual, she was doubtful but not entirely opposed. Angela had considerable caution, but no great business vision. She could not really tell him what he ought to do. Thus far his judgment, or rather his moves, had been obviously successful. He had been going up apparently because he was valuable as an assistant, not because he was a born leader. "You'll have to judge for yourself, Eugene," Angela finally said. "I don't know. It looks fine. You certainly don't want to work for Mr. Colfax all your life, and if, as you say, they are beginning to plot against you, you had better prepare to get out sometime. We have enough now, really, to live on, if you want to return to your art." Eugene smiled. "My art, my poor old art. A lot I've done to develop my art." "I don't think it needs developing. You have it. I'm sorry sometimes I ever let you leave it. We have lived better, but your work hasn't counted for as much. What good has it done you outside the money to be a successful publisher? You were as famous as you are now before you ever started in on this line, and more so. More people know you even now as Eugene Witla, the artist, than as Eugene Witla, the magazine man." Eugene knew this to be so. His art achievements had never forsaken him. They had grown in fame always. Pictures that he had sold for $200 and $400 had gone up to as high as $3,000 or $4,000 in value, and they were still rising. He was occasionally approached by an art dealer to know if he never intended to paint any more. In social circles it was a constant cry among the elect, "Why don't you paint any longer? What a shame you ever left the art world. Those pictures of yours, I can never forget them." "My dear lady," Eugene once said solemnly, "I can't live by painting pictures as I am living by directing magazines. Art is very lovely. I am satisfied to believe that I am a great painter. Nevertheless, I made little out of it, and since then I have learned to live. It's sad, but it's true. If I could see my way to live in half the comfort I am living now, and not run the risk of plodding the streets with a picture under my arm, I would gladly return to art. The trouble is, the world is always so delightfully ready to see the other fellow make the sacrifice for art or literature's sake. Selah, I won't do it. So there." It's a pity," said this observer, but Eugene was not vastly distressed. Similarly, Mrs. Dale had reproached him, for she had seen and heard of his work. Some time," he said grandly. "Wait." Now at length this land proposition seemed to clear the way for everything. If Eugene embarked upon it, he might gradually come to the point at which he could take some official position in connection with it. Anyhow, think of a rising income from $250,000. Think of the independence, the freedom. Surely, then he could paint or travel or do as he pleased. As a matter of fact, after 2 automobile rides to the nearest available position on the site of the future resort, and a careful study of the islands and the beach, Eugene devised a scheme which included 4 hotels of varying sizes, 1 dining and dancing casino, 1 gambling resort after the pattern of Monte Carlo, a summer theater, a music pavilion, 3 lovely piers, motor and yacht club houses, a park with radiating streets, and other streets arranged in concentric rings to cross them. There was a grand plaza about which the 4 hotels were ranged, a noble promenade, 3 miles in length to begin with, a handsome railway station, plots for 5,000 summer homes, ranging from $5,000 to $15,000 in price. There were islands for residents, islands for clubs, islands for parks. One of the hotels sat close to an inlet over which a dining veranda was to be built. Stairs were to be laid down to the water so that one could step into gondolas or launches and be carried quickly to one of the music pavilions on one of the islands. Everything that money wanted would be eventually available here, and all was to be gone about slowly but beautifully, so that each step would only make more sure each additional step. Eugene did not enter on this grand scheme until 10 men, himself included, had pledged themselves to take stock up to $50,000 each. Included in these were Mr. Wilt C., president of the Long Island, Mr. Kenyon C. Winfield, and Milton Willebrand, the very wealthy society man at whose home he had originally met Winfield. The Sea Island Company was then incorporated, and on a series of dates agreed upon between them, and which were dependent upon a certain amount of work being accomplished by each date, the stock was issued to them in $10,000 lots, and then cash taken and deposited in the Treasury. By the end of 2 years after Eugene had first been approached by Winfield, he had a choice collection of gold-colored certificates in the Sea Island Realty and Construction Company, which was building the now widely heralded seaside resort, Blue Sea, which, according to those interested, was to be the most perfect resort of its kind in the world. His certificates stated that they were worth $250,000, and potentially they were. Eugene and Angela, looking at them, thinking of the initiative and foresight of Mr. Kenyon C. Winfield and the men he was associated with, felt sure that some day, and that not so very far distant, they would yield their face value and much more.